Chapter 1 The Blindness of Rescue. Arioblind, Usti 1 Togo Town University, hurry up and find Simeona Tamari, bring back the Dori for our brother. Hotel Dutobi Sorekals, saving Simeoni and the Middle Test Street, your father Andy Havespin to lure saving Seni our medical bills, you wasteful girl. Mu Qianqian listened to her parent Sharshwards, tears are streaming down her cheeks. On her way to Gester for university, she had saved an elderly woman from a near fatal accident. In the process of rescuing her, Qianqian had suffered severe injury as to her eyes and was temporarily blinded. Although the doctor had assured her that surgery could restore her sight, her parents, deeming the possessive, forcibly discharged her from the hospital. From that moment on, she could no longer attend school and struggled to care for herself. Yet, Mu Qianqian felt near it. The elderly woman was so frail a car accident could have cost her life. Though she had lost her sight, saving Gano Thursleff made Qianqian feel it was worthwhile. Her parents mocked her, saying, "What good is saving Simeon? There are countless ungrateful people in this world. Jol and Liberdinas should never have a hadayu." In her heart, Qianqian thought, "That's not true. The elderly woman is no tongue retafel." All the expenses during her hospital stay had been covered by the elderly woman. However, her parents had deceived the woman, claiming they needed $1 million for her surgery, and instead they received the money, they took her route off the hospital. Even if the elderly woman wished to help, she would have been a way to find Qianqian. Unable to contain herself, Qianqian retorted, "Did hot grandmother give a $1 million?" With a loud slap, her mother Shen struck her face. Her mother's voice turned even sharper. "How dare you speak back? Your treatment talent costs several million. Do you think we're raised you for free? You worthless girl, truly a financial burden." Spit. Her father spat on the ground in disgust. Qianqian's face burned with pain as he covered it with hair hands, silently shedding tears. That evening, the Muthamal Isatagather Fortner. Qianqian could see nothing world before your ways engulfed in darkness. Her parents were preoccupied with discussing her brother Sandunger brother Shield, completely ignoring her. Chenghui, come, eat more meteorita criticalage for growth. Chung Yao, you shooty at Martuthi monthly exam seri approachin you must untrank at the bottom again. Harry Anger brother, Mu Qianqian, was just in his kandayer of junior high hisgrid samungthworst and awasas plumpa sapig, his feature is squished tagather. Heat like a pig, hishad loaradasha rummage thruff his bowl. Chengia scoffed, "So had a firing clo, my sister's dowry will be maniel her earning shoot get home." Her mother turned to glance at Qianqian. "She has cost the family quite a bite over the years at Stymeshere Pidus. There is a distant relative on my side, a bit older, 45, and is benunable to find a partner due to ailment. Perfect for Qianqian to marry. Mom, is it really appropriate to marry Qianqian off to an old cripple? It would be so embarrassing." Her brother, Mu Qianqian, voiced his disagreement. Who isn't concerned for Qianqian hammer lifered the repercussions on his own prospects for marriage. Her mother slammed feedable, "What man would want a blind girl, does he expect to marry a prince? It's a miracle if anyone wants her." As Qianqian washed the filthy rags, her heart sank at those words. Her parents intended to marry her off to a man in his 40s with talent. She could not sacrifice her future like that. She had to escape. Sometimes, Qianqian even doubted whether she was truly her parents' biological child. Why were they second to her brothers at so cruel to her? During her school years, she had consistent lyran at the top, earning scholarships and financial aid, yet all hot money had been squandered by her brother. He wore brand name shoes and clothes while she was left with tattered shoes from ears bestan hand-me-downs from relatives. At school, her insecurity is often left there with her head hung low. After finally getting accepted in town university, Qianqian had told for a long to meet us of enough for tuition, secretly registering while her parents were unaware, on litofasisica calamity. Why was it so cruel to her? Meanwhile, in the hospital, the elderly matriarch of few family side where has Hagen, did she leave without paying for her treatment? I told them would cover a expense, so could they leave without having a contact number? Beside her, Adelman and all tailored suit stood, his old featuresque old and stoic. Had just returned from abroad and rushed to the hospital as soon as shellended. Fusi hans voice depend resident, "Grandma, please don't worry if you'll read us and Simeona to find her. If it weren't for had a young girl, I would but bino Theo Latticade, deeply moved and she's a beautiful, with a delicate face, large eyes and fair skin like a little a jasmine flower. If weary of age, she would be perfectory a find I soon and jet married the night in restiacy." Fusi hans brows furrowed, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. This matter may not be so simple. At 29, he had maintained a clean reputation, surrounded by no women. The few family was on oft most prominent familias in the capital, wielding immense power, with countless familia shopping to ally with them through marriage. His grandmother rarely ventured to what were the odds that she would encounter an accident and be saved by you girl? Was Thisel mere coincidence? Fielderly lady having lived dealing life ways adept at treading people investigate thoroughly its best to know the truth however is still believe a thoughty younger listen tabid person. Having lived for so long she had a keen intuition and she trusted her judgment. Thedgerals I swear so pure and innocent, glistening like obsidian she could not possibly have ulterior motives. Fusehan left the word his expression turned injusy. Instructed his assistant investigate the origin soft hot Karanthu whereabouts of the girl who escaped. Understood, Mr. Fu. If Muthamulanutha trustanding oft few family, they would sure liargrit actions have exchanged such a significant favor for Amory million. Their narrow-mindedness led them to believe million ways an enormousum. Toth few family, however, it was trivial even if it were a multiplied by 100, they would not but tani ein parter with it. Once it have amla finished their meal, Qianqian, her stomach empty, began clearing the debaren to nithadish the kitchen toash. In their lid of her blindness she had struggled to adapt, frequent lie-breaking dishes undearning her parents' wrath. After finishing gal features, the house was a reliquia tever Jonah to sleep. She had no room of her own and hadelway slept in her narrow living room. Phoebe, original living for her brother during his childhood, was piled high with miscellaneous items, lying down she couldn't even stretch her body without bumping her head. Qianqian packed her backpack, containing gal hair important documents, and fashioned a makeshift from mastic, quietly she slipped out of house. Just as she stepped outside, a sleek black luxury car pulled up beside her. Hearing the sound of the car, Qianqian instinctive life lynched. The book window rolled down, revealing Fusehan's sharp-lit defined features. He gestured to the driver, signaling him to follow Qianqian. Chapter 2 Taken back to the hospital by Thunkel. Mu Qianqian took a few steps forward, and the car beside her followed suit. Her complexion paled slightly as he could no longer contain her curiosity. Excuse him, are you following? The girl's voice was delicate and soft, reminiscent of a pitiful little kitten. Her cylinder frame bore a large alaudic backpack and her skin was so fair it seemed almost translucent, thufferized, equace of Iden fatuous a stunning beauty. Just as her grandmother had described, she resembled a pure white jasmine flower innocent and childlike, rather than menacing. The assistant opened the car door and Fusehan stepped out, striding towards Mu Qianqian. Standing near like 2 meter tall, he loomed over her like a mountain. In a deep resonant voice, he said, "I heard you're a shaven the diet, would it leave the hospital?" His low, magnetic tone was disarmingly close, causing Mu Qianqian to feel a flutter of shyness. It was the most enchanting voice she had ever heard. Witheria still should she turn in her facet toward him, asking, "Warrior?" Given Fusehan's sual demeanor, he would have a little patience for a girl like her. Yet, looking gather frail face, which seemed to echo along absence of nourishment, hefelt an unexpected pang of compassion. "I am my grandmother's grandson, thank you for saving her." Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's lips curled into a vaginal smile, as if something had struck a chord within her. Her delicate beauty was further enhanced by the dimples that appeared at the corners of her mouth, dazzling to behold. The assistant and driver exchanged glances, whispering, "No wonder the old lady is fond of her sheskind-hearted and so beautiful." Sukulovelli girl, yet blind it was truly a tragedy. Mu Qianqian shook her head, replying, "There is no need to thank me. It's squiddlet, where Ario had a dead alone?" With a downcast gaze Mu Qianqian murmured, "I have an aware Togo." She longed to return to her hometown, but her beloved grandparent should long since passed away. Even if she had returned, it wouldn't live to dilapidated, drafty old house. Fusehan paused for a moment, contemplating, "Uriah shaven bintreat diet, he will take you back to the hospital." No, it's fine. Mu Qianqian hurriedly declined Ivio Redi Costiato amic money and mais one thiel. Who told you the one thiel? Fusehan's voice was sharp enough to cut. Mu Qianqian paled, intimidated indolence. Realizing he had been too harsh, Fusehan's of Tendistone, aware of this commanding presence was overwhelming for a girl. "Rest assured, he will hear of the best doctors to treat our AS." Mu Qianqian felt a flicker of hope. With no worry else Togo, perhaps following this man could offer Harakan Sitorgan her sight. "Thank you, uncle, I will go with you." At the mention of uncle, Fusehan felt her smile to Gatha's lips. "Uncle, died he really seem fate old?" No, she couldn't see him right now and had no idea of his appearance. "Why do you call Munkle?" Mu Qianqian gripped her backpack strap and explained shyly, because you're sodal. When he stood before her, he blocked out the wind entirely. Fusehan couldn't help but smiley at her innocence. Get in the carrel to key you back, he reached for her hand, gently getting Thess Linderger off the vehicle. His primary concern was her inability to see Ferd she might accidentally hurt herself and would have no explanation for his grandmother. Fessina left the assistant and driver in shock. When had President Fu become so approachable? Inviting the girl into the car was anything but holding hands. If Thessaliati soft he capital softies, they would surely be consumed with jealousy. Mu Qianqian, unaccustomed to riding in cars, settled into Thessiate and was greeted by a faint fragrance of sandalwood. The leather seats are of task clouds, providing a comfort and embrace. The girl sat stiffly beside him, a still assistu. Fu Sihang couldn't help but inquire, what are you thinking? Mu Qianqian timidly replied, Uncle, is this car very expensive? I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for any damages. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Sihan's eyes. It's not expensive, don't worry, yo won't have to pay for anything. Mu Qianqian sighed in relief. Of course, she had no idea that the car she was on weighs a 9-figure global limited edition. Owning such ethically required not only wealth but so significant influence in this world to secure purchasing rights. After a long day off running around, coupled with her incomplete recovery, Mu Qianqian felt rosy. Unconsciously she leaned against form, inviting headrest and drifted into a deep sleep. This bulla was a warm and comfortable the enlirgret was to tight was a bito firm. For the first time in his life, Fu Sihan found some resting on his shoulder. His body stiffened, and this expression turned cold ashagen lit pushed hair away. Poor Mu Qianqian had nakois bodily and against thicker window was he continued to sleep. According to the information Fu Sihan gathered, Mu Qianqian had just turned 20, yet she looked like a high school student. Having toiled under harsh conditions of and often subjected to beatings, it was no wonder she appeared so fragile. He wondered whether Araktoff saving his grandmother was a result of being bribed or mere like coincidence. Could a no-natural live foolish enough to risk their own sight to save a stranger without regrets? Upon returning to the private hospital's ward, Fu Sihan let a friend Chenglin send Somian to keep watch. If she slips away again, you can't forget about our project. This private hospital was a property of Cheng family, renowned for its advanced medical care, but the exorbitant treatment costs kept it exclusive to the fluent. Rest assured, President Fu. Even philos atraco February O'Neill's, I want lose or pressum, Chenglin replied nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Mindy Orting, Fu Sian warned coldly. Don't worry, I'll keep everything under wraps. After a lengthy assurance, the ended, and Chenglin promptly announced it in their group chat. President Fu has finally found a flower blooming on his entry. What are you dreaming about, Chenglin? Sihan hasn't a woman be his and years wouldn't be interested in on now. Even suspect he might have a so maisu was a 29 hestil shuns women, perhaps your prefers man, should I see if he have a chance? Im serious. President Fuss live interest to still stay in Gatti family hospital, you can check for yourselves. The groups insisted not only o Fu Sihan childhood friends budel se several sociale tiswo admired them. Since if they couldn't get closet o Fu Sihan, the amid Toby friend disacquaintances, hoping for a consto speak with him samide. Mu Qianqian had just finished her examination and was resting in bed when the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from outside. A nurse hurriedly blocked the entrance, exclaiming, Miss Gu, you cannot going. Get it off me way, you want to see a hoda rest to seduce me brother Sian. A womanator Ned with bright red lipstick and cascading waves approached, clad in a provocative a mermaid dress. With an assertive estride, she pushed up the warder. Chapter 3. The old lady urged them to obtain a marriage certificate. As Guqingyu stepped through the door, she was momentarily taken aback. Lying on the bed was a young girl, untouched by cosmetics, her pallid cheeks so delicate they seemed to exude moisture. With her eyes gently closed, she lay quietly, the sunlight streaming through the window illuminating her like a celestial being descended to earth. At the foot of the bed rested a worn, little yellow duck backpack, instantly recognizable as inexpensive. A swift flash of jealousy crossed Guqingyu's eyes as she rushed to the bedside, yanking out the girl's foreline. You shameless wretch, do you really think you can covet President Fu? Mu Qianqian winced in pain, letting out a soft hiss. She turned her head toward Guqingyu's direction but did not open her eyes. To Guqingyu, this was nothing short of disdain. Frustrated, she exclaimed, where did this country bumpkin come from, reeking of rural filth, daring to look down on me? Do you have any idea of the Gu family standing in the capital? With just a phone call, I could ruin your entire family. I didn't seduce anyone, Mu Qianqian stammered, clutching the blanket in a flustered rebuttal. She had merely come to the hospital for treatment. When had she ever seduced anyone? Do you really think that a mere country girl like you can afford to stay in such a high-end private hospital? President Fu is my fiancé, and you dare to seduce him, I will tear your face apart. Guqingyu raised her hand, poised to slap Mu Qianqian, intent on disfiguring the shameless girl and teaching her a lesson about pursuing President Fu. Stop. A low, icy voice rang out from behind. Fu Sihan had just finished dealing with work and was on his way to check on Mu Qianqian, only to stumble upon this scene. He seized Gu Qingyu's wrist and forcefully flung her aside, his voice chillingly cold. Who gave you the right to touch her? I. President Fu, it's not what you think, Gu Qingyu stuttered, her expression. Chapter 4 A hasty marriage license. Fu Sihan was unceremoniously expelled by Grandma Fu in the capital's elite circles. The formidable Fu Zong, who commanded respect and authority, appeared merely as a grandson who had yet to marry and thus failed to ease his family's concerns before his grandmother. His assistant inquired, Fu Zong, are you truly planning to marry Miss Mu? Weary, Fu Sihan massaged his temples. If obtaining a marriage certificate can bring her peace of mind given Grandma's poor health, then acquiring one is not a burden. Merely obtaining a certificate did not signify his acceptance of that young lady as his wife. Should she dare to act out of line, he had 100 ways to ensure she left with nothing. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian lay on her hospital bed, listening to the doctor's diagnosis of her condition. Miss Mu's vision can be restored through surgery, but it requires the expertise of a senior specialist from overseas, and the costs are exorbitant, amounting to at least 8 figures. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt her heart sink, yet she managed to muster a gentle smile. Thank you, doctor. I understand. 8 figures, how many years must she toil to earn such a sum? Even if she were to sell herself, she would still be unable to repay that debt. Thus, Mu Qianqian resolved to discreetly leave the hospital. She did not wish to burden her grandmother further. Not long after the doctor departed, Fu Sihan came to visit her, his voice cold as he questioned, who permitted you to leave the hospital? Lowering her head, Mu Qianqian replied, I'm sorry, I no longer wish to undergo treatment. Why not? The doctor said the surgery costs 8 figures, and I have no money. Fu Sihan spoke imperiously, did I not tell you, I will cover all your medical expenses? 8 figures, a sum that was but a trifling matter for the Fu family. Nervously clutching the blanket, Mu Qianqian protested, but such a large amount, even if I sold myself, I couldn't repay it. That depends on who you sell yourself to. Mu Qianqian, puzzled, raised her head, I do not understand your meaning. Sell yourself to me. A cold smile graced Fu Sihan's lips, as long as you become my wife, it is only just that I cover the surgical fees for my wife. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Mu Qianqian's heart. She was not one to covet wealth, marrying into a wealthy family was not something she yearned for, yet if there existed a chance to restore her sight, who would willingly forego it? She longed to heal her eyes and return to university. With this thought, Mu Qianqian firmly nodded, all right, I will marry you. This afternoon, I happen to be free. I will take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain the license. Ah, so soon? Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip nervously. Others clamored to marry into the Fu family, yet upon hearing this news, she felt no joy, only apprehension. In that fleeting moment of panic, Fu Sihan was reminded of a startled fawn in the forest, so adorably innocent. He smirked slightly, suddenly feeling that this marriage might not be so bad after all. At the very least, he would have someone like her, whose every thought was etched upon her face, by his side. Accustomed to the cunning of others. Chapter 5 My husband is a direct relative. Upon hearing her mother's words, Mu Qianqian felt a chill run down her spine. Struggling to suppress her sorrow, she asked, what husband? That 45-year-old cripple? Mu's mother retorted with scorn, don't forget that you are blind now, it's remarkable that someone is willing to take you, how dare you be picky, do you really think you are some kind of young lady? A lewd and unpleasant voice crackled through the phone, 20,000 in betrothal gifts for a college student? Are you trying to swindle me? Can your daughter even bear children? If she can't, you can forget about seeing a single cent. Changing her tone, Mu's mother assured him, rest assured, she is still a pure maiden, and will certainly be able to bear you a healthy son. That's excellent. My parents are eagerly awaiting a grandchild, 2 and 3 years. A young girl like her must be quite vigorous in bed. As Mu Qianqian listened to these words, her heart ached as if it were being twisted. Her own mother was selling her off just like that. Had she not encountered Mr. Fu, perhaps her parents would have found her and dragged her back to be sold to that lecherous cripple to bear children. What a bleak existence that would have been. Clutching her phone, she spoke with unwavering conviction, Mom, I am already married, and I will never return to that home again. She was no saint, nor was she someone who enjoyed being taken advantage of. Such family was not worth having. What, you're married? To whom? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Hello. Mu Qianqian abruptly hung up the phone. Her mother cursed under her breath, that ungrateful wretch, after all the effort I put into raising her. Mu's father, who was smoking nearby, changed his expression upon hearing the news. She told you she got married? That's surely a lie. Who would want a blind girl like her? Mu's mother was incredulous. The lecherous man with yellow teeth protested, but we agreed on a pure maiden. If she has lost her virtue, you can forget about the betrothal gifts. His impoverished family had scrounged to gather the 20,000 betrothal gifts, not to marry a tarnished woman. Mu's mother quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, that girl is very well behaved and would never misbehave. She has no place to go outside. She will return in a couple of days, and I will send her to you immediately." After Mu Qianqian got out of the car, she couldn't help but crouch by the roadside and weep. Her assistant handed her a pack of tissues. "Miss Mu, don't cry, they aren't worth your tears." Mu Qianqian handed her phone to him. "Could you please block my parents' contact information? I no longer wish to receive their calls." Such family would only utter heart-wrenching words. She had finally escaped and wished to sever all ties with them. Of course. The assistant complied with her request, adding her parents' and brothers' numbers to the blacklist. This way, they could no longer harass Mu Qianqian. "Miss Mu, please don't cry, it's not good for your eyes." "Thank you." Mu Qianqian wiped her tears and stood up resolutely. She still had surgery to undergo, and the doctor had warned her not to cry frequently, as it would be detrimental to her eyes. She had endured numerous hardships before, she could certainly overcome this one too. With her nose reddened from crying, she appeared both pitiful and alluring, her delicate, pale face strikingly beautiful. The assistant, having accompanied Fu Sihan and seen countless socialites and noble ladies throw themselves at him, found none to compare with the ethereal grace of the girl before him. Such a pure and unblemished young woman deserved someone like Mr. Fu. On the street, a luxury car passed by the hospital entrance. Inside the back seat, Lu Yunbai glanced out the window and inadvertently caught sight of Mu Qianqian's tear-streaked profile. His heart skipped a beat. He almost thought he was mistaken. The girl resembled a younger version of his mother so closely that he could hardly believe his eyes. For years, due to his sister's disappearance, his parents had been consumed by melancholy. The Lu family had mobilized all their connections, even seeking help from the Fu family, yet they had ultimately failed to locate her. His mother, burdened by guilt, was deteriorating day by day. If they couldn't find his sister, it might very well break her heart. "Stop the car," Lu Yunbai commanded the driver. He hurriedly exited the vehicle, but the girl had already vanished from the hospital entrance. His heart sank instantly. In the vast sea of people, was it merely a figment of his imagination? Unaware that someone was searching for her, Mu Qianqian had just settled back into bed for an examination when she received a call from her best friend, Li Siyu. They had been friends for many years, having attended the same schools together throughout middle and high school. They had both enrolled in the same university, but Mu Qianqian had temporarily withdrawn due to her injury. "Qianqian, I explained your situation to the school, but they require a direct relative to come in person to retain your enrollment. Otherwise, they will cancel it." Upon hearing this news, Mu Qianqian felt a surge of panic. "Cancel my enrollment? That can't happen. I worked so hard to get into university." If her enrollment were cancelled, she would resent herself for a lifetime. "Can you talk to your family and ask them to come handle the paperwork?" With a defeated expression, Mu Qianqian replied sorrowfully, "That's impossible. My parents have never supported my decision to attend university. They would surely urge the teachers to revoke my admission." Her parents had never been on her side. Licu was equally anxious for her. "What should we do? The teachers are pressing for it. A direct relative must come this week." Mu Qianqian felt on the verge of tears. Just then, a thought struck her. Would a husband count as a direct relative? Li Siyu paused for a moment. "Of course it counts." "But Qianqian, when did you get a husband?" "This morning." Recalling the incident, Mu Qianqian felt as though she were in a dream. She never imagined she would obtain a marriage certificate with a man she had never even met. She didn't even know his name or his identity. Licu asked worryingly, "Did you marry someone on impulse? What if he turns out to be a bad person?" Mu Qianqian pressed her lips together. "He is willing to cover my medical expenses. I believe he can't be a bad person. After all, with such exorbitant treatment costs, a person lacking in responsibility would have likely run away long ago." "What is your husband's name?" Mu Qianqian thought for a moment. "His surname is Fu." "It should be the same Fu as in money. I think he is called Mr. Fu. In the high society circles of the capital, there is no one with that surname. He might just be someone with a little bit of money." Li Siyu came from a well-off family and held a respectable position in their social circle. She had previously offered to help Mu Qianqian with her treatment, but Mu Qianqian had declined. She knew her family was greedy and would only complicate matters for Li Siyu. She didn't want to burden her good friend. Mu Qianqian smiled. "Well, I never expected to marry someone particularly wealthy. I wouldn't be able to keep up. It's most important for a couple to work hard together and enjoy life." Just as she finished speaking, Fu Sihan walked into the hospital room. Chapter 6. The comfort of the uncle. Mu Qianqian could not see anyone, yet she distinctly heard the sound of the door creaking open and footsteps approaching. "I'll hang up now. I will talk to you later." "All right."
Once the call ended, Li Siyu recalled a family named Fu. However, this Fu was not the same as the Fu mentioned by Mu Qianqian. The Fu family was indeed a top-tier, billion-dollar conglomerate, a family so prestigious that countless individuals yearned for even a fleeting glance at those in power. Qianqian was merely an ordinary girl. She could never hope to interact with them. She was certainly overthinking Dai in the hospital room. After ending the call, Mu Qianqian's lips curved into a gentle smile.
Uncle Fu, you're here.
This surprised Fu Sihan slightly.
How did you know it was me? I can recognize your footsteps, Mu Qianqian explained obediently.
Fu Sihan curled his lips in a faint smile. She appeared somewhat dazed, yet her ears were remarkably perceptive. Fu Sihan informed her, I am here to tell you that the overseas doctor has been scheduled, and he will come in a couple of days to perform your surgery.
Once the procedure is complete, you will be able to leave the hospital. Mu Qianqian's heart leapt with excitement. Uncle, once the surgery is done, will I be able to regain my sight? Not immediately. A period of recovery is necessary.
This news was enough to make Mu Qianqian feel as though she could leap for joy. How wonderful it would be to see again the azure sky, the verdant trees, and the warm, bright sun would all once again fill her. Chapter 7.
Moving into a new home, Mu Qianqian licked her lips in anticipation and inquired, what is the gift?
Fu Sihan placed a cool, square object into her hands. As Mu Qianqian explored its surface, she immediately recognized what it was.
A mobile phone.
Although she had never purchased this particular model, she had seen her close friend, Li Siyu, using it, and thus she quickly discerned that it was the latest high-end smartphone, quite costly indeed.
Fu Sihan asked, do you like it?
Mu Qianqian nodded her head repeatedly in gratitude, I do. She had long yearned for a new phone. Her old one was painfully sluggish, and the volume could not be adjusted. Receiving an unsolicited advertisement in the middle of the night would startle her awake. Cradling her new phone with affection, she sincerely expressed, Uncle Fu, you are truly wonderful. She never anticipated that she would witness such a day of renewal. Not only had Uncle Fu restored her vision, but he had also gifted her a new phone, preserved her academic status, and even offered her a place to stay at his home in the future. His kindness was a debt she could never repay. Upon hearing her compliment, a flicker of surprise swept across Fu Sihan's eyes. He had heard many claim him to be cold-blooded and ruthless, yet this was the first instance someone praised him. Perhaps when she eventually learned of his true identity, she would regret uttering such words. After all, he had never been known for his leniency. I have matters to attend to. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with the housekeeper or my assistant, Fu Sihan stated as he approached the door of the ward, gripping the doorknob.
My phone number has been saved in your device, set as your emergency contact.
You may call me for important matters, but please refrain from doing so excessively. He had not intended to take such a step, considering Mu Qianqian was merely his nominal wife, and they had yet to establish a true marital bond. However, his grandmother had incessantly urged him, saying that Qianqian was a pitiful child and to treat her with kindness. Fu Sihan, weary of her entreaties, had no choice but to comply. Understood, I will not disturb you, Mu Qianqian replied obediently. Her new phone was equipped with a voice assistant, allowing her to issue commands effortlessly. The housekeeper assisted her in transferring the SIM card from her old phone to the new one, along with her friends' and close acquaintances' contact information.
Mu Qianqian instructed the phone assistant, call Li Siyu.
The phone dialed Li Siyu's number.
Qianqian, why are you calling me, can you see now?
Li Siyu exclaimed, surprised. Mu Qianqian beamed, I just completed the surgery. The doctor mentioned I would fully recover in due time. Moreover, with my new phone, I can use voice commands to make calls.
You bought a new phone, who got it for you?
Mu Qianqian hesitated momentarily, a hint of shyness creeping in as she replied, I mean my husband. Who would have thought your husband would be so considerate, thinking of even such details? Hearing that her friend had found a good match, Li Siyu felt a wave of relief. Where does your husband work? What does he look like? He seems to be an employee at the Fu Group, but I haven't seen his appearance yet. If it weren't for my daily commitments at school, I would genuinely want to visit you at the hospital, not to mention catch a glimpse of your husband.
After all, you are quite the aesthetic appreciator. What if he turns out to be less than pleasing to the eye? Wouldn't that be quite unfortunate for you? Mu Qianqian chuckled lightly, it doesn't matter. Even if he is not handsome, I would willingly be by his side. After all, Uncle Fu had treated her with such kindness. Even if he were unattractive, she would gladly spend her life with him. One must be grateful, and Mu Qianqian was not one to lack appreciation. The school has assigned you a dormitory. I have submitted your contact details, so you may receive invitations to join the dormitory group. Alright, sounds good. Rest well.
The instructor just blew the whistle for us to assemble. Sigh, after such a long period of military training, I feel utterly exhausted. Li Siyu envied Mu Qianqian for being spared from the grueling experience. Mu Qianqian bid her farewell. You should hurry along, lest you be late and face the instructor's reprimand. After hanging up, a notification from her phone assistant chimed. Fang Yanran has requested to add you as a friend.
Mu Qianqian called out to the housekeeper outside, Aunt Lu, could you please come in for a moment? Could you assist me with my phone?
Please help me accept my roommate's friend request. The housekeeper tapped a few times on the phone, granting her the request.
Thank you.
Mu Qianqian was added to a small group of 4, though she was unaware that she had inadvertently been included in the class group. Without any identifier, no one knew who she was. The group buzzed with lively discussions. Did you hear? Someone in our class hasn't shown up for registration and is skipping military training. The school hasn't expelled her.
I heard she is ill and couldn't participate in military training. Ha, how convenient. She wasn't sick during the college entrance exams, but suddenly falls ill during military training. Do you believe these excuses?
She is probably some privileged individual, who would have thought that even in college, there are backdoor deals?
How unfortunate.
We'll find out whether she is a privileged slacker when she returns to school. Mu Qianqian had already closed her phone, oblivious to the chatter surrounding her. After the surgery, she was allowed to leave the hospital early. Her assistant drove her to the Mingyuan community near the finance university. The housekeeper held Mu Qianqian's hand, guiding her upstairs and into the house. Miss Mu, this residence is located in Building 5, Unit 2, Room 1314.
Okay, I will remember.
Mu Qianqian settled onto the soft sofa, nodding in acknowledgement. Aunt Lu mentioned, I live in the adjacent room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me.
Aunt Lu, how many rooms are there in total?
There are 4 rooms altogether. Aside from the master and secondary bedrooms, there is also a study and a children's room.
Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment. I will take the secondary bedroom for now. Will you not be staying with Mr. Fu?
Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never shared living quarters with a man before, let alone sleeping in the same bed. She had never even shared a kiss or embrace. The sudden prospect of sharing a room with her nominal husband left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Then allow me to lead you to the secondary bedroom. Aunt Lu gently supported her arm as they proceeded to the room. Knowing of Mu Qianqian's visual impairment, Grandma Fu had arranged for the removal of excess furniture from the home beforehand. The sharp edges of tables and chairs had been covered with protective padding to ensure that even if Mu Qianqian stumbled, she would not sustain injury. Aunt Lu prepared lunch for her. After the meal, she brought Mu Qianqian a cup of goat's milk. This was specifically instructed by Mr. Fu to help replenish your nutrition. The nutritional value of goat's milk surpasses that of cow's milk. Mu Qianqian, having grown up malnourished, needed to compensate for the lack of protein in her diet.
Please thank him on my behalf.
She accepted the warm glass, pinching her nose as she drank it down. This was Uncle Fu's thoughtful gesture, and she could not let it go unappreciated. A commotion arose at the door. Mr. Fu has returned. Mu Qianqian's heart tightened. Chapter 8. The uncle takes her shopping. As Fu Sihan returned home, the maid discreetly vacated the premises, retreating to the adjacent room. Only the two of them remained in the house. Mu Qianqian nervously tugged at the hem of her dress, stuttering, You uncle.
Dressed in a pristine white floral dress, she resembled a delicate jasmine swaying in the breeze.
The little girl had just finished her milk, and a smudge of white residue lingered at the corners of her rosy lips, giving her an adorably naive appearance.
Have you gathered everything? Mu Qianqian replied timidly, Not yet.
Without room for argument, Fu Sihan declared, Let us go, I'll take you shopping. Mu Qianqian was somewhat taken aback. No need, Uncle Wan can take me.
Uncle Wan was Fu Sihan's assistant.
Hearing her refer to him as uncle, an inexplicable displeasure washed over Fu Sihan.
What did you call him? His tone turned icy, enveloped in a chilling aura. Mu Qianqian, frightened, fell silent. From now on, call him Assistant Wang. She cautiously responded, I understand. Come with me.
Fu Sihan took the glass cup from her hand and placed it on the table before grasping her wrist and leading her out of the room. He was notoriously fastidious, usually averse to the company of frivolous women, yet, to his surprise, holding the hand of this naive girl evoked no feelings of disgust within him. Perhaps it was because she bore no scent of cosmetics, only a subtle fragrance of flowers and milk.
Uncle, why are you personally taking me shopping? Mu Qianqian inquired curiously. Fu Sihan's expression darkened. Don't ask so many questions. He had initially been preoccupied with a meeting, but after enduring a barrage of phone calls from the elderly matriarch,
he had no choice but to abandon his work to care for this little blind girl.
She is your wife. If you don't take care of her, who will? Had been the words of old lady Fu. After being inexplicably scolded by Fu Sihan, Mu Qianqian lowered her head, looking somewhat dejected. Fu Sihan felt a pang of irritation. However, he was not adept at comforting others, especially not a sensitive young girl. Women were troublesome. Spotting a vendor selling candied hawthorn, he casually asked, "Would you like some candied hawthorn?" The little girl he held finally lifted her head, hesitantly replying, "Yes." Not only was she a connoisseur of beauty, but she also had a fondness for food. Fu Sihan instructed his assistant to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorn, and Mu Qianqian delightedly licked the sugary coating, looking utterly satisfied. Observing her like a child experiencing something new, Fu Sihan scoffed, "Is a skewer of candied hawthorn enough to make you this happy?" Mu Qianqian softly replied, "I've never had it before.
My mother only bought it for my brother." Once, when her craving had become unbearable, she had sneakily licked the stick of candied hawthorn her brother had finished. The sweet taste lingered in her memory. Fu Sihan's expression stiffened, feeling a tad uncomfortable. Once they boarded the car, Mu Qianqian noticed it was a different vehicle. This was not the plush car she had previously been in. This one had somewhat firmer seats. She was oblivious to the fact that this was a modest vehicle Fu Sihan had purposely purchased, costing only 200,000 to 300,000. With her impending recovery of sight, he wished to conceal his wealth from her for the time being. Whether she was truly innocent or possessed hidden depths, Fu Sihan could not yet ascertain. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Fu Sihan guided Mu Qianqian out of the car. Walking past the dazzling array of shelves, Mu Qianqian could only discern vague outlines through the white cloth covering her eyes, rendering her incapable of selecting items herself. "What color do you want for the toothbrush and cup?" she replied sweetly, "I want pink." Fu Sihan placed the pink toiletries into the shopping cart. "What about the towel?" "Pink as well, I suppose." As they approached the shelf for bath towels, Fu Sihan's breath hitched slightly, his gaze darkening as he coldly tossed a pink bath towel into the cart. While shopping, Mu Qianqian sensed the penetrating stares of those around them directed at them. Assuming it was her odd appearance with the cloth over her eyes that attracted attention, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her and involuntarily slowed her pace. However, Fu Sihan, tall and long-legged, quickly outpaced her, creating a distance between them. In the bustling supermarket, Mu Qianqian stood helplessly, calling out, "Uncle, uncle," but receiving no response. She felt akin to a forsaken kitten abandoned on the roadside, surrounded by an atmosphere both strange and perilous. Her heart sank further. Fearful of colliding with others, she curled up on the floor, hugging her knees. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen. After a couple of minutes, Fu Sihan hurriedly approached, finding her in the corner. "What are you doing squatting here?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, the shadows clouding Mu Qianqian's heart dissipated. She sprang up and threw herself into his embrace, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Uncle, I finally found you." The little girl's complexion was pale, her hands cold. She must have truly been frightened. Seeing this, Fu Sihan softened his demeanor, deciding to treat her as a child who had yet to mature. "How much longer do you intend to cling to me?" Fu Sihan spoke coolly. Mu Qianqian's face flushed as she hastily withdrew from his embrace. She had been so terrified that she had instinctively leaped into his arms, feeling rather indiscreet. However, the mature and refreshing scent of sandalwood emanating from him was undeniably pleasant. Continuing to hold Mu Qianqian's hand tightly as they resumed shopping, Fu Sihan remained vigilant, fearful that this little blind girl might wander off again. On their way back, Mu Qianqian kept her hands pressed against her abdomen. As she stepped out of the car, Fu Sihan's gaze fell upon a stark red stain on the back of her dress. "Wait." Mu Qianqian halted, asking, "Uncle, what is wrong?" Fu Sihan's expression grew slightly awkward. "You stay in the car for a moment." "Oh, all right." Obediently, she did not inquire further and fumbled her way back into the car, waiting patiently. Fu Sihan made his way to the nearest convenience store, heading straight for the feminine hygiene aisle. Having never purchased such items for a woman before, he was unsure how to choose, ultimately selecting the most expensive packages based on the labels. The cashier had been stealing glances at him. A strikingly handsome man like him was a rare sight, not just for his looks but also for the icy aura that surrounded him, deterring anyone from approaching. Little did she know, the handsome man was there to buy sanitary napkins for his girlfriend. The cashier sighed inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunity. Carrying a bag of sanitary napkins, Fu Sihan's expression hardened further, causing any young woman contemplating striking up a conversation to hesitate. Upon returning to the car, he led Mu Qianqian upstairs, tossing the sanitary napkins to her with a brusque tone. "You know how to change it, right?" Realizing the stickiness on her clothing, Mu Qianqian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She had unexpectedly gotten her period, staining her dress and requiring her husband, whom she had never met before, to buy her sanitary napkins. Oh dear, how utterly mortifying. Uncle Fu would surely find her repulsive. Chapter 9. Discovering the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Mu Qianqian, whose vision was impaired, ultimately requested Aunt Lu to assist her in changing into clean clothing. However, she could still discern a vague outline and managed the task of changing her sanitary pad in the restroom unaided. As Mu Qianqian emerged from the bathroom, she found Fu Sikan engaged in a phone call with his secretary. Mr. Fu, we have found out that the car that struck the old matriarch was bribed by the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Fu Sikan's eyes.
Understood. Fu Sikan was not one to show mercy.
Anyone who incurred his wrath would face ruthless retribution. This woman had dared to touch his sore spot and could not be spared. Fu Sikan had heard of the adopted daughter of the Lu family in the past. The Lu family had lost a daughter and had mobilized every resource to search for her, even seeking assistance from the Fu family, only to ultimately fail in their quest. Consequently, the Lu family casually adopted a girl, publicly claiming her to be their long-lost daughter. Only a select few were privy to the truth. She was merely an adopted daughter without any blood ties.
Once Fu Sikan finished his call, Mu Qianqian softly inquired, "Uncle Fu, will you be staying here tonight?" Fu Sikan cast a cold glance in her direction. That single look plunged Mu Qianqian into Chapter 10.
The uncle cares for the sick Qianqian. Upon returning from the Fu family, Lu Yunbai immediately instructed someone to investigate the recent activities of Lu Yunxiang. Sure enough, they uncovered some clues. "Wretched woman, who gave you the audacity to drive into Madame Fu, do you wish to bring ruin upon the Lu family?" Lu Yunbai stormed into Lu Yunxiang's room, kicking her door open. The door slammed against the wall with a resounding thud, only to rebound violently. Lu Yunxiang, who had harbored a glimmer of hope that she would remain undetected, had severely underestimated the influence of the wealthy. With a forced smile, she ingratiated herself, saying, "Brother, it's not as you think, it was a mistake made in haste, not intentional." She was clad in a white dress, with the room adorned in soft pink hues. "I am not your brother," Lu Yunbai replied coldly. Observing this woman, who bore a faint resemblance to his sister, feigning such sycophantic expressions, he felt a wave of revulsion. "Not intentional? Humph, do you think I would believe that? If it were unintentional, why were you even there?" Lu Yunbai tossed several surveillance photos onto the coffee table. The footage clearly captured Lu Yunxiang lurking in the shadows, poised to rush out and intervene. Was this what she called an accident? It was evident she had malicious intent, foolishly attempting to stage a scene to deceive Madame Fu and curry favor with the Fu family. Upon seeing the surveillance photos, Lu Yunxiang quickly flipped through them, her immediate reaction a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hadn't captured that woman. On that day, she had intended to rush out to save Madame Fu, but she had been frozen in place upon seeing a face strikingly similar to her adoptive mother's. By the time she regained her composure, Madame Fu had already been rescued by that woman. Lu Yunxiang adopted a seductive demeanor, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. "Brother, I am doing this for the good of the Lu family. Our family is weak. If I could align myself with Mr. Fu, wouldn't our family ascend to greater heights?" A flicker of scorn crossed Lu Yunbai's gaze. "Fool. Do you honestly think Mr. Fu would even consider you? He should show this to their parents, so they could see just how foolish their adopted child truly was." Countless socialites aspired to Mr. Fu's bed, but what had become of them? Each tale was more disgraceful than the last. Did she truly believe that as a mere pretender to royalty, she could capture Mr. Fu's attention? It was nothing short of a delusion. Lu Yunxiang's face shifted between crimson and pale, tears welling in her eyes. "Brother, I understand my mistake, please forgive me this once. After all, the Fu family has no idea it was me. I handled it quite discreetly. I will simply be more cautious next time." Smack, a resounding slap echoed against her face. Lu Yunxiang, in disbelief, covered her cheek and looked at Lu Yunbai, who was usually as gentle as jade, astonished to witness such fury from him for the first time. Her elder brother had actually struck her. "Once was not enough for you, do you still desire a second chance? If it weren't for the Fu family giving the Lu family face, you would already be languishing in a prison cell." Lu Yunbai seethed, wishing he could cast this woman away. His eyes glinted with malice as he spat, "Still dreaming of being Mrs. Fu? Have you looked in the mirror lately to see who has afforded you your current status? Were it not for the Lu family, she would be begging on the streets, not enjoying the life of a young lady today." To his astonishment, her insatiable greed extended beyond luxury cars and villas. She yearned to climb the heights of the Fu family. Her ambitions were as lofty as they were misguided. Such a foolish and malevolent person was unworthy of being his sister. Lu Yunbai commanded his assistant, "Cancel all her cards. From now on, have someone follow her whenever she goes out to prevent her from causing any more trouble." With that, he turned and left. The sting of humiliation burned on Lu Yunxiang's face. How dare Lu Yunbai strike her in front of so many servants? She would remember this grievance. They sought a true sister. She would find a way to ensure his biological sister would never return. A sinister glint flickered in Mu Qianqian's eyes. Mu Qianqian had been residing in Mingyuan community for several days without catching a glimpse of Uncle Fu. She inquired with the housekeeper, who also seemed unaware of the situation, merely comforting her with, "Miss Mu, please do not worry. Focus on recuperating. Mr. Fu is likely just too busy with work to come home." Is that truly the case? Yet, why hadn't he even called her? A slight sense of disappointment welled up within Mu Qianqian. Seated in the living room watching television, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep on the sofa. When Fu Sihan returned, he found her clad in a thin dress, sleeping on the couch without a cover. His expression immediately darkened. "Get up," he called, standing before the sofa with a chill in his voice. Mu Qianqian, her petite form curled up, seemed not to hear him. Fu Sihan raised his voice, "Hurry and get up." Yet, the figure on the sofa remained unresponsive. Noticing her face bore an unusual flush, he touched her forehead with the back of his hand, finding it scalding. This action finally roused Mu Qianqian from her slumber. "Uncle Fu, you're back," she murmured, her voice soft and sleepy. "How did you know it was me?" "I can smell your scent," Mu Qianqian replied, her smile sweet and innocent, reminiscent of an unworldly child. Fu Sihan carried the mature, crisp fragrance of sandalwood. Each time she caught a whiff, it brought her a sense of tranquility. "Uncle Fu, have you been very busy lately? You haven't had time to come home?" Fu Sihan's expression shifted slightly. In truth, he harbored some doubts regarding the adopted daughter of the Lu family, which deterred him from visiting her. The reason for his appearance today was due to his grandmother's relentless urging, compelling him to check on her. He hadn't intended to stay long. A brief glance was all he planned. Mu Qianqian, seeking comfort, tugged at his sleeve, her cheeks warm, her voice weak. "Uncle, please don't work too hard. Remember to take care of yourself. Once I graduate from university, I will help share the burden of providing for our family." I seem to have a slight headache. Mu Qianqian finally realized she felt unwell. Fu Sihan scoffed lightly. "You didn't even know you had a fever? Truly a fool." Mu Qianqian tilted her head in confusion. "Do I have a fever?" "Yes." "Who told you to sleep on the sofa without covering yourself?" Fu Sihan retrieved a blanket from the air-conditioned room and draped it over her. He then called his assistant, "Send the family doctor over to Mingyuan as quickly as possible." Mu Qianqian's mind felt foggy, her body devoid of strength. "Uncle," but when one is unwell, they instinctively think of the person they rely on most. Hearing her call for him repeatedly in a frail, kitten-like voice, Fu Sihan's eyes darkened with complexity. This woman, was she truly deeply scheming, or was she genuinely innocent and kind? "Uncle, I feel so unwell." Mu Qianqian's head spun as if it might split, her voice tinged with a whimper. Fu Sihan exhaled deeply, retrieving an ice pack from the refrigerator and placing it against her forehead, separated by a towel. Mu Qianqian's body burned with heat, and at that moment, she felt the coolness against her brow, as if a refreshing spring had flowed in, alleviating her discomfort. "It will soon pass." Hearing Uncle Fu's deep voice, her restless heart finally found solace. Chapter 11. Administering her medication. The family doctor arrived to conduct a brief physical examination on Mu Qianqian and prescribed some medication. "Rest assured, sir, Miss Mu is not in any serious condition. A dose of antipyretics will suffice." Fu Sihan replied nonchalantly, "I will instruct Wang Yong to inform the finance department regarding your bonus." The doctor promptly expressed his gratitude. "You are too kind, there is no need to award me a bonus for such a trivial matter." Having served the Fu family for many years, he had earned considerably more than he would elsewhere. Not only was his regular salary high, but each time he was called to attend to a case, he received an additional bonus. Fu Sihan coldly remarked, "Your loyalty to the Fu family ensures that your compensation will naturally be substantial." Indeed. After the family doctor departed, Fu Sihan intended to summon a nanny to care for Mu Qianqian. However, she grasped the hem of his garment, sleepily murmuring, "Uncle, don't go, take your medicine." Fu Sihan poured her a glass of warm water. Mu Qianqian sat up, but her body was devoid of strength, rendering her unable to maintain her balance. Fu Sihan, with a furrowed brow, had no choice but to let her lean against him. He roughly placed the tablets into her mouth, pressing the glass against her lips, commanding, "Drink." Mu Qianqian sipped the water in small gulps. After finishing, she grimaced, "I can't swallow it." "Open your mouth, let me see," Fu Sihan ordered. As he spoke, his breath brushed against her face, warm and slightly ticklish. Mu Qianqian's heart raced, and she slowly parted her lips, the white tablet resting on her tongue. "Such a fool," Fu Sihan muttered, exasperated by her troublesome nature. Delicate and clingy, she presented numerous challenges. Detecting the disdain in his voice, Mu Qianqian lowered her head in a pitiful manner, striving to swallow the tablet, yet without water, she found it impossible. The bitterness spread across her tongue, contorting her small face in distress. "Drink." Fu Sihan offered her a generous sip of water, pinching her chin and lifting it. Startled, Mu Qianqian swallowed the tablet along with the water in one gulp. She touched her throat and murmured, "So this is how one takes medicine."
Has no one ever taught you? Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, I've never taken medicine before.
In the past, when she fell ill, even a bowl of hot water was a luxury. She had to endure it alone, and her small bed. No one had ever informed her how to swallow pills. Fu Sikan's gaze flickered momentarily, and he refrained from scolding her for her ignorance.
Open wide.
The remaining tablets were similarly administered in a brusque manner. Mu Qianqian's chin turned red from his grip, the once fair skin marked with two vivid impressions. Her rosy lips glistened with moisture, tender and inviting. Fu Sikan found his throat dry and instinctively poured himself a glass of water. After drinking, he suddenly realized it was the very cup Mu Qianqian had used. His expression stiffened, and he placed the glass heavily on the nightstand.
Uncle Fu, what's wrong?
Fu Sikan cleared his throat, his jaw tense. It's nothing.
Mu Qianqian softly inquired, Uncle, is it because I dirtied your car before that you're upset?
Had she not brought it up, Fu Sikan would have long forgotten the incident. For him, staining a car was no issue at all. Fu Sikan asked, why would you think that? Because you haven't visited me these past few days. I wondered if I had done something wrong. After much contemplation, Mu Qianqian concluded that perhaps her previous untidiness had angered him. Fu Sikan's gaze was intense as he scrutinized her, not missing a single expression on her face. I discovered that there was someone orchestrating the accident involving my grandmother.
Mu Qianqian gasped in surprise. Someone wanted to harm grandmother?
Not exactly. Fu Sikan pressed his lips together. That person intended to take advantage of the situation to save her, hoping she would be grateful. Mu Qianqian, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, even if they wished to deceive grandmother into gratitude, they shouldn't resort to such methods. It is far too dangerous. What if grandmother gets hurt? Her sense of justice was palpable, her cheeks puffed in anger, eager to confront that person immediately. Even Fu Sikan, accustomed to various cunning individuals, could not discern a hint of guilt or panic on Mu Qianqian's face. Was she truly innocent, or was her ability to disguise her feelings so proficient that even he was fooled? We must report this to the authorities and apprehend that individual. Such a person harbors malicious intentions.
Who knows what dreadful acts they might commit next?
Yes, I have already contacted the police.
That's good.
Mu Qianqian sighed in relief. No one wished to be targeted by such individuals. Reporting them was the most prudent course of action. Throughout the ordeal, Mu Qianqian remained oblivious to the fact that this was Fu Sikan testing her. Her simple mind could not fathom such complexities. After taking her medicine, Mu Qianqian felt even hotter and discreetly extended her feet from beneath the covers. Just as Fu Sikan was about to rise and leave, he caught sight of her little movement and felt a wave of exasperation. He coldly commanded, retract your feet.
Did she not realize she was on her period and unwell?
She showed no regard for her own health.
Oh. Mu Qianqian obediently tucked her feet back under the covers.
If I catch you sleeping on the sofa again, don't blame me for tossing you out the window. His voice was so frigid it could freeze water, devoid of any trace of jest. Mu Qianqian's heart raced in fright, and she pulled the covers up, hiding completely. I won't dare again. Fu Sikan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Now, that's more like it. Initially intending to return to the company to handle matters, he received a phone call from Grandma Fu, who had learned of Mu Qianqian's illness from the doctor.
What happened to Qianqian?
Is she alright? She just had eye surgery. She cannot afford any complications. Fu Sikan pressed his fingertips to his brow. Do not worry, Grandma, she merely has a cold and fever. It's nothing serious.
Only then did Grandma Fu relax. Are you at Mingyuan now? I was about to head back to the company. Don't return.
Handle everything at Mingyuan. Qianqian's health has never been robust, and I cannot rest easy knowing she is alone there for the night. Don't forget, she is your legal wife now. You ought to show her some care.
Fu Sikan's lips twitched. Understood. With the elder stating it so plainly, he could hardly refuse. It seemed that this evening, he would have to remain at Mingyuan.
Chapter 11. Administering her medication. The family doctor arrived to conduct a brief physical examination on Mu Qianqian and prescribed her some medication. Rest assured, sir, Miss Mu is not in serious condition.
A dose of antipyretic will suffice.
Very well,
Fu Sikan replied nonchalantly. I shall instruct Wang Yong to inform the finance department regarding your bonus.
The doctor hurriedly expressed his gratitude. You are too kind, sir. For such a trivial matter, there is no need for a bonus. After working for the Fu family for so many years, he had already earned far more than he would anywhere else. Not only was his regular salary high, but he also received an additional bonus each time he was called for a consultation. Fu Sikan coldly remarked, your loyalty to the Fu family will not go unrewarded.
Indeed.
Once the family doctor departed, Fu Sikan intended to summon the maid to attend to Mu Qianqian. However, she grasped the hem of his garment and groggily pleaded, "Uncle, don't go, take your medicine," Fu Sikan said, pouring her a glass of warm water. Mu Qianqian attempted to sit up but found herself lacking strength, unable to steady herself. Furrowing his brow, Fu Sikan allowed her to lean against him. That he roughly placed the tablets into her mouth and held the glass to her lips, commanding, "Drink."
Mu Qianqian sipped cautiously. After finishing, she grimaced, "I can't swallow it." "Open your mouth, let me see," Fu Sikan ordered.
As he spoke, his breath brushed against her face, warm and slightly ticklish. Mu Qianqian's heart raced as she slowly opened her mouth, the white tablet resting on her tongue. "How foolish," Fu Sikan muttered, his annoyance flaring at her troublesome demeanor, delicate yet clingy, always demanding. Sensing the disdain in his voice, Mu Qianqian lowered her head, striving to swallow the tablet, yet, without water, she found it impossible, the bitterness spreading across her tongue, contorting her small face in distaste. "Drink," Fu Sikan insisted, offering her a generous gulp of water, pinching her chin and lifting it. Startled, Mu Qianqian swallowed both the tablet and the water in one go. She touched her throat and murmured, "So that's how one takes medicine."
"Has no one ever taught you?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No, I've never taken medicine before."
In the past, when she fell ill, she couldn't even have a bowl of hot water, forced to endure on that small bed. No one had ever informed her on how to swallow pills. Fu Sikan's gaze flickered, refraining from chastising her further.
"Open your mouth."
The remaining tablets were administered in the same brusque manner. Mu Qianqian's chin turned red from his grip, her once fair skin marked by two vivid impressions. Her rosy lips glistened with moisture, tender and alluring. Fu Sikan felt a dryness in his throat, instinctively reaching for a glass of water. After drinking, he suddenly realized he had used the cup Mu Qianqian had just employed. His expression stiffened as he placed the glass heavily on the bedside table.
"Uncle, what's wrong?" Fu Sikan cleared his throat, jaw tense. "It's nothing." Mu Qianqian softly inquired, "Uncle, is it because I dirtied your car before that you're upset?" Had she not brought it up, Fu Sikan would have long forgotten the incident. To him, a dirty car was inconsequential, he could simply switch to another. Fu Sikan asked, "What makes you think that?" Because you haven't come to see me these past few days, I thought perhaps I had done something wrong." After much contemplation, Mu Qianqian concluded that her previous clumsiness, which had resulted in her soiling his car, might be the cause of his displeasure. Fu Sikan's gaze bore into her, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. "I have discovered that someone was behind the accident involving my grandmother." Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Someone wanted to harm grandmother?" "Not exactly," Fu Sikan pressed his lips together. "The individual intended to use the situation to save her, hoping she would feel grateful." Mu Qianqian, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Even if they wished to deceive grandmother into gratitude, they should not resort to such dangerous measures. What if grandmother were to get hurt?" Her sense of justice flared, her cheeks puffed in anger, eager to confront the perpetrator. Despite Fu Sikan's familiarity with deceitful individuals, he could not detect a hint of guilt or panic on Mu Qianqian's face. Was it that she was truly innocent, or was her ability to feign composure so remarkable that even he was deceived? "We must report this to the authorities and apprehend that person. Such a person with nefarious intentions could commit even more terrible acts in the future." "Yes, I have already contacted the police." "That is good," Mu Qianqian sighed in relief. No one wished to be targeted by such individuals, and reporting them was the best course of action. Throughout the ordeal, Mu Qianqian remained oblivious to the fact that Fu Sikan was testing her. Her simple mind could not fathom such complexities. After taking her medication, Mu Qianqian felt even warmer and discreetly extended her feet from under the blankets. As Fu Sikan was about to rise to leave, he caught sight of her small movement and felt a wave of exasperation. "Coldly," he commanded, "tuck your feet back in." Did she not realize she was on her period and unwell? She ought to take better care of her health. "Oh," Mu Qianqian obediently retracted her feet. "If I see you sleeping on the sofa again, do not blame me for tossing you out the window." His voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any hint of jest. Mu Qianqian's heart quivered in fear, pulling the blanket over herself. "I won't dare do that again." Fu Sikan smirked with satisfaction. "Now that's more like it." Initially intending to return to the company to handle affairs, he received an immediate phone call from Grandma Fu, who had learned of Mu Qianqian's illness from the doctor. "What happened to Qianqian?" "Is she all right? She just had eye surgery, nothing must go awry." Fu Sikan pressed his fingers to his temple, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Grandma, she merely has a cold and fever. It is nothing serious." "Only then did Grandma Fu relax. Are you at Mingyuan?"
On my way back to the company. Don't return. Handle everything at Mu Qianqian is already in poor health. I cannot bear the thought of her being alone there for a night.
Do not forget, she is your legal wife now. You ought to show some concern. Fu Saikon's lips twitched slightly. Understood. With the elderly lady insisting, he could not refuse any further. It seemed he would have to spend the night at Mingyuan after all. Chapter 12. Is my husband unattractive? Madame Fu remarked over the phone. By the way, that young man from the Lu family visited today and spoke quite a few flattering words. I felt sorry for them, having lost a daughter, so I gave him a little encouragement. After all, being a mother herself, Madame Fu could not help but soften when she empathized with the situation of the Lu family. Fu Sihan's voice was cold, tinged with a palpable hostility. Grandmother, your kindness is commendable, but let us not forget that their family has dared to scheme against the Fu family, even targeting your own interests. The notion that they would plot against his family struck a deep chord with Fu Sihan. This is merely the personal decision of the Lu family's adopted daughter. There is no need to involve the rest of the Lu family, Madame Fu advised. Her reasoning was guided by a deeper consideration. After all, Fu Sihan was the sole heir of the Fu family, without the support of any brothers. She feared that if her grandson made too many enemies, he might be targeted and betrayed by other powerful families in the future. Fu Sihan, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned Madame Fu's intentions. With a scornful snort, his tone radiated an air of superiority. Grandmother, you need not worry, these rabble are hardly worthy of my concern. The Fu family had long been an indomitable force in Beishur, and anyone daring to provoke them would only be courting disaster. Madame Fu sighed. It is not the gentlemen we fear, but the petty individuals. Now that you have established a family, you must consider Qianqian's safety in your actions. She was not concerned about the tactics of the business world. She knew her grandson's capabilities better than anyone. However, she feared the underhanded schemes of those with unscrupulous intentions. I understand, I will be more cautious in the future, he replied.
I have heard that the Lu family has already punished that adopted daughter.
For now, let us give the Lu family a reprieve. If someone steps out of line again, we can address it then. You seem to have quite an affection for the Lu family? Fu Sihan keenly noticed the old lady's unusual enthusiasm.
Madame Fu smiled mysteriously. Some secrets are meant to remain undisclosed. She was still in the process of investigating the matter and chose not to share it with her grandson, fearing it might lead to an empty celebration. After hanging up, Fu Sihan instructed his assistant to deliver the computer and documents to Mingyuan community. He did not return to the office but instead settled in the living room to attend to various affairs. That evening, Mu Qianqian got up for a glass of water and heard the sound of typing. She groped her way to the living room. Uncle, you haven't left yet? Fu Sihan had just finished sending a work email and turned to her leisurely. This is my home. Why would I leave? I misspoke. Chapter 13. Do you think I'm ugly? Fu Sihan gazed at her retreating figure, and as he recalled her words from earlier, he suddenly felt a tightening in his lower abdomen. He had practiced abstinence for many years and had never experienced such a sensation before. Fu Sihan loosened his tie and downed nearly half a glass of cold water in one gulp, managing to suppress the unwelcome heat that had arisen within him. After Mu Qianqian recovered from her illness, she expressed to Fu Sihan her desire to return to school. I fear that if I delay too long, I will fall behind in my studies. The School of Finance and Economics is one of the top institutions in the country, with a curriculum of significant difficulty. If she continued to miss classes, she might very well fail several subjects by the end of the semester. Are you certain you can attend classes? Just a moment ago, I heard you coughing, Fu Sihan inquired. Mu Qianqian felt a tickle in her throat but refrained from coughing. I can manage my daily activities now, so attending classes should pose no issue. Seeing her determination, Fu Sihan nodded. If you wish to go, then by all means. The School of Finance and Economics was conveniently located near their residence, making it easy for Mu Qianqian to attend classes. Should I return to the dormitory? She asked. Fu Sihan smirked, his tone casual. Is Mrs. Fu suggesting that I should return to an empty house every day? Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly. Chapter 14. The embrace of the uncle. On this particular night, Mu Qianqian was struck by a fever in the dead of night. Fu Sihan was still engrossed in his work, bearing the weight of the vast Fu group on his shoulders, with myriad concerns to attend to. Hearing faint whimpers emanating from the adjacent room, he approached the door and knocked gently. Qianqian? Mu Qianqian was ensnared in a deep nightmare, her cheeks devoid of color, and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Clutching her blanket, she trembled. Go away, leave me alone, where are you taking me? Fu Sihan, upon hearing her fragmented utterances, felt a surge of worry and pushed the door open. Mu Qianqian appeared entrapped by her nightmares, writhing on the bed like a drowning soul. No, I will not go to this house, this is not my home. Qianqian. Fu Sihan grasped her shoulders, shaking her gently. Yet, she did not awaken. Placing his hand on her forehead, he found it burning with fever.
How is it that you have fallen ill again?
The frail body of the little blind girl was truly delicate. A mere cold had lingered far too long without improvement. At such a late hour, Fu Sihan refrained from calling the family doctor to come over. With dual doctorates in finance and law, he possessed a foundational understanding of medical knowledge after years of education. Just as he had done previously, he wrapped ice cubes in a towel to help cool Mu Qianqian down. Her temperature remained stubbornly high, leading him to resort to wiping her body with a warm cloth. However, as he had never performed such caretaking duties before, his motions were somewhat brusque, leaving her fair skin reddened. His keen eyes caught sight of a butterfly-shaped red birthmark near her scapula. The young girl, already so slender, had her delicate shoulder blades resembling a butterfly poised for flight, perfectly complementing the exquisite birthmark.
Don't come near, I beg you, let me go, I want to go home, I want my mommy and daddy. Mu Qianqian, in her unconscious state, shed tears, her voice thick with sorrow, evoking deep sympathy.
Fu Sihan tended to her throughout the night, finally managing to bring her fever down on the following morning. When Mu Qianqian awoke, she discovered Uncle Fu resting beside her bed.
Uncle, why did you fall asleep here?
Fu Sihan stirred, fatigue evident in his demeanor. He had been preoccupied until the early hours, ultimately succumbing to slumber right by her bedside. Rubbing. Chapter 15. Comforting the uncle. Having recovered from her cold, Mu Qianqian removed her mask. With her petite face adorned by an oversized pair of black sunglasses, her skin appeared even more fair and pristine. Her delicate nose and rosy lips added to her charm. Dressed in a beautiful, pure white princess gown, she sat quietly in her seat, as if the sunlight had draped her in a soft veil. Her entrance left her classmates utterly astonished. Just yesterday, I thought she was unattractive, but now she looks stunning, one remarked with a hint of jealousy.
Pfft, is this really considered beautiful? If she were a true beauty, why would she need to wear sunglasses?
Perhaps her eyes are merely slits, another scoffed. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and someone threw out a shocking piece of gossip.
Hey, let me tell you, she's not from a privileged background. How do you know that?
She has 3 siblings, and they live in tight circumstances. There's no way she has connections. Then how has she managed to maintain her enrollment all this time? The school seems particularly lenient with her. Just look at her face, and you'll understand.
The implication was clear.
Mu Qianqian had somehow ingratiated herself with some powerful individual, thus securing her privileges. Instantly, the perception of her shifted dramatically. What they initially assumed was a girl of noble connections now appeared to be someone who had perhaps traded her body for such advantages, which was utterly unexpected.
Fang Yanjin, upon hearing these rumors, couldn't help but defend Mu Qianqian.
You all are being too excessive. How could they slander Qianqian without any evidence?
It was disheartening to see university students behaving with less decorum than internet trolls. Oh, why are you defending her? Are you hoping to spread your legs and climb the social ladder too? Ha ha ha.
The leading boy spewed a series of vulgar remarks, inciting laughter from his peers.
You!
Fang Yanjin clenched her fists, her eyes welling with tears. Mu Qianqian tugged at her arm. Yanjin, let us not pay them any mind. Their malice was utterly unfounded, and no matter how much she explained, they would not listen rather than engage. It was better to dismiss their words as mere noise. I can't believe there are such people in university. Fang Yanjin wiped her tears and returned to Mu Qianqian's side.
Mu Qianqian reassured her, the innocent will always remain untainted, I am indifferent to what they say.
The boy mocking Mu Qianqian was named Shapu. His family had a bit of money, but they were merely a mediocre family in Bay City. Previously, at a banquet, he had coincidentally met Lu Yunxiang. Shapu messaged her, Sister, I followed your instructions to ostracize Mu Qianqian. Don't worry, I guarantee she will voluntarily drop out and return home within 3 months.
Lu Yunxiang replied, Well done, intensify your efforts. Shapu responded, Sure. I'll have people harass her more.
Lu Yunxiang had felt an overwhelming sense of crisis upon first encountering Mu Qianqian. She had bribed a nurse at the hospital to learn Mu Qianqian's name and identity, discovering that she was studying at a finance university, coincidentally the same major as one of Lu Yunxiang's sycophants. Thus, she enlisted Shapu, the sycophant, to spread rumors at school, hoping to force Mu Qianqian into dropping out. Ideally, she would return to her small suburban town and marry a poor fellow, ensuring she would never reappear in Bay City. This way, the Lu family would be spared from finding her. However, the nurse, wary of the Fu family's influence, had not disclosed to Lu Yunxiang that Mu Qianqian's hospitalization was arranged by the Fu family. Therefore, Lu Yunxiang was unaware of any connection between Mu Qianqian and the Fu family, otherwise, she would not dare act so brazenly. Shapu messaged again, Sister, I can't help but think this Mu Qianqian bears a slight resemblance to you? Lu Yunxiang could not abide such a remark and hastily typed, "Mind your own business and keep your mouth shut, or don't blame me for being rude."
Yes, sister, I misspoke. After class, Mu Qianqian stood beneath a tree with Fang Yanjun, waiting.
The setting sun cast a golden hue upon her pristine skirt, resembling a vivid oil painting. Numerous male university students discreetly cast glances in her direction. Fu Sihan approached Mu Qianqian, extending his hand.
Let us go. Mu Qianqian smiled gently. Uncle, why are you here again?
I just finished some work and thought to pick you up, he replied. In truth, Fu Sihan still had a mountain of pressing tasks left unattended. He had been in the midst of an international conference when an incessant barrage of calls from the elderly lady had compelled him to rush to the school to fetch his wife after classes.
How can you have someone else pick up your own wife? Doesn't that seem appropriate? Before long, Qianqian might become someone else's wife, and then you'll be the one regretting it.
These two comments had propelled the esteemed president of the Fu Corporation out of the office.
As Fu Sihan made his way over, he naturally noticed the adoring gazes of the young ME, and it was undeniable that the elderly lady possessed foresight. Mu Qianqian had a face reminiscent of a pure, innocent first love, leaving the university students mesmerized, as if they had never encountered a woman before, eager to pounce at any moment. Although Fu Sihan regarded Mu Qianqian merely as his nominal wife, her presence on his family's household register prohibited others from coveting her. Fu Sihan took Mu Qianqian's hand. Let us go. Mu Qianqian waved to the stunned Fang Yanjun. Yanjun, I'm heading back now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
On the way back, Mu Qianqian pondered how Fang Yanjun was always left speechless upon seeing uncle. Was he truly that unattractive? Perhaps even more so than she had imagined. Ugly beyond comprehension seemed a fitting description. One could only wonder how many disdainful glances and mocking laughs he had endured because of his appearance. With this thought, Mu Qianqian reached out to grasp his warm hand.
Uncle, don't take others' opinions to heart. Her seemingly nonsensical remark puzzled Fu Sihan, who raised an eyebrow. No matter how good-looking one may be, beauty without substance is merely superficial. Sincerity and kindness within one's heart are of utmost importance.
The young girl was not particularly skilled in comforting others. These words had been the result of deep contemplation. In truth, she had been pondering how to console him for quite some time. A flicker of amusement crossed Fu Sihan's eyes.
You are right.
Yet, he knew that the sincerity and kindness she spoke of were qualities he lacked entirely. Mu Qianqian had assumed Fu Sihan would take her home directly, but to her surprise, he led her to a car. This time, she was not stepping into an ordinary vehicle but rather a luxurious car with a 9-digit price tag. The difference was palpable from the seats alone. Mu Qianqian tilted her little face up and innocently remarked, I thought you sold this car.
Why would I sell it? To pay for my eye treatment.
Fu Sihan couldn't help but chuckle, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, your husband hasn't fallen to such depths.
Chapter 15.
Comforting the uncle, Mu Qianqian had recovered from her cold and removed her mask. With a petite face adorned by a pair of large black sunglasses, her skin appeared even more snow-white and immaculate. Her delicate nose and charming cherry-red lips added to her allure. Like a fairy, she sat quietly in her beautiful, pristine princess dress, as if the sunlight had draped her in a soft veil. Her appearance left the rest of the class utterly astonished. Just yesterday, I thought she was plain. I never imagined she could be so stunning, someone remarked with a hint of jealousy.
Oof, is this really considered beautiful?
If she were a true beauty, why wear sunglasses? Perhaps her eyes are squinty, another chimed in. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and someone threw out a shocking piece of gossip.
Hey, let me tell you, she's not a privileged child. How do you know that? I saw her application for financial aid.
She has 3 siblings and her family is struggling to make ends meet. There's no way she's well connected. Then how has her student status been maintained all this time? The school seems to be exceptionally lenient with her. Just look at her face, and you'll understand, implying that Mu Qianqian had undoubtedly secured some sort of favor through her looks. Instantly, the crowd's perception of her shifted dramatically. They had initially assumed she hailed from a prestigious background, only to conclude that her status was likely obtained through less than honorable means.
Fang Yanjun, overhearing these rumors, couldn't help but defend Mu Qianqian. You all are being utterly ridiculous.
How could they so baselessly slander her? They were supposed to be university students, yet they displayed less decorum than internet trolls.
Wow, why are you sticking up for her? You don't mean to say you want to spread your legs for a rise in status, do you?
The ringleader of the group spouted a series of lewd comments, eliciting laughter from the others.
You!
Fang Yanjun clenched her fists, her eyes reddening with anger. Mu Qianqian gently tugged at her arm, saying, Yanjun, let us ignore them. Their malice was utterly bewildering. No matter how much she explained, they would not listen. Rather than engage with them, it was better to let their words drift away like the wind. I can't believe there are such people even in university. Fang Yanjun wiped her tears and returned to Mu Qianqian's side. Mu Qianqian reassured her, the pure will remain pure, I don't care what they say. The boy mocking Mu Qianqian was named Shapu. His family had a bit of money, but they were merely an insignificant clan in Bay City. He had previously met Lu Yunxiang at a banquet. Shapu messaged Lu Yunxiang, sis, I followed your instructions and got everyone to ostracize Mu Qianqian. Don't worry, I guarantee she'll voluntarily withdraw within 3 months.
Lu Yunxiang replied, well done, escalate the efforts. Shapu responded, got it. I'll have people bother her more.
Lu Yunxiang had felt an overwhelming sense of crisis upon first encountering Mu Qianqian. She bribed hospital nurses to uncover Mu Qianqian's name and background, discovering that she attended a finance university, coincidentally sharing a major in class with one of Lu Yunxiang's admirers. Thus, Lu Yunxiang approached Shapu, instructing him to spread rumors at school to force Mu Qianqian into withdrawal. Ideally, she would return to her small, impoverished county and find a poor man to marry, thus disappearing from Bay City for good.
This would prevent the Lu family from finding her. However, the nurses were wary of the Fu family's influence and didn't reveal to Lu Yunxiang that Mu Qianqian's hospital stay had been arranged by them. Hence, Lu Yunxiang was unaware of Mu Qianqian's connection to the Fu family, otherwise, she would not dare to act so brazenly. Shapu sent another message, sis, I can't shake the feeling that Mu Qianqian resembles you a bit. Lu Yunxiang despised hearing that, furiously typing, focus on your tasks and mind your mouth, or don't blame me for being rude. Shapu replied, yes, I misspoke. After class, Mu Qianqian stood under a tree with Fang Yanjun, waiting. The setting sun cast a golden glow on her pristine dress, resembling a vibrant oil painting. Numerous male students stealthily glanced her way. Fu Sihan approached her, extending his hand, let us go. Mu Qianqian offered a gentle smile, uncle, why are you here again? I just finished up and thought I'd take you home. In truth, Fu Sihan still had a mountain of important work left undone. He had been in the midst of an international conference when the elderly lady bombarded him with calls, demanding he come to the school to pick up his wife. Are you sending someone else to pick up your own wife? Doesn't that make sense? One day, when Qianqian becomes someone else's wife, you'll regret it. With those two remarks, the esteemed CEO was hastily ushered out of the office. As Fu Sihan approached, he naturally noticed the infatuated gazes of those young men. Undeniably, the elderly lady had a knack for foresight. Mu Qianqian had a pure and demure first love visage, leaving the university students spellbound, as if they had never seen a woman before and were eager to pounce. Though Fu Sihan regarded Mu Qianqian merely as a nominal wife, her name still graced his family's household register, leaving no room for others to covet her. He took her hand, urging, let us go. As Mu Qianqian bid farewell to the mesmerized Fang Yanjun, she said, Yanjun, I'm heading back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. On the way home, Mu Qianqian pondered how Fang Yanjun always seemed so stunned upon seeing Fu uncle. Was he truly that unattractive, perhaps even more so than she had imagined? One might even describe him as grotesquely unappealing. She couldn't help but wonder how many cold stares and mockeries he had endured due to his looks. With that thought, Mu Qianqian took the initiative to grasp his warm hand, saying, Uncle, don't let others' opinions bother you. Her seemingly random comment left Fu Sihan puzzled. He raised an eyebrow and asked, No matter how good-looking someone is, mere appearance is superficial. It is the sincerity and kindness within that truly matter. The young girl, not particularly skilled at comforting others, had to rack her brain to come up with those words. She had been deep in thought, seeking a way to console him. A flicker of amusement passed through Fu Sihan's eyes. You are absolutely right. Yet, he knew that the sincerity and kindness she spoke of were qualities he lacked. Mu Qianqian had anticipated that Fu Sihan would take her straight home, but to her surprise, he led her to a car. This time, she found herself in an extravagant vehicle, a stark contrast to an ordinary mode of transport. The luxurious seats hinted at a significant upgrade. Mu Qianqian tilted her head, innocently saying, I thought you sold this car. Why would I sell it? To pay for my eye treatment. Fu Sihan couldn't help comforting the uncle after recovering from her cold. Mu Qianqian removed her mask. Her petite face was adorned with a large pair of black sunglasses, accentuating her fair and pristine complexion. With a delicate nose and charming rosy lips, she resembled a fairy clad in a beautiful, immaculate princess dress, sitting quietly in her seat, as if the sunlight had draped her in a soft veil. Her appearance left her classmates utterly astonished. Yesterday, I thought she was unattractive, but she turns out to be quite stunning, someone remarked with a hint of jealousy. Pfft, is this really pretty? If she were a true beauty, why would she wear sunglasses? Perhaps her eyes are squinty.
The crowd buzzed with speculation, and someone threw out a shocking revelation.
Hey, let me tell you, she's not a privileged insider. How do you know?
I saw her apply for financial aid.
She has 3 siblings, and they're barely making ends meet. How could she be a privileged insider?
Then why has her student status been maintained until now? The school is unusually lenient with her. Just take a look at her looks, and you'll understand.
The implication was clear.
Relying on her appearance, Mu Qianqian must have secured the favor of some influential figure, granting her special privileges. Instantly, the opinions of her peers took a dramatic turn. They initially believed she hailed from an elite background, only to realize it might have been a trait of her own body for such advantages, truly unexpected.
Fang Yanran, overhearing the malicious gossip, couldn't help but defend Mu Qianqian. You shouldn't go too far.
How could they slander her without any evidence? It was disheartening to see students from a prestigious university behaving with less decorum than online trolls.
Oh, why are you defending her?
You wouldn't want to spread your legs to climb the social ladder, would you? Ah! The leading boy made numerous crude remarks, eliciting a wave of laughter.
You! Fang Yanran clenched her fists, her eyes reddening with anger.
Mu Qianqian gently tugged at her arm.
Yanran, let's ignore them.
Their malice was baseless. No matter how much she explained, they wouldn't listen. It was better to treat their words as mere background noise. I never expected to encounter such people in university. Fang Yanran wiped her tears and returned to Mu Qianqian's side.
Mu Qianqian reassured her, the innocent shall remain untainted. I don't care what they say.
The boy mocking Mu Qianqian was named Shapu. His family had some money, but they were merely a mediocre family in Bay City. He had met Lu Yunxiang at a party and sent her a message. Sis, I've followed your orders and gotten everyone to ostracize and isolate Mu Qianqian. Don't worry, I guarantee she'll voluntarily drop out and go home within 3 months.
Lu Yunxiang replied, good job, intensify the efforts. Sha Pu responded, sure. I'll send people to harass her more.
Previously, upon encountering Mu Qianqian, Lu Yunxiang had felt a strong sense of crisis. She bribed a hospital nurse to learn Mu Qianqian's name and background, discovering she was studying at a finance university, exactly the same major as one of Lu Yunxiang's sycophants. Thus, she enlisted Shapu, the sycophant, to spread rumors at school to force Mu Qianqian to drop out. Ideally, she would return to her small county in the suburbs, find a poor man to marry, and never reappear in Bay City.
This way, the Lu family would not find her. However, the nurse, wary of the Fu family's influence, didn't inform Lu Yunxiang that Mu Qianqian's hospitalization was arranged by the Fu family. Hence, Lu Yunxiang remained unaware of Mu Qianqian's connection to them. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Shapu texted again, sis, I can't shake the feeling that Mu Qianqian bears a resemblance to you. Lu Yunxiang could not stand such a statement and furiously typed, do what you're supposed to do and watch your mouth, or I won't be polite. Shapu replied, yes, sis, I misspoke. After class, Mu Qianqian stood under a tree, waiting with Fang Yanran. The setting sun cascaded over her pristine skirt, resembling a vibrant oil painting. Many male university students discreetly cast glances in her direction. Fu Sihan approached Mu Qianqian and extended his hand. Let us go. Mu Qianqian smiled gently, Uncle, why are you here again? I just finished my work and thought I'd pick you up. In reality, Fu Sihan had a plethora of important tasks yet to be addressed. He had been engaged in an international conference when his grandmother bombarded him with calls, summoning him to the school to fetch his wife after class. Why would you let someone else pick up your own wife? Doesn't that make sense? By then, if Qianqian becomes someone else's wife, you'll have cause to weep. With just those 2 sentences, the esteemed CEO was compelled to leave the company. As Fu Sihan approached, he naturally noticed the admiring gazes from the young men around. It was undeniable that his grandmother had foresight. With her innocent and demure first love visage, Mu Qianqian left the male students spellbound, as if they had never seen a woman before. They could hardly contain their eagerness to rush toward her. Although Fu Sihan regarded Mu Qianqian merely as his nominal wife, as long as she remained on the family register, he would not allow anyone to covet her. He took her hand and said, let us go. Mu Qianqian waved goodbye to the dazed Fang Yanran. Yanran, I'm heading home now, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. On the way back, Mu Qianqian contemplated how Fang Yanran would always be rendered speechless upon seeing Uncle. Was Uncle really that unattractive? He must be even more so than she imagined. Perhaps ugly beyond compare was the right description. She wondered how many cold glares and derisive laughs Uncle had endured because of his appearance. With that thought, Mu Qianqian took the initiative to hold his warm hand. Uncle, don't pay too much attention to what others think. Her seemingly random words left Fu Sihan puzzled, and he raised an eyebrow, asking,
No matter how beautiful one may be, mere appearance is superficial. It is the sincerity and kindness within that truly matter. The young girl was not particularly skilled at comforting others. These words were crafted with great effort. She had been pondering for quite a while, trying to figure out how to console him.
Fu Sihan's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. You're right.
However, the sincerity and kindness she spoke of were qualities he lacked entirely. Mu Qianqian had assumed Fu Sihan would take her straight home, but to her surprise, he guided her into a car. This time, she didn't enter an ordinary vehicle but rather the luxurious 9-digit car from before, a noticeable change evident from the seats. Tilting her face upward, she innocently remarked, I thought you sold this car.
Why would I sell it? To pay for my eye treatment.
Fu Sihan chuckled, his lips curling into a smile.
Don't worry.
Your husband hasn't fallen to such depths.
Chapter 16. Meeting the elders. Mu Qianqian obediently fastened her seatbelt and inquired, Where are we going? I'm taking you back to the ancestral home to meet the elders. Mu Qianqian gasped, but I haven't prepared anything. It was her first time meeting the elders, and she hadn't even brought a gift.
Moreover, she had come directly from class, leaving her unprepared mentally.
No need to prepare, your presence is sufficient. With Uncle Fu's reassuring words, Mu Qianqian felt considerably more at ease. The car glided smoothly towards the Fu family's old residence.
This gathering was a family dinner, modestly arranged by the lakeside pavilion, with a few tables set up for the Fu family. Mu Qianqian did not notice the plaque at the entrance and initially mistook the place for a park. After all, which family possesses such a vast lake? The numerous pavilions and towers resembled those of an ancient princely residence.
Qianqian has arrived, called out the kindly matriarch, Lady Fu. Recognizing the gentle voice of the elderly lady, Mu Qianqian softly responded, Grandma, how is your health? I'm much better now.
It has been so long since I last saw you. I've missed you dearly, Lady Fu said with a warm smile.
How are you faring at the Mingyuan? My grandson hasn't been bullying you, has he?
Mu Qianqian lowered her head shyly. Rest assured, Grandma, Uncle has been very kind to me. During her illness, he had taken care of her throughout the night.
That's good to hear.
As long as you both live happily, this old woman can rest easy and now don't just stand there. Take a seat, the banquet is about to commence.
Mu Qianqian sat beside Fu Sihan.
The family atmosphere was harmonious, and since it was a family gathering, no one broached the subject of work. Fu Sihan was the only son of the third branch. His parents had passed away in an accident years ago. He did have several cousins, but each one seemed more interested in frivolities than in taking on the responsibilities of the Fu family. After all, with such an accomplished cousin supporting them, they were content to enjoy a life of leisure. Fu Sihan had a pair of fraternal twins, a nephew and a niece, both of whom were particularly fond of Mu Qianqian. Circling around her, the little niece looked up at her, her eyes shining like black grapes. Sister, don't you feel scared living with Uncle?
Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed.
The other elders chuckled and teased. Nian, you should be calling her aunt, not sister. Fu Wennian, with her hair tied in 2 little pigtails, pouted, I want to call her sister. Calling her aunt makes me feel old. She climbed onto a stool, leaning towards Mu Qianqian's ear and whispering in what she believed was a hushed tone, My brother and I are really scared of Uncle.
You're so brave to marry him. He's a very nice person, Mu Qianqian replied.
No one dares to marry my uncle, he is quite fierce, and we're all terrified of him. Just then, Fu Wennian shuddered, turning to find Fu Sihan standing behind her, a half-smile playing on his lips.
Ah! Uncle is here.
Fu Wennian jumped off the chair, her little legs scurrying away. She quickly hid behind her twin brother, exclaiming, Brother, protect me.
The elders burst into laughter. Mu Qianqian, influenced by the jovial atmosphere, couldn't help but smile.
She had never experienced such warmth in her previous family. Her memories were filled with sharp rebukes and insults, devoid of even a hint of laughter. Fu Sihan placed his long hand on her fluffy head, gently ruffling her hair.
Qianqian, don't believe her nonsense. Nian is quite clever, even adults can easily fall for her tricks.
With such slander from his little niece, Mu Qianqian's misunderstanding of him deepened. In her mind, he had become a fearsome and cold man.
Mu Qianqian playfully remarked, I think Nian is right, you must be quite fearsome if even children are afraid of you.
Fu Sihan, exasperated, let out a soft laugh. After the meal, he took Mu Qianqian and departed. Once they were gone, Lady Fu leaned in to speak quietly with her daughter.
Did you see how Qianqian and Sihan interact? Ever since Sikan's parents passed away, he rarely smiles, always consumed by work. It is quite pitiful to see.
Indeed, Fu Sihan had been taciturn and serious in the past, which made younger relatives wary of him.
Yes, I've noticed that Sikhan seems more cheerful than before.
He might not even realize it himself. Mother, you've chosen the right wife for him. Lady Fu beamed with satisfaction. You should consider how old I am. I still possess some skill in reading people. I hope Qianqian and Sikhan can stay together, otherwise, when I reach the afterlife, I wouldn't have the face to meet Sikhan's parents. Tears glistened in her daughter's eyes.
Mother, please don't say that.
Brother and sister-in-law would surely be delighted to see Sikhan married. On the way back, Mu Qianqian felt drowsy, her head nodding as she leaned against the car window and fell asleep. Previously, when she had leaned on Fu Sikhan's shoulder, he had callously pushed her away. However, this time, as she slept uneasily against the window, Fu Sikhan, noticing her discomfort, placed his palm under her head. He did not do this out of concern for her, rather, he wanted to reward her for her good behavior today. After all, he had married her merely to appease the elders, and her ability to amuse them was not entirely in vain. With this soft cushion, Mu Qianqian slept soundly. Upon waking, she discovered Fu Sikhan's hand positioned beside her face, instantly flushing with embarrassment.
You uncle, have you been supporting my head all this time?
Fu Sikhan, caught off guard, quickly withdrew his hand. His expression stiffened momentarily before returning to his usual aloof demeanor as he replied coldly, Don't get carried away, I was merely concerned you might bump into the window.
With that, Fu Sikhan ignored Mu Qianqian and exited the car.
She puffed her cheeks in annoyance, trailing behind him as she got out. She walked slowly, and by the time she reached the elevator, he had almost entered. He turned back to find her lingering by the car.
Are you not coming? Oh, I'm coming.
Mu Qianqian hurried her pace. Just as she neared the entrance, she stumbled, nearly falling forward. Fu Sikhan frowned, his body reacting quicker than his mind as he stepped forward and caught her securely.
How can you be so clumsy? You can trip over flat ground? Mu Qianqian rubbed her sore nose and replied pitifully, Uncle, my eyesight isn't good.
She couldn't fathom what Fu Sikhan was made of. His chest was so hard that she nearly cried from the impact. Fu Sikhan remarked disdainfully, If you can't see, just hold my hand.
Oh.
Mu Qianqian cautiously grasped his two fingers, too hesitant to touch more, gently holding his ring and pinky fingers, resembling a child being let alone. Mian was right, sometimes, Uncle really could be quite fearsome. Chapter 17 The Duties of a Spouse. Fu Sikhan received a call from his secretary and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, placing the phone to his ear.
Mr.
Fu, we have thoroughly investigated Miss Mu's recent activities over the past few years and found no connections between her and the adopted daughter of the Lu family. On the day Miss Mu reported to school, it appears to have been a mere coincidence rather than a pre-arranged meeting. Fu Sikhan, a man of meticulous caution, understood that although Mu Qianqian was merely his nominal wife, he needed to ascertain whether she harbored ulterior motives. Should she have any nefarious intentions, he would not hesitate to take action. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Fu Sikhan responded with a subtle acknowledging the effort. Well done, your bonus will be doubled this month.
Thank you, Mr.
Fu. The secretary expressed his heartfelt gratitude but could not resist adding, Mr. Fu, I have something personal to share. We discovered that Miss Mu is not living well at home, yet she possesses a kind heart. Both neighbors and classmates speak highly of her. She treats others sincerely, unlike those women who seek to climb the social ladder. Having worked alongside Fu Sikhan for many years, the secretary had witnessed numerous women with ruthless ambitions, each more cunning than the last. Amidst a pack of ravenous wolves and venomous snakes, a pure and innocent little rabbit had unexpectedly emerged, deserving of protection. Fu Sikhan coldly interrupted, What purpose does this serve? Mr. Fu, Miss Mu is a wonderful person. Having her by your side brings us, your subordinates, a sense of reassurance. My affairs are my own concern, Fu Sikhan stated firmly before abruptly ending the call. The sound of running water ceased as Mu Qianqian emerged from the bathroom, clad in a silk nightgown.
She rummaged through the living room for what seemed like an eternity, searching for something. Fu Sikhan opened the balcony door and re-entered the living room. What are you looking for?
Uncle, I can't find the hairdryer, she replied.
Fu Sikhan frowned, Why are you always so forgetful?
Mu Qianqian stuck out her tongue, responding good-naturedly, I simply forgot this time. As she continued her search, she bent down, causing her neckline to open slightly, revealing her fair skin. Fu Sikhan felt as though he had been scalded and quickly averted his gaze. He retrieved the hairdryer from the cabinet and handed it to her with an indifferent expression, Stop looking. Even he remembered where she had placed her belongings, yet she could not recall. The little blind girl was not only visually impaired but also somewhat dim-witted.
Thank you, Uncle, Mu Qianqian said, taking the hairdryer and moving to the side to dry her hair. After finishing, she neatly coiled the cord and tucked it back into the cabinet.
Fu Xihan's gaze lingered on her, having just bathed. Mu Qianqian's cheeks were flushed and fair, delicate enough to appear as if one could squeeze water from them. Her figure was petite, yet during this period of nurturing, she was beginning to show signs of elegance, accentuated by. In the past, when voluptuous supermodels and celebrities had vied for Fu Xihan's attention, his demeanor had remained utterly unperturbed. Yet now, observing Mu Qianqian's slender frame, which had yet to fully blossom into an alluring form, inexplicably ignited a warmth within him. It was truly perplexing. Fu Xihan rubbed his temples, attributing this sensation to his recent exhaustion from work. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before approaching him. Uncle, thank you. As she moved, a waft of fragrant body wash filled the air, a subtle floral scent.
What are you thanking me for?
Fu Xihan replied, his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze directed outside. Thank you for taking me to meet your family, Mu Qianqian said, a hint of shyness in her voice. It made me feel a sense of familial warmth. Her words fell like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of Fu Xihan's heart, sending ripples across its surface. He turned back, his gaze restrained upon her face, refusing to wander lower. Fu Xihan swallowed hard. Mu Qianqian. As long as you remain obedient, this family will not fall apart. In that fleeting moment, Fu Xihan suddenly understood why everyone, including his grandmother and assistant, held Mu Qianqian in such high regard. Even his secretary could not help but speak kindly of her. It was because Mu Qianqian was brimming with love. She resembled a small sun, illuminating those around her despite enduring countless trials and tribulations. Who could resist the warmth and brightness of the sun? Thus, Fu Xihan found himself unable to suppress such a declaration. Upon uttering the words, he was taken aback. However, there was no need to retract them. He needed a wife to reassure his family, and at present, Mu Qianqian appeared to be a suitable choice. As long as she continued to be this agreeable, he could allow her to secure the position of Mrs. Fu, granting her a life of luxury and abundance. Mu Qianqian paused momentarily, then sweetly smiled, taking his hand. Uncle, rest assured, I will diligently manage our little home and ensure it remains intact.
She did not possess Fu Xihan's depth of cunning.
She simply believed in reciprocating kindness. Since her uncle treated her so well, she would wholeheartedly return that care. Even if her uncle were an unattractive man, her feelings would remain unchanged.
Fu Xihan smiled with satisfaction. How have you been faring at school?
Mu Qianqian hesitated briefly, only sharing the positive aspects of her experience. I've been well at school and have even made new friends. After all, her uncle had enough burdens from work. She did not wish to add to his worries.
That's good to hear.
As night fell, Mu Qianqian prepared to retire for the evening. Fu Xihan called out to her, wait. Nervously gripping the doorknob, her heart raced. Could it be that her uncle wished for her to fulfill her duties as a spouse? Although she had resolved to live harmoniously with him, she had yet to see his appearance. It was not that she found him unattractive, rather, Mu Qianqian wished for her first time to be clear and vivid, not shrouded in ambiguity. At the very least, she wanted to see his face. She could not use her monthly cycle as an excuse, for her uncle was well aware of the timing of her last visit. Oh dear, what should she do? Fu Xihan remained oblivious to Mu Qianqian's tumultuous thoughts. He merely reminded her blandly, you haven't had your milk. Mu Qianqian exhaled a long sigh of relief, moving to the living room to grab a glass and sip her milk slowly. In efforts to replenish her long-neglected nutrition, she diligently consumed a glass of milk each morning and evening, alongside the various fish soups, chicken soups, and sea cucumber soups that Aunt Lu frequently prepared. She had nearly forgotten. After finishing the milk, she placed the glass in the sink and walked past Fu Xihan. Uncle, I'm heading to bed. Fu Xihan nodded slightly. Mu Qianqian opened the door to the guest room and, leaning against the door, fell into a daze. How strange, she should have felt relieved, yet there lingered a hint of melancholy in her heart. Chapter 18. The dominant President Fu. The following day, as Mu Qianqian returned to class, the rumors had escalated to an intolerable level.
Quick, look at the school's internal forum.
Yesterday, Mu Qianqian was spotted getting into a luxury car. She must be involved with some old, unattractive man.
Goodness, she is openly courting riches at school, taking shortcuts. Is there no sense of justice left?
This is a place for education, not a den for unscrupulous women to ensnare men. I suspect Mu Qianqian was admitted to our university through dubious means. I implore the school to investigate thoroughly and expel her.
Expel Mu Qianqian, let our university remain untainted.
Though Mu Qianqian had never logged into the school forum, upon arriving for class, she noticed numerous students from various departments gathering around, whispering amongst themselves.
That's Mu Qianqian. She is actually quite attractive. If she were ugly, would a big shot even notice her?
TSK, what a pity. I wonder if she feels nauseated when sleeping with that smelly old man.
Some maintained a semblance of rationality, voicing skepticism. What if that was her family's car?
Without evidence, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from making baseless accusations. Ha, you must be unaware, she was a poverty-stricken student when she first enrolled, and now she is suddenly riding in luxury.
Who would believe she isn't courting a wealthy man?
As the echoes of skepticism reached her ears, Mu Qianqian felt her hands and feet turn cold, her heart sinking deeper.
Who was it that had been fabricating these rumors to harm her? Why would they do such a thing? Chapter 19. The uncle is not a tycoon. In the classroom, the students who had been eagerly watching the commotion were taken away, under the teacher's supervision, to Chapter 20. Supervision of medication. In Mu Qianqian's imagination, wealthy elites ought to reside in grand villas and sprawling estates. How could anyone possibly inhabit a high-rise community? Moreover, uncle is so busy every day, he is nothing like the wealthy families depicted on television. As Fu Sihan held her hand while strolling along the sidewalk, a deeper smile flickered in his eyes upon hearing her words. Oh? In what way is it different?
On television, the affluent never have to work, they spend their days squabbling over inheritance, searching for illegitimate children, and battling mistresses, yet, there are none of such affairs surrounding uncle. Mu Qianqian recalled the melodramatic soap operas she had watched, none of which aligned with her experiences with Uncle Fu. He had to go to work every day, unlike the domineering CEOs on TV who seemed to have nothing better to do than revolve around the female lead. Furthermore, having attended Uncle's family banquet, she found the atmosphere to be warm and friendly, devoid of the familial strife and violent disputes over wealth often portrayed in dramas. Thus, Mu Qianqian could hardly believe she would be so fortunate as to randomly marry a stranger, only to discover he was a renowned tycoon. Such things were mere fabrications of fiction. How could they possibly transpire in reality? Fu Sihan curled his lips slightly. You should watch fewer dramas, it's not good for your eyes. Mu Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue.
I know.
In truth, she could hardly see the screen, treating television more as background noise than anything else. Fu Sihan had anticipated that Mu Qianqian would be disheartened and in tears after being slandered. To his surprise, she seemed to be in quite good spirits, even humming a tune as they walked.
Unable to restrain his curiosity, Fu Sihan asked, Aren't you upset that someone has slandered you? Not at all. What they say is all false, lies can never transform into truth. Mu Qianqian stood tall, speaking with conviction. But what if others misunderstand you? Mu Qianqian adopted a carefree attitude.
As long as those I care about believe in me, that suffices.
As for those inconsequential individuals, they can think whatever they wish.
Fu Sihan's gaze lingered on her for a few extra seconds, his smile unintentionally deepening. It appeared that this little blind girl was not as naive as he had presumed. She was more open-minded than many others. A couple of days later, news broke that Sharp had been expelled from school. Most people welcomed the announcement with glee.
Serves him right, who told him to slander others without understanding the truth?
We, the onlookers, have faced criticism from our advisors because of him. What deep-seated grudge could he possibly have against Mu Qianqian to spread such rumors? How despicable!
Who would dare to befriend such a person?
Not me, for certain. I fear he might stab me in the back one day and spread rumors about me. Sharp, not yet expelled from the group chat, seethed with anger upon reading the messages, his complexion turning a shade of purple as he blamed it all on Mu Qianqian. It was all this woman's fault. How could a few posts lead to his expulsion? Who was backing her so fiercely? Sharp messaged Lu Yunxian, Sister, who exactly is Mu Qianqian? Does she have someone supporting her?
Lu Yunxian replied, How could that be? She is merely a poor country bumpkin. What influence could she possibly have?
Sharp responded anxiously, But now I've been expelled. What am I going to do, sister? If my father finds out, he will surely kill me. Lu Yunxian replied urgently, As long as you get Mu Qianqian out of Beishar, don't worry, I can resolve your schooling issues. Sharp didn't know her true identity, mistakenly believing she was a legitimate daughter of the Lu family. If a member of the Lu family were to speak on his behalf, perhaps his father would spare him. A malicious glint flashed in Sharp's eyes as he pondered, Don't worry, this time I will definitely drive her out of the financial university. This little woman caused my expulsion. If I don't teach her a lesson, I am no man. Upon seeing his message, Lu Yunxian felt a significant lift in her spirits. She had been sleeping poorly lately, haunted by the face of Mu Qianqian. The resemblance was uncanny. Mu Qianqian looked strikingly similar to her adoptive mother. Lu Yunxian had been taken from the orphanage to live a life of luxury, largely due to the few similarities she shared with her adoptive mother. She couldn't bear to think of the consequences if the true daughter of the Lu family were to return. Her adoptive parents' affection would be divided, and her already disliked brother would grow to despise her even more. She might even be cast out of the Lu family, returning to the life of a destitute orphan. Such thoughts nearly drove Lu Yunxiang to madness. She refused to live in poverty. She would not settle for being an ordinary person, she aspired to be the sole heiress of the Liu family, therefore, Mu Qianqian must be expelled from Beishur, vanishing forever from the sight of the Liu family. Unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, she was being targeted. She was currently fretting over how to persuade uncle not to waste money on expensive nutritional supplements for her. Uncle, your salary needs to support the family.
It would be better not to squander it on me.
Fu Sihan, engrossed in a cutting-edge financial report, raised his eyes at her words and replied coolly, whether it is a waste or not, I decide. Mu Qianqian sat at the dining table, adhering to her manners like a shy schoolgirl. In front of her was a bottle of nutritional liquid shipped from abroad. She assumed it was something uncle had casually purchased. Little did she know that this particular supplement had been meticulously tailored to her health assessment. With a pained expression, Mu Qianqian protested, but it really tastes terrible. She had just taken a small sip through a straw and grimaced at the bitterness. Had it not been for uncle sitting opposite her, she might have nearly spat it out. It is beneficial for your health. Drinking this will help you recover quickly, Fu Sihan stated indifferently.
Uncle, could I perhaps continue drinking goat milk instead?
Although goat milk had its own pungent flavor, it was far more palatable than this nutritional liquid. Fu Sihan set down his magazine, watching her with interest as he coldly uttered, no. Seeing Mu Qianqian's despondent expression, a hint of amusement flickered in Fu Sihan's eyes as he feigned seriousness.
Who told you to eat so little?
She had lacked proper nutrition for over a decade, yet her appetite remained so small. When would she ever catch up? Mu Qianqian repeatedly assured him, I will definitely eat more meat and rice from now on.
This is what the doctor recommended you drink, just drink it for now. It is also good for your eyes.
With a sulky "oh," Mu Qianqian reluctantly acquiesced. She tossed aside the straw, pinched her nose, and downed the entire contents of the cup in one go. After finishing, she rushed to the kitchen and guzzled down a large glass of orange juice. Chapter 21. The drunken uncle. Mu Qianqian returned to her room, donned her headphones, and listened to the recordings of her lectures. With her vision unclear, she utilized her cell phone to capture the teacher's voice during class, intending to replay the difficult parts later in the evening. Although many assert that university is a time for relaxation, Mu Qianqian was resolute in her determination to strive for a scholarship to alleviate her uncle's burden of providing for the family. After retreating to her room, Fu Sihan dialed a number for an overseas medical team. Please adjust the flavor of the nutrient solution, make it more palatable, he instructed. But, Mr. Fu, our supplements have maintained this flavor for years without any alterations, the representative replied. Fu Sihan, with his considerable wealth, countered, double the research and development bonus. The tone on the other end shifted immediately. Understood, Mr. Fu, what flavor would you prefer? We shall commence development at once.
That evening, as Mu Qianqian prepared to down the nutrient solution as she usually did, she was taken aback after just one sip. It was surprisingly sweet, flavored with strawberries. She licked her lips in delight, pondering, why the sudden change in flavor? It couldn't have gone bad, could it? She called her uncle to inquire about the nutrient solution. Fu Sihan, engrossed in signing documents, placed his phone on the desk and activated the speaker. It hasn't gone bad, you can drink it without concern, he reassured. The nutrient solution has changed to strawberry flavor, and it's delicious.
Assistant Wang, witnessing the president's fib, remarked, perhaps it was purchased incorrectly.
Uncle, can we buy this flavor from now on? I really enjoy it. Suit yourself. After hanging up, Fu Sihan handed the documents to Assistant Wang, who stood motionless in disbelief. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Wang Yong?
Oh, Mr. Fu, my apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Wang Yong took the documents and hurried off to fulfill his duties. As he exited the president's office, he pondered why Mr. Fu had offered a tenfold bonus to the overseas medical team merely to enhance the flavor of the nutrient products. He had personally overseen the transfer of funds, ensuring there were no discrepancies. How could it have been reduced to a mere wrong flavor over the phone? If a simple error could yield a specially formulated nutrient solution, there would be no need to allocate such substantial research funds. Mr. Fu's actions were increasingly perplexing. While Fu Sihan immersed himself in company affairs, his secretary brought in a cup of coffee. As he sipped, he couldn't help but recall Mu Qianqian's expression when tasting the nutrient solution. Was it truly that unpleasant? Imagining her delight at the strawberry-flavored nutrient solution, her eyes sparkling like a contented kitten, a smile unconsciously crept onto Fu Sihan's lips. The secretary, taken aback, asked, Mr.
Fu, is there something amusing?
Fu Sihan's demeanor shifted back to its usual icy reserve. Focus on your responsibilities, refrain from unnecessary inquiries. His kindness towards Mu Qianqian was not intentional but rather a reflection of her status as his nominal wife. He felt it inappropriate to be excessively cold towards her. Furthermore, should Mu Qianqian dispose of the nutrient solution due to its unpleasant taste, her ongoing eye condition would surely draw blame from his grandmother. He certainly did not have the luxury of monitoring her every moment to ensure she consumed her supplements punctually for reasons unknown. Fu Sihan recalled her comment about the fictional wealthy executives on television who never worked, a stark contrast to his own reality filled with endless meetings, negotiations, and contracts, leaving him no time for rest. Why was he fixating on this little blind girl again? Fu Sihan adjusted his tie, feeling inexplicably agitated that evening. After attending a social gathering, Fu Sihan returned home quite late. He assumed Mu Qianqian would be fast asleep, yet to his surprise, the living room lights were on, revealing the young girl resting her head on the table. Clad in a delicate silk nightgown, the soft light enveloped her, casting an ethereal glow around her figure. Mu Qianqian's tranquil visage, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and her long, dark lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes created a picture of serenity. As Fu Sihan entered and changed his shoes by the entrance, he thought he was being discreet, but it inadvertently roused her from her slumber. Mu Qianqian stirred, her nose twitching. "Uncle, have you been drinking?" Fu Sihan, carrying the scent of alcohol and tobacco, which oddly blended with a mature and alluring aroma, replied in a low, husky voice, "Yes." "Why are you sleeping here?" Mu Qianqian stood up. "You told me not to sleep on the sofa, so I waited for you here." Fu Sihan was momentarily at a loss for words. His concern for her sleeping on the sofa stemmed from a fear of her catching a cold due to her frail constitution, yet here she was, asleep on the table, just as susceptible to illness. With a resigned sigh, he gently tapped her forehead with a finger, his tone laced with an unrecognized fondness. "Little blind girl, you're so stubborn." Mu Qianqian rubbed her forehead and meekly replied, "But I was just following your advice." Fu Sihan seemed slightly discomforted, swaying as he made his way to the sofa. Mu Qianqian quickly took his arm to assist him in sitting down. "Stay here for a moment, I'll get you some water," she said, about to walk away when Fu Sihan grasped her wrist. "No need." He chuckled softly, his hoarse voice heavy with fatigue. "Little blind girl, you should take care of yourself." Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks in protest. "Uncle, I am not a little blind girl." "I can see." Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow, leaning closer with a teasing grin. "Can you see my face clearly?" Mu Qianqian strained to widen her eyes, yet the surroundings remained obscured, as if veiled by frosted glass. She yanked her hand from his grasp. "All right, uncle, just sit here quietly and don't move." She went to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water, placing it before him. "Drink some water first. I'll find you some medicine." Opening the family medicine cabinet, she scrutinized the various boxes for an extended period, unable to discern which medication to retrieve due to her impaired vision. Fu Sihan observed her efforts. "Just hand it to me, I'll find it myself." Feeling frustrated, Mu Qianqian bit her lip and brought the medicine cabinet to him. Fu Sihan deftly picked out a box of medicine, taking 2 pills with the warm water she had poured. "I've already boiled the water. You can take a shower whenever you're ready," he said. Fu Sihan replied with a non-committal grunt, spreading his knees apart as he leaned forward, his elbows resting on his thighs, and lowered his head to rest. After a moment of respite, he intended to head for a shower only to notice that Mu Qianqian remained standing nearby, seemingly unable to leave his side. Fu Sihan casually smiled. "Am I going to shower? Are you planning to follow me?" "Ah." Mu Qianqian was caught off guard. After a couple of seconds, the realization dawned on her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. No, I'm not." She merely feared he might be incapable of taking care of himself after drinking too much, hence her desire to stay and assist. Fu Sihan feigned misunderstanding, casually removing his tie and tossing it onto the sofa. His long, elegant fingers methodically unfastened the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Though the action was simple, he executed it with an undeniable grace that was pleasing to the eye. "After all, you can't see, so it wouldn't be a problem for you to follow me." Chapter 22. A tiff. Mu Qianqian could not recall how she had raced back to her bedroom. All she remembered was a haze enveloping her mind, leaving her in a state of stupor. Soon after, a wave of warmth surged through her veins, rendering her cheeks astonishingly hot. She dashed into the guest room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Fu Sihan glanced at the door of the guest room, his gaze inscrutable and ambiguous. He had spoken those words intentionally, hoping to provoke her to retreat. To prevent him from succumbing to irrational impulses spurred by alcohol. Fu Sihan had always been confident in his self-control, but that was in the presence of other women. In front of this little blind girl, his restraint appeared to dissipate. Chapter 23. Male students of the sports department. Within a marriage, there ought to be no lingering animosities. Once grievances are aired, all is well. Mu Qianqian recognized her missteps, vowing never again to engage in petty quarrels with her elder companion over baseless conjectures. Despite his lack of physical allure, his kindness, sense of responsibility, and mature disposition rendered him a rare find. Should she drive him away through her caprices, regret would surely follow. Fu Sihan's lips curled into a satisfied smile.
Off to class you go. All right, goodbye, uncle. With her cane in hand, Mu Qianqian skipped joyfully out the door.
Just moments ago, she had trudged along with a drooping head, but now she resembled a giddy schoolchild eager for a spring outing. Watching her retreating figure, Fu Sihan's smile deepened. She was still but a child at heart. As soon as Mu Qianqian entered the campus gates, she was met with throngs of excited students surging in one direction.
Oh my goodness, Senior Gu is actually back at school. She recently participated in the Financial Cup competition and secured the national first prize. Our school boasts several buildings, including the library, all funded by her family. Was it indeed the Gu family that donated? I heard it was the richest person in Bay City. Goodness, your information is so outdated. Senior Gu is the fiancée of the richest man in Bay City. Who doesn't he know that? Senior Gu?
Who is she? Mu Qianqian was unfamiliar with this individual, yet the crowd pressed around her, jostling her as she struggled to navigate, nearly losing her balance several times.
Ouch!
Suddenly, someone shoved her, and she stumbled forward, on the brink of falling. Just then, a sturdy arm reached out to steady her.
Are you all right, classmate? Still shaken, Mu Qianqian adjusted her sunglasses. I'm fine, thank you. No need to thank me, I noticed your cane. Are you unable to see? Let me guide you away from the crowd, it's too dangerous here. The young man led Mu Qianqian to the edge of the flowerbed, where the atmosphere was considerably calmer. Curious, she inquired, what is all this commotion about?
Don't mind them, a senior named Gu Qingyu has returned to school, and her fans have flocked to her.
Mu Qianqian was astonished. Fans at school?
The young man scoffed, just a bunch of mindless followers. He clearly held a low opinion of both the woman and her admirers.
What is your name? Which major are you in? My name is Mu Qianqian.
Guarded, she refrained from disclosing her major or class to the stranger. The young man smiled broadly.
I'm Fu Qianqing, from the sports department. Which class are you headed to? Allow me to escort you.
No, it's chapter 24. The uncle rescues Qianqian as Sharp drew closer. Mu Qianqian was assailed by a nauseating stench emanating from him. Instinctively, she recoiled, but two burly men blocked her retreat, nearly causing her to collide with them.
Oh, look, the little wench wishes to throw herself into our embrace?
Such a lowly creature is not worth my time. I wonder how many men she has serviced with that body of hers. Sharp licked his lips lasciviously, adding, let us not be too picky, she is not bad-looking, and a bit of fun with her wound tea hurt.
Especially since this woman bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yunxiang. Although Sharp secretly believed Mu Qianqian was more attractive than Lu Yunxiang, the latter was the daughter of the Lu family, while Mu Qianqian was merely a pauper from a small county.
Without a respectable background, what good was beauty? Having been denied even a scrap of attention from Lu Yunxiang after so long, Sharp thought to seize the opportunity to use Mu Qianqian as a substitute for a brief indulgence.
Ha, Brother Pooh is right.
This little wench has quite the figure, it must be exhilarating to play with her. I wonder how she compares to those fresh models, she certainly looks like a flirt.
As their vile words reached her ears, Mu Qianqian felt a surge of panic and fear. Stay away from me. This is illegal.
She hoped that her words would instill a sense of caution in them.
Ha, illegal, you dare lecture Brother Pooh about legality? You, a promiscuous harlot, think you can report us? Fine, we'll just claim you seduced us first. Your wealthy suitor cannot satisfy you, so you come looking for us, huh?
Sharp and his two lackeys approached her with lewd grins. Just as they were about to lay their hands on chapter 25 of The Uncle Holds Qianqian, Fu Sihan lifted Mu Qianqian effortlessly in his arms, coldly striding past the onlookers without sparing them a single glance. President Fu, please grant us a chance to redeem ourselves.
We promise we will never bully your people again. We were simply confused in the moment.
President Fu, we merely intended to play a harmless prank. We never meant any real harm. We implore you to show mercy. Sha Pu knelt in despair, his face ashen. It was all over now. He should never have targeted Mu Qianqian from the outset, otherwise, he wouldn't be facing expulsion from school, nor would he have provoked the wrath of that dreaded deity. How would he explain this to his father upon returning home? The Sha family was on the brink of ruin at the hands of the Fu family, and his father would surely break his legs. He might even resort to severe punishment. With their family's finances in tatters and being cast out of Bay City, he could forget about living the life of a young master ever again. All of this was the fault of that vile woman, Lu Yunxiang. If it weren't for her instigation, would he have ever fallen to such depths? Xiaopu dared not harbor hatred for Fu Sihan, so he directed all his blame and fury toward Lu Yunxiang. Mu Qianqian awoke after a brief slumber. Her palms itched, and instinctively, she attempted to scratch them when a voice beside her said, "Don't move." Dazed, Mu Qianqian blinked, turning her head to look. Just from that vague silhouette, she could discern who it was. "Uncle," she called out to him with a delicate voice, tinged with a nasal tone. "Stay still, I am disinfecting your wounds. It may sting a little." Fu Sihan held her fingers, meticulously cleaning the wounds in her palms with an iodine swab, applying ointment, and then carefully bandaging them. He was not one for idle chatter, and in this moment, he remained silent, focused solely on tending to her injuries. Mu Qianqian refrained from interrupting, fluttering her thick eyelashes and quietly lying on the sofa. The living room fell into a tranquil silence. She gazed at him, entranced, unable to resist the urge to raise her other hand to touch his face. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, he turned his head away.
Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?"
"Nothing," Mu Qianqian murmured, lowering her gaze. For reasons unknown, she had felt an overwhelming curiosity about what her uncle truly looked like, prompting her impulsive gesture. Yet, he had evaded her touch. A flicker of disappointment crossed her heart. After tending to both her wounds, Fu Sihan lifted his gaze to her and softly inquired, "Does it hurt?"
Snapping back to reality, Mu Qianqian shook her head, "Not at all. The wounds must not come into contact with water. You can cover them with plastic wrap while bathing tonight, or I'll allow Aunt Lu to assist you." Mu Qianqian declined. "No need, I can manage on my own."
Such a personal task felt too intimate to share with another. Fu Sihan merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant before adding, "Tomorrow, I will take you to the hospital for a checkup."
"Ah, why?" It was not yet time for a follow-up appointment.
"You cried quite a bit today, which elevated your eye pressure and isn't conducive to your recovery."
Mu Qianqian hesitated, biting her lip as she softly argued, "I didn't cry that hard. It shouldn't have any impact."
Fu Sihan smirked, "Not that hard, my jacket is still damp from your tears." The little girl had leaned against him, soaking his clothing with her tears, yet she claimed she hadn't cried excessively. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she stammered, "Then I'll help you wash your clothes." "Unnecessary, just rest well." Fu Sihan had almost let slip the term little blind girl, but remembering how sensitive Mu Qianqian was to those words, he swallowed it back. Mu Qianqian sat up from the sofa, folding the summer blanket and placing it in the corner. Just as she was about to head for a shower, a thought struck her. How had she managed to ascend the stairs after fainting? Before losing consciousness, she had been nestled in her uncle's embrace. Caught in this realization, Mu Qianqian froze, instinctively asking, "Uncle, did you carry me upstairs?"
Fu Sihan admitted without hesitation, "Yes. What else could it be?"
At this, Mu Qianqian's clear eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, cheeks flushing deeper with each passing moment. The little girl blinked in confusion, her shyness making her wish she could find a hole to hide in. Her reaction compelled Fu Sihan to remind her, "Mu Qianqian, I am your husband." Could he not embrace his legally wedded wife even once? Mu Qianqian's voice was barely a whisper, soft and timid,
"I know, I'm just not used to it yet." She had never denied it. It was simply that she had never interacted with a man before, and thus found it somewhat disconcerting. Fu Sihan gazed deeply into her eyes, his tone firm, "You will have to acclimate to this in time." Mu Qianqian puffed her cheeks, quickly responding with an Flushed with embarrassment, she dashed into the guest room, slamming the door behind her. If it weren't for Fu Sihan's keen hearing, he might have missed her faint A pleased smile graced his lips. How had he not realized before how delightful it was to tease her? The girl was silly and adorably naïve, akin to a clumsy little bunny, evoking an irresistible urge to playfully torment her. The following day, Mu Qianqian asked Feng Yanran for a leave of absence. "Yanran, I need to go to the hospital for an eye checkup today. Could you please help me inform the teacher? I'm afraid of being called out." "Sure, is your eye alright? When will you be back?" "I'm fine, I can return as soon as the checkup is done." "Thank you, Yanran." After finishing the voice call, Mu Qianqian received a notification on her phone. "Your emergency contact has sent you a text. I have an urgent matter and cannot make it to your school. I have arranged for my assistant to pick you up at the East Gate." Her only emergency contact was Fu Dajuan, who had set up her phone when he bought it for her. During class yesterday, Mu Qianqian had silenced her phone, hence missing the message. It turned out to be a grand misunderstanding. Had she received the message sooner, she would have waited at the East Gate and avoided the subsequent events. Fu Sihan had business to attend to at the company. Today, it was Assistant Wang who drove Mu Qianqian to the hospital. On the way, Assistant Wang explained, Miss Mu, the usual exit you use does not permit parking, so I can only wait for you at the east gate. Mu Qianqian nodded, understood. Next time, I will go to the east gate in advance. Upon arriving at the hospital, Mu Qianqian underwent a series of thorough examinations. After attending to his matters, Fu Sihan hurried to the hospital, asking, what are the results? Mu Qianqian lay on the hospital bed, receiving in 4 drip. Fu Dajuan, don't worry. The doctor said I'm fine. Really? Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Fu Sihan, unbeknownst to himself, let out a sigh of relief. Those who harmed you will never appear before you again. Mu Qianqian was taken aback. Her first thought was not of Shapu, but of how her uncle had been absent that morning, apparently to deal with this very issue. Chapter 26, The Little Crybaby. In an instant, Mu Qianqian felt as though her heart was treading on cotton, light and airy, yet imbued with an indescribable sweetness. Fu Sihan did not elaborate, and Mu Qianqian assumed he had gone to report last night's incident to the authorities. In truth, however, Fu Sihan employed a more mercantile approach, orchestrating the expulsion of the Shah family, a third-rate clan, from the capital's social circle, rendering them an object of disdain for all the prominent families overnight. Now, the Shah family faced a dire financial crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and would soon be uprooted entirely from Bay City. As for his 2 lackeys, their fate would be even more dismal. Henceforth, Shapu would naturally no longer appear before Mu Qianqian. Uncle, how did you end up there yesterday? Fu Sihan lifted his eyelids to glance at her, explaining in a calm tone, I happened to pass by. Mu Qianqian was half convinced. On one hand, she felt that such a coincidence was improbable, yet on the other, she feared overthinking the situation. Her heart fluttered restlessly. Did uncle really come specifically to fetch her? Noticing the perplexity on Mu Qianqian's face, a fleeting smile flickered in Fu Sihan's eyes. At such a late hour, his journey towards the financial university could only have one purpose, her. When his assistant failed to find her, he had sent a message. Having just concluded a meeting, Fu Sihan promptly led his team nearby to search, and indeed found her in a nearby alley. Mu Qianqian picked up her thermos, only to discover it was empty. Fu Sihan inquired, are you thirsty? He instructed his assistant to fetch her some water, while he washed an apple, slicing it into small pieces and offering it to her mouth. Have some fruit first. Never before had Mu Qianqian experienced such attentive care. Leaving her heart sweet and warm, she shyly took a crisp slice of apple from Fu Sihan's hand. Just then, an elderly woman entered the ward, exclaiming, oh, what is going on? Why is there someone else in my room? Her children hurried over, grasping her arm. Mom, you've entered the wrong room. Your ward is next door. Oh dear, I must have made a mistake. My apologies. The elderly woman was cheerful and laughed heartily. It is quite all right, Mu Qianqian said, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. As the children assisted the elderly woman out of the ward, she continued to murmur, young couples today have such good relationships, supporting and caring for each other even in the hospital. When I was hospitalized, your father took such good care of me. It feels like just yesterday. Mu Qianqian felt a pang in her heart upon hearing those words. If only her relationship with uncle could also traverse several decades in such a steady and harmonious manner. She didn't seek great wealth or grandeur, merely a mutual care and an unwavering bond. Uncle, will you always treat me this well? Without knowing why, Mu Qianqian found herself unable to restrain this question. Fu Sihan cast her a sidelong glance, smirking, why are you still acting like a child? Summoning her courage, Mu Qianqian tugged at his wrist, uncle, please answer me. Fu Sihan was not one to indulge in sweet talk. He preferred to demonstrate through actions. He modestly replied, I will fulfill my duties as a husband. The weight of those words was more than sufficient for Mu Qianqian. She had complete faith in Fu Sihan's character. If he claimed he would shoulder the responsibilities of a husband, he would undoubtedly not abandon her lightly. Before leaving, Fu Sihan had a private conversation with the doctor. Will there be any lasting effects on her eyes? Rest assured, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu's eyes are recovering well, and there will be no lasting repercussions. However, she must be cautious in the future. Excessive tears are detrimental to the eyes. Fu Sihan nodded with an air of aloofness. Upon exiting the office, he took Mu Qianqian's hand and led her to the car, saying, from now on, you must not cry anymore, understand? Mu Qianqian obediently nodded, I will try not to cry. Fu Sihan looked at her soft demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Little crybaby. Mu Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue. He had previously called her little blind girl, and now he had taken to calling her little crybaby. How fond he was of bestowing her with nicknames. Wang Yang, let us go. Fu Sihan commanded. Just as the car pulled away, Gu Qingyu hurriedly arrived at the hospital, searching for the ward where Mu Qianqian had been. However, the room was already vacant. Gu Qingyu grabbed a passing nurse. Where is she? Where is the patient? Miss, who are you referring to? The patient in this ward has already left. What about the man who accompanied her? Did he leave as well? The nurse replied, of course, once the patient leaves, their family members will naturally depart too. Gu Qingyu gritted her teeth, her voice rising. What family? Just an ignorant leech who latched on. Fu Sihan will tire of her in no time. Seeing her frazzled state, the nurse dared not retort. An elderly lady from the adjacent ward emerged to take a stroll, overhearing Gu Qingyu's words, and interjected, how can you speak like that, young lady? That couple seemed very much in love. Your words are rather unkind. Watch your tongue. The young lady who was hospitalized today was quite charming, not only beautiful but also polite, a perfect match for her husband. He was handsome, resembling a movie star, though his demeanor appeared somewhat cold. Gu Qingyu held no respect for the elderly woman and immediately retaliated. What couple? If you don't know, keep your mouth shut. Fu Sihan is my fiancé, and that shameless woman is nothing but a mistress. Why are you defending her? Are you hoping to take her place as a mistress as well? The elderly woman, visibly angered, turned pale and scolded, you lunatic. Before being supported back inside by her children. Gu Qingyu, in a fit of rage, grabbed the nurse. If you see that woman again, inform me immediately, I'll make sure to tear her face apart. She had finally seized an opportunity to interact with Fu Sihan, yet by the time she arrived, they had already departed. How infuriating, that shameless woman must have been on her guard, hastily whisking Fu Sihan away to hide. If she ever laid eyes on that woman again, she would not let her escape unscathed. Before Gu Qingyu could find trouble for Mu Qianqian, trouble found her instead. Several security personnel approached, surrounding her. Miss Gu, President Cheng has instructed that you are not to set foot in any of Cheng family's hospitals. Please leave at once. Why can't I enter? Just because I'm unwell, I'm not allowed in the hospital? What kind of reasoning is that? The security guard forced to smile. Even if your mind is afflicted, you still cannot enter the Cheng family's private hospital. Are you insulting my sanity? Gu Qingyu pointed a crimson nail at the head of security, her tone domineering. Do you know who I am? Take her away. Several security personnel surged forward, seizing Gu Qingyu's arms and lifting her off the ground. Let go of me, let go, Gu Qingyu screamed, disregarding her image, yet ultimately, she was forcibly ejected from the premises. She tumbled awkwardly into a flower bed, her meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess, her makeup ruined, leaving no trace of her previous haughty demeanor. Chapter 27 Infatuation. Naturally, Mu Qianqian was unaware of the events that transpired at the hospital. Upon returning home, she intended to administer some eye drops, yet each time she was about to do so, she found herself unable to resist closing her eyes. After several attempts, the eye drops ended up spilling outside, resulting in considerable waste. Unable to accomplish this task alone, she sought the assistance of Fu Sihan. Uncle, could you help me with my eye drops? Fu Sihan set aside his work and approached her. Hand me the eye drops. Mu Qianqian obediently passed them to him. Fu Sihan grasped her chin with one hand while raising the eye drops with the other, poised to administer them. However, Mu Qianqian's eyes blinked incessantly. Her eyes, glossy and dark, resembled exquisite obsidian, though at that moment, they appeared slightly unfocused, as if veiled by a thin mist. Fu Sihan caressed her chin, pondering for a moment. Open your mouth. Ah. Mu Qianqian was puzzled. She was meant to apply the drops to her eyes. Why was he instructing her to open her mouth? Open, he reiterated, gently tapping the corners of her lips with his long fingers. The warmth of his touch sent a jolt through her, rendering her momentarily frozen in place, unable to respond. Fu Sihan prompted her again, his voice low and steady. Open your mouth. Instinctively complying, Mu Qianqian slowly parted her lips. The cool eye drops descended, and before she could close her eyes, they had already saturated her eye sockets. A chill enveloped her eyes, offering a fleeting moment of clarity, as if the veil of darkness before her had thinned. Yet, that moment was ephemeral, slipping away before she could grasp it, leaving her vision once again blurred and dim. Lost in thought, she murmured, Uncle, I must admit, I find your profile quite handsome. Fu Sihan smirked faintly. What are you thinking about every day? Mu Qianqian pouted slightly. After that brief glimpse of his chiseled features, she almost forgot that her husband was, by all accounts, a rather unattractive man. Perhaps it was merely the psychological effect of the eye drops. Uncle, why did you ask me to open my mouth? She inquired, still perplexed. Fu Sihan coldly explained, the nervous systems of the eyes and mouth are interconnected. Opening your mouth prevents your eyes from closing erratically. Mu Qianqian, only partially understanding, responded, Oh, I see. Nevertheless, she was impressed by the breadth of his knowledge, particularly in the realm of medicine. How remarkable, with such a commendable character and extensive knowledge, his appearance hardly mattered, did it? Rising from her seat, she announced, Uncle, I'm going to listen to the class recording in my room. Each immersed in their own tasks, the atmosphere in the home was warm and natural. Meanwhile, Sharpu, who had previously bullied Mu Qianqian, was now in a state of frantic despair. With the Fu family intervening, who dared to offer assistance, the Xia family, unable to withstand the pressure, soon declared bankruptcy.
Before being expelled from Bay City, Sharpu sought out Lu Yunxiang. Lu Yunxiang, it is because of you that I have fallen to this state, you must take responsibility. Lu Yunxiang, taken aback by his inability to handle such a trivial matter, was incensed.
How dare you come to me? I instructed you to expel that country girl from school, and yet you ended up being the one expelled.
I never imagined you were such a person. I had thought you were a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. Sharpu finally saw through Lu Yunxiang's treacherous nature. Lu Yunxiang was indifferent to Sharpu's opinion, her only concern was her own interests.
You didn't expose me, did you? Sharpu responded venomously, if I were to reveal you, who would finance my expenses in the future?
His words were a blatant threat to Lu Yunxiang. If she did not pay him a hush money, she could not blame him for divulging everything. Though the Shah family was in disarray, Sharpu still had connections within the circle, and should he spread the rumors, it would become common knowledge, enough to ruin Lu Yunxiang. Suppressing her resentment, Lu Yunxiang feigned a gentle and magnanimous demeanor. What you say is true, how could I not care for you, how much do you need?
Give me 10 million. 10 million? Lu Yunxiang's voice rose, sharp with incredulity.
Where do you expect me to procure such a sum? My card has long since been frozen by my brother, and I only have a few 100,000 on hand. Then give me 1 million now, and the rest can be put on credit.
Sharpu was relentless in his demands.
Lu Yunxiang, unwilling to jeopardize her reputation, begrudgingly conceded, fine, I will gather 1 million.
Don't forget to write an IOU for the remaining amount.
Though infuriated, Lu Yunxiang could not afford to sever ties with him entirely.
All right, I will write it.
Sharpu left with the 1 million Lu Yunxiang had gathered from selling her jewelry and clothing, along with an IOU for 9 million, relishing the triumph over Lu Yunxiang. Having suffered this indignity, Sharpu could not allow her to escape unscathed. Thus, he deliberately withheld the information that the girl she sought to offend was connected to President Fu. Based on his understanding of Lu Yunxiang, she would not drop the matter and would likely continue her schemes. In due course, her fate would mirror his own. Marked by despair with this thought, Sharpu felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. She deserved it. That evening, Mu Qianqian was diligently recording her accounts under the warm glow of the lamp. She meticulously noted the date, along with the approximate costs for her examination and medication. She also accounted for the supplements and nutritional fluids that Uncle typically purchased for her. Though unaware of their exact worth, she diligently recorded everything. For a family as ordinary as Uncle S, the 8-figure surgical fee must have depleted his savings, possibly even leaving him in debt. Although Uncle never mentioned such matters, Mu Qianqian could not afford to forget. She meticulously documented every act of kindness he had shown her. Once finished, she tucked the ledger away in her nightstand. Just as she was about to turn off the light, the image of Uncle helping her with the eye drops resurfaced in her mind, his tall figure beside her, exuding a faint scent of cedar, utterly captivating. Propping her chin on her hands, she squinted her eyes, feeling an effervescent blush spread across her cheeks, until a thought struck her. Mu Qianqian, do not fall into infatuation, you need to rise early for class tomorrow. Finally shaken from her reverie, she rubbed her flushed cheeks, hastily turned off the light, and climbed into bed. If Uncle were to discover her daydreams, he would surely mock her. He might even bestow upon her yet another nickname. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind as drowsiness enveloped her, and before she knew it, she slipped into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 28. Pursuing a girl. Mu Qianqian attended class and sat beside Fang Yanran. Behind them sat a boy whom Mu Qianqian initially paid no heed to, until the class ended when he tapped her shoulder.
Mu, do you remember me? Fu Qianqing grinned and winked at her. Unable to clearly see his face, Mu Qianqian found his voice somewhat familiar. You are? I am Fu Qianqing, we met once before. Oh, I recall now. It was the day when Senior Gu returned to school, and many of her admirers rushed towards her, nearly causing Mu Qianqian to stumble. At that moment, it was Fu Qianqing who had timely steadied her. Fu Qianqing explained, I saw your major in class on the forum and specifically inquired about the classroom for your major.
Oh.
Mu Qianqian was rather disinterested. Her mind was solely occupied with studying and earning money, leaving no room for other considerations. Fu Qianqing smiled brightly. Mu, may I have your contact information? Mu Qianqian bit her lip, contemplating how to decline him. I have poor eyesight and don't often use my phone. Fu Qianqing cheerfully replied, that's alright, let us just exchange numbers, I won't bother you often. If you ever need anything, feel free to call me. Not adept at refusing others, yet unwilling to entangle herself with an unfamiliar boy, Mu Qianqian hesitated. After all, she was already married. Sensing her discomfort, Fang Yanran took the initiative to intervene. Why don't you add my contact instead? I often hang out with Qianqian, so if you need to reach her, I can relay your messages. Mu Qianqian looked gratefully at Fang Yanran. Fu Qianqing pondered for a moment. That works.
He took out his phone and exchanged contacts with Fang Yanran. With a few minutes left before class, Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran went to the restroom together. On the way, Mu Qianqian expressed her gratitude. Thank you just now, Yanran. I didn't know how to reject him.
Fang Yanran candidly responded, no need to thank me, Qianqian, I must admit I have my own ulterior motives. Fang Yanran linked her arm with hers. Actually, that boy is quite sunny and handsome, just my type. I am quite pleased to have added him as a friend. You won't be upset, will you? Of course not. If you like him, you should pursue him boldly. Since Mu Qianqian had no interest in this boy, it was clear that if Yanran liked him, she should feel free to chase after him. Behind the scenes, Fu Qianqing sought information from Fang Yanran about Mu Qianqian's preferences. Fang Yanran replied, you can ask, but I must clarify that I won't divulge any personal information about Qianqian. Fu Qianqing assured her, don't worry. I merely wish to learn about her likes, nothing more. Are you and Mu classmates? Fang Yanran texted back, yes, we share a dorm. As for Qianqian's preferences, she enjoys studying, is very diligent, and is kind to others. Fu Qianqing, not receiving the answers he sought, pressed on, do you know what type of boy she likes? Fang Yanran contemplated, Qianqian has a rather unique taste. She seems to dislike overly handsome boys. Dislikes handsome boys? Yes, to her, a handsome guy is rather akin to an ugly one. Fang Yanran vividly recalled the first time she accompanied Mu Qianqian and encountered that striking man, dressed in a tailored suit, exuding an air of aloof elegance and possessing exquisite features. Such a nearly perfect man was deemed ugly in Mu Qianqian's eyes, illustrating the distinctness of her aesthetic. This left Fu Qianqing perplexed. Thank you, I'll think about how to proceed. The next day, when Mu Qianqian arrived for class, she encountered Fu Qianqing once more. This time, he appeared rather shabby, with disheveled hair. Am I ugly enough like this? Fang Yanran's eyelid twitched. It's passable, not too ugly. After all, his foundation was there. Even in disguise, he wouldn't look too bad. However, she forgot to remind him, Qianqian can't see you right now. Thus, Fu Qianqing's efforts were in vain. As soon as class was over, Fu Qianqing would actively engage Mu Qianqian in conversation, but she was solely focused on her studies, largely ignoring him. Fu Qianqing faced repeated rejections, growing increasingly agitated. He retreated to a secluded area and sought help from his cousin. Bro, the girl I like doesn't fancy me, how do I pursue her? Fu Sihan's tone was cold and impatient. You called me specifically for this? But I truly like that girl. How can I win her over? Fu Sihan scoffed, you're asking me this question? Fu Qianqing realized, indeed, his cousin had been single for many years, with women always approaching him. How could he possibly lower himself to pursue one? In matters of business and finance, his cousin was a master, but when it came to romance, he was as clueless as a blank slate. In a moment of desperation, he foolishly called his cousin. I forgot. You're like an iron tree that never blooms. I should not have asked you. His cousin, an ice-cold figure, made him wonder how his sister-in-law could endure such demeanor. Just as he was about to hang up, Fu Sihan recalled their grandmother's advice and offered a final piece of advice. For matters of the heart, consult Cheng Lin. He has more experience. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, cousin. Fu Qianqing hurriedly sought Cheng Lin's counsel on romantic issues. Cheng Lin was out at a bar but took a moment to send him a voice message with a few pointers. Essentially, he suggested that Fu Qianqing observe the girl's preferences and needs, approaching from those angles. After a few days of observation, Fu Qianqing discovered that Mu Qianqian was quite frugal and had previously applied for financial aid. Thus, when they met again, Fu Qianqing proactively mentioned, there's a CAF outside the school looking for part-time help, the pay is decent, would you like to give it a try? Mu Qianqian was indeed interested. Can I work there with my poor eyesight? Absolutely, don't worry. You only need to serve coffee and desserts. After class, Mu Qianqian accompanied Fu Qianqing to the CAF for an interview. After a brief evaluation, Mu Qianqian was hired, earning a lucrative hourly wage of 200 yuan, which was quite generous for a student job. Thank you. You really helped me out. Mu Qianqian expressed her sincere gratitude. Fu Qianqing scratched his head. No need to thank me, I really want to be friends with a studious person like you. After agreeing on the work schedule, Mu Qianqian departed. Once she left, Fu Qianqing handed the CAF owner a card, saying, process her salary through this card, your remuneration will also be included. The CAF owner bowed repeatedly. Thank you, young Master Fu. I will ensure to carry out your instructions. Chapter 29 The Madwoman. During the weekend, Fu Sihan remained at the company to attend to matters, while Mu Qianqian took a job at a CAF.
The previous day had gone smoothly without any issues, but on the following day, an uninvited guest arrived at the shop. "I would like an iced Americano, a cappuccino, and a slice of Basque cheesecake," the young man ordered at the counter. Once the barista finished preparing the drinks, Mu Qianqian approached the customer with a tray, placing the coffee and dessert on the table. Suddenly, a voice filled with hostility pierced the air. "Is it you?" Gu Qingyu had come out to meet her male classmate and was taken aback to encounter the woman she believed was trying to seduce Fu Sihan. What a small world it was. Mu Qianqian, not recognizing her voice, remained oblivious to the fact that she was the target. "Enjoy your meal," she said, just as she turned to leave.
"Wait," Gu Qingyu called out. Mu Qianqian turned back to face her. "Is there something you need?"
Gu Qingyu stood up, crossing her arms as she scrutinized Mu Qianqian from head to toe, as if assessing some merchandise.
"Have you fallen so low that you now work in a CAF?" Mu Qianqian tightened her grip on the tray slightly. "I do not know you.
I would appreciate it if you could speak with more respect."
"Respect?"
Gu Qingyu tossed her voluminous hair back, her crimson lips curling into a disdainful smile. "What right do you, a homewrecker, have to speak of respect?"
"I have stated that I do not know you."
"This is utterly absurd." Mu Qianqian was not one to take such insults lightly. Being unjustly accused, anyone would find her behavior outrageous. She had no intention of stooping to Gu Qingyu's level and was about to return to the counter when Gu Qingyu seized her uniform sleeve.
"Don't go, you want to leave after just a few words?" Gu Qingyu's expression turned manic as she raised her voice. "What are you wearing those sunglasses for? Who are you trying to impress?"
With a swift motion, she knocked Mu Qianqian's glasses off. Blinded by the sudden light, Mu Qianqian instinctively closed her eyes and raised her hand to shield her face.
"Little vixen, did you think I wouldn't catch you again? Everyone, look! This woman is a mistress, ruining my relationship with my fiancé. This kind of shameless woman deserves a beating. Even if I stripped her naked and threw her into the street, I would be justified." Numerous patrons in the CAF turned their attention to the commotion. Shielding her eyes with her hand, Mu Qianqian protested, "I am not a mistress, I do not know you at all. I saw you at the hospital, trying to seduce my fiancé with my own eyes." Mu Qianqian found her voice somewhat familiar and finally recalled who she was. Wasn't this the crazy woman who had caused trouble when she was hospitalized? What terrible luck to discover they attended the same school. "I do not know your fiancé. Who are you? Why do you keep bothering me?" Gu Qingyu dismissed her claims with a scoff. "Oh, you still want to pretend? Who would believe you? I have seen countless women like you, scheming to take someone else's place, right? I will strip you of your clothes today and let you be as shameless as you wish." The male classmate who had accompanied her could no longer hold back and grabbed her arm. "Gu, enough. Don't go too far. Get away."
Gu Qingyu flung his arm off and continued to grip Mu Qianqian tightly. "You little harlot, don't think that just because you've spent a couple of nights with him, you can be the legitimate wife. Let me tell you, you're not worthy of such fortune. You're destined to marry a poor man and bear a brood of beggars."
Mu Qianqian bit her lip in anger. "You keep calling me a mistress.
Then tell me, what is my name? What is your fiancé's name?"
"I have said I do not know you at all." Gu Qingyu had no idea what Mu Qianqian's name was. "You're still pretending. I'll take you out to the street right now."
With a firm grip, she began to drag Mu Qianqian towards the exit, intent on stripping her of her clothes in public. The onlookers had begun to murmur amongst themselves.
"Is this girl really a mistress? I'm getting confused."
"I think she seems quite innocent. She doesn't look like a mistress at all. Even if she were, how could anyone strip her in public?"
"That's just humiliating." "Exactly, this woman doesn't even know her name and still insists on stripping her. Is she some kind of lunatic?" Hearing the comments, Gu Qingyu's expression darkened further.
"You're all being deceived by this little vixen. Don't be fooled by her seemingly pure exterior. She is quite the temptress behind closed doors."
As she pushed through the glass door, Mu Qianqian, in a moment of desperation, bit down on Gu Qingyu's wrist. "You little wench! How dare you bite me?"
Gu Qingyu yelped in pain, instinctively releasing her grip, allowing Mu Qianqian to escape back behind the counter. "Manager, please call the police, there's a madwoman here." Mu Qianqian exclaimed in a panic, seeking help from the store manager.
The female manager shielded Mu Qianqian protectively.
"Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let her take you away." Gu Qingyu, from across the counter, continued her tirade, this time directing her insults at the manager as well.
"Hand over this harlot. If you protect her, does that mean you're a mistress too?" Mu Qianqian was in a state of utter disarray, hiding beneath the counter as she dialed an emergency contact. As soon as the call connected, a cold voice replied, "Hello." Lowering her voice, she pleaded for help. "Uncle, I'm working at a CAF, and someone is causing trouble. Can you come save me?" "Now." If it's inconvenient, then forget it." Fu Sihan was in the midst of an important meeting, but through the phone, he faintly heard shouts. "If it weren't for an urgent matter, this little crybaby wouldn't be calling him." "INLO, deep voice," he replied. "Wait for me, I'll be there shortly." Hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt as though a weight had been lifted from her chest, her anxious heart finally finding solace. She stood up from behind the counter, but the moment Gu Qingyu spotted her, she grabbed an object nearby and hurled it at her. The female manager stood firm, protecting Mu Qianqian. "If you don't stop, we will call the police." Gu Qingyu screamed in a hoarse voice, "Go ahead and call." I don't believe a mistress would dare call the police on the legitimate wife. She was like a deranged lunatic, throwing anything she could find at the counter. "Die, mistress, once you're gone, he'll come back to me." Gu Qingyu was nearly unhinged. The space behind the counter was limited, and the manager was struggling to keep Mu Qianqian safe. Gu Qingyu grabbed Mu Qianqian's arm, pulling her towards the exit, while her other hand maliciously attempted to unbutton Mu Qianqian's blouse. She was genuinely trying to strip her in public. This woman had lost her mind. Just at that critical moment, the wind chime on the glass door chimed. Fu Sihan had arrived with a group of bodyguards. Several of them rushed forward, forcibly separating Gu Qingyu and pinning her down, pressing her face against the counter. "Let me go, let me go." Gu Qingyu continued to scream. Fu Sihan approached Mu Qianqian, gripping her slender shoulders tightly as he anxiously asked, "Qianqian, are you all right?" He himself was unaware of how frantic his footsteps had been. Chapter 29. The Madwoman. During the weekend, Fu Sihan remained at the company to attend to matters, while Mu Qianqian took a job at a CAF. The previous day had gone smoothly without any issues, but on the following day, an uninvited guest arrived at the shop. "I'd like an iced Americano, a cappuccino, and a slice of Basque cheesecake," the young man ordered at the counter. Once the barista completed the drinks, Mu Qianqian approached the customer, balancing a tray in her hands, and placed the coffee and dessert on the table. Suddenly, a voice filled with hostility pierced through the air. "Is it you?" Gu Qingyu had come to meet a male classmate and was taken aback to encounter the shameless woman who had been trying to seduce Fu Sihan. Indeed, the world is quite small. Mu Qianqian did not recognize her voice and remained unaware that she was the target of the accusation. "Enjoy your meal," she said before turning to leave, but Gu Qingyu called out to her, "Wait." Mu Qianqian turned back to face her. "Is there something you need?" Gu Qingyu stood, crossing her arms, and scrutinized her from head to toe, as if appraising merchandise. "Have you become so destitute that you now work in a CAF?" Mu Qianqian tightened her grip on the tray. "I do not know you. Please speak with more respect." "Respect?" Gu Qingyu tossed her voluminous waves of hair behind her shoulders, her red lips painted alluringly, and arrogantly retorted, "What qualification do you, a homewrecker, have to speak to me about respect? I've already stated that I do not know you. This is utterly absurd." Mu Qianqian was no pushover. She had her own temper. Anyone would find such baseless accusations maddening. She had no intention of stooping to Gu Qingyu's level and was about to return to the counter when Gu Qingyu seized her uniform sleeve. "Don't even think about leaving after just a few words." Gu Qingyu's expression turned frenzied as she raised her voice. "What are you wearing those sunglasses for? Who are you trying to impress?" With a swift motion, she knocked Mu Qianqian's glasses off her face. The sudden light struck her, and she instinctively shut her eyes, raising her hand to shield herself. "You little vixen, did you think I wouldn't catch you again?" Gu Qingyu shouted, "Everyone, look! This person is a mistress, ruining my relationship with my fiancé. This kind of shameless woman deserves a beating. Even if I stripped her bare and threw her into the street, it would be justified." Numerous patrons in the CAF turned their attention to the commotion. Mu Qianqian raised her hand to shield her eyes and protested, "I am not a mistress. I do not even know you. I saw you trying to seduce my fiancé in the hospital." Gu Qingyu's voice sounded vaguely familiar to Mu Qianqian, and upon hearing her accusation, she finally recalled the woman who had caused trouble during her recent hospitalization. To her dismay, she discovered that they attended the same school. "I do not know your fiancé. Who on earth are you? Why do you keep harassing me?" Gu Qingyu dismissed her words with a scoff. "Oh, please, are you still pretending? I've seen many women like you, scheming to climb the social ladder, haven't I? Today, I will strip you of your clothes and expose you for all to see." A male classmate who had accompanied her could no longer hold back and intervened. "Gu, that's enough. Don't go too far. Get away."
Gu Qingyu shoved his arm away, refusing to release Mu Qianqian. You shameless mistress, don't think that just because you've spent a couple of nights with him, you can become the rightful wife. Let me tell you, you are not that fortunate, you deserve to marry a poor man and bear a whole brood of beggars. Furious, Mu Qianqian bit her lip tightly. If you keep calling me a mistress, then tell me, what is my name? What is your fiancé's name? I have already told you, I do not know you. Gu Qingyu was oblivious to Mu Qianqian's name. You're still pretending to be innocent, I will take you to the streets. With surprising strength, she forcefully dragged Mu Qianqian, intent on stripping her in public. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Is this girl really a mistress? I'm confused. She seems quite well behaved, not like a mistress. Besides, even if she were, how could they strip her in public? That's utterly humiliating. Exactly, this woman can't even name her. How can she insist on undressing her? Is she some kind of mad woman? Hearing these comments, Gu Qingyu's expression darkened further. You all have been deceived by this little vixen. Don't be fooled by her innocent facade, she is quite the temptress. As she pushed open the glass door, Mu Qianqian, in a fit of desperation, bit down on Gu Qingyu's wrist. You little witch! How dare you bite me? Gu Qingyu yelped in pain, instinctively loosening her grip, allowing Mu Qianqian to escape back behind the counter. Manager, please call the police, there's a madwoman here. Mu Qianqian pleaded frantically for help from the manager. The female proprietor shielded Mu Qianqian behind her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let her take you away. Gu Qingyu continued to hurl insults from across the counter, this time including the manager in her tirade. Hand over that little vixen. Are you protecting her because you're a mistress too? Panic-stricken, Mu Qianqian crouched beneath the counter and dialed an emergency contact. As soon as the call connected, Uncle Fu's cold voice greeted her. Hello. Mu Qianqian lowered her voice, seeking help. Uncle, I'm working at a CAF, and someone is causing trouble. Can you come to rescue me? Right now? If it's inconvenient, then never mind. Fu Sihan was in the midst of an important meeting, yet he could faintly hear the sound of curses through the phone. If it weren't for an urgent matter, that little crybaby wouldn't have contacted him. In a low, deep voice, Fu Sihan replied, wait for me, I'll be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt as if she had been given a lifeline, her frantic heart instantly calmed. She stood up from behind the counter, but as soon as Gu Qingyu spotted her, she grabbed something nearby and hurled it in her direction. The female manager stood resolutely in front of Mu Qianqian. If you don't stop, we will call the police. Gu Qingyu screamed hoarsely, call. I don't believe a mistress would dare to report the rightful partner. She resembled a deranged person, throwing anything she could grab behind the counter. Go die, mistress, as long as you're dead, he will return to me. Gu Qingyu was nearly frantic. The space behind the counter was limited, and the manager was struggling to shield Mu Qianqian. Gu Qingyu grasped Mu Qianqian's arm, pulling her towards the exit, while her other hand maliciously attempted to unbutton Mu Qianqian's blouse. She truly intended to strip her in public. This woman has lost her mind. At that critical moment, the wind chime on the glass door rang. Fu Sihan arrived with his entourage. Several bodyguards rushed forward, forcefully separating Gu Qingyu and pinning her down, pressing her face against the counter. Let me go! Let me go! Gu Qingyu continued to scream. Fu Sihan moved to Mu Qianqian's side, gripping her slender shoulders with concern. Qianqian, are you all right? He was unaware of how frantic his own footsteps had been. Chapter 30 of The Jealous Uncle. Mu Qianqian, still shaken, gasped, I'm fine. She timidly lifted her gaze. Uncle, will my sudden call disrupt your important matters? In her moment of fear, the first person who came to her mind was Uncle, and without a second thought, she had dialed his number. Now that she had regained her composure, she realized how impulsive she had been. A fleeting softness flickered in Fu Sihan's eyes. If you need anything, just contact me. There's no need to overthink it. Otherwise, why do you think I bought you a phone? Hearing Fu Sihan's words, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was a comfort to know she hadn't disturbed him. Both turned their attention to Gu Qingyu, who was pinned against the counter. Uncle, this person has caused me trouble at the hospital before. She keeps insisting that I am a mistress, yet I hardly know her. When Fu Sihan looked at Gu Qingyu, his expression was devoid of warmth, replaced only by an intimidation that could chill the soul. He had previously been too indifferent to this madwoman, but never had he imagined her malice would lead her to attempt to strip Qianqian's clothing in public. Let the police handle this, Fu Sihan declared coldly. Sihan! You cannot treat me this way, I am your fiancée. Gu Qingyu's heart sank, and she shouted in desperation. If this incident were to circulate within their social circle, she would become the laughingstock. No, that simply could not happen. Sihan would not be so indifferent towards her. Fu Sihan wrapped his arm around Mu Qianqian's shoulders, his gaze towards her laced with disdain. I have no ties with you. If you have delusions, seek treatment, don't create a scene here. Take her away, he ordered. Understood. The bodyguards restrained Gu Qingyu, leading her towards the exit, intending to escort her to the police station. Everything that had transpired in the CAF was captured by surveillance cameras. Once the CAF owner submitted the footage, Gu Qingyu would face charges of damages and detention. Gu Qingyu clutched the glass door of the CAF tightly. Vile woman. What kind of potion have you fed Sihan? He won't even glance at me now. Next time, I will make you pay, you wretched mistress who disrupts our relationship. The bodyguards pried her fingers away one by one, forcibly dragging her out. The farce finally came to an end. Manager, thank you for your assistance just now, Mu Qianqian said with a bow to the CAF manager. The manager smiled. No need for thanks, it was my duty. UV had quite the scare today, you should head home, come back when you have time. Yes, goodbye, manager. After bidding farewell to the manager, Mu Qianqian left the CAF with Fu Sihan. Once they departed, the patrons began to murmur amongst themselves. I knew it, that woman clearly seemed mentally unstable, turns out she suffers from delusions. That man was so handsome, and his demeanor was so aloof. I feel like I've seen him somewhere, perhaps in a financial interview? She must be jealous that someone else's boyfriend is good-looking, which is why she publicly accused him of being a mistress. That little waitress is so pure and beautiful, like a campus belle. No wonder she caught the eye of such a striking man. These whispers went unheard by Mu Qianqian. If she would have realized that her husband was no ordinary man, but rather a breathtakingly handsome one. Mu Qianqian blinked. So your name is Sihan, I thought, Fu Sihan inquired. Thought what? I thought you were just called Fu Zone, not. Fu Sihan chuckled softly, at a loss for words. Only her little mind could conjure such peculiar thoughts. Tilting her head curiously, Mu Qianqian asked, why does Assistant Wang call you Fu Zone? Fu Sihan cleared his throat. Ahem, you can think of it as my nickname. Is that so? Mu Qianqian, with her innocent nature, didn't question his words. However, a new question soon arose. Uncle, didn't you say you were very unattractive and that no woman would look at you? What could explain that madwoman's obsession with him? This question left Fu Sihan momentarily speechless. He couldn't possibly say that he was not unattractive, that he was worth billions, and that countless women pursued him. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Sihan replied, perhaps she is not in her right mind. Mu Qianqian nodded earnestly. I think so too. That woman was clearly deranged, utterly mad. Feeling a bit shy, Mu Qianqian said, but it's perfectly normal for someone as wonderful as you to have admirers. Besides that madwoman, there must be others who secretly like you. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow coolly. Admiration, it was merely an attraction to his appearance and the wealth of the Fu family. Were he not the heir of the Fu family and lacking a handsome visage, would anyone still pursue him with such fervor? Ultimately, they were but a shallow, materialistic crowd. What brings you to work at the CAF? Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian had not informed him of her job. I wanted to earn some money to help uncle with expenses. Fu Sihan smirked. Rest assured, I can support you. The little crybaby's health was delicate. She should stay home to recuperate rather than venture outside where danger lurked. But I cannot always rely on you. Since someone offered me this opportunity, I must seize it. Who referred you? Oh no, she had let it slip. Mu Qianqian felt a twinge of guilt, lowering her voice. It was a male student from the sports department. Fu Sihan halted, a piercing gaze fixed upon her, his voice icy enough to freeze. A male student? Unbeknownst to him, Qianqian had already made male friends at school. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, hastily explaining, but I really don't know him well, we've hardly spoken. Then how did he come to help you find a job? The words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. As a man, Fu Sihan understood male intentions all too well. If they were merely acquaintances, who would go to such lengths to assist her, clearly, there was more to it. Mu Qianqian, intimidated by his demeanor, shrank back, softly clarifying, but I'm really not familiar with him. We've only met a few times, and I didn't even save his contact information. He found me in class and offered to introduce me to a part-time position. Fu Sihan scoffed. So, he had taken a liking to his little crybaby. Though Mu Qianqian had done nothing wrong, he felt an unexplainable frustration that he could not direct towards her. Fu Sihan took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. Next time you encounter a male classmate like that, remember to inform me. Let him deal with those insincere male university students.
Mu Qianqian nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Fu Sihan took her hand once more, enveloping her soft fingers in his palm. Did you cry today?
Mu Qianqian shook her head resolutely. No, I was very brave today. I wouldn't let myself cry. Although she had indeed been frightened earlier, nearly on the verge of tears, she had managed to hold it together in the end. Fu Sihan smiled with satisfaction. Good, keep it up.
Chapter 31.
The skirt. Mu Qianqian understood that her uncle's strictness was for her own good. She yearned to shed her identity as a timid, weeping child and mature into an adult capable of weathering life's storms. She resolved to begin by reducing the frequency of her tears. Fu Sihan spoke with an undeniable authority. You shall no longer work at the coffee shop.
What? But I still want to earn some money. What should I do? I will arrange a new position for you, one that is further from school to prevent you from being targeted by Gu Qingyu again.
Her uncle's reasoning was sound, and Mu Qianqian consented. All right, thank you, uncle. I will inform the manager at the coffee shop the next time I pass by, and I won't be returning. That mad woman was already aware of her employment there, and continuing would only invite trouble for the manager. It was better to resign from that job altogether. Mu Qianqian had assumed that her uncle would need to exert considerable effort to find her a new job, especially since she lacked a university diploma and was visually impaired. However, to her astonishment, her uncle swiftly arranged a position for her at the prestigious Platinum 5-star hotel Yunqing Hotel. Her excitement was palpable. This hotel is renowned, even I have heard of it.
Can I really work there? Fu Sihan replied coldly, yes.
He did not comprehend her excitement. After all, Yunqing Hotel was merely a subsidiary of the Fu Group, and he had secured the position with a single phone call. Despite Fu Sihan's indifferent demeanor, Mu Qianqian's elation remained undiminished. She immediately called her good friendly see you, I'm going to work at Yunqing Hotel. Really, that's the most famous hotel in Bay City, hosting many distinguished guests.
There are numerous seniors who have applied and been turned away. How did you manage to get in? Well, that's a secret for now. Are you teasing me? Come on, tell me, is the treatment there particularly good? Mu Qianqian nodded. Absolutely. I am just a part-timer, and I earn 3,000 a day. If I become a permanent employee after graduation, the salary will surely be even higher. Wow, such a lucrative salary? Qianqian, you're going to be rich. Mu Qianqian smiled brightly. Yes, I've never earned so much money before.
All of this was thanks to her uncle's assistance, otherwise, she would have struggled to find such a good job. Working only 8 days a month on weekends would earn her 24,000 in the past. She wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a sum. To put it into perspective, her parents' fast food restaurant barely earned less than 10,000 a month, as most of the income went towards rent, leaving little for her.
After hanging up, Mu Qianqian eagerly turned to Fu Sihan. Uncle, could you help me choose some clothes? Fu Sihan, amidst his busy schedule, glanced over. Choose what?
This is my first time going to such an important place.
I need your help to pick out something suitable. Mu Qianqian dashed back to her room, closed the door, and changed into a white skirt, twirling before Fu Sihan. How about this one? Fu Sihan's gaze fell upon the skirt's excessively short hemline and the glimpse of her delicate thigh, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. He took a sip of cold water, his voice low and cool. Change into something else. Mu Qianqian switched into a burgundy spaghetti strap dress, even more revealing than the last, exposing her fair shoulders and drawing all attention. Fu Sihan crossed his long legs, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Change again, he said, his voice husky. Mu Qianqian hurried back to her room, rummaging through her wardrobe and laying out a plethora of clothes on the bed, trying them on one by one. Her uncle had purchased her so many outfits that she could hardly wear them all, and her wardrobe was nearing capacity. The more Fu Sihan looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. Why are they all skirts? Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. Uncle, these clothes were all bought by you. Fu Sihan was momentarily speechless. When she had first moved in, she had no clothes of her own, so Fu Sihan instructed his secretary to buy her some. When asked what type of clothing she wanted, he had thought she looked good in skirts and simply said, skirts. Little did he know, the secretary had taken it literally and brought dozens of lovely dresses, filling Mu Qianqian's wardrobe to the brim. Uncle, I already have enough skirts. Many of them I haven't had the chance to wear. Fu Sihan loosened his tie. I'll have someone buy you some different clothes later. Mu Qianqian cheerfully expressed her gratitude. Thank you, uncle. But uncle, what should I wear to work? Fu Sihan recalled how alluring she looked in a skirt, a surge of warmth igniting within him. He lowered his voice. Wear the hotel uniform. Wait, does the hotel provide uniforms? Yes. Mu Qianqian was instantly incensed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I've spent ages picking out clothes.
Fu Sihan, seated on the sofa with his knees apart, supported himself with his tailored suit, replied coolly, it didn't occur to me earlier. With so many pressing matters occupying his mind, the CEO of the Fu Group had scarcely remembered whether his hotel had uniforms. Even without a uniform requirement, he could easily ensure that everyone was outfitted with one with a single phone call. Mu Qianqian stamped her foot in frustration. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore. She returned to her room, intending to remove the skirt, but the zipper at the back was too high for her to reach. After fumbling for a while, she realized she couldn't manage it without help. The fabric was thin, and she hesitated to pull too hard for fear of damaging the dress. After a fruitless struggle, she reluctantly called out to Fu Sihan for assistance. Uncle, could you come help me? Fu Sihan's tall figure appeared at the doorway of her room, but he did not step inside. He raised an eyebrow coolly. What is it? Mu Qianqian felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency, her face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. In a delicate voice, she said, please, help me pull down the zipper of my dress. I can't reach it. Fu Sihan's gaze deepened with intrigue. You want me to help you undress? His words sent Mu Qianqian's cheeks burning even hotter. Just help me lower the zipper a little, and I can manage the rest. She turned her back to him, her long, seaweed-like hair cascading down her back, the satin dress softly hugging her curvaceous figure. Fu Sihan's breath quickened, his gaze becoming uncomfortably intense. As Mu Qianqian tucked her troublesome hair aside, exposing her long, fair neck, she inexplicably felt his heated gaze as if it were a tangible entity, caressing her body inch by inch, sending electric shivers down her spine. Though she was fully clothed, a sense of vulnerability washed over her. Mu Qianqian's face was so flushed it seemed it might bleed, and she urged, Uncle, hurry up. If this standoff continued, she would surely be too shy to remain in the room. Chapter 32. Drinking soy milk. Behind her, steady footsteps resonated. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, her breath caught in a tense stillness. Fu Sihan's gaze fixated on the delicate skin of her nape, his large hand gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair, locating the zipper at the top of her dress. His palm was rough and heated, causing Mu Qianqian to emit a short, involuntary whimper, as if she had been burned. This sound was akin to a cat's claw grazing Fu Sihan's heart, momentarily pausing his movements. Grasping the zipper, Fu Sihan restrained himself, pulling it down just a fraction, preventing her from revealing too much. His eyes were deep, and his voice was husky. Can I touch you now? Mu Qianqian's heart raced with anxiety as she slowly raised her arm, searching for the zipper of her dress. Blushing, she nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, you may, thank you, uncle. I'm leaving, call me if you need anything. Fu Sihan turned to exit the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Mu Qianqian successfully removed her dress and changed into soft, comfortable loungewear, yet, a faint sense of disappointment welled up within her. It seemed as though uncle had no interest in her, completely indifferent to her body. While she was flustered and flushed, he had simply helped her and left with an air of calmness. Was she truly so devoid of allure? That insufferable uncle was the one with the blind eyes. Mu Qianqian flopped onto her bed, imagining the pillow as Fu Sihan, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon it. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Sihan was not as composed as he appeared. He had intended to return to his work, yet felt as though a flame had been ignited within him, burning fiercely. Fu Sihan not only felt parched but also overheated, rendering him incapable of focusing on his tasks. After years of abstaining from desires, he found himself caught off guard by such a situation, unable to believe it was due to a mere young girl. He exhaled a hot breath, eventually rising to enter the bathroom, where cold water cascaded down his throat, finally dousing the heat that engulfed him. During dinner, noticing that Mu Qianqian was eating sparingly, Fu Sihan continued to serve her, piling her bowl high with food. Mu Qianqian grimaced, Uncle, I can't eat that much. She was barely of stature, standing before Fu Sihan, unable even to reach his shoulder. How could she possibly compare to the appetite of a grown man? Eat more, you are too thin. Fu Sihan's dark, damp hair framed his rugged, stern face, his thin lips pressed together. Mu Qianqian, a connoisseur of looks, was oblivious to the fact that the handsome figure seated across from her was indeed strikingly attractive. Am I really too thin? Yes. Fu Sihan had merely spoken casually, yet Mu Qianqian took it to heart. She pondered secretly, could uncle's disinterest in her stem from her being too thin? Glancing down at her figure, she indeed found little to boast. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and determination, she resolved to cultivate her physique, aiming to make uncle's nose bleed from her allure in the future. After dinner, Aunt Lu came to clear the table. Mu Qianqian approached the kitchen and whispered, Aunt Lu, could you please make me a bowl of soy milk in the mornings from now on? Soy milk? Of course, Miss Mu, have you developed a liking for it recently? Aunt Lu's voice was loud, catching Fu Sihan's attention in the living room, who glanced over with indifference, realizing his gaze was upon her. Mu Qianqian wished to vanish on the spot. Her thoughts had drifted elsewhere as she mumbled to Aunt Lu, "Just make it as you see fit, I'll be on my way." With that, Mu Qianqian attempted to sneak away to her own room, but Fu Sihan called out, "Stop." Feeling as if she were rooted to the ground, Mu Qianqian stood frozen. Observing her distance, Fu Sihan frowned slightly, "Come here." "Okay." Slowly, Mu Qianqian shuffled to his side. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. "What made you suddenly crave soy milk?" He had indeed heard. How could this man have such sharp hearing? Because Mu Qianqian tugged at the hem of her shirt, uncertain how to respond. She certainly couldn't reveal the truth, or she would be met with ridicule. Fu Sihan had merely asked out of curiosity, yet her peculiar reaction piqued his suspicion. What is going on? Mu Qianqian forced herself to remain calm. "I simply want to drink it." "There is no reason." Fu Sihan's brow furrowed deeper. Just as he was about to probe further, a voice from his computer chimed in. "Soy milk, isn't it similar to papaya in effect?" Fu Sihan had inadvertently left his microphone on during a voice meeting, and the casual remark from an outsider caused Mu Qianqian's cheeks to flush crimson, her blood rushing to her head. Covering her face, she fled in embarrassment. Fu Sihan's expression stiffened, quickly realizing the implications of soy milk's effects. No wonder the young girl had reacted so bashfully. It turned out to be. He recalled his earlier comment made during dinner. Had she taken it to heart? Yet, he had never paid attention to her physical attributes. His concern was merely for her health, wanting her to eat more. Who could have anticipated that her imagination would run wild? It felt awkward for a grown man like him to clarify such matters with her. "Mr. Fu, why are you silent?" Fu Sihan glared at the talkative instigator of this awkward situation, his expression darkening. He coldly replied, "Let's discuss this later," before disconnecting the meeting. Later that night, standing at the door to the guest room, Fu Sihan hesitated for a long while, contemplating whether to knock. Just then, the door swung open from the inside. Mu Qianqian, seeing him, asked in confusion, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" "Nothing much, just checking if you were asleep." Mu Qianqian rubbed her eyes. "I just finished listening to a recording from class. I'll go to sleep soon." Fu Sihan nodded slightly. One stood inside the door, while the other remained outside. Mu Qianqian wanted to fetch a glass of milk from the kitchen, but Fu Sihan blocked her exit. She spoke softly, "Uncle, could you please move aside?" Fu Sihan stepped aside, hesitating for a moment before saying, "What I said tonight, don't take it to heart." Mu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Fu Sihan's expression remained icy, yet his words were earnest. "I have no opinion on your physique. No one in this world has the right to judge your body. I merely wish for you to eat more, to replenish your nutrition and recover your health." It was the first time he had spoken such a lengthy statement. Not only did Mu Qianqian stand in stunned silence, but even Fu Sihan found it hard to believe. When had he become so loquacious? After finishing, he left with a cold face, leaving Mu Qianqian to ponder alone. After a while, she finally processed his words, feeling as though she had been enveloped in a honeyed embrace, sweetness wrapping around her entirely. Blushing shyly, she soon found herself unable to suppress a smile. Although Uncle's demeanor was somewhat aloof, his character was undeniably commendable. Chapter 33. The sweet cake. The following day, Aunt Lu prepared red date soy milk. Mu Qianqian gulped down a large cup, saying, "Aunt Lu, you can just make regular breakfast from now on. There's no need to specially prepare soy milk for me." After hearing what her uncle had said yesterday, she had come to a realization: there was no necessity to obsess over maintaining a perfect figure. It was better to let things unfold naturally. Fu Sihan was perusing a magazine when he glanced up at her, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The little girl, having grown up in an adverse environment, was prone to a lack of confidence and the desire to please others. In time, as she nurtured herself, she would no longer harbor the same insecurities, and would not succumb to self-doubt due to the words of others. Mu Qianqian picked up her thermos and waved at Fu Sihan, saying, "Uncle, I'm off to class, goodbye." Fu Sihan coldly acknowledged her with a brief watching as she skipped out the door. Upon arriving in the classroom, Fu Qianqian greeted her as soon as he spotted her. "Mu classmate." Mu Qianqian settled into her seat next to her roommate. "Thank you for helping me find a job, but I won't be going there anymore." "Why not?" "Is it because of that troublesome woman from last time?" "Don't worry, she is still in detention," Fu Qianqian reassured her. He had heard about the incident at the CAF, where that woman had audaciously attempted to strip someone in public. Gu Qingyu was truly out of her mind. Mu Qianqian replied, "She will eventually be released. I'm afraid that if I stay at the CAF any longer, I might cause trouble for the manager." After hearing her words, Fu Qianqian felt even more convinced of her kind-hearted nature.
In stark contrast to Gu Qingyu, Mu Qianqian seemed like a little angel. That is fine then, we won Tigoda, I can help you find another job.
Mu Qianqian shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already found a new job. Fu Qianqing assumed this was merely her way of declining his offer.
I'll help you find a position that pays even better.
After all, in his eyes, Mu Qianqian, being visually impaired, wouldn't he be able to secure a good job?
She must be making excuses to turn him down. Mu Qianqian repeatedly waved her hands. Really, it's not necessary.
Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom, prompting Fu Qianqing to temporarily relent. After class, Mu Qianqian made a trip to the CAF to inform the owner that she would no longer be coming. The owner, somewhat reluctant to see her go, said, "Although I've grown fond of you, I respect your decision.
Here is your salary, I'll transfer it to your phone." "Thank you, manager."
Mu Qianqian received her first paycheck, her joy immeasurable. As she was about to head home, she happened to pass by a cake shop. Throughout her life, she had never celebrated a birthday, but her brothers' birthdays were always commemorated, with her parents buying cakes for them. The cakes were shared among her family, leaving her with only the crumbs that remained on the plate. Mu Qianqian had once stealthily licked a bit of cream left on the cake tray. The sweet taste was something she would never forget. With this thought in mind, she inexplicably pushed open the door to the cake shop.
The young clerk greeted her. "Hello, may I help you find a cake?" It was Mu Qianqian's first time purchasing a cake, and she felt a bit shy. "I'd like a smaller one. Do you have strawberry flavor? How many people will it serve?" "2.
The clerk kindly suggested, for 2 people, a 4-inch cake should suffice. However, there isn't much price difference between the 4-inch and 6-inch cakes.
The 6-inch one is more cost-effective."
Mu Qianqian inquired about the prices. 4 inches at 138, 6 inches at 168. Indeed, the difference was minimal.
"I'll take the 6-inch one."
The clerk recommended a strawberry mousse cake, claiming it was their best seller.
She packaged the cake and handed it to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you."
With the cake in hand, her spirits soared. However, as she crossed the street, a delivery rider, in a rush, ran a red light and collided with her. The impact sent Mu Qianqian tumbling to the ground, the cake flying from her grasp and shattering upon impact. "Watch where you're going," the rider yelled, showing no remorse. He propped up his electric scooter and, noticing her sunglasses, spat disdainfully on the ground. "Tch, just a blind girl, what bad luck." This scene did not go unnoticed by a passenger in a nearby car.
The driver glanced out the window, exclaiming, "Isn't that Miss Mu?"
Fu Sikan, who was on a call, turned to look outside as well, confirming that it was indeed the beleaguered Mu Qianqian. The young girl lay on the ground, nervously gripping her white cane. She fumbled to retrieve the cake, but it had been thrown too far away for her to reach. Fu Sikan's expression darkened instantly. He quickly ended the call and exited the car. Assistant Wang, who was seated in the front passenger seat, promptly followed suit. Fu Sikan strode over with purpose, helping the fallen girl to her feet. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Mu Qianqian shook her head, her voice laced with sorrow. "I'm fine, but my cake." This was her first time buying a cake for herself. She had looked forward to it all the way, only to have it ruined by someone else's recklessness. Seeing the ruined cake on the ground, Fu Sikan reassured her, "Don't worry. The cake is perfectly fine, it hasn't been damaged." He signaled to his assistant to quickly procure an identical one. Wang understood the implication, swiftly taking a photo and heading down the street in search of a cake shop. The delivery rider, noticing that Mu Qianqian had someone to protect her, particularly a man of distinguished demeanor, realized he had provoked someone beyond his means. Thus, he hastily mounted his scooter and departed. Some individuals, accustomed to preying on the weak, underestimated Mu Qianqian, not realizing they had just encountered someone formidable. Fu Sikan lifted Mu Qianqian into the car, instructing the driver to take her to the hospital. She tugged at his sleeve. "There's no need, I'm fine." Fu Sikan's tone brooked no argument. "We must go for a checkup. Just because you don't feel pain doesn't mean there are no injuries." Reluctantly, Mu Qianqian acquiesced, allowing him to lead her back to the hospital. After completing a series of examinations, the good news was that Mu Qianqian had only sustained minor abrasions and had not injured her internal organs. This news brought a sigh of relief to Fu Sikan. He made a phone call to ascertain the platform the rider belonged to, as well as his employee number. This particular platform was in cooperation with the Fu Group, and upon learning the details of the incident, they swiftly took action. The rider was subsequently dismissed from his position, and all other platforms would blacklist him to prevent further reckless behavior that could lead to accidents. Upon returning home from the hospital, Mu Qianqian did not forget to bring along the remnants of her shattered cake. She could only see the transparent exterior, oblivious to the ruined cake within. Still believing it to be intact, just as Fu Sikan had claimed. Fu Sikan gently held her hand, his demeanor calm. Let me handle this.
Thank you, uncle, she beamed, her face lighting up with a smile.
Fu Sikan moved to the back of the car, just as Assistant Wang arrived, carrying an identical new cake. Fu Sikan exchanged the cakes with Wang and then took Mu Qianqian's hand, leading her into the elevator.
Chapter 33 The Sweet Cake. The following day, Aunt Lu prepared red date soy milk. Mu Qianqian gulped down a large cup and said, Aunt Lu, just prepare breakfast as usual from now on.
There's no need to make soy milk specifically for me. After the conversation she had with her uncle yesterday, she had come to terms with it. There was no need to obsessively pursue a perfect figure. She would let things unfold naturally. Fu Sikan was engrossed in a magazine when he glanced up at her, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. The little crybaby had grown up in time, as she nurtured her self-esteem, she would no longer succumb to self-doubt due to others' words. Mu Qianqian picked up her thermos and waved goodbye to Fu Sikan, saying, Uncle, I'm off to class.
See you later. Fu Sikan replied curtly with an watching her bounce out the door. Upon arriving at the classroom, Fu Qianqian greeted her as soon as he spotted Mu Qianqian. Mu, my classmate. She took her seat beside her roommate and said, Thank you for introducing me to the job, but I won't be going anymore.
Why not? Is it because of that woman who caused a scene last time? Don't worry, she is still in detention. Fu Qianqian had already heard about the incident at the CAF. How outrageous that Gu Qingyu had attempted to strip someone in public.
Mu Qianqian replied, She will be released eventually. I fear that if I remain at the CAF, I might cause trouble for the manager.
After hearing her words, Fu Qianqian felt even more convinced of her kind-hearted nature.
In comparison to Gu Qingyu, Mu Qianqian was practically an angel. Very well, then not if you're not going, I can help you find another job.
Mu Qianqian shook her head, Thank you for your kindness, but I've already found a new job.
Fu Qianqian thought she was merely making excuses to decline his help. Let me find you one that pays even more than the last. After all, in his view, given Mu Qianqian's blindness, what kind of good job could she possibly secure? Surely, she was just trying to brush him off. Mu Qianqian waved her hands insistently, Really, it's not necessary.
Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom, prompting Fu Qianqian to relent for the moment. After class, Mu Qianqian visited the CAF to inform the owner that she would no longer be coming. The owner, somewhat reluctant, said, Though I quite like this little girl, I respect your decision.
Here's your wage, I'll transfer it to your phone. Thank you, manager.
Mu Qianqian received her first paycheck, elated beyond measure. As she was about to head home, she happened to pass by a cake shop. Throughout her life, she had never celebrated her birthday, though her older brother and younger brother had theirs celebrated yearly, with their parents buying cakes for them. The cakes were always shared among her family, leaving her with only the scraps left on the plate. Mu Qianqian had once secretly licked a bit of cream from a cake tray. The delightful taste lingered in her memory for a lifetime. With these thoughts in mind, she found herself inexplicably pushing open the door to the cake shop.
The young sales assistant asked, Hello, what kind of cake would you like to buy?
Feeling a bit shy as it was her first time purchasing a cake, Mu Qianqian replied, I'd like a smaller one.
Do you have strawberry flavor? How many people will be eating? 2.
The sales assistant kindly suggested, For 2 people, I recommend a 4-inch cake. However, the price difference between the 4-inch and 6-inch is minimal, and the 6-inch is a better deal. After inquiring about the prices, Mu Qianqian found the 4-inch cake to be 138 and the 6-inch to be 168, indeed not much difference. I'll take the 6-inch. The sales assistant recommended a strawberry mousse cake, claiming it to be their best seller.
She packaged the cake and handed it to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian softly expressed her gratitude, Thank you.
Carrying the cake, her spirits soared. However, as she crossed the street, a delivery rider, in a hurry, ran a red light and accidentally bumped into her. Mu Qianqian fell to the ground, the cake flying from her hands and splattering messily. Watch where you're going, the rider shouted unreasonably. He righted his electric bike and, upon noticing her sunglasses, spat on the ground, Just a blind girl.
What bad luck. This scene was witnessed by someone in a car nearby. The driver glanced out the window and exclaimed, Isn't that Miss Mu?
Fu Sikan, on a phone call, turned to look outside and indeed saw Mu Qianqian being bullied. The young girl had fallen, nervously gripping her white cane. She fumbled to retrieve the cake, but it had been thrown too far away for her to reach. Fu Sikan's expression darkened instantly as he quickly hung up and exited the car. His assistant, Wang, promptly followed suit. Fu Sikan strode over, helping the fallen girl to her feet.
Are you hurt anywhere?
Mu Qianqian shook her head and sorrowfully replied, I'm fine, but my cake. This was her first time buying a cake for herself.
She had looked forward to it all the way home, only to have it ruined by an accident. Seeing the smashed cake on the ground, Fu Sikan reassured her, "Don't worry, the cake is fine. It's not ruined." He signaled to his assistant to quickly procure an identical replacement. Juan understood and hurriedly snapped a picture, heading down the road in search of a cake shop. The delivery rider, noticing that Mu Qianqian had someone to protect her, and that the man looked distinguished and not someone he could afford to cross, quickly left on his bike. Some people are accustomed to bullying the weak. They see a blind girl and think her an easy target, unaware they might encounter someone formidable. Fu Sikan helped Mu Qianqian into the car and instructed the driver to take her to the hospital.
Mu Qianqian tugged at his sleeve. "There's no need, I'm fine." Fu Sikan's tone brooked no argument. "We must get you checked sometimes. Just because you don't feel pain, doesn't mean there aren't any injuries." Unable to contest him, Mu Qianqian acquiesced and allowed him to take her back to the hospital. After a series of examinations, the good news was that she had only sustained minor injuries, with no internal damage. This relieved Fu Sikan greatly. He made a call to investigate the delivery rider's platform and his employee number. Coincidentally, this platform had a partnership with the Fu Group. Upon learning the details of the incident, they quickly took action. The rider was dismissed, and he would be blacklisted from other platforms to prevent further reckless behavior that could lead to traffic accidents. Returning home from the hospital, Mu Qianqian still clutched the ruined cake from the back seat. She could only see the transparent exterior, unaware of the chaos within, still believing, as Fu Sikan had said, that the cake was unharmed. Fu Sikan gently held her hand, saying quietly, "Let me handle it." "Thank you, uncle," she beamed. Fu Sikan made his way to the back of the car just as Wang arrived, holding a brand new identical cake. Fu Sikan exchanged the ruined cake for the fresh one and took Mu Qianqian's hand, leading her into the elevator. Chapter 34. Growing boldness. The strawberry mousse cake was elegantly placed upon the table. Mu Qianqian gently tapped the tray beneath the cake, exclaiming, "Oh, why is this 6-inch cake so large? How can we possibly finish it between the two of us?" It turned out she had indeed ordered a 6-inch cake. However, Assistant Wang had only focused on the cake's design and overlooked its size, opting instead for the largest 8-inch variant, which was significantly larger than the 6-inch. Fu Sihan, his voice cold, remarked, "If we cannot finish it, we can give it to Aunt Lu. She has children at home." Mu Qianqian agreed. "That's a splendid idea, uncle, you have such a kind heart." The cake was sliced and served onto small plates, ensuring that the remaining portions remained pristine for the children. Once again praised for his kindness, Fu Sihan found himself at a loss for words. If she were to discover his notorious reputation in the industry as a cold and ruthless figure, she would surely be taken aback. "Let us cut the cake," Fu Sihan said, slicing a piece for Mu Qianqian and ensuring that the largest strawberries adorned her small plate. As she took a bite, the sweet and creamy frosting melted in her mouth, accompanied by the tartness of the strawberries, enveloping her palate in a delightful sweetness. "I had no idea cake could be so delicious," she exclaimed. Fu Sihan, who had little fondness for sweets, took a bite and immediately frowned. It was overwhelmingly rich. He gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of water to wash away the cloying sweetness. Mu Qianqian, who adored anything strawberry-flavored, found this mousse cake to be a treasure that resonated deeply with her. Previously, she could only watch her brothers indulge in cake while she was left with none. Now, this entire cake belonged solely to her and her uncle, filling her with a profound sense of satisfaction that made this cake feel like her most cherished possession. "Uncle, do you like it?" she inquired. Fu Sihan, merely catching a whiff of the frosting's sweetness, felt it was overwhelmingly saccharine, yet, he did not wish to dampen Mu Qianqian's spirits and replied with restraint, "It's tolerable." "I shall serve you another piece," she declared, her joy reminiscent of a child's. She picked up the plastic knife and clumsily cut another slice. Fu Sihan took an empty plate to accommodate the small cake piece, unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, his brow furrowed in irritation. "Uncle, you must eat." "I am almost done with my piece," she urged excitedly. She relished sharing delightful treats with those she deemed important. Fu Sihan, gritting his teeth, consumed both pieces of cake. When Mu Qianqian offered to serve him again, he quickly grasped her wrist, saying, "That's enough. I can't eat any more." "All right, uncle, but you scold me for my appetite. Yours isn't much larger," she retorted. Fu Sihan, suppressing discomfort in his throat, hastily conjured an excuse. "I'm just not feeling well today." "Oh," she replied. "You enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to." "Very well." Fu Sihan stood and exited the living room, heading to the bathroom. He turned on the shower, using the sound of rushing water to mask his violent retching into the toilet. Had he only taken a few bites, it would have sufficed, but he had indulged in 2 hefty slices. The sickly sweet flavor lodged in his throat made him feel utterly unwell. Mu Qianqian, unable to consume an entire 8-inch cake by herself, had only managed to eat a small portion, packaging the remainder to take to Aunt Lu. After rinsing his mouth and brushing his teeth, Fu Sihan finally managed to rid himself of the overwhelming sweetness, leaving only a faint minty taste behind, which felt much more refreshing. Still, he felt slightly uneasy in his stomach and had not eaten much for dinner. That evening, Fu Sihan was working in the master bedroom when a gentle knock interrupted him.
Mu Qianqian's soft voice followed, "Uncle, are you asleep?"
"No, is there something you need?" he replied. Her tone carried a hint of nervousness. "I brought you something."
Something? Fu Sihan inhaled deeply. The door isn't locked. "You may enter." Mu Qianqian cautiously opened the door, carrying a bowl of soup.
"What is this?" he inquired. Mu Qianqian explained, "Uncle, you didn't eat much for dinner, and I was worried you might be hungry.
I asked Aunt Lu to prepare a nourishing soup for you."
A glint of light crossed Fu Sihan's eyes. "Just set it on the side table." "All right," she replied, placing the bowl on the table. As she withdrew her hand, Fu Sihan noticed her fingertips were slightly red. His expression turned serious. "Did you burn yourself?" "No." Mu Qianqian quickly concealed her hand behind her back. Fu Sihan's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure as he insisted, "Show me your hand."
"Really, I'm fine," she protested.
However, he firmly grasped her wrist, pulling it before him. Mu Qianqian had intended to resist, but her strength felt insignificant against his. Under the light, Fu Sihan noticed the delicate tips of her fingers slightly reddened, likely from the hot soup. Fortunately, it didn't appear to be serious. With a stern expression, he coldly admonished, "In the future, if you encounter such situations, come directly to me. Do not carry hot soup around."
"What if you were to fall?"
His voice held a low, magnetic quality, exuding an undeniable authority. Startled by his intensity, Mu Qianqian lowered her head. I understand."
Fu Sihan tightened his grip on her wrist. "If I see you carrying hot soup again, do not blame me for losing my temper, understood?"
"I'll remember," she mumbled, nodding glumly. Fu Sihan lowered his gaze. "Why do you not lift your head? You resemble a frightened quail." Feeling embarrassed, Mu Qianqian hesitated to admit that she was intimidated by him. Gathering her courage, she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, saying, "Sihan, with such a temper, you won't find a wife."
This marked the first time Mu Qianqian had addressed him by his name. Fu Sihan paused, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. "Who said I won't find a wife? Aren't you my wife?"
Mu Qianqian's cheeks puffed up, resembling a little pufferfish. If you continue to be so fierce, I won't be your wife anymore." Fu Sihan narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger surfacing as his tone turned chilling. "If you won't be my wife, then whose wife will you be?"
"Certainly not yours," Mu Qianqian retorted, turning to flee.
Instinctively, Fu Sihan grasped her wrist, and with a swift motion, she was pulled into his embrace, colliding against his firm chest. "Ah!" she yelped in surprise. The enveloping masculine scent surrounded her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, her heart racing wildly. The fragrance emanating from Fu Sihan was delightful, a refreshing cedar aroma intertwined with a rich undertone of agarwood. Fu Sihan gazed at the timid girl in his arms, his gaze darkening, his breath becoming heavier. However, he knew this was not the right moment. At the very least, he would wait until her eyes regained their usual sparkle. With a slight smile curving his lips, his voice softened with an unintentional tenderness. "Your courage is indeed growing by the day."
Chapter 35. The ungrateful wolf. Mu Qianqian's petite face flushed deeply as she hurriedly withdrew from his embrace. With a hint of defiance, she remarked, "Isn't it all learned from you?" "Learned from me?" Mu Qianqian let out a soft huff. "Sihan, if you dare to scold me again, I will run away and not be your wife anymore." The little girl was oblivious to how soft and melodious her voice was. When she delicately called his name, it resembled a lover's whisper, causing Fu Sihan's throat to tighten and igniting an impulse to pull her back into his arms. Fu Sihan's gaze darkened as he coldly threatened, "If you call my name again, don't expect to go home tonight." "Then where will I sleep?" Fu Sihan's eyes brimmed with an aggressive glint, each word deliberately emphasized. "What do you think?" Although the master bedroom was spacious, it contained only a single bed. If Mu Qianqian were to stay, she would inevitably have to share the bed with him. Realizing this, her cheeks burned with an astonishing heat. You are so shameless." Yet, her voice was barely a whisper, lacking any intimidation. It was akin to a kitten displaying its soft paw pads, attempting to frighten the opponent, but only endearing itself further. This little crybaby surely had no idea how alluring her current demeanor was to a man. Fu Sihan feared that if this continued, the fire within him would have no outlet and could harm her. He took Mu Qianqian's hand, saying, "Let's go." "Where to?" "To rinse your fingers with cold water, to avoid burns." Mu Qianqian quietly allowed him to lead her.
The uncle's rough and large palm enveloped her hand entirely, as if to protect her from all external dangers. Every time she held hands with him, a sense of security washed over her. After taking a few steps, the little girl innocently remarked, "Uncle, your hand is so warm." Fu Xihan's expression darkened. "Don't concern yourself with unnecessary details." "Oh." He led Mu Qianqian to the sink, washing her fingers with cold water. Still not at ease, he admonished her like a caring father, "Remember not to touch hot things in the future, alright?" Mu Qianqian pouted, "Uncle, you've already said that many times, I've remembered it long ago." Was she foolish enough not to remember after hearing it so often? The uncle was more nagging than a grandmother. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dismissed for speaking so freely in front of Fu Xihan. Only this little girl, unaware of his status, dared to speak back with such boldness. Fu Xihan sighed helplessly within. After washing her hands, Mu Qianqian returned to the guest room and locked the door behind her. Hearing the lock click, Fu Xihan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Did she truly see him as such a lustful man? How could she be so distrustful of him? He had treated her with such kindness. The little girl was acting like an ungrateful wolf. However, Fu Xihan had misjudged her intentions. Mu Qianqian locked the door purely out of a lack of security from before. Having finally acquired her own room, she naturally wanted to safeguard her territory from any intruders. That day, with no classes scheduled, Mu Qianqian went to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Her position was that of a greeter and exhibition guide. Yuncheng Hotel, situated in the bustling city center, occupied a vast area, adorned with golden splendor and exuding opulence. It also housed the largest exhibition hall in Bay City, showcasing esteemed ancient paintings and rare antiques. Many business owners were interested in the collection, often choosing to negotiate collaborations at Yuncheng Hotel.
Mu Qianqian, right?
Shortly, I'll have someone show you around the exhibition hall. Each item's location and number are fixed. You just need to remember the numbers and their corresponding stories, the supervisor stated. Mu Qianqian nodded. Alright.
Please change into your uniform in the changing room.
The supervisor handed her a set of professional attire. She was a woman in her 30s with a pleasant round face and a friendly demeanor.
Thank you.
Mu Qianqian walked to the changing room and emerged in her new outfit. The innocent, clean college student now appeared more mature and sophisticated in her professional ensemble. The supervisor guided Mu Qianqian through the exhibition hall, explaining the significance of each item and its backstory. With her excellent memory, Mu Qianqian absorbed everything after just one listening.
No wonder you're a top student from the finance university.
Mu Qianqian shyly smiled. You're too kind, I'm not that impressive.
Treat me as a guest and explain it to me.
Sure. Walking through the magnificent exhibition hall, Mu Qianqian's voice was soft and pleasant, her demeanor composed as she detailed the origins of each exhibit. The supervisor's face lit up with joy, applauding in satisfaction. Very well, not a single error. You are ready to start today without further training.
Thank you, senior.
No need for such formality. My surname is Li, just call me Sister Li. Sister Li, I hope you can look after me in the future. Mu Qianqian stood at the entrance, welcoming guests and guiding them to the exhibition hall while enthusiastically introducing all the exhibits. This particular group of guests was special, comprising several well-dressed executives, surrounding a tall, young man in their midst. That man's figure seemed somewhat familiar. One executive almost called out President Fu, but was swiftly silenced by Fu Xihan's piercing gaze. He quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Mu Qianqian stared blankly at the man in the center, hesitant to approach. What are you doing just standing there? A burly-faced executive barked. Mu Qianqian rushed over. I apologize. I am the greeter here, and I will escort you to the exhibition hall. The burly-faced boss looked at her disdainfully. Where did this wild girl come from? No professionalism, no manners.
Do you even know which esteemed guest we are hosting today?
You have lowered the standard of this prestigious Yuncheng hotel.
I'll inform the supervisor to have you replaced immediately.
Mu Qianqian felt crushed under the weight of his scorn and was on the verge of tears. The young man at the center's expression turned cold. His assistant, perceptive to the atmosphere, stepped forward to intercede. Mr. Zhu, it's a minor issue, there's no need to be so petty. Mr. Zhu, having been publicly challenged, felt his face drop. However, the one who spoke was Fu Xihan's assistant, representing Fu Xihan's authority. Who would dare cross Fu Xihan? Mr. Zhu begrudgingly suppressed his displeasure, forcing a smile. Yes, it was my fault for being too sensitive. I shouldn't have quarreled with a service staff member. He pulled out his wallet, flinging several bills at Mu Qianqian's feet with a haughty demeanor. A tip for you. Fu Xihan's aura turned frigid, the frost in his eyes nearly tangible. Chapter 36. The concern of an elder. Mu Qianqian stifled her tears and forced a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. The red bills lay untouched on the ground, ignored by all.
Mr. Zhu sneered derisively. What pretense of superiority is this? I can guarantee she'll return to pick up that money. Do you believe otherwise? I've encountered many spineless poor souls like her. Tears welled up in Mu Qianqian's eyes, yet she held back the urge to weep openly. Leading the group into the exhibition hall, she forced a bright facade while introducing each exhibit. Throughout this, Mr. Zhu treated her as a servant, calling for tea one moment and demanding water the next. The onlookers could no longer tolerate it. Mr. Zhu, let us maintain some gentlemanly decorum. There's no need to bicker with a young lady. Indeed, Mr. Zhu, let her be. It would spare us the sight of her. We are to discuss work matters shortly. Having her, an outsider, present is simply inappropriate. Under their collective persuasion, Mr. Zhu dismissively waved his hand. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and leave. Do you want me to kick you out? As Mu Qianqian turned away, tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. She fled the exhibition hall, seeking refuge in the lounge, where she began to cry in secret. Today, Fu Sikan was accompanied by another assistant. Shout out, he pretended to pass by the lounge casually and, upon hearing the muffled sobs within, returned to report to Fu Sikan. Fu Sikan's expression grew icy, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him, yet, Mr. Zhu continued to boast shamelessly, airing his prejudices. Just wait, that woman will certainly return to pick up the cash I tossed aside, ha ha ha. People like her will do anything for money. To us, women are mere playthings. Why show them any kindness? It only emboldens them to overstep. With a heavy hand, Fu Sikan slammed the teacup down instantly. All sound in the exhibition hall ceased, even Mr. Zhu fell silent. He dared to mock those he deemed inferior, yet in Fu Sikan's eyes, he himself was nothing more than an ant, always at risk of being crushed. Mr. Zhu's remarks were a deliberate attempt to curry favor. Having heard rumors of Fu Sikan's disinterest in women, he sought to belittle them to gain Fu's approval, hoping to be welcomed into elite circles. Little did he know, his flattery had landed him in the wrong place. A cold smile graced Fu Sikan's lips. Mr. Zhu, if memory serves, do you not have an elderly mother at home? Mr. Zhu's face turned crimson with excitement as he scrambled to his feet. Yes, Mr. Fu, I am astonished that you recall my family matters. Fu Sikan's tone turned frigid, laced with a hint of bloodthirst. Do you also speak of women as mere playthings in front of your mother? Mr. Zhu froze, as if doused with cold water, his corpulent face quivering, lips stammering. Some executives, typically close to Fu Sikan, exchanged knowing glances, their smiles enigmatic. They understood that Fu valued those around him above all. They were his untouchable Achilles' heel. Who among them had not come from a background with women relatives? Mr. Zhu's words were indeed repugnant, and it was no wonder Fu Sikan was enraged. Who brought Mr. Zhu here? Fu Sikan tapped lightly on the surface of the mahogany table. A slender president stepped forward, shame written all over his face. Mr. Fu, he is a distant relative of mine, and I couldn't refuse his request to meet you. Fu Sikan, with a casual air, pronounced his fate. Your enterprise is too small, your funding inadequate. You need not attend future discussions regarding new energy. The slender president pleaded desperately. Mr. Fu, please grant me another chance. I've secured investors. If you cast me aside now, I have no way to account for it. Such a lucrative opportunity could yield immeasurable profits, and he wished to partake. Yet, now, due to Mr. Zhu's foolish words, he risked being ousted entirely. Losing that profit would not only infuriate investors but could jeopardize his entire company. Fu Sikan did not even lift his gaze. How you explain this is your own concern. Mr. Fu, I implore you to reconsider. Fu Sikan calmly commanded, bring him in. The entire Yincheng Hotel belonged to the Fu family, and all employees naturally complied with Fu Sikan's directives. Security personnel swung open the gilded doors, expelling the slender president and his relative, Mr. Zhu, from the venue. The exhibition hall fell into a quieter hush. Fu Sikan's cold voice cut through the silence. Let the meeting continue. The others fell silent, each one alert and tense, fearful that they too might face expulsion. To remain in the company of such a powerful figure as Fu Sikan, one essential lesson must be learned: keep one's mouth shut and refrain from speaking out of turn. Once outside the Yincheng Hotel, the slender president, disregarding decorum, kicked Mr. Zhu. Are you brainless? Why provoke that living devil? If you want to endanger yourself, don't drag me down with you. His enterprise barely ranked in the second tier within Bay City, struggling to maintain a foothold in elite circles. Now, due to this foolish relative, everything he had built over the years was crumbling to dust. Mr. Zhu, filled with indignation, retorted, what are you so afraid of? If they don't take us, they don't take us. We can always fall back on our old ways and live comfortably. And how do you intend to continue your business after angering Mr. Fu? Then what of it? We can relocate the company to another city. His reach cannot extend beyond Bay City to control me.
Mr. Zhu was clearly no insider. He had no comprehension of the Fu family's standing in the business world, nor did he grasp Fu Saikon's ruthless methods. The slender president, weary of the conversation, replied, "Suit yourself, just don't involve me." He needed to devise a strategy to mend relations, hoping to appease Fu's wrath. As long as he could align himself with these first-rate families, even a mere crumb from their table would suffice for a lifetime. Anyone with sense would know how to choose wisely. Only a fool like Mr. Zhu would think the business world was as simple as child's play. In the lounge, as Mu Qianqian wept, a sudden knock interrupted her solitude. She wiped her tears and opened the door. Standing outside was Xiao, Fu Saikon's assistant. "You must be Miss Mu, these are desserts our boss instructed me to bring you." He said not to mourn for those inconsequential people, nor to let their foolish words trouble your heart. Chapter 37. Face-pinching Mu Qianqian was taken aback. Although she could not see, she could smell the sweet and enticing aromas of cream and fruit. She pinched her fingertips and could not help but inquire, "Who is your boss?" Assistant Xiao replied courteously, "Just think of him as a good Samaritan." Since the boss wished to conceal his identity, as his subordinate, he naturally dared not elaborate further. Mu Qianqian nodded, "Please thank him on my behalf." "Certainly, I will convey your gratitude," Assistant Xiao responded as he wheeled in the cart laden with exquisitely crafted cakes and desserts into the lounge, even thoughtfully portioning them into small servings, considering her impaired vision. Alone in the lounge, Mu Qianqian picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The strawberry-flavored cream melted on her tongue. Instantly, she thought of Uncle Fu. Among the group of people she had seen earlier, there was a figure that struck her as particularly familiar. Could it be him? However, she quickly dismissed this absurd notion. She told herself, how could that be? Uncle Fu was just an ordinary worker, certainly not a boss. The person she had seen was undoubtedly a high-ranking executive, surrounded by so many other bosses. The Uncle Fu she knew was merely a diligent office worker living in a modest neighborhood. It was impossible for it to be him. Perhaps she had simply misidentified him. After all, there were countless individuals in the world with similar physiques. Nevertheless, the kindness from a stranger warmed her heart slightly. Moreover, his encouraging words felt like a gentle stream flowing into her heart, healing her feelings of grievance and sadness in an instant. She softly sighed. There are still many good people in the world. Although there were unpleasant individuals, the majority were still kind-hearted souls. Upon returning home that evening, Mu Qianqian held a bottle of eye drops and sought Uncle Fu's assistance. "Uncle, could you please help me apply the drops?" Having cried earlier, she needed to soothe her eyes. "Sit here," Fu Sihan indicated the sofa. Mu Qianqian obediently complied. Fu Sihan gently grasped her chin, holding the eye drops above her, preparing to administer them. Catching sight of her reddened eyes, he involuntarily recalled the events of the day. That person with the surname Zhu had dared to make her cry. Merely expelling him seemed a trivial punishment. Mu Qianqian had her mouth open in anticipation for quite some time, but the eye drops did not come. She softly inquired, "Uncle, what is taking so long?" Fu Sihan snapped back to reality. "Nothing, open your mouth." Mu Qianqian pouted slightly and murmured, "I've been waiting for ages." Her mouth had grown tired from being open for so long. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Fu Sihan's eyes as he swiftly and accurately administered the eye drops. For a brief moment, Mu Qianqian's vision cleared again. She vaguely caught sight of the man's handsome brows and starry eyes, his gaze carrying a subtle smile, more captivating than any celebrity on television. However, this moment was fleeting, and she could not grasp more. It was likely just an illusion. After all, who in real life could be so strikingly handsome? It was simply impossible. Mu Qianqian closed her eyes for a moment, waiting for the effects of the eye drops to wear off, and could not help but her mouth had been agape for too long, resulting in soreness. Seeing her rub her cheeks, Fu Sihan could not resist reaching out to pinch her face. Caught off guard, Mu Qianqian instinctively puffed her cheeks, her eyes round and bewildered, resembling a confused little pufferfish. "Uncle, what are you doing?" With her face being pinched, her words became muddled. Fu Sihan found her irresistibly adorable, her cheeks soft and squishy, making it hard to let go. He continued to squeeze her face a few times, and as she struggled, he finally relented, albeit reluctantly. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, cradling her face with both hands. "You silly uncle, why are you pinching me?" Fu Sihan's gaze lingered. "It seems the nutrition is working well, your cheeks are fuller than before." The sensation was delightful. He had the urge to pinch her again. Unaware of his thoughts, Mu Qianqian assumed he was merely concerned for her well-being. "My appetite has improved lately. I'm worried that if this continues, I'll end up gaining too much weight." Fu Sihan smirked, "Eat as much as you like. I can afford it." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed, their delicate color more radiant than any gem. She clarified, "Uncle, it's not that I'm afraid of making you poor, I'm just worried about becoming a big girl and not looking good anymore." Fu Sihan gazed at her exquisite little face, imagining how she would look if she gained weight. The girl had a good foundation. Even if she gained a few pounds, she would still be charming. He was not overly concerned about her appearance. Don't worry about how you look. What matters is that you stay healthy. Mu Qianqian felt his gaze upon her face, causing her cheeks to involuntarily heat up. Why did he keep staring at her? It made her feel quite shy. Restlessly, she stood up. I'm going to freshen up. With that, she turned and fled, as if Fu Sihan were a fearsome beast. Fu Sihan could only helplessly tug at the corners of his mouth. What could he do? The girl was sensitive and easily embarrassed. It seemed he would need to be more restrained in the future. Fu Sihan sent a message to Assistant Xiao, and soon received a reply. Mr. Fu, rest assured, that Zhu fellow will soon find it impossible to remain in Beishur. There was no need to mention escaping Beishur. Even if Xu Dima were to flee to the ends of the earth, the Fu family could easily deal with him. Xu Dima had underestimated the Fu family's standing in the business world. He would likely never fathom that the calamity befalling his company stemmed solely from his act of making a little girl cry. He had brought this upon himself. As Mu Qianqian prepared for bed, she received a call from her close friend, Li Siyu. Qianqian, your family has contacted my high school homeroom teacher and obtained my phone number. They've called me several times. What? How could this happen? Mu Qianqian was astonished. They insist that you return home, claiming that if you don't, they will report you missing. Mu Qianqian felt helpless. Do I have to go back? Yet, she did not wish to return to that nightmarish home, nor endure a life of hunger, cold, and frequent beatings. She relished the life she had with Uncle Fu, who respected her, treated her well, and cared for her in every way. Such a life was something she had never dared to imagine before. Li Siyu urged, you absolutely must not go back. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare report me. If they truly do, just expose their plan to sell you for a bride price. The police will surely uphold justice for you. I've already blocked their numbers. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 38 Counterfeits. Under the persuasion of Li Siyu, Mu Qianqian resolutely decided against returning home. She could not go back. In a family that favored sons over daughters, she would be drained of all her worth like a bottomless pit. It was possible that her return would even implicate her uncle. He had been so kind to her, she could not be ungrateful and bring trouble upon him. Siyu, if they call you from a different number, just block them all. Don't pay them any mind, and don't let them affect your mood. I will. Don't worry, they can't reach me. For 2 anxious days, Mu Qianqian lived in fear of her family showing up at her door. Thankfully, her parents had not reported her missing. Aside from bombarding her with phone calls, they had made no other moves for the time being. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but wonder, her parents were notoriously greedy, so how could they resist reporting her when a substantial bride price of 200,000 was at stake? Was there some reason she was unaware of? Regardless, she vowed to cherish her tranquil life in the present. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Mu Qianqian opened her wardrobe to discover a plethora of autumn attire. Her uncle was indeed thoughtful. She casually selected a chic Chanel-inspired ensemble and wore it to class. Several girls seated in the back row caught sight of Mu Qianqian's outfit and began whispering among themselves. Oh my, is she wearing a knockoff? That's hilarious. The real thing costs tens of thousands. How could she possibly afford it? If she can't afford it, she should just wear something ordinary instead of flaunting a counterfeit. How embarrassing. If I were her, I wouldn't dare to wear that so brazenly. I have some pride. They flooded the class group chat with messages, ridiculing Mu Qianqian. Other girls from different dorms, upon seeing these messages, couldn't help but interject, is it really necessary to target her like that? What she chooses to wear is none of your business. Besides, not everyone is well versed in luxury brands. She might have just accidentally bought it. You must be jealous of how pretty Mu Qianqian is. Even if she wears a counterfeit, she can still exude the elegance of the genuine article. Her grace and beauty are undeniable. Many classmates shared similar sentiments. Regardless of its authenticity, why should it concern them? Moreover, the outfit looked stunning on Mu Qianqian, even more so than on the models wearing the real versions. Everyone's attention was focused on her. Who would bother to scrutinize the legitimacy of her clothing? After class, the group of girls in the back deliberately kicked Mu Qianqian's chair, startling her. What are you doing? Mu Qianqian turned to inquire. Yao Zuner, sporting a trendy look with colorful braids and brown-red lipstick, her lips adorned with a piercing, crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, is stretching your legs not allowed? Are you the princess and the pea? With that, Yao Zuner and her friends burst into laughter. Ha, wearing a counterfeit and thinking you're a princess. Mu Qianqian could not comprehend what was so amusing about that comment. Silently, she gathered her belongings and moved to a different seat with Fang Yanran. Yet, Yao Zuner and her entourage shifted to sit behind them, continuing their deliberate harassment by kicking their chairs. Bang, 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 the kicks resounded, dripping with provocation.
Unable to concentrate on her studies any longer, Mu Qianqian turned around in exasperation. What do you want from us? Yao Zuner chewed her gum. Is this classroom yours? Are we not allowed to stretch our legs? Unfortunately, my legs are long. It is uncomfortable not to.
Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran promptly moved to the front row, right under the teacher's nose. These girls feared the teacher and dared not follow them to continue their mischief. After class, Fang Yanran inquired with a friend and soon learned the backstory. Qianqian, I asked a friend, and she told me that Yao Zuner has a crush on Fu Qianqing.
Knowing that Fu Qianqing likes you, she gathered her friends to deliberately target you. Mu Qianqian found it absurd and exasperating. Do these people have nothing better to do? If she likes Fu Qianqing, why not pursue him instead of making trouble for me? She was here to study, not to engage in romantic pursuits. Why must the campus atmosphere be poisoned by such trivial matters? Fang Yanran scoffed. Yao Zuner and her friends have mediocre grades. They only got into our school through some connections to in essence. They are just a group of petty bullies who have been accustomed to picking on others. Getting entangled with such individuals was indeed unfortunate. Mu Qianqian simply wished to focus on her studies and avoid being drawn into meaningless conflicts. Thus, she made it a point to sit in the front row in subsequent classes, keeping her distance from those troublemakers. However, that day after class, the girls blocked her path. Princess and the Pea, where do you think you're going? Clutching her books, Mu Qianqian frowned. I'm going home. Yao Zuner mocked. Oh, home? Can your family afford a place in Beishur? Surely, it must be some old, dilapidated rental without an elevator, huh?
Mu Qianqian detested her cutting tone. It made her uncomfortable.
Step aside. Yao Zuner and her crew deliberately obstructed her. With such a wide path, can't you get through? Just how heavy are you? Fang Yanran wrapped her arm around Mu Qianqian's, attempting to guide her past them, yet, wherever they tried to go, Yao Zuner followed, perfectly blocking their way each time. Oh dear, what a coincidence. How did we end up blocking your path? Mu Qianqian pressed her lips together. Yao Zuner, if you like someone, you should pursue them openly instead of taking it out on me. Her words caused Yao Zuner's face to darken. With her long, pointed nails, she raised her voice. How dare you lecture me? I can do as I please. You, a blind girl in counterfeit clothes, have the audacity to point fingers? Counterfeit? Was she truly wearing a counterfeit? Mu Qianqian clutched her garment, a wave of self-doubt washing over her. Yao Zuner stepped forward, raising her hand to slap Mu Qianqian. Just then, Fu Qianqing arrived in the nick of time, grasping her wrist. What do you think you're doing? Upon seeing the young master of the Fu family, Yao Zuner instantly adopted a sweet demeanor. Qianqing, you're here. She could not afford to leave a negative impression in front of Fu Qianqing. After all, he belonged to a prestigious family with a fortune in the billions. Many would gladly vie for the chance to marry into it. Fu Qianqing ignored her entirely, his concerned gaze landing on Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, she hasn't harmed you, has she? Mu Qianqian shook her head. No. Is the outfit I'm wearing a counterfeit? Fu Qianqing answered without hesitation. Impossible. Your clothing is undoubtedly genuine. It's clearly a limited edition. Anyone who claims you wear a counterfeit has surely never seen the real thing. He spoke without a care for Yao Zuner's presence, his words striking her like a slap to the face. Yao Zuner's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, her nails digging deep into her palm. Chapter 38 Counterfeits. Under the persuasion of Li Siyu, Mu Qianqian resolutely decided against returning home. She simply could not go back. In a family that favored sons over daughters, her worth would be drained like an insatiable abyss. By then, it might even implicate her uncle. He had treated her with such kindness. She could not be ungrateful and inadvertently bring trouble upon him. See you, if they call you from a different number, just block them all. Don't pay them any mind, do not let them affect your mood. Mei Cham, I will. Rest assured, they cannot reach me. For 2 anxious days, Mu Qianqian lived in dread, fearing her family might come knocking at her door. Fortunately, her parents had not resorted to filing a police report. Aside from the barrage of phone calls, they had taken no further action for the time being. A nagging doubt lingered in her heart. Her parents were notoriously avaricious, and with a dowry of 200,000 yuan in plain sight, how could they resist the temptation to report her disappearance? Was there some underlying reason she remained unaware of? Regardless, she resolved to cherish her peaceful life in the present. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Mu Qianqian opened her wardrobe to find it brimming with autumn attire. Her uncle was indeed thoughtful. She casually selected a chic Chanel-style outfit and wore it to class. A few girls seated in the back began to whisper among themselves upon seeing her attire. Oh my, isn't she wearing a counterfeit? How ridiculous, a genuine piece costs tens of thousands, how could she possibly afford it? If she has no money, she should just wear ordinary clothes. Why bother with counterfeit goods? It's so embarrassing. If I were her, I wouldn't dare wear something so brazenly. I have some self-respect.
They flooded the class group chat with taunts directed at Mu Qianqian. Other girls from different dorms, witnessing these messages, couldn't help but defend her.
Is it really necessary to target her like this?
What she wears is none of your business. Besides, not everyone is acquainted with those luxury brands. She might have just accidentally bought a knockoff.
You must be jealous of Mu Qianqian's beauty.
Even if she wears a counterfeit, she exudes the elegance and charm that outshine those who don the authentic pieces.
Others shared similar sentiments, whether genuine or not. What concern was it of theirs?
Moreover, the outfit looked splendid on Mu Qianqian, even more so than on the original models. Everyone's attention was drawn to her presence. Who would bother scrutinizing the authenticity of her garments? After class, the girls in the back deliberately kicked Mu Qianqian's chair, startling her.
What are you doing?
Mu Qianqian turned to inquire. Yao Xianer, with her trendy appearance, hairstyled in colorful braids, and lips adorned with brownish-red lipstick and a piercing, casually crossed her arms and replied, "Is it a crime to stretch my legs?
Are you the princess and the pea?" With that, Yao Xianer and her friends erupted into laughter. "Ha, wearing a counterfeit and thinking you're a princess." Mu Qianqian found no humor in their words.
Silently, she gathered her belongings and moved to a different seat with Fang Yanran. Yet, Yao Xianer and her clique followed suit, deliberately kicking their chairs. Bang, 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 the sound echoed, laden with provocation.
Mu Qianqian could hardly concentrate on her studies and finally snapped, "What do you want from us?"
Yao Xianer, chewing gum, retorted,
"Is this classroom your family's? We can't stretch our legs?"
"Unfortunately, my friends have long legs.
It's uncomfortable not to."
Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran promptly relocated to the front row, right beneath the teacher's watchful eye. These unruly girls dreaded the teacher and dared not continue their antics.
After class, Fang Yanran learned the backstory from a friend.
"Qianqian, I asked a friend, and she told me that Yao Xianer has a crush on Fu Qianqing. Knowing he likes you, she gathered her friends to target you intentionally."
Mu Qianqian found the situation absurd and exasperating. What are these people doing? If she likes Fu Qianqing, she should pursue him directly, not create trouble for me.
She was here to study, not to engage in romantic entanglements. Why must such trivial matters disrupt the campus atmosphere? Fang Yanran scoffed. Yao Xianer and her friends have mediocre grades, having only gained admission through family connections and accolades. Essentially, they are just a group of petty bullies, accustomed to picking on others.
It was indeed unfortunate to have crossed paths with such individuals.
Mu Qianqian yearned for a peaceful academic life and wished to remain uninvolved in their meaningless conflicts. Consequently, she chose to sit in the front row for her subsequent classes, striving to distance herself from the troublemakers. However, after class that day, the girls blocked their path.
"Princess and the pea, where do you think you're going?" Holding her books, Mu Qianqian frowned, "I'm heading home." Yao Xianer mocked, "Oh, home, can your family afford a place in Beishar? It must be one of those old, dilapidated apartments without an elevator, huh?"
Mu Qianqian detested the harshness of her voice. It was utterly discomforting.
"Move aside."
Yao Xianer and her companions deliberately obstructed her way. "With such a wide path, can't you get through?"
"How heavy are you?"
Fang Yanran linked her arm with Mu Qianqian's, attempting to navigate around them. Yet, wherever they turned, Yao Xianer was right there, blocking their way each time.
"Oh dear, what bad luck. How could we possibly block your path?"
Mu Qianqian pressed her lips together. "Yao Xianer, if you like someone, you should pursue them openly instead of harassing me." Her words caused Yao Xianer's expression to shift abruptly. Yao Xianer, extending her long, pointed nails, raised her voice, "How dare you teach me how to act? I can do as I please, and you, a counterfeit-wearing fool, have no right to judge me."
Counterfeit?
Was she truly wearing a counterfeit? Mu Qianqian grasped her skirt, a wave of insecurity washing over her. Yao Xianer stepped closer, hand raised, intending to slap Mu Qianqian. Just then, Fu Qianqing arrived, seizing her wrist.
"What do you think you're doing?"
Upon realizing Fu Qianqing, the young master of the esteemed Fu family, was present, Yao Xianer quickly donned a demure expression. "Qianqing, you're here." She could not afford to leave a bad impression in front of him. After all, the Fu family was a billion-dollar conglomerate, and countless people aspired to marry into it.
Fu Qianqing disregarded her, his concerned gaze fixed on Mu Qianqian. "Qianqian, she hasn't troubled you, has she?" Mu Qianqian shook her head, "No." "Is the outfit I wear a counterfeit?" Fu Qianqing replied without hesitation, "How could it be?"
"Your clothing is undeniably authentic. It's clearly a limited edition. Anyone who claims otherwise has likely never encountered the real thing." His words, spoken without regard for Yao Xianer's presence, were akin to a public slap to her face. Yao Xianer's complexion fluctuated between green and pale, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Chapter 39. The theft. This time, it was Mu Qianqian who was taken aback. The garments she wore were all purchased by the uncle. She initially believed them to be from an ordinary brand, simply of slightly better quality fabric. To her astonishment, they turned out to be limited editions. Why was the uncle so generous towards her? As an ordinary office worker, why would he buy her such expensive clothes? Once she returned home, she needed to have a serious conversation with him. Mu Qianqian expressed her gratitude to Fu Qianqing, saying, "Thank you for rescuing me just now.
I'm heading home now, goodbye."
Yao Zuner forced a smile, struggling to maintain her composure. "Young Master Fu, everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. I bear no ill will towards Mu Qianqian. I merely wished to befriend her. After all, who would want to associate with a blind girl?"
"Make friends, humph, who would desire to befriend you?"
Fu Qianqing harshly pushed her away. Yao Zuner stumbled to the side, and if it weren't for her friend catching her, she would have certainly fallen awkwardly to the ground. Fu Qianqing glared at her with disdain and indifference. "Although Qianqian cannot see, her character and integrity far surpass yours, who says no one wants to pay attention to her. I would gladly follow her every day." A flash of jealousy crossed Yao Zuner's eyes. Yes, I spoke out of turn just now." Fu Qianqing scoffed. "You are worth less than a single strand of her hair.
Should I ever see you bully her again, do not expect me to be courteous." Yao Zuner nearly bit her own lip in frustration. "How could I bully a classmate? Rest assured, I will treat Mu Qianqian well."
Fu Qianqing shot her a cold glare before turning to leave. As if disgusted by the dirt on his hands, he rubbed them against his clothing several times, attempting to rid himself of any residue.
This scene nearly drove Yao Zuner to the brink of madness. "Mu Qianqian, do not think I will let you off easily. We are sworn enemies."
Upon exiting the school, Mu Qianqian received a call from Sister Li, the manager of Yuncheng Hotel.
"Qianqian, could you please come over quickly? Someone has reported that you stole something." Mu Qianqian was taken aback. "What? I didn't steal anything."
"I know you didn't, but you should come by to clarify things in person to avoid any rumors circulating behind your back."
"All right, I'm on my way."
Mu Qianqian hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading towards Yuncheng Hotel. As soon as Sister Li saw her, she remarked, "Qianqian, Wang Yanru discovered the gifts we provide for VIPs in your lounge and reported that you stole a gift intended for them."
Mu Qianqian anxiously defended herself. "Sister Li, how could that be?
I did not steal anything, truly." Wang Yanru stood coldly to the side. "Ha, the facts speak for themselves. Do you still dare to argue?" "What facts? Please clarify." Mu Qianqian's face flushed with urgency.
"You claim you didn't steal anything, then what is this?" Wang Yanru pointed at a pure gold princess figurine on the table, exquisitely crafted, worth hundreds of thousands. "This is a gift only for VIPs. As a server, if you didn't steal it, where else could it have come from?"
"It was given to me by a distinguished guest. He presented me with many desserts, one of which was this gift." Such a lavish decoration was far too extravagant for her, but to the guest, it was merely a trifling token. Mu Qianqian had intended to return the item, but not knowing the guest's name, she had temporarily kept it with her. Wang Yanru pressed on. "A distinguished guest gave this to you?"
Which guest?" Mu Qianqian faltered. I don't know." "If you don't know him, then why would he give you desserts, let alone such an expensive ornament? Do you think we are fools? Who would give such a grand gift to someone they are not related to?"
"I'll tell you this, Mu Qianqian, this item is worth over $1 million. If we report this now, brace yourself for prison time." Mu Qianqian endured Wang Yanru's tirade, tears welling in her eyes, yet she held them back. She could not cry, it would be detrimental to her eyes. Resolutely, she suppressed the sting in her eyes and refrained from shedding tears in front of everyone. She logically reasoned, if this item were truly stolen as you claim, why would I not take it home? Why would I leave it in the lounge to be discovered by others? Wang Yanru was momentarily speechless. Mu Qianqian's argument indeed held some weight. If she had truly intended to steal, she would have done so long ago, rather than leaving it behind. Wang Yanru's eyes darted around, continuing her malicious accusations. "Who knows what your intentions are? Perhaps you simply haven't found the right opportunity. Or maybe, you plan to steal more items to take home all at once."
"You are slandering me. What evidence do you have to prove that this gift is not stolen? Can you contact the person who gave you the gift to vouch for you?"
Mu Qianqian had no idea who that kind-hearted person was, let alone how to reach them. Besides, they had only intended to comfort her with desserts and gifts after seeing her distressed. She felt embarrassed to involve them in such messy affairs. Can't come up with anything, can you? I see you are a thief, sisterly. Let us hurry and call the police to send her away. If we let her off this time, who knows what she might steal in the future.
Sisterly intervened on Mu Qianqian's behalf. Yenru, don't speak so definitively. Currently, there is no evidence proving that Qianqian's words are false. Wang Yenru smugly replied, but there is also no evidence to prove that what she says is true, is there? Sisterly sighed.
Qianqian, given the situation, we cannot allow you to continue working here. Please head home for now, your salary will be processed by the finance department. Mu Qianqian bit her lip in frustration. Regardless of whether I can remain, I hope this matter can be resolved quickly to restore my reputation.
If there are any updates in the investigation, we will contact you. Should it be proven that everything is unfounded, rest assured, we will provide you with some compensation.
Mu Qianqian desired no compensation, she only wished to clear her name. Upon leaving Yuncheng Hotel, she returned home in a daze. Just before getting into a taxi, someone noticed her familiar silhouette and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey! Wasn't that his sister, Mu Qianqian? What was she doing leaving a hotel?" Mu Chenghui, the eldest of the Mu family, quickly called his parents, his tone dripping with malice. "Dad, Mom, I found that wretched girl Mu Qianqian.
She just came out of a hotel, how shameless. How outrageous." Instead of waiting at home to marry, she was out doing unspeakable things with men. Once he captured her, he would show her, as her older brother, how to discipline her. Chapter 39. The theft. Now it was Mu Qianqian's turn to be astonished. The garments she wore were all purchased by the older gentleman. She had assumed they were merely of a commonplace brand, albeit with slightly better fabric. To her surprise, they turned out to be limited editions. Why was he so generous towards her? As an ordinary office worker, what need did he have to buy her such expensive clothing? Upon returning home, she resolved to have a serious conversation with him. Mu Qianqian expressed her gratitude to Fu Qianqing, saying, "Thank you for rescuing me just now. I'm heading home now, farewell." Yao Xianer forced a smile, struggling to maintain her composure. "Young Master Fu, everything that transpired earlier was a misunderstanding. I bear no ill will towards Mu Qianqian, I merely wished to befriend her. After all, who would want to associate with a blind girl?" "Make friends, humph, who would be eager to befriend you?" Fu Qianqing retorted, dismissing her harshly. Yao Xianer stumbled to the side, and had it not been for a friend who caught her, she would have likely fallen to the ground in utter disgrace. Fu Qianqing's eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. "Though Qianqian may be blind, her character and integrity far surpass yours. Who says no one wishes to engage with her? I would gladly follow her every day." A flicker of envy crossed Yao Xianer's eyes as she replied, "Yes, I misspoke just now." Fu Qianqing sneered, "You are not even worth a single strand of her hair. If I see you bully her again, do not expect me to treat you kindly." Yao Xianer bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. "How could I possibly bully a classmate? Rest assured, I will treat Mu Qianqian well." Fu Qianqing glared at her coldly before turning to leave. As if disgusted by the filth of her touch, he rubbed his right hand against his clothing several times, attempting to rid himself of the residue. Witnessing this, Yao Xianer was nearly driven to madness. "Mu Qianqian, do not think I will let you off easily. I am your sworn enemy." Upon exiting the school, Mu Qianqian received a phone call from Li Jia, the manager of Yuncheng Hotel. "Qianqian, please come here quickly, someone has reported you for theft." Mu Qianqian gasped, "What? I did not steal anything." "I know you didn't, but you should still come in person to clarify things and prevent any rumors from spreading," Li Jia urged. "All right, I'm on my way." Mu Qianqian hailed a taxi and headed toward Yuncheng Hotel. Upon her arrival, Li Jia greeted her. "Qianqian, Wang Yanru found the gifts we provided for VIPs in your lounge and reported that you stole them." Mu Qianqian anxiously defended herself. "Li Jia, how could that be? I did not steal anything, I swear." Wang Yanru stood coldly by. "Ha, the facts are clear, do you dare to argue?" "What facts, please explain." Mu Qianqian's face flushed with urgency. "You claim you didn't steal anything, then what is this?" Wang Yanru pointed to a pure gold princess figurine on the table, exquisitely crafted and worth several 100,000. "This is a gift reserved for VIPs. As a mere waitress, if you didn't steal it, where else could it have come from?" "It was a gift from a distinguished guest. He treated me to many desserts, including this box of souvenirs." Such a lavish Mu Qianqian had intended to return the item, but not knowing the guest's name, she had temporarily kept it with her. Wang Yanru pressed on, "A distinguished guest gifted this to you?" "Ha, which guest?" Mu Qianqian stammered, I don't know." "If you don't know him, then why would he give you desserts and such an expensive ornament? Do you think we are fools? Who would give you such a grand gift without any prior connection?"
I'll tell you this, Mu Qianqian, this item is valued at over $1 million. If we report this to the authorities now, prepare to face imprisonment. Mu Qianqian endured a tirade from Wang Yanru, tears welling in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. She could not cry, it was detrimental to her eyes, steeling herself against the stinging sensation in her eyes. She refrained from weeping in front of the crowd. She articulated her reasoning clearly. If what you say is true, that I stole this, then why would I not take it home?
Why leave it in the lounge, awaiting discovery?
Wang Yanru was momentarily silenced. Mu Qianqian's argument did hold some merit. If she had truly intended to steal, she would have taken the item home long ago, rather than leaving it behind. Wang Yanru's eyes darted about as she continued to hurl accusations. Who knows what you're thinking? Perhaps you just haven't found the right opportunity. Or maybe you intend to steal even more and take everything home at once.
You are slandering me. What evidence do you have to prove that this gift isn't stolen? Can you contact the person who gifted it to you and have him vouch for you?
Mu Qianqian had no idea who the kind stranger was, let alone how to reach him. Moreover, that person had only offered her sweets and gifts to console her after witnessing her distress. She felt too embarrassed to involve him in this chaotic situation.
Can't come up with a response, can you?
I see you as a thief. Ligia, let us call the police and have her arrested. If we let her off this time, who knows what she might steal in the future. Ligia stepped in to defend Mu Qianqian. Yanru, do not speak too hastily.
There is currently no evidence proving that Qianqian is lying. Wang Yanru smugly retorted, but there is no evidence to prove that she is telling the truth either, is there? Ligia sighed heavily.
Qianqian, given the circumstances, we cannot allow you to continue working here. Please return home for now, your wages will be sent to you later. Mu Qianqian bit her lip in frustration. Regardless of whether I can stay or not, I hope this matter can be resolved swiftly to clear my name.
If there are any updates on the investigation, we will contact you. Should it be proven that this is all a fabrication, rest assured, we will provide you with compensation.
Mu Qianqian sought no compensation, she merely wished to vindicate her innocence. After leaving Yuncheng Hotel, she returned home in a daze.
Just before entering a taxi, someone recognized her familiar silhouette and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that Mu Qianqian? Why is she coming out of a hotel?"
The eldest son of the Mu family, Mu Chenghui, hastily called his parents, his tone laced with malice. "Dad, Mom, I found that wretched Mu Qianqian.
She just came out of a hotel, utterly shameless."
How outrageous! Instead of waiting at home to marry, she was out engaging in disreputable activities with men. Once he caught her, he would show her, as her older brother, how to discipline her properly.
Chapter 40. The uncle is no one else. What, have you seen that wretched girl?
Mu Chenghui nodded. Indeed, I just saw her exiting the hotel, seemingly entangled with some rogue.
That wretched girl, hurry up and bring her back. Instead of securing a good marriage, she insists on frolicking around without any commitment. Has her mind gone awry?
Rush to retrieve her. I shall contact her husband post-haste and ensure the dowry is deposited forthwith. Just as Mu Chenghui intended to relay this to his family, Mu Qianqian had already entered a vehicle and departed. However, his family, eager for the dowry, had already ended the call. Fixated on the prospect of the 200,000 in dowry, Mu Chenghui sprinted after her. Yet, with mere legs, he was no match for a taxi and was quickly outpaced. With a heart full of resentment, he returned to the security booth, only to be unfortunate enough to encounter the head of security.
Mu Chenghui, where have you been?
Mu Chenghui's gaze faltered. Captain, I was just in the restroom.
A lazy donkey takes more breaks. I suspect you were hiding somewhere to smoke again. Don't even think about your bonus this month.
Captain, Mu Chenghui intended to plead for leniency, but the captain turned on his heel and departed without granting him a chance. After toiling for an entire month to earn a mere 2,000 or 3,000, without the bonus, he was left with just 1,500, barely enough to cover his smoking and drinking expenses. It was all Mu Qianqian's fault that he was deprived of his bonus. If only he could retrieve her, he would secure the 200,000 in dowry. Contemplating this, a glimmer of greed and malice flashed in Mu Chenghui's eyes. Upon returning home from the company, Fu Sihan found Mu Qianqian lost in thought on the sofa. "What are you daydreaming about?" he inquired coldly. After a couple of seconds, she sluggishly turned her gaze towards him.
"Uncle, you're back."
She rose from the sofa, attempting to approach him, but stumbled over the table leg, nearly falling to the ground. Had Fu Sihan not caught her in time, she would have likely had an intimate encounter with the floor. Fu Sihan furrowed his brow. What is going on? Why did the young girl look so despondent today? Mu Qianqian steadied herself and withdrew from his embrace. She forced a smile, not wanting to burden him with her worries. "Uncle, I'm fine. You must be tired. Why don't you sit down, have some water, and rest a moment? I'll call Aunt Lu to prepare dinner." Having said that, she attempted to leave to summon someone from next door. However, Fu Sihan abruptly grasped her arm, his voice icy.
What on earth has happened? Mu Qianqian bowed her head, remaining silent.
Fu Sihan tightened his grip on her arm. Instinctively. A layer of frost enveloped his gaze, his tone frigid enough to freeze.
Mu Qianqian, have you forgotten what you once said? Mu Qianqian looked up in confusion. What?
We are husband and wife, bound to support each other through thick and thin.
In times of trouble, you may conceal matters from anyone but your husband.
Fu Sihan's words ignited a warmth in Mu Qianqian's heart. If she were to conceal everything and refuse to share with him, could they still be considered a couple? Gathering her courage, she decided to confide in her uncle about the day's events. Uncle, I can no longer work at Yunsheng Hotel. I'm sorry for disappointing your good intentions.
Why can't you? Someone has falsely accused me of stealing.
Although it hasn't been confirmed, the rumor has already spread. Sisterly advised me to stay home for a while.
A chill radiated from Fu Sihan, thick with coldness. Who accused you?
His first inquiry was not about what Mu Qianqian may have stolen but rather about who had slandered her. From his tone, it was evident that Fu Sihan stood firmly by her side, wholly disbelieving that she would steal anything. Mu Qianqian felt warmth bloom in her heart. It was a colleague of mine who accused me of stealing a gift. But in truth, the item was a thoughtful present from a generous CEO.
Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Oh?
That day, someone made things difficult for me, and I was so upset that I cried. The benevolent CEO had his assistant deliver a truckload of desserts to cheer me up. Among them was a pure gold princess figurine that was included.
As Mu Qianqian had anticipated, a person of Fu Sihan's stature would hardly regard a mere pure gold figurine as significant.
In their circle, it was merely a token gift, visually appealing but casually placed on the cart for delivery. Little did she expect it would lead to her being wrongfully accused.
Fu Sihan took a deep breath. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Mu Qianqian felt a twinge of concern. Uncle, this caused you trouble?
He had already aided her immensely, and she did not wish to burden him further. Fu Sihan smirked. Don't worry, such trivial matters are no challenge for your husband.
Mu Qianqian exhaled in relief. That's good to hear.
Observing her obedient demeanor, Fu Sihan couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Qianqian, don't overthink things for others in the future.
Those who are too considerate often end up suffering.
Mu Qianqian was taken aback. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. In her recollections, her parents would scold her for being too indulgent, not diligent enough. Thus, she had grown accustomed to being the most understanding child, always considering others, often neglecting her own feelings. Fu Sihan's words coursed through her like a warm stream, igniting a sense of emotion she had never felt before. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. But, uncle, you are not just anyone.
He was family. Caring for family was always permissible, wasn't he? Fu Sihan's smile deepened. Were the desserts from that day delicious? Mu Qianqian nodded decisively. Yes. They were absolutely delightful.
In her darkest moments, when she felt oppressed, someone had illuminated her path, reaffirming her belief that warmth still existed in the world.
Uncle, I'll go call Aunt Lu to come prepare dinner. No need.
You stay here and rest, I'll send her a message. Fu Sihan sent a message to Aunt Lu, who had just finished shopping and promptly entered the kitchen, laden with bags of groceries.
I apologize, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu, the supermarket was overcrowded today, and I had to wait in line for quite a while, returning a bit later than expected. I'll make sure to head out earlier next time.
Mu Qianqian approached the sink, intending to help wash the vegetables. However, as she turned on the faucet, Aunt Lu immediately pulled her back in concern.
Oh dear, Miss Mu, the water is quite cold, you shouldn't touch it. Mu Qianqian smiled. It's fine, I can help wash the vegetables. I can manage on my own.
You should go rest outside. Dinner will be ready shortly. I even bought some hairy crabs to replenish your nutrition. Uncle is working in the living room, so I wouldn't want to disturb him.
I'll just stay here and watch you cook. Concerned about interrupting Fu Sihan, Mu Qianqian remained in the kitchen. Go ahead and watch, Miss Mu, but please stand back a bit.
I wouldn't want the oil to splatter and burn you.
Aunt Lu chattered away while skillfully preparing the meal. I have a daughter at home who is still in high school.
She also wants to help me with chores, but I can't bear to let her work. I won't even let her peel garlic. You young ladies have delicate hands, it's best to focus on your studies. Aim for a good university, secure a good job, and parents will be at ease. When Aunt Lu spoke of her own children, her tone brimmed with pride, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but display a hint of envy. Chapter 41. A misunderstanding of pregnancy. This must be the atmosphere that a normal family should possess, unlike her, who, from the moment she could remember, had been helping her parents with household chores, occasionally taking care of her younger brother, and assisting in the family business. No one ever regarded Mu Qianqian as a child in need of nurturing. Her parents merely viewed her as a tool. Mu Qianqian did not envy others for their endless wealth, rather, she longed for the boundless love that others seemed to enjoy. She wished fervently that she had been born into a harmonious and happy family. If only her parents could love her a little more. Aunt Lu soon prepared an elaborate feast, and upon finishing, she intended to return next door.
Mu Qianqian invited her. "Aunt Lu, please stay and eat with us."
Aunt Lu smiled. "No need, Miss Mu. I still have to video call my daughter. We tend to talk a lot, and I wouldn't want to disturb you."
With that, she took the remaining ingredients and went back next door.
Mu Qianqian and Fu Sihan sat at the dining table, ready to enjoy their meal. However, Mu Qianqian had never eaten hairy crabs before and had no idea how to tackle them. She picked one up and bit into it directly.
Ouch, this shell is so hard.
She was met with a sharp pain as it grazed her teeth, nearly cutting her lip. Fu Sihan, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You need to remove the shell before eating. Let me help you." "No need, uncle, I can manage on my own," Mu Qianqian insisted, believing she could peel the crab shell as one would with shrimp. However, the crab shell was as hard as stone, and after several futile attempts, she still couldn't manage to open it. "How on earth did this creature grow so formidable?" Fu Sihan, with a smile in his eyes, said, "Allow me to take care of it." Mu Qianqian bit her lip, reluctantly handing the crab over to him. Fu Sihan typically consumed crab meat that had been pre-peeled. He had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness and seldom engaged in such tasks himself, yet, for the sake of this little clumsy girl, he tolerated his discomfort and began to peel the crab for her. His fingers, long and elegant, deftly extracted the succulent meat with the crab tool. If Mu Qianqian's vision were restored, witnessing such a handsome man elegantly peeling crabs would undoubtedly be a delightful sight. He piled the freshly extracted crab meat and roe into Mu Qianqian's bowl.
"Uncle, you're amazing. How did you manage to crack such a tough shell?" Fu Sihan wiped his fingers with a damp cloth.
"Once your eyesight improves, I shall teach you."
Mu Qianqian sweetly replied, "All right."
She took a hearty bite of the crab roe and meat, and the rich, sweet flavor surged to her senses, making her eyes widen in delight. This was, without a doubt, the most delectable food she had ever tasted. "It's so delicious, uncle, you must try some," she urged, offering a piece to his lips. Fu Sihan's gaze flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the morsel. Throughout his life, he had never eaten anything that someone else had fed him. This was the first time. Surprisingly, he felt no aversion or repulsion as he calmly accepted it. Mu Qianqian, with eager anticipation, asked, "Is it good?" Fu Sihan found it rather average but did not wish to dampen her enthusiasm, so he unenthusiastically replied, "Not bad."
As Mu Qianqian continued to enjoy her meal, she occasionally fed Fu Sihan a bite. He placed the peeled crab meat into her bowl, allowing her to feed him in return. Why didn't he simply eat it himself? Fu Sihan contemplated broaching this topic, but Mu Qianqian was so caught up in her joy that she remained oblivious to it. Forget it, it was rare to see her so happy, so he decided to let it be. Earlier, Fu Sihan had overheard part of the conversation between Mu Qianqian and Aunt Lu in the kitchen. The young girl had never received affection from her family and had grown up in a rather harsh environment. Despite this, she harbored no bitterness nor did she become withdrawn. Instead, she blossomed into a bright and optimistic little son, which truly impressed Fu Sihan. Mu Qianqian consumed more than usual during this meal. She had yet to listen to the recorded lectures from today and, upon finishing her meal, sat down at the table to study. Grandma Fu video called Fu Sihan, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, she requested him to bring Mu Qianqian over. "Let me see Qianqian." Fu Sihan replied helplessly, "You feigned concern for me just to see Qianqian, didn't you? What does it matter to you, a grown man?"
"I worry that you might be bullying her. I can't help but feel uneasy after not seeing her for a few days." After all, everyone knew Fu Sihan had a cold demeanor, and Grandma Fu was particularly concerned that such a delicate little girl might suffer while in his company. Fu Sihan then stood and walked to the guest room, knocking on the door.
"Uncle, is there something you need? Grandma is video calling me and wants to see you." "I'm on my way."
Mu Qianqian cherished her kind-hearted Grandma Fu and, upon hearing that an elder wished to see her, immediately set aside her tasks, cheerfully opening the door. Fu Sihan escorted her to the living room and sat her down in front of the computer.
"Grandma, I've brought her to you. You go on and do what you need to do. I'll have a chat with Qianqian."
Upon seeing Mu Qianqian, Grandma Fu completely dismissed her grandson, eager to engage with the girl.
Grandma, Mu Qianqian softly called.
Oh, Qianqian, come closer so Grandma can see you well.
Mu Qianqian scooted forward a little.
Although she could not see Grandma Fu on the video, she could hear her voice. Fu Sihan busied himself with work nearby, occasionally glancing up. Seeing the smile on Mu Qianqian's face made him unconsciously curve his lips.
As Fu Sihan was about to end the video call, Grandma Fu, her face alight with joy, said, "Take good care of Qianqian. You must be attentive over the next few months and ensure she is well looked after.
In our family, there are no outdated customs that favor boys over girls, both are treasures to us."
What has made you so cheerful? Fu Sihan inquired, puzzled.
In a couple of days, take Qianqian for a checkup at the hospital, and you'll find out, she replied mysteriously. Grandma Fu's teasing left Fu Sihan bewildered. A little while later, he noticed Mu Qianqian standing at the table, cradling her belly as she drank water, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. She had been touching her stomach frequently since earlier, possibly due to having eaten too much. Moreover, her recent improved nutrition had made her cheeks rounder, giving her a healthy, vibrant appearance. It was easy to misinterpret that she might be pregnant. It seemed Grandma had mistakenly believed her to be expecting. This misunderstanding could lead to significant complications. If, in a few months, she did not present a great-grandchild to Grandma, it would likely disappoint the elderly lady.
Fu Sihan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What was he to do now? Chapter 42. The challenge of the uncle. Fu Sihan approached Mu Qianqian with a concerned expression and inquired, "Is your stomach feeling unwell?"
Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mu Qianqian replied, "I believe I may have overeaten. My stomach has been quite bloated, and even drinking copious amounts of water hasn't alleviated it. If your stomach is bloated, it's best to refrain from drinking more water.
You'll feel better."
The medication proved effective, and soon Mu Qianqian's discomfort diminished significantly. Truly, the uncle was remarkable. No matter how many challenges life presented, none seemed to thwart him.
"Thank you, uncle. I am going to my room to sleep now."
Wait a moment, Fu Sihan called out to her.
"Uncle, do you need something?"
Fu Sihan hesitated, grappling with his thoughts. His grandmother mistakenly believed that Mu Qianqian was pregnant, yet they had been sleeping in separate rooms, and there had been no intimacy between them to warrant such an assumption. "Are you comfortable sleeping in the guest room?" he asked unexpectedly.
Mu Qianqian was puzzled by his sudden inquiry. "I sleep quite well, actually." After all, back home, she had never even had a room of her own, and now, she finally enjoyed an independent space with a large, soft bed, something she had never dared to dream of before. "Uncle, is something wrong?" Fu Sihan pressed his lips together. "It's nothing. Just go back and rest."
"Oh," she responded, retreating to the guest room, while Fu Sihan rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of frustration. He couldn't directly tell her to bear a child for the Fu family, yet he felt unable to explain the situation to his grandmother. Mu Qianqian had misjudged the situation. There were indeed challenges that could perplex Fu Sihan, such as the matter of pregnancy and childbirth, which left him at a loss. In the following week, Mu Qianqian diligently attended her classes at school. Meanwhile, Yuncheng Hotel had transferred her salary and compensation, yet she had received no word regarding her return to work. Consequently, she assumed she had been completely dismissed. She planned to seek new employment after her exams. Mu Chenghui had been observing for several days and had yet to catch another glimpse of Mu Qianqian. Could it be that his assumptions were misguided? Perhaps Mu Qianqian had not come there to rendezvous with a man? That seemed implausible. After all, this was a high-end hotel, and Mu Qianqian, with her impoverished background, could hardly afford to stay there. Surely, she must be relying on a man. Determined to wait a couple more days, Mu Chenghui resolved that if he still saw no sign of her, he would have to abandon his pursuit. After all, he had already drawn the captain's ire by sneaking away from work. If he were to do so repeatedly, he might jeopardize his own position. Mu Chenghui quietly seethed, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, cursing Mu Qianqian for her audacity.
In the office, Assistant Wang was reporting to Fu Sihan.
"President Fu, we have identified the individual who falsely accused Miss Mu It is a woman named Wang Yanru. She discovered a pure gold gift in Miss Mu's lounge." Fu Sihan stood with his back to him, hands in his pockets, gazing out at the expansive view from the floor-to-ceiling windows.
"Inform the Yuncheng representatives that the item was a gift from me.
If they attempt to exploit this incident further, they should cease all operations at Yuncheng henceforth." His voice was deep and resonant, yet it carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down one's spine.
"Understood. I will contact Yuncheng Group immediately."
After all, Yuncheng Hotel was merely a subsidiary of the Fu Group. Who would dare defy the orders of the family's patriarch? Sisterly received a phone call from her superior, who unleashed a tirade of scorn.
"What have you done?
If you can't manage such a large hotel, we might as well find someone else.
Sister Lee hurriedly put on a smile. Director Chiu, what do you mean by that? Have I done something wrong? Humph, over a trivial item worth a few $100,000, you've made such a fuss?
You nearly caused me to offend the Fu family. Sister Lee had not anticipated that such a minor issue could involve the Fu family.
Could it be that Miss Mu has connections to the Fu family? That's not for you to question.
The item was indeed a gift given to her. From now on, do not let me know if anyone tries to use this matter to create further complications, otherwise, your position here will be at risk. There are plenty who would gladly take your place. Sister Lee shivered at the thought. Yes, I will call Miss Mu right away and ask her to return to work. Hastily, Sister Lee dialed Mu Qianqian's number to inform her that the misunderstanding had been resolved and that she could return to work at any time. Meanwhile, Sister Lee couldn't help but feel puzzled. To her, the young lady seemed merely beautiful, intelligent, and kind-hearted. She had never suspected that Mu Qianqian had ties to the illustrious Fu family. Standing in the sunlight, Sister Lee involuntarily shuddered at the thought of angering the formidable figure from the Fu family, otherwise, she would surely find herself ousted from Yuncheng Group.
Mu Qianqian was taken aback to learn that she could return to work at Yuncheng Hotel. The benefits here were excellent, and if the misunderstanding could be cleared, she would gladly return.
However, she needed to focus on her upcoming exams and could not take on part-time work just now. Director Lee, I'll come back to work after my exams. To her surprise, Director Lee's response was exceedingly respectful, as if fearing she might decline.
Absolutely.
If you're willing to return, we can negotiate your remuneration. Miss Mu, please prioritize your studies. I won't intrude further.
This left Mu Qianqian somewhat taken aback. All right. That evening, when Fu Sihan returned home, Mu Qianqian joyfully leaped into his embrace.
Uncle, I have wonderful news. I can return to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Fu Sihan lowered his gaze, observing the rosy-cheeked girl in his arms. A smile unconsciously tugged at his lips.
Are you really that delighted?
Of course. Director Lee even mentioned that Wang Yanru would publicly apologize to me. At last, I can clear my name. Moreover, the benefits here are exceptional. I can't find such opportunities elsewhere. I owe it all to you, uncle. Fu Sihan dismissed her modest salary with indifference, yet her exuberance was infectious, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upwards.
As long as you're happy.
It was only then that Mu Qianqian realized she had boldly thrown herself into Fu Sihan's arms.
Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly stepped back. Oh, I'm so sorry, uncle, I got a bit carried away. Fu Sihan's gaze darkened slightly, his voice low and husky. It's nothing. Mu Qianqian shyly replied, Uncle, I'll go study now. You haven't eaten yet.
Why start studying so early?
Well, I have exams coming up, so I need to make the most of my time.
Waving goodbye, she returned to the guest room. When mealtime arrived, Fu Sihan called for Mu Qianqian to join him, but she was so absorbed in her studies that she didn't hear him. He reluctantly pushed open her door. Mu Qianqian, wearing headphones, was seated at her desk, engrossed in recorded lectures, diligently jotting down notes. A gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Mu Qianqian removed her headphones, inhaling the familiar and refreshing scent of sandalwood.
Uncle, is that you? Yes, come out to eat. Chapter 43. Tutoring Mu Qianqian during their meal, Mu Qianqian mumbled formulas under her breath. What is that theorem called again?
Hearing her, Fu Sihan casually answered her question. Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up. That's it.
How did you know, uncle?
The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a pang of foolishness. Of course, her uncle had attended university and was well versed in such knowledge. Fu Sihan modestly replied, The things I learned before have not yet escaped my memory.
Uncle, were you a top student back in the day? Fu Sihan smirked, Not really.
They all call me a study god. His tone was nonchalant yet carried an undeniable authority that compelled one to believe him without question.
Mu Qianqian stood there, momentarily stunned. What, you don't believe me?
Fu Sihan inquired hastily. Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, of course I do. Her uncle was so intelligent, he must have been exceptional during his school days as well. She merely had been momentarily captivated by his charisma and confidence. When her uncle referred to himself as a study god, his tone brimmed with the pride of someone in a position of superiority, rendering her utterly captivated. Realizing her cheeks were beginning to flush, Mu Qianqian hurriedly rubbed her face. No more infatuation.
Uncle, I have a small request.
It seemed Fu Sihan had seen through her thoughts. Before she could voice her request, he said, If there's anything you don't understand, I will teach you. Mu Qianqian was so elated she nearly jumped up, her voice ringing clear and bright. "Thank you, uncle." She was eager to rush back home and study immediately. With a fervent desire to learn, Mu Qianqian pushed her food aside after only a few bites. Fu Sihan's expression darkened. "Eat a bit more. I'm already full. Do you still want me to teach you?" "Finish your food first," he said coldly, pouting slightly. Mu Qianqian obediently picked up her chopsticks and resumed eating. Upon seeing this, Fu Sihan's demeanor finally softened a little. After finishing their meal, the two retreated to the study, sitting at the desk to study. "Your method for this problem is incorrect. You should start from here. What you're doing is also valid, but I have a quicker solution you might want to try." Fu Sihan's voice was deep and magnetic, explaining with clarity and simplicity. After listening, Mu Qianqian found many of her uncertainties suddenly clarified. While Mu Qianqian was busy memorizing formulas, Fu Sihan casually picked up a notebook from her desk, intending to review her assignments. However, he stumbled upon her ledger, meticulously documenting her expenses. It clearly noted the significant sums spent when her uncle assisted her with surgery, purchased her a mobile phone, accompanied her for daily necessities, and provided numerous health supplements and nutritional drinks. Every expenditure had been diligently recorded in her notebook. As Fu Sihan gazed at her neat handwriting, his expression deepened with unspoken emotions. "Uncle, would you listen and see if I have memorized the formulas correctly?" Fu Sihan was momentarily taken aback, and Mu Qianqian gently nudged his arm. "Uncle?" With a flicker of realization in his eyes, Fu Sihan replied, "Go ahead and recite." "All right." Sitting up straight, Mu Qianqian began to recite the formulas and theorems. Fu Sihan set her ledger back down. Mu Qianqian worked on problems in Fu Sihan's presence. "You made a mistake here." "Where?" Fu Sihan grasped her hand, guiding it to the paper, helping her write. "Let me teach you how to do it." His large hand enveloped her smaller one, warm and reassuring. As he leaned closer, his refreshing scent wafted gently toward Mu Qianqian's nose. Biting her lip, her heart raced involuntarily. "Did you understand?" Fu Sihan's voice was low and soft, the warm breath escaping his lips brushed against her delicate earlobe. Mu Qianqian instinctively shivered, her heart fluttering in response. It felt as if a spring-esque warmth coursed through her entire being. Fu Sihan glanced at her, noting the rosy hue blooming on her cheeks, her ears blushing a brilliant red. She remained rigid, frozen in her position. Fu Sihan's chest rumbled with a low chuckle. "Am I really that frightening?" Mu Qianqian licked her lips. "No, not at all." "Then why are you sitting so far away?" Cautiously, Mu Qianqian inched closer to him, enveloped once more by his presence. Fu Sihan patiently taught her again, yet Mu Qianqian's mind was far from focused. One moment, she marveled at how melodious his voice was, and the next, she felt an inexplicable tickle in her ears. His warm breath brushed against her ears, creating a delightful yet tingling sensation. "Mu Qianqian, what are you thinking about?" Fu Sihan noticed her distraction, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Nothing at all," Mu Qianqian replied, sitting up straight with a nervousness. Fu Sihan pinched her nose playfully. "Pay attention, I have other matters to attend to and cannot teach you for too long." "Teacher Fu, please continue, I promise to listen attentively this time." Fu Sihan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. "Now that's more like it." On the day of the exam, Mu Qianqian found herself in a separate examination room. The teacher assisted her by reading the questions and prompting her to write the answers on paper. Many of the questions had been previously explained by her uncle, so her thoughts were clear, and she solved the problems swiftly. Initially, the teacher assumed she was scribbling aimlessly, frowning in discontent. "If you don't understand a question, it's better not to write anything than to guess wildly. Random answers won't earn you any points." "Yes, I understand, teacher." With that, Mu Qianqian continued to answer the questions rapidly. The proctor glanced down and, upon seeing her work, his impatience evaporated, replaced by sheer astonishment. The layout was coherent, and every question was tackled using the fastest and most intelligent methods. More importantly, Mu Qianqian had answered every question correctly, even the final challenging question was flawlessly addressed, leaving no room for critique. The teacher silently marveled. Who would have thought this girl is such a top student? Initially believing her speed was a sign of random guessing, he was pleasantly surprised by her prowess. In the entire department, it was unlikely anyone would score higher than her. After the exam, as Mu Qianqian exited the examination room, Fang Yanran caught her arm. "Qianqian, I didn't expect this exam to be so difficult. I couldn't solve several questions, how about you?" Mu Qianqian smiled gently. I did all right, I had reviewed the material in advance.
How are you so impressive?
By focusing her studies on those highlighted areas, all the exam questions fell within that scope, making them easy for her to tackle. A few students from her major passed by, whispering among themselves.
Ah, this is hilarious. Is Fan Yanran foolish? Why is she talking so much to someone who is clueless? Do they think that clueless girl can pass? When the results come out, I hope she doesn't score the lowest. We can't afford to lower our department's average. Our school places great importance on exam results. If Mu Qianqian keeps failing, she might get expelled. Chapter 43 Tutoring Mu Qianqian during mealtime. Mu Qianqian was still mumbling formulas under her breath. What is that theorem called again? Fu Sihan, overhearing her, casually answered her question. Mu Qianqian's eyes lit up. That's it, how did you know, uncle?
As soon as she spoke, she realized the foolishness of her question. After all, uncle had attended university, so he was undoubtedly familiar with such knowledge. Fu Sihan modestly replied, the things I learned in the past, I haven't forgotten entirely.
Uncle, were you a top student back in the day? Fu Sihan smirked, not at all.
They all call me a genius. His tone was nonchalant, yet it carried a compelling authority that commanded instant belief.
Mu Qianqian stood there, momentarily stunned. What, you don't believe me?
Fu Sihan queried. Mu Qianqian quickly shook her head. No, I believe you. Such a clever uncle must have been an outstanding individual during his school years. She was merely momentarily entranced by his charisma and confidence. When uncle referred to himself as a genius, his tone was filled with a superiority that made one involuntarily yield to him. Noticing her cheeks beginning to flush, Mu Qianqian hurriedly rubbed her face. No more daydreaming.
Uncle, I have a small request.
Fu Sihan seemed to see through her thoughts. Before she could voice it, he said, if there's anything you don't understand, I shall teach you. Mu Qianqian was so delighted she nearly leapt from her seat, her voice bright and melodious.
Thank you, uncle.
She could hardly contain her eagerness to return home and study immediately. With her desire to learn ignited, Mu Qianqian picked at her meal, losing her appetite. Fu Sihan's expression darkened. Eat a bit more.
I'm already full. Do you still want me to teach you?
Finish these dishes first. Fu Sihan's voice was cold. Mu Qianqian pouted but obediently picked up her chopsticks to eat her vegetables. Seeing this, Fu Sihan's demeanor finally softened a bit. After dinner, the two of them went to the secondary bedroom and sat at the desk to study.
Your approach to this problem is incorrect.
You should start from here. What you did is also valid, but I have a quicker method you might want to try. Fu Sihan's voice was deep and magnetic, his explanations clear and insightful. After listening, many of Mu Qianqian's doubts were resolved. While Mu Qianqian memorized formulas, Fu Sihan casually picked up a notebook from her desk. Intending to check her homework, however, he stumbled upon her ledger, where she had meticulously recorded her expenses. It clearly stated the significant amount uncle had spent on her surgery, along with purchases of a phone, daily necessities, various supplements, and nutritional drinks. Every expenditure was documented in her neat handwriting. Fu Sihan's gaze deepened as he observed her delicate script.
Uncle, could you listen for a moment? I want to see if I'm reciting the formulas correctly.
Fu Sihan remained silent for a moment, prompting Mu Qianqian to nudge his arm.
Uncle? His eyes flickered. Go ahead and recite.
All right. Mu Qianqian sat up straight and began to recite the formulas and theorems.
Fu Sihan returned her ledger to its place. Mu Qianqian worked on problems in front of Fu Sihan. You wrote this incorrectly.
Where? Fu Sihan grasped her hand and guided it to the paper, helping her write.
Let me teach you how to solve this.
His large hand enveloped her small one, warm and rough, radiating a comforting heat. As he leaned closer, the refreshing scent emanating from him wafted into Mu Qianqian's nostrils. She bit her lip, her heart racing uncontrollably.
Have you grasped it?
Fu Sihan asked softly. The warmth of his breath brushed against her delicate earlobe, causing her to shiver slightly, her heart fluttering as if spring water flowed through her entire being. Fu Sihan glanced at her and noticed the rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks. Her ears flushed as well. She remained stiff in her position, frozen. Fu Sihan's chest resonated with a low chuckle.
Am I that intimidating? Mu Qianqian licked her lips, and no. Then why are you sitting so far away?
Cautiously, Mu Qianqian scooted closer to him, once again enveloped by his presence. Fu Sihan reiterated his teachings, yet, Mu Qianqian found her mind wandering uncontrollably. One moment she marveled at uncle's melodious voice, the next she felt a tickle in her ears. His warm breath seemed to seep into her ears, causing both a delightful itch and a soft tingle.
Mu Qianqian, what are you thinking about? Fu Sihan noticed her distraction, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. And nothing, Mu Qianqian replied, sitting up straight with tension.
Fu Sihan pinched her nose playfully. Pay attention in class, I have other matters to attend to shortly, so I cannot teach you for long.
Teacher Fu, please continue, I promise to listen attentively this time.
Fu Sihan's lips curled into a satisfied smile, that's more like it. On the day of the exam, Mu Qianqian found herself in a solitary examination room. The teacher read the questions aloud to her, instructing her to write the answers on paper. Many of the questions were those Fu Sihan had previously explained, allowing Mu Qianqian to think clearly and solve them swiftly. Initially, the teacher assumed she was scribbling aimlessly and frowned disapprovingly.
If you don't understand a question, it's better not to write anything than to guess wildly. Random answers 1T earn you any points. Yes, I understand, teacher.
Afterward, Mu Qianqian continued to answer the questions at an astonishing pace. The invigilating teacher glanced down and was rendered speechless, his annoyance vanishing, replaced by profound astonishment. The clarity of her answers was undeniable, each question tackled with the quickest and most intelligent methods. More importantly, Mu Qianqian had answered every single question correctly, even the final question was executed flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism.
The teacher silently marveled, who would have thought this girl is a top student?
What he initially assumed was hasty writing turned out to reveal her remarkable prowess among her peers. It seemed unlikely anyone could achieve a higher score.
After the exam, as Mu Qianqian exited the examination hall, Fang Yanran caught her arm.
Qianqian, I didn't expect this exam to be so challenging.
How about you?
Mu Qianqian smiled softly. I did all right, I had already reviewed the material in advance.
How are you so talented?
Mu Qianqian smiled in silence. The reason for her exceptional performance was undoubtedly due to Uncle helping her highlight the key points beforehand. As she studied the highlighted sections, all the questions she encountered fell within that range, making them a breeze for her to solve. A few students from the same major strolled past, whispering among themselves.
Ha, this is hilarious. Does Fang Yanran think she's clever talking to a blind person? Do they really believe that blind person can pass? When the results come out, I bet she'll score the lowest. We mustn't let her lower the average score of our department. Our school places great emphasis on exam results. If Mu Qianqian keeps failing, she might even get expelled. Chapter 44 Candied Chestnuts. Mu Qianqian, upon hearing such unflattering taunts, remained utterly indifferent. However, Fang Yanran could no longer tolerate the disparagement and felt compelled to confront these individuals. Qianqian is merely temporarily blinded, her vision will undoubtedly be restored in due time. You call her blind, but haven't your families ever taught you the virtue of respect? After all, she is a student from a prestigious university. How can you be so uncouth? A boy with a face marred by acne sneered, You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I wouldn't dare to take action? This boy, with thick glasses and a face full of flesh, appeared rather menacing. Fang Yanran felt a twinge of fear but could not refrain from defending her friend. If you dare to bully Qianqian again, don't blame me for reporting you to the counselor. Have you all forgotten the incident at the forum? The school had dealt with a significant number of students due to that event, and the instigator, Shapu, was no longer enrolled. The boys exchanged glances, afraid that she might actually report them and implicate them in trouble. The acne-ridden boy, emboldened, scoffed, Go ahead and report us if you dare. Who has heard what we said? Did you hear that? Or did you hear that? The boy mockingly asked his companions, who, of course, stood in solidarity with him, stifling their laughter. I didn't hear anything, I certainly didn't hear a thing. The boy, filled with self-satisfaction, continued, It was merely idle chatter. Why are you in such a rush, little fairy? I advise you not to be too sensitive. And are we not speaking the truth? How could Mu Qianqian, a blind girl, possibly pass her exams? Unless you take her place. Fang Yanran retorted urgently, You mustn't slander her. Qianqian relies solely on her abilities to take her exams. She doesn't need anyone to help her cheat. Who knows? She is so beautiful, with such an alluring figure, one cannot be sure she doesn't have some underhanded means. Tisk. Their lewd gazes roamed over Mu Qianqian, making her instinctively shrink away. Just then, a basketball came flying towards them. Fu Qianqing shouted imperiously, Where did this toad come from? Get lost. The acne-ridden boy was struck in the face, bursting a pimple, causing him to grimace in pain. You blind idiot, can't you see? He was about to curse when he recognized Fu Qianqing and immediately wilted. How could it be him? The boy covered his face. Young Master Fu, it's you. We were just teaching these two little brats a lesson. We wouldn't want to offend your eyes. Toad, shut your mouth. You got my basketball filthy. It's disgusting.
The ball, smeared with pus, was kicked away by Fu Qianqian. The acne-ridden boy was berated mercilessly but dared not retort.
My apologies, young Master Fu, how much is this basketball worth? I'll buy you a new one. Fu Qianqian scoffed, this is a signed ball from a renowned athlete, worth $1 million, can you afford that?
This was a birthday gift arranged through his connections, now sullied by such a repugnant person. How could he ever want it back? The boy's expression shifted like a palette, becoming extremely colorful.
How can it be so expensive? I can't possibly afford that. Even if he sold himself, he could not pay such a sum. Then get lost. Go back to where you came from. If I see you, this toad, causing trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, we'll leave at once. The acne-ridden boy scurried away with his cronies. Once they were gone, Fang Yanran couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Classmate, you really have a way with words. That boy with all the acne is indeed rather toad-like, isn't. One must admit, Fu Qianqian's insults were remarkably precise.
Yet, he could not muster a smile. Alas, his basketball was ruined.
Thank you again for helping me, Fu.
Mu Qianqian's soft voice reached his ears. Of those words invigorated Fu Qianqian, who perked up immediately.
No need to thank me. I am just glad to assist you.
He planned to disinfect the basketball and then place it on a shelf for display. Although he had lost a precious birthday gift, at least he had aided Mu Qianqian, which made it not entirely a loss. Fang Yanran accompanied Mu Qianqian as they waited by the school gate. Before long, Fu Sihan's figure appeared in the distance. Amidst the throngs of people, Fu Sihan stood tall and handsome, exuding the charm of a mature man. His unique aura was unmatched by any male student. Many female students gazed in awe, captivated and frozen in place.
Wow, who is that, so tall and so handsome? His demeanor is so mature and composed. He must not be from our school, right? Could he be some high-ranking official? Is there a young leader like that?
Fu Qianqian caught a glimpse from afar. That man bore an uncanny resemblance to his illustrious cousin. However, his cousin shouldn't be visiting this school. Surely, he was mistaken. Scratching his head, Fu Qianqian turned to join his classmates for basketball. Mu Qianqian smiled, Uncle, you're here.
Fu Sihan replied coolly, yes, let us go.
The intense gazes of those around them were impossible to ignore, causing Fu Sihan to grow cold, his eyes icy. Seeing this, the girls who had intended to approach for contact information hesitated, deterred by his seemingly irritable demeanor. The crowd dispersed. Fu Sihan grasped Mu Qianqian's wrist, leading her away from the school. He coldly instructed, next time, wait for me in a less crowded place.
Mu Qianqian paused, obediently nodding, all right.
She understood that her uncle preferred not to be in crowded areas. What Mu Qianqian remained unaware of was that Fu Sihan's greatest dislike was not merely the crowd, but the way shallow individuals would unabashedly gawk at him. Such superficial affection, based solely on appearances or status, was the most frivolous of sentiments, and he held it in disdain. Uncle, I want to start working at Yuncheng Hotel tomorrow.
Having just completed your exams, wouldn't you like to rest for a couple of days? Mu Qianqian shook her head, no, I want to earn money quickly to alleviate some of the burden of supporting the family.
Fu Sihan recalled her meticulous accounting book. The young girl possessed a pure and innocent disposition, devoid of any materialistic intentions. She kept track of every kindness shown to her, waiting for the right moment to reciprocate.
Don't overexert yourself. Work at a reasonable pace. I understand.
The two walked hand in hand beneath the shade of the trees. As they strolled, Mu Qianqian caught the delightful scent of candied chestnuts wafting from a nearby stall, and her steps halted.
Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to have some? Yes. Mu Qianqian nodded eagerly. You little glutton.
Fu Sihan's lips curved in a fond smile as he led her to the street vendor and purchased a bag of candied chestnuts. Chapter 45 of the World's Best. Mu Qianqian bit into a candied chestnut, peeled off the shell, and presented it to Fu Sihan.
Uncle, this first one is for you.
Fu Sihan paused for a moment, then, taking it from her hand, he consumed the sweet chestnut.
Is it delicious? Mu Qianqian asked with eager anticipation.
Quite good, he replied. The candied chestnut was fragrant, sweet, and soft, reminiscent of a certain little crybaby. Unaware of his thoughts, Mu Qianqian bit into another chestnut and popped it into her mouth. The warm chestnut was indeed delightful, sweet and glutinous. Fu Sihan's gaze inadvertently fell upon her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow around her, making her appear almost ethereal. Her petite face was so fair it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Her small nose was delicate, and her cherry-red lips were dusted with a hint of chestnut powder, utterly adorable. For some inexplicable reason, Fu Saikon's mind drifted to his grandmother's misunderstanding. The elders had mistakenly believed they had a child together. Should the time come when he could not produce a child, he would have no explanation to offer. With this thought, his gaze deepened.
Do you think I treat you well?
Mu Qianqian tilted her head, her smile innocent and pure.
Of course. Uncle treats me the best in the world. No one had ever treated her this well before. Buying you candied chestnuts is treating you well?
Fu Saikon teased her deliberately.
That's not all, Uncle has helped me immensely.
Thanks to your tutoring for this exam, I was able to answer so smoothly. Mu Qianqian had previously worried that failing the exam might lead to her being held back or even expelled. Now, with Uncle, the academic genius, assisting her, all her concerns had been alleviated. Just as Mu Qianqian finished peeling another chestnut, Fu Saikon snatched it away.
Uncle, if you want to eat it, just ask me directly. Why do you have to steal it?
Fu Saikon had little interest in the candied chestnuts, yet, upon seeing her puffed-up cheeks resembling a little pufferfish, he couldn't bring himself to return the chestnut.
Open your mouth.
Mu Qianqian, puzzled, complied. Fu Saikon pinched the chestnut and placed it in her mouth. As her tongue accidentally brushed against his fingertips, her face flushed immediately. With the chestnut in her mouth, one cheek bulged. Fu Saikon reached out and poked her puffed cheek.
Why aren't you eating?
Only then did Mu Qianqian snap back to reality, feigning calmness as she consumed the chestnut. Little did she know, her heart was racing. It was all Uncle's fault for being so charming. Who could withstand such a lure? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Saikon said, Actually, I have something I need your help with.
What is it? Just tell me, Uncle. I will definitely help you with anything I can.
She raised her little face in expectation, her expression sincere. I'll tell you in a couple of days. In a private VIP room, Fu Saikon sat alone in the shadows, his profile austere. While others indulged in drinking and dancing, he remained cold and aloof, high above the fray. A few bold dancers attempted to approach him. Unlike the beer-bellied bosses, he exuded a physique, aura, an appearance that surpassed even the hottest stars. Anyone who frequented such places was undoubtedly wealthy and powerful. With so much allure surrounding him, many wished to take a chance, perhaps winning his favor and transforming their fortunes. Before the dancers could reach Fu Saikon's trousers, a chilling voice rang out from above. Leave. She looked up, the man's face caught in shadows and light, but his phoenix-like eyes were filled with frost. The dancer shivered in fright and quickly retreated. Cheng Lin pushed away the stunning beauty in his arms, swirling his wineglass as he sauntered over with a mischievous grin.
I say, mister.
Fu, you wouldn't happen to have any hidden ailments, would you? Coming to a place like this without indulging yourself would be a disservice to the money I've spent. Fu Saikon frowned, his gaze fixed on Cheng Lin's hand resting on his shoulder. Cheng Lin hastily withdrew his hand, fearing that if he lingered too long, he might lose it altogether. I forgot, you have a cleanliness obsession. I'll keep my distance. Cheng Lin raised his hand, stepping back, then lounged on the couch, his arm nonchalantly draped over the backrest.
With so many beauties in my establishment, mister. Fu, is there truly none that catches your eye? Fu Saikon didn't want to waste a single glance on those around him. I have matters to discuss with you. Unless you're asking me to return to managing the company, anything is acceptable. Rest assured, I'm not here as a go-between for your esteemed father. Cheng Lin breathed a sigh of relief.
However, Fu Saikon's next words nearly caused him to spew his wine.
How can one make a woman willingly bear their child? Cheng Lin choked, cough, cough. What did you say, have a child? Was Mr. Fu, who had been a monk for almost 30 years, finally having an epiphany? Yes.
Fu Saikon, typically inscrutable, found Cheng Lin's carefree demeanor utterly distasteful, yet, among his circle, Cheng Lin was the only one who understood women's hearts to this extent.
Your sudden interest in fatherhood is quite unexpected. And right off the bat, no less, truly, you are efficient, Mr. Fu. Stop the banter and tell me the method.
Cheng Lin set his wineglass down, grinning playfully. With your looks and status, just letting the word out will have plenty of women lining up to bear an heir for the Fu family. Not to mention, even I, as a man, would consider it. With the vast wealth and resources of the Fu family, who wouldn't be envious if men could bear children? Cheng Lin would be the first to leap at the opportunity. Fu Saikon found Cheng Lin's remarks profoundly distasteful. Cheng Lin, sensing he had overstepped, dropped the frivolous attitude and answered seriously.
Mr. Fu, this dilemma of yours hardly requires contemplation. You underestimate your charm. Your mere presence is the best solution. Fu Sikan pressed his fingers to his forehead in irritation. Aside from that?
Even if you wish to keep your identity concealed, your face alone would stir the hearts of countless women.
She doesn't care about looks. Impossible.
No matter how indifferent she is to appearances, seeing your face would surely stir something within her, unless she's blind. As soon as the words left his lips, Fu Sikan's piercing gaze shot over, causing Chang Lin's heart to skip a beat, the effects of the wine momentarily forgotten. He was unsure which of his remarks had provoked the usually unpredictable man.
Cough, perhaps offering more money would help, surely someone would be willing to give birth. Fu Sikan was increasingly convinced that approaching Chang Lin had been an utterly misguided decision. Although Chang Lin was surrounded by beautiful women, they were all drawn to the Chang family's wealth. In the realm of fame and fortune, sincerity was a rare commodity, it was all about mutual benefit. Yet, that little girl he had in mind was both naive and innocent, completely unyielding to monetary temptations. With no answers in sight, Fu Sikan decided against wasting any more time and stood to leave. Chang Lin quickly rose from the couch to see him out. As they reached the corridor, Chang Lin could no longer suppress his curiosity and boldly asked, "Mr. Fu, I can't help but wonder, with so many socialites and beauties around you, what exactly do you find appealing?" Chapter 46.
The iron tree blossoms. Fu Sihan paused momentarily. What kind of woman did he fancy? How could he possibly have an inclination towards women? They would only bring him trouble, dragging him down. He was devoted to his career. Where would he find the leisure to deal with women? Fu Sihan scoffed, about to speak, when an inexplicable image of Mu Qianqian's innocent demeanor flashed before him. His expression darkened, his tone chilling and laced with a menacing edge.
"Have you had your fun and wish to return to inherit the family business?" Chang Lin, intimidated by his aura, slapped himself across the face. "It's my fault for speaking out of turn, CEO Fu. Please don't take it to heart, just don't mention to my old man that I'm having a good time here."
With just a few words, Fu Sihan could extricate him from this den of iniquity and toss him into the company as a laborer.
He dared not take that risk, however. Chang Lin had caught the fleeting moment of distraction in Fu Sihan's gaze. Could it be that the CEO was truly capable of an unexpected turn of heart? Might it be that young lady from the hospital?
Mu Qianqian returned to work at Yuncheng Hotel before everyone. Wang Yanru, who had previously slandered her, offered an apology.
"Mu Qianqian, I sincerely apologize. I misunderstood the situation, thinking you had indeed stolen something, which is why I made those remarks. Please don't take it to heart that I tend to speak my mind, lacking subtlety. This time, it was undoubtedly my mistake." With so many eyes upon her, Wang Yanru, not blind to the scrutiny, felt humiliated, as if public. "Let's consider this matter settled," Mu Qianqian responded graciously. Her demeanor only served to deepen Wang Yanru's resentment. Mu Qianqian had forced her to apologize publicly and now pretended to be magnanimous, attempting to win hearts? She had never encountered a woman as duplicitous as Mu Qianqian. Who was she trying to impress with her innocent fade? Yet, others were taken in by her act, standing by her side in support. "Qianqian is so generous.
She's letting such a significant matter slide. Indeed, with someone as pure-hearted and kind as Qianqian, one need never fear betrayal. Far better than certain insidious individuals who feign friendship while scheming behind your back, tisk, dumping all their misdeeds onto you." Listening to the chorus of opinions, Wang Yanru's ire bubbled forth. These people were the true fools, blinded by Mu Qianqian's pretense. From the first moment she laid eyes on Mu Qianqian, Wang Yanru knew she was no simple character, with layers of complexity beneath her surface. Unlike Wang Yanru, who was straightforward and candid, openly expressing her thoughts, gritting her teeth, Wang Yanru declared, "Rest assured, everyone, if I cannot find evidence in the future, I will not speak out of turn again.
After all, even if I know the truth, without evidence, who would believe me?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, as if implying that Mu Qianqian had indeed stolen something, but she merely lacked proof.
With that, Wang Yanru stormed off, seething with suppressed rage. The staff at the hotel gathered to comfort Mu Qianqian.
"Qianqian, don't let it bother you, Wang Yanru was just jealous of you.
She came here to climb the social ladder. After all her efforts, no executive has taken a liking to her yet. You arrive and receive such lavish gifts, can she help but feel envious?"
So that was the reason.
No wonder she had targeted Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian smiled softly, responding generously, "Thank you all for believing in my innocence. However, I came here merely to earn some money to support my family, with no ulterior motives. I hope we can all coexist harmoniously in the time to come." Her composed words once again won the favor of those around her. Mu Qianqian had thought the matter would end there, but unexpectedly, Wang Yanru continued her antics. One day, as Mu Qianqian led the guests to the exhibition hall, introducing the displayed items one by one, she began, "This painting of snow-covered banana trees was created by a renowned poet." Just as she commenced, someone raised a doubt.
What banana tree? This painting clearly depicts shrimp.
Yes, have you made an error? How can Yun Cheng Hotel employ such an incompetent person to explain the exhibits?
To make such a glaring mistake, her professionalism is severely lacking. And wearing sunglasses throughout, who does she think she is? Mu Qianqian was taken aback. In her memory, the exhibit in that position was indeed the banana tree painting. Had sisterly rearranged the exhibits without informing her?
Just then, Wang Yanru interjected, "I apologize, but my colleague is visually impaired and often makes mistakes at work. Allow me to take over the explanation from here." Starting with this vividly lifelike painting, Wang Yanru presumptuously usurped Mu Qianqian's role, providing commentary on the remaining exhibits. Surrounded by everyone, Wang Yanru spoke confidently, showcasing her presence, while Mu Qianqian quietly stood in a corner, feeling as though she had been forgotten by the world. At that moment, a girl approached Mu Qianqian.
"What is your name?"
Following the voice, Mu Qianqian turned towards her.
"My name is Mu Qianqian." "What a unique name." "I am Yi Wanning, may I befriend you?" Mu Qianqian blinked in surprise. "Of course."
Yi Wanning pulled her away through the back door of the exhibition hall to the fountain garden behind the hotel.
"Qianqian, you're truly beautiful."
"I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen you before."
Mu Qianqian chuckled at her remark. "Miss Yi, your voice is lovely as well." "Please, don't call me Miss Yi. It sounds so distant, just call me Wanning." "All right, Wanning."
Yi Wanning sat down on the steps, sighing heavily.
"What's wrong, Wanning?" "I've come to Bay City to marry my fiancé, but I don't even know what he looks like. I have no clue if he is handsome or ugly. What if he turns out to be a troll?" "You've never met your fiancé?"
"No, my family arranged this engagement. Two strangers bound by a marriage contract."
"Sigh, enough of that, let us talk about something cheerful. At least I met you, a good friend, right when I arrived here." Mu Qianqian smiled shyly. Yi Wanning was quite friendly, not caring whether Mu Qianqian was willing, and began to vent her frustrations.
"I noticed that colleague of yours has a lot of animosity towards you. You should be cautious of her."
"Thank you for the warning, I will."
That evening, Mu Qianqian called her friend, Li Xiu. "I made a new friend today, her name is Yi Wanning."
We exchanged contact information.
Yi Wanning, isn't that the name of the eldest daughter from the Yi family? If I'm not mistaken, she is engaged to Lu Yunbo from the Lu family.
For some reason, upon hearing Lu Yunbo's name, Mu Qianqian felt an unexplainable tremor within her heart. Chapter 47. In memories of the Lu family, however, among the acquaintances around her, none bore that name. What, then, was the source of her emotional upheaval? "Qianqian, what troubles you?"
Li Xiu inquired. Mu Qianqian pressed a hand to her chest. "It's nothing, just that this name feels special." To her, it was inexplicably distinctive and oddly comforting. The Lu family holds a significant status in Beishur, yet a decade ago, an incident occurred that precipitated their decline, reducing them to a second-rate family.
Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask, "What happened?"
"Qianqian, you used to have no interest in the affairs of wealthy families.
Why are you suddenly intrigued by the Lu family?" "I don't know."
She found herself inexplicably captivated by the Lu family's story, even she was unaware of the reason.
"Since you wish to know, let me share.
Over a decade ago, the Lu family's cherished daughter went missing. For years, the head of the family and his wife have expended tremendous efforts searching for their lost daughter, neglecting even their company, which naturally led to the family's gradual downfall. Their biological daughter went missing. Goodness.
Have they found her yet? Such a monumental blow, how many could withstand it?
Not yet, so many years have passed, and I doubt they will ever recover her. I've heard that the Lu matriarch has fallen ill from the accumulated stress. If they do not find their daughter soon, she may not have long to live." Mu Qianqian remained silent, an inexplicable heaviness settling in her heart. It felt as though a massive hand had gripped it, causing her breath to catch painfully.
What was this? The Lu family had no connection to her. Why did news of them affect her so deeply?
The Lu family also has an adopted daughter named Lu Yunxiang. It is said she bears some resemblance to the Lu family's biological daughter, which is why the couple chose to adopt her. However, this adopted daughter has not been seen in the social scene lately, apparently having fallen out with her brother, Lu Yunbai, and her credit card has been suspended for reasons unknown. Mu Qianqian sat on the bed, lost in thought for a long while. That night, Fu Sikhan returned home late. The scent of alcohol and tobacco wafted from him, indicating he had been socializing again. Uncle, please take care of yourself. If you can avoid these gatherings, do so, Mu Qianqian urged, supporting him as she admonished like a concerned mother.
Fu Sikan rubbed his aching forehead and chuckled. When did it become your role to take care of me?
Typically, he was the one ensuring she took her supplements on time, ate well, and refrained from tears. Yet today, it was this little weeper who was admonishing him, a refreshing change. Mu Qianqian shot him a glare and threatened, if you don't listen, then continue drinking. If something happens, I will just remarry.
Her words were soft and lacked any real intimidation.
Nonetheless, they struck a chord within Fu Sikan. He reached out, pinching her cheek playfully, molding her delicate face like dough. A smile tugged at his lips.
Understood, little housekeeper.
If he could avoid social gatherings, he would, but as the head of the Fu group, sometimes he had no choice but to engage in them.
Mu Qianqian helped him settle onto the sofa, releasing his arm. I won't bother with you anymore.
She stood to leave. Fu Sikan leaned forward, supporting himself with his elbows, massaging his throbbing temples. He tossed his tie aside, which landed on the sofa. The living room fell into silence, and Fu Sikan assumed Mu Qianqian had truly retreated to her room in anger. However, moments later, a cup of warm water and 2 stomach pills appeared on the coffee table. Fu Sikan looked up in surprise, finding Mu Qianqian squatting opposite him, her face etched with concern. Her anger stemmed, after all, from her care for his health.
How did you find the stomach medicine?
Fu Sikan's voice was hoarse, his gaze dark and profound. Mu Qianqian hugged her knees, resting her chin on her crossed arms, resembling a sulky little mushroom. You were late returning, so I guessed you had a social engagement. I asked Aunt Lu to prepare the medicine in advance, waiting to give it to you when you returned. A flicker of astonishment crossed Fu Sikan's eyes. So that was it. In that moment, he regarded Mu Qianqian with a more complex mix of emotions.
Hurry and take the medicine. Do you want me to feed you?
The young girl, throwing a tantrum, spoke in a tone that was unlike her usual self, trying to sound fierce. Yet, to Fu Sikan's ears, her feigned ferocity was irresistibly adorable. He felt a playful urge and deliberately said, My husband is in great pain, I must trouble Madame Fu to help me take my medicine.
Mu Qianqian blushed fiercely at his use of Madame Fu. How shameless. Madame Fu? When did I become your medicine feeder?
She covered her burning face, wishing for something to cover his mouth.
You needn't say anything, I can feed you myself.
She retrieved a pill, holding it in her palm. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qianqian finally mustered the courage to extend the pill to his lips. Fu Sikan obediently took the medicine. Mu Qianqian exhaled in relief, offering him a sip of water. After one mouthful, she continued to feed him. Fu Sikan turned his face away. One mouthful is enough.
Mu Qianqian expressed doubt, but you didn't tilt your head. Did you actually swallow the medicine?
Fu Sikan was momentarily at a loss for words. This silly girl thought everyone was as clumsy as she was, unable to take medicine properly.
I've already swallowed it, don't worry.
Mu Qianqian remained skeptical, recalling her own struggles to swallow pills in the past. After she fed him both pills, just as she was about to leave, Fu Sikan seized her wrist. Suddenly, the world spun around her. She found herself pressed against the sofa, enveloped by the intoxicating scent of masculinity, laden with an air of dominance. Mu Qianqian's heart raced wildly, her cheeks burning brighter than a persimmon. She could barely articulate her thoughts.
You uncle, what are you doing?
Under the influence of alcohol, Fu Sikan spoke words he would typically never utter.
Qianqian, bear me a child.
His voice was deep and magnetic, exuding the charm of a mature man. Although Mu Qianqian could not see him, she could feel his intense gaze sweeping over her, igniting a profound sense of embarrassment within her, making her wish to burrow into the ground. She hesitated to respond, prompting Fu Sikan to frown.
Do you not agree?
Mu Qianqian's face was crimson, as if it might bleed. He was far too direct. She had never embraced or kissed a man before. Jumping straight to the topic of children left her utterly unprepared. Fu Sikan's grip tightened around her slender waist, his tone resolute and unyielding.
Qianqian, answer my question. Chapter 48. I
am willing. Mu Qianqian, overwhelmed with embarrassment, found herself at a loss for words, struggling beneath him. Fu Sikan, mistaking her struggle for an attempt to flee, instinctively restrained her hands, pulling them above her head. Qianqian, speak, he urged, his deep, husky voice resonating close to her, the warmth of his breath grazing her nose. Mu Qianqian dared not even breathe, bewildered by his sudden boldness, so unlike his usual self. It seemed the alcohol had truly intoxicated him. I am willing. Upon hearing the response he sought, Fu Sikan finally released her. The man withdrew his hold, and Mu Qianqian hastily scrambled off the sofa, positioning herself several steps away, her breath quickening and heart racing. As the effects of the alcohol began to wane, Fu Saikon's clarity gradually returned. He, too, was stunned by his own actions, driven by the haze of inebriation. It was clear that the young girl was quite frightened, perhaps even on the verge of tears. A wave of discomfort washed over Fu Saikon, intensifying his headache. He pressed his thin lips together and coldly uttered, "Forget what I said in my drunken state, do not take it to heart." Mu Qianqian, her cheeks aflame, turned and fled to the guest room. Fu Saikon intended to follow but was met with a closed door. For the first time, the esteemed CEO Fu found himself at a loss before a woman. Mu Qianqian commenced her shift at Yuncheng Hotel. The distinguished guests had yet to arrive, and the staff gathered in the lounge for conversation. Wang Yanru strode in, draped in a seemingly expensive blazer, exuding an air of superiority.
"Yanru, where did you get that outfit? If I'm not mistaken, it appears to be menswear?"
"Wow, judging by the craftsmanship, it seems to be from that renowned Italian brand. Each piece starts in the 6 figures.
"Yanru, have you become involved with some wealthy heir? It seems you are about to fulfill your desires."
Such flattery and admiration caused Wang Yanru to feel somewhat elated. She lovingly caressed the blazer, speaking with a tone laced with pride. "This was gifted to me by the young master of the Yi family." Following her statement, she cast a disdainful glance at Mu Qianqian.
"Oh my, is it from the Yi family, the most illustrious family in Sioux City?"
"I heard they are soon to form an alliance with the Liu family. I read it in the financial news." The guests they welcomed daily were prominent figures in Beishai. To better serve these esteemed patrons, it was essential to stay informed about the business world.
Wang Yanru eagerly interjected, "Do not be mistaken, it is the young lady of the Yi family who is to wed the young master of the Liu family. The young master of the Yi family is still unengaged." Everyone present was astute.
None failed to catch the underlying implications in Wang Yanru's words.
"Should we not extend our congratulations in advance, Yanru?
If the young master is still single and were to take a liking to you, your future would be secured.
We would not even be able to curry favor with you."
Such remarks made Wang Yanru's heart swell with pride, her smugness evident. She feigned humility, saying, "Oh, it is still too early to say. Do not spread rumors. My relationship with the young master is merely that of friends." Wang Yanru toyed with her crimson nails, casting another pointed glance at Mu Qianqian. No matter how cunning Mu Qianqian was, she was merely blind to the reality. With just a few calculated moves, Wang Yanru could easily push her aside and seize the spotlight. Once she married into the Yi family, a lifetime of luxury awaited her. From that point on, she would inhabit a world entirely separate from her less affluent acquaintances.
As for Mu Qianqian, what was she truly worth?
During the lunch break, Mu Qianqian retreated to the fountain garden, sitting on the steps, listening to the birds chirping. Before long, Yi Wanqing appeared for some fresh air.
"Qianqian, I've spotted you again. It's you, Wanqing."
Yi Wanqing approached with lively enthusiasm, settling beside Mu Qianqian.
"What has you lost in thought?" Mu Qianqian lowered her gaze. "Nothing much."
She was preoccupied with the events of the previous night when the uncle, inebriated, had asked her if she was willing to have children. Following his sobering up, he had apologized, leaving her utterly mortified, prompting her to retreat to her room this morning. Eager to evade any awkwardness, she had skipped breakfast and rushed out as soon as she awoke.
"Have you had lunch yet?" Mu Qianqian nodded, "I have."
Yet, burdened by her thoughts, she had hardly eaten.
As they conversed, Wang Yanru, still clad in her blazer, passed by. Yi Wanqing immediately recognized it. "Hey, isn't that my brother's jacket?"
Indeed, it appears to have been given to her by the young master of the Yi family.
"Did Wang Yanru mention that to you?"
"Yes." Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing stifled a laugh behind her hand.
"Wanqing, what is so amusing? I heard my brother mention this incident yesterday."
He said, while serving drinks, a woman intentionally spilled wine on him. Out of chivalry, he lent her his jacket.
Merely a gesture of courtesy, transformed into a gift in Wang Yanru's narrative. Realization dawned on Mu Qianqian. So that is how it is. This woman must be eager to return the jacket.
This could be entertaining, let us follow her. Yi Wanqing grasped Mu Qianqian's hand, leading her quietly in pursuit. Wang Yanru arrived at the VIP room entrance, tossing her hair back, imperiously instructing the doorman, "Go inform the young master that I have come to return his jacket." Seizing the moment, she hastily retrieved a mirror to check her makeup and hairstyle. After a while, the doorman returned with word, "The young master's assistant says he no longer requires the jacket, you may dispose of it as you wish."
Wang Yanru's smile faltered, "He no longer wants it?" How could his assistant make that decision?
Whether the assistant's word holds weight is not for you to determine. Take the jacket back and deal with it yourself. As the doorman attempted to close the door, Wang Yanru urgently stopped him.
Wait, could you not ask the young master once more?
I am Wang Yanru, the one who assisted them yesterday. They praised my clarity.
The doorman wore a mocking expression. You take your pretense seriously?
What pretense? This jacket was personally given to me by the young master.
Do you not understand? Mention my name, and he will surely see me.
The young master is not a man of leisure. He has no time for this.
With that, the doorman shut the door firmly.
Wang Yanru's face contorted with rage as she stomped her foot in frustration. How infuriating. Surely, it was that doorman's laziness that prevented her from being announced, otherwise, the young master would not have refused her. Just a mere assistant, daring to meddle in the young master's affairs. If she were to end up with the young master, that assistant would be the first to lose their position. But the pressing question remained, how could she see the young master? Emerging from the corridor, Wang Yanru spotted Mu Qianqian and an unfamiliar woman. Instantly, her demeanor shifted. She donned a coy smile and stated with feigned nonchalance, "Oh dear, the young master has requested to meet with me privately this evening.
I wonder if that would be inappropriate. I shall have to ponder it further." Chapter 49. Young Master Yi of Su City. After Wang Yanru departed, Yu Wanqing clutched her stomach and erupted into unrestrained laughter.
Ah, that woman is utterly ridiculous. My brother wouldn't even spare her a glance, yet she dares to indulge in fantasies. How could such a ludicrous woman exist? During her time in Su City, she had never encountered anyone so absurd.
Indeed, Bay City is teeming with talent. All sorts of peculiarities abound.
Mu Qianqian, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but smile. At that moment, her phone chimed, and the voice assistant announced, "An emergency contact is calling you."
Wanqing, I need to take this call.
Sure, go ahead. Mu Qianqian found a secluded spot, hesitating for a moment before answering the call.
Her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling. Hello? From the receiver came Fu Sihan's deep, magnetic voice. Have you had lunch yet?
Mu Qianqian anxiously tugged at her clothing to ease her nerves.
I've eaten. Why did you leave this morning without having breakfast?
I had breakfast at the hotel. After speaking, Mu Qianqian held her breath, awaiting his response, fearful he might broach the subject of last night.
Make sure to eat well.
Fortunately, he did not mention the awkward topic. The elder gentleman had called solely to check if she was eating on time. A rush of indescribable emotions surged within her, a bittersweet mixture tinged with youthful innocence. Once Fu Sihan ended the call, Assistant Xiao approached.
Mr. Fu, Mr. Xiao wishes to schedule a meeting with you to discuss a potential collaboration. What do you think? Is it the Mr. Xiao from the semiconductor industry?
Yes.
Let us arrange it for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Understood, I'll make the arrangements immediately. As Assistant Xiao exited the president's office, he encountered Assistant Wang. Hey, Assistant Wang, where did you disappear to this morning?
I didn't see you at all.
Assistant Wang glanced around conspiratorially. Mr. Fu tasked me with some personal matters.
Oh. Assistant Xiao, sensing the need for discretion, did not pry further.
I'll go arrange the meeting for Mr. Fu and Mr. Xia, so I'll take my leave.
Assistant Wang filled a large cup with water and gulped it down. Early that morning, he had received a call from Mr. Fu instructing him to check at Yuncheng Hotel to see if Miss Mu was there. Upon arrival, he confirmed she was indeed present. Mr. Fu had instructed him to inform the hotel staff to prepare breakfast for Miss Mu. Consequently, the hotel management unusually arranged a lavish buffet breakfast for all employees. Assistant Wang stayed at the hotel all morning, ensuring Miss Mu was well taken care of before returning to the company.
All done? Yu Wanqing inquired. Mu Qianqian nodded, yes. Were you on the phone with your family just now? Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment. I suppose so.
Although the elder gentleman was not her blood relative, since they had already tied the knot, they were indeed family. Family. Mu Qianqian recalled the elder gentleman's mention of children from yesterday. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly dismissed those thoughts from her mind.
Qianqian, what's wrong? You seem troubled by something, Yu Wanqing observed with concern. It's nothing. Such matters were too embarrassing to share with a friend.
If you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me.
I will certainly assist you in any way I can. Mu Qianqian felt deeply touched. Thank you, Wanqing. Isn't your break time almost over? You should return to work. I won't keep you any longer. All right.
Mu Qianqian returned to her post. A group of colleagues gathered to chat, and at the center was none other than Wang Yanru.
Oh, young Master Yi wants to meet me tonight. I think that might not be appropriate. What do you all think?
Yanru, why would you let such a wonderful opportunity slip by? If I were you, I would seize it immediately. Wang Yanru, with a proud expression, replied, but us women should maintain a sense of modesty, lest those insipid men fail to cherish what they obtain.
You really know how to handle men. Next time I date someone, I'll definitely seek your advice.
Actually, it doesn't require much finesse. If a man truly cares for you, you needn't employ tricks, he will be devoted regardless.
Wang Yanru grew increasingly self-satisfied, as if young Master Yi were already hers to claim.
Today, the hotel was bustling with guests, prompting Mu Qianqian to stay late that evening. She received a call from Yi Wanqing.
Qianqian, could you please go to the fountain garden? I have something for you. What is it, Wanqing? You'll find out when you get here.
At that moment, a colleague rushed in excitedly. Yanru, I just saw young Master Yi in the garden.
He must be waiting for you, hurry over.
Upon hearing this news, Wang Yanru was nearly beside herself with joy. Could it be that young Master Yi had overheard her earlier remarks? Was he deliberately waiting for her in the garden? With her heart racing, Wang Yanru quickly pulled out her compact mirror and reapplied her lipstick. Even if young Master Yi wanted waiting for her, her appearance would at least allow her to approach him, leaving an impression of being not materialistic. With a snap, Wang Yanru closed her compact and, in her high heels, strutted toward the fountain garden. Just a few steps out, she glanced up and noticed Mu Qianqian was heading in the same direction. Wang Yanru scoffed derisively. What is this, you, blind as a bat, wish to see young Master Yi?
Mu Qianqian, uninterested, did not even turn her head.
Wang Yanru assumed everyone shared her ambition to climb the social ladder, oblivious to the fact that Mu Qianqian was simply seeking her friend Yi Wanqing, with no interest in men. Wang Yanru sneered, tch, shameless, pretending to be high and mighty. In the center of the fountain garden stood a small castle-like pavilion, where young Master Yi stood beneath, resembling a noble prince. Wang Yanru hurried toward him. The path to the pavilion was flanked by lush greenery. Initially, Mu Qianqian was leading the way, but Wang Yanru, eager to present herself before young Master Yi, quickened her pace to overtake her. With a sway of her hips, Wang Yanru collided with Mu Qianqian, sending her stumbling to the side. Fortunately, she was cushioned by the dense foliage, otherwise, she would have fallen.
Wang Yanru, why did you bump into me? Oh dear, how did you manage to fall?
Wang Yanru feigned surprise, her peripheral vision catching young Master Yi's gaze drawn toward them. Wang Yanru felt a surge of triumph as she helped Mu Qianqian to her feet. The garden path is uneven, you must be more careful. In a concealed corner, she leaned in close to Mu Qianqian and menacingly whispered, if you dare to ruin my chances with young Master Yi, don't blame me for being unkind. With a sultry sway of her hips, Wang Yanru sauntered toward the pavilion. Young Master Yi, I apologize. One of my colleagues has poor eyesight and can trip even on flat ground. I just helped her up, which took a bit of time. You must have been waiting long. Here is the outfit you lent me yesterday. I heard from a friend that this brand is quite expensive, so I washed it and returned it to you. Chapter 50. A discarded Wang Yanru believed that her two remarks were exceptionally profound. Firstly, they showcased her benevolence in assisting a colleague. Secondly, they reflected her disdain for materialism, setting her apart from other women. With a flirtatious glance towards young Master Yi, she awaited his commendation. To her surprise, Yi Qianling stared at her, his eyes filled with confusion. He inquired of his assistant, who is she? This seemingly innocuous question caused Wang Yanru's expression to stiffen, her face clouded with discomfort. Just as she hesitated to introduce herself, Yi Qianling's assistant spoke up. Young master, during yesterday's exhibition, her dress was splashed with wine, and you kindly offered her your coat.
It's her, then.
A vague impression flickered in Yi Qianling's mind, but he could not recall the details. After all, to him, it was merely a trivial incident, hardly worthy of retention in memory. Wang Yanru, believing that young Master Yi had finally remembered her, coyly twirled her curls. Young Master Yi, I have come to return your coat. With a radiant smile, she extended the suit in her hand. It was rumored that Yi Qianling possessed a gentle and amiable temperament, renowned for his good nature, and was not one to trouble others. This presented her with an opportunity to draw closer to him, or so she thought.
No need, Yi Qianling replied coolly. But this suit is so expensive.
I cannot possibly keep it, Wang Yanru countered, stepping closer to him. The suit she held bore the overpowering scent of women's perfume, a fragrance she had deliberately left behind. Engaged in the wine business, Yi Qianling was particularly sensitive to odors. Upon catching a whiff of the perfume, he instinctively recoiled in distaste. He raised his hand, prompting his assistant to advance.
Miss Wang, please hand over the coat. Wang Yanru hesitated for a moment before reluctantly surrendering the garment.
Although she could not return it directly to young Master Yi, she hoped to leave behind an image of being non-materialistic and unpretentious. Unfortunately, the assistant's subsequent action shattered her aspirations and left her humiliated. With one hand grasping the suit, he exited the pavilion and unceremoniously discarded it into a trash bin. The high-end suit, worth hundreds of thousands, now lay abandoned, tainted with the overwhelming scent of perfume. That was young Master Yi's coat. How dare you! Wang Yanru nearly ground her teeth in fury, her face a vivid shade of crimson as she pointed an accusatory finger at the assistant. The assistant remained expressionless. The coat has been returned, Miss Wang, please leave. Wang Yanru cast a final glance at young Master Yi, but he showed no inclination to retain her presence. All her carefully laid plans for the evening had come to naught. If she were to return home in such a disheveled state, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among her colleagues. Standing outside the pavilion, she found herself at a loss, neither able to leave nor stay. Just then, a clear, melodic voice chimed in. Excuse me, is Wanqing here? Yi Qianling, seated within the pavilion, was engaged in brewing tea. Upon hearing the voice, he paused and inquired gently, what do you need her for? Wanqing sent me to this pavilion, saying she had something for me. Mu Qianqian had been listening intently but had not heard Wanqing's voice. If Wanqing were present, she would have rushed over to embrace her arm by now. Is Wanqing not here? Before Yi Qianling could respond, Wang Yanru interjected, unable to contain herself. What, Wanqing? If you wish to ingratiate yourself with young Master Yi, you shouldn't fabricate such ridiculous excuses. It seems you were merely shamelessly trying to approach him, creating such a foolish name. Wang Yanru, already brimming with anger, naturally took her frustrations out on Mu Qianqian. If she could not capture young Master Yi's attention, why should a mere girl like Mu Qianqian, who had yet to mature, think she could? That wretched girl should take a good look in the mirror. Her physique was as flat as an airstrip, hardly comparable to Wang Yanru's voluptuous form. Mu Qianqian, incensed by Wang Yanru's remarks, retorted, you have no right to speak ill of my friend. We arranged to meet here. Perhaps she was simply delayed by some matter and will arrive shortly. This pavilion is spacious, why should it be exclusive to you? Oh, I never said you couldn't come, I merely look down upon certain individuals who speak one way and act another. Who are you trying to impress with your green tea act? Wang Yanru scoffed, feigning disinterest in wealthy families, yet she was the first to rush over when young Master Yi appeared. How many more times must I repeat myself for you to comprehend? I am waiting for a friend, it is none of your concern. Waiting for a friend? That Wanqing of yours is likely just as materialistic as you, hoping to climb the social ladder. Are you both in cahoots to ensnare men? Yi Qianling slammed his teacup down heavily, causing tea to splash onto the table, some droplets landing on his slender fingers. Compared to many young masters, he was known for his good temper, but that did not mean he lacked one altogether. Lowering his gaze, he commanded, remove her. Wang Yanru's face lit up with satisfaction. Did you hear that? Hurry and get out. You're covered in mud and leaves, it's disgusting. With her dazzling beauty on display, there was no way young Master Yi would prefer a girl like Mu Qianqian over her. The directive to remove someone clearly referred to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with indignation, wishing to chastise Wang Yanru. Was the dirt on her clothes not a result of Wang Yanru's shove? Besides, why was she being forced out when she was merely standing outside the pavilion? I refuse to leave. Young and stubborn, Mu Qianqian clung to the pillar of the pavilion, resolute in her stance. Until Wanqing arrived, no one could make her leave. Her defiance elicited a hint of amusement from Yi Qianling. This girl had a stubborn streak, reminiscent of his mischievous sister. Wang Yanru crossed her arms, mocking, oh, revealing your true colors, are we? You see a man and can't help but cling like a piece of gum, unable to be rid of. I almost feel embarrassed for you. Having endured enough, Yi Qianling reached his limit. Noisy. With those two words, his assistant approached her directly. Wang Yanru, eager for entertainment, was taken aback as the assistant stood before her. That girl is over there, don't get it wrong, she indicated Mu Qianqian. This area has been reserved by young Master Yi. Please leave. Why should young master kick me out? If anyone should leave, it ought to be her, just look at how dirty she is. The assistant disdainfully replied, that pales in comparison to your foul mouth. Wang Yanru's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should that wretched girl be allowed to stay while she was being thrown out? I will give you 3 more seconds, if you do not leave, do not blame me for calling security. Should it come to that, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Wang Yanru's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, her nails digging into her palm.
I will leave on my own.
Reluctantly, she descended the steps, casting a venomous glance at Mu Qianqian before departing. With Wang Yanru gone, tranquility finally enveloped the vicinity of the pavilion. Mu Qianqian, still puzzled by the turn of events, continued to cling to the pillar, staring vacantly in that direction.
Yi Xianling, with a charming smile illuminating his features, spoke softly, "Little girl, did you think I would throw you out?"
Chapter 51. After Shallow's work, Mu Qianqian released her grip on the pavilion column, offering an awkward smile.
"I apologize.
I mistakenly thought you were in cahoots with her."
Yi Xianlin, unperturbed by the misunderstanding, leisurely responded, "Might I inquire, does the young lady bear the surname Mu?" "Yes, my name is Mu Qianqian. I am here awaiting a friend." Seemingly concerned he might misinterpret her presence, Mu Qianqian hastily added, "It's not to seek you out."
After all, she was a married woman, she harbored no interest in other men, thank you very much. A deeper smile graced Yi Xuanlin's lips, enveloping him in an air of gentlemanly grace, exuding elegance and warmth.
"Miss Mu, why not take a seat in the pavilion and rest for a while?" "All right." Mu Qianqian sat cautiously opposite Yi Xianlin.
The assistant had long retreated outside, leaving only the two of them within the pavilion. A gentle night breeze caressed her ears, while the tea brewing on the clay stove bubbled merrily. After some time, however, Yi Wanqing's figure remained elusive.
"I shall step outside and give her a call. Why not enjoy a cup of tea before you leave?" Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment. A brief delay would not matter, and thus she acquiesced, "Very well."
Yi Xianlin moved with a carefree elegance, performing the intricate rituals of tea preparation, boiling, awakening, and steeping the leaves, each step flowing seamlessly, a delight to behold. Regrettably, the individual seated across from him could not appreciate the spectacle.
"Miss Mu, please."
A cup of crystal-clear hot tea was presented before her. She grasped the teacup by its saucer, blew gently at the steam, and took a sip.
Mu Qianqian's petite face scrunched up. "It's rather bitter."
Her palate was unrefined. Upon first sip, all she could discern was the bitterness.
"Miss Mu, you may savor it slowly, experiencing the lingering essence of the tea." Following his guidance, Mu Qianqian relaxed her mind and began to appreciate the aftertaste.
The flavor seems less bitter now, it's quite fragrant, with subtle floral notes and a hint of orchid. Unbeknownst to her, this was a premium Ming Longjing tea, worth a small fortune per ounce. Gradually, Mu Qianqian began to grasp the nuances of tea tasting. After a while, Yi Xianlin inquired, "Would you care for another cup, Miss Mu?" No, I should call Wanqing. I'm a bit worried since she hasn't tea arrived yet."
"That is understandable."
Mu Qianqian hastily stood, exiting the pavilion to contact Yi Wanqing with the assistance of her voice assistant.
"Wanqing, I've been waiting for you here in the pavilion for ages. Why haven't you come?"
Yi Wanqing lounged comfortably on her plush bed, crunching on potato chips.
"Although I'm not there, the gift I sent you should have arrived, right?" "What gift?" "The tea my brother brewed." "How is it good?" Mu Qianqian paused. "The gentleman in the pavilion, is he your brother?"
"Indeed, we both share the surname Yi. Have you forgotten? You're quite oblivious, Qianqian." Mu Qianqian chided herself, tapping her head in frustration.
"I didn't forget.
I was merely preoccupied with our agreement, not considering further details." She had been too focused on waiting for someone to ponder such matters.
"So, what do you think? My brother's tea-making skills are quite commendable, aren't they? It's rather pleasant, though I lack the expertise to truly appreciate it.
I can only discern a fraction of its depth." Mu Qianqian felt that enjoying such exquisite tea was akin to wasting a treasure.
No worries, if you drink it a few more times, you'll gradually develop an appreciation for it. I believe in you."
"Knowing your well eases my mind. I should wrap up my shift and head home. Let us meet another day."
After finishing the call with Yi Wanqing, Mu Qianqian returned to the hotel lobby. Sisterly inquired, "Where is Yanru? Has anyone seen her?"
"I'm not sure. She is probably still on a date with young Master Yi.
She arrived late today and hasn't clocked enough hours. Just wait until I deduct her bonus."
Mu Qianqian had little interest in Wang Yanru's affairs, so she informed the manager and prepared to leave. As she stepped out of the hotel, ready to summon a ride with her voice assistant, a limited edition luxury car halted before her.
"Miss Mu, please get in." That voice, it was Assistant Wang S.
So, was the uncle here to pick her up? Mu Qianqian's heart raced. However, given the uncle's busy schedule, he likely hadn't come personally and had simply sent his assistant. Feeling slightly relieved, she opened the back door and slid inside. The moment she settled into the car, she sensed a familiar aura and an overwhelming presence. Oh no, the uncle was also inside. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Fu Xihan's deep, indifferent voice resonated. Why are you getting off work so late today?
Mu Qianqian stiffened beside him, nervously gripping the seatbelt, afraid to breathe too loudly.
Tea today, there were more guests, so I finished late. Fu Xihan set down the magazine he had been perusing, removing his gold-rimmed glasses and placing them aside.
Why do you smell of tea? Mu Qianqian shifted slightly, sniffing herself. Do I? She hadn't noticed.
Fu Xihan, well-versed in fine teas, had immediately recognized the delicate fragrance of preaching Ming Longjing tea upon her entry, and it was of the finest quality. Such tea was not accessible to everyone. I met a new friend named Ji Wanqing, and her brother brewed me a cup of tea.
Yi Xianlin?
Being in the business world, Fu Xihan had certainly heard of the esteemed Yi family as scion. This Yi Xianlin was known for his refined demeanor and profound depth, making him difficult to gauge. Instinctively, Fu Xihan felt a reluctance to let Mu Qianqian grow too close to such individuals. After all, she was as innocent as a little white rabbit, ill-suited to mingle with wolves. The best way for Fu Xihan to protect Mu Qianqian from harm was to keep her far removed from such conflicts, preferably as far as possible.
Keep your distance from him. I understand.
Throughout the journey home, Mu Qianqian felt her eyelids grow heavy, yet she refrained from leaning against Fu Xihan. She nestled herself in the corner of the car, keeping her distance as if to avoid contact. Fu Xihan, exasperated, urged, if you're tired, come over and sleep.
Mu Qianqian startled, shaking her head vigorously. I'm not tired, definitely not tired.
Just moments ago, her head had been bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, and now she claimed to be wide awake. Fu Xihan couldn't help but chuckle softly. With a swift motion, he gathered her into his embrace. Sleep now. His shoulder was broad and sturdy, exuding a comforting aura. Mu Qianqian, already weary, could no longer resist and quickly succumbed to slumber against him. Upon reaching their destination, Fu Xihan gazed at her serene, peaceful face, carefully unbuckling her seatbelt. He lifted her effortlessly in his arms, carrying her from the car and all the way upstairs. Initially intending to place Mu Qianqian onto the bed in the guest room, he found her clinging to him, unwilling to let go. Lost in a dream, her eyes remained shut, her cheeks flushed with a healthy hue, and her delicate lips slightly pursed. Deep in her slumber, Mu Qianqian murmured unconsciously, Don't go. Chapter 51. As Mu Qianqian finished her shift, she reluctantly released her grip on the pavilion column and offered an awkward smile. I apologize, I mistook you for being in cahoots with her.
Yi Xianling, unperturbed by the misunderstanding, spoke in a leisurely manner. May I inquire if the young lady's surname is Mu? Yes, my name is Mu Qianqian, and I am here waiting for a friend.
Seemingly concerned that he might misinterpret her words, Mu Qianqian hastily added, It is not for the purpose of seeking you out. She was, after all, a married woman. Completely uninterested in other men, to say the least. Yi Xianling's smile deepened, exuding an air of gentlemanly grace, refined and warm. Miss Mu, you might consider taking a seat in the pavilion and resting for a while.
All right. Mu Qianqian seated herself cautiously opposite Yi Xianling.
The assistant had long since retreated outside the pavilion, leaving only the two of them within. A gentle night breeze brushed past, and the tea simmering on the clay stove bubbled amiably. After a brief wait, Yi Wanqing's figure was still nowhere to be seen.
I will step outside to call her.
Perhaps enjoy a cup of tea before you depart. Mu Qianqian contemplated for a moment.
A brief pause would not matter, and she acquiesced. All right.
Yi Xianling moved with an effortless elegance, performing the intricate rituals of tea preparation, boiling, awakening, and steeping the leaves, with a fluidity that was truly delightful to behold. Unfortunately, the person seated opposite him was blind to this artistry.
Miss Mu, please.
A cup of clear, steaming tea was slid before Mu Qianqian. She lifted the teacup by its saucer, blew gently at the steam, and took a sip. Her delicate features scrunched up. It's quite bitter. She was unfamiliar with the nuances of tea tasting, and her initial impression was solely one of astringency.
Miss Mu, you may savor it slowly and appreciate the lingering essence of the tea. Following his guidance, Mu Qianqian relaxed and began to discern the aftertaste in her mouth. The bitterness seems to have dissipated.
It possesses a delightful fragrance, with subtle floral notes and hints of orchid. What she did not realize was that this was a premium preaching Ming Longjing tea, worth a small fortune per ounce. Mu Qianqian gradually began to grasp the intricacies of tea appreciation. After a while, Yi Xianling inquired, Would you care for another cup, Miss Mu?
No, I think I will call Wanqing.
I am a bit concerned since she has been absent for so long.
Very well.
Mu Qianqian stood up in haste and stepped outside the pavilion. With the assistance of her voice assistant, she dialed Yi Wanqing. "Wanqing, I have been waiting for you here in the pavilion for ages. Why haven't you arrived?" Yi Wanqing lay comfortably on her soft bed, munching on potato chips. "Though I may not be there, you should have received the gift I sent you, right?" "What gift?" "The tea my brother brewed." "How is it good?" Mu Qianqian paused. "The gentleman in the pavilion, is he your brother?" "Indeed, we both share the surname Yi. Have you forgotten, Qianqian? You're quite slow on the uptake." Mu Qianqian smacked her forehead in exasperation. "I hadn't forgotten. I was simply preoccupied with our agreement and didn't think much beyond that." She was so focused on waiting that she hadn't considered these details. "How is it? My brother's tea brewing skills are quite commendable, aren't they? It's rather, I can only discern a fraction of its essence." Mu Qianqian felt that being served such exquisite tea was akin to wasting a precious resource. No worries, the more you drink, the more you'll learn to appreciate it. I believe in you. Now that I know you're well, I can relax. I should head home now. We shall meet another day." After concluding her call with Yi Wanqing, Mu Qianqian returned to the hotel lobby. "Sister Li, where is Yenru? Has anyone seen her?" "I don't know, she is probably still out with young Master Yi. She arrived late today and hasn't even clocked enough hours. Just watch, I'll deduct her bonus." Mu Qianqian was disinterested in Wang Yenru's affairs, so she informed the supervisor and prepared to head home. As she stepped outside the hotel, ready to instruct her voice assistant to hail a taxi, a limited edition luxury car pulled up before her. "Miss Mu, please get in." That voice, it was Assistant Wang S. So, the uncle came to fetch her after work. Mu Qianqian's heart raced. However, given how busy the uncle was, it was unlikely he would come personally. He probably just sent his assistant to collect her. Relaxing slightly, she opened the door to the back seat and climbed in. Just as she settled, she sensed a familiar aura and an overwhelming pressure. Oh no, the uncle was also present. As this thought crossed her mind, Fu Saikon's deep, indifferent voice cut through the air. "Why did you finish work so late today?" Mu Qianqian sat stiffly beside him, nervously clutching the seatbelt, afraid to breathe too deeply. "Tea today, we had many customers, so I finished late." Fu Saikon set down the magazine he had been reading, removed his golden-rimmed glasses, and set them aside. "Why do you smell of tea?" Mu Qianqian moved her nose, sniffing herself. "Do I?" She hadn't noticed anything. Fu Saikon, well acquainted with fine teas, had detected the lingering scent of preaching Ming Longjing the moment she entered the car, and it was of exceptional quality. This tea was not something everyone could afford. "I met a new friend named Yi Wanqing. Her brother made me a cup of tea." Yi Xianling, being in the same business realm, Fu Saikon was naturally aware of the name of the Yi family's eldest son. This Yi family scion was known for his refined demeanor and profound depth, making him difficult to read. Instinctively, Fu Saikon felt averse to Mu Qianqian getting too close to such individuals. After all, she was as innocent as a little white rabbit, ill-suited for the company of wolves. Since Fu Saikon could not be by Mu Qianqian's side at all times to shield her from harm, the best course of action was to keep her far away from such conflicts. The further, the better. Stay away from him. I understand. Throughout the journey home, Mu Qianqian felt drowsy, her head bobbing slightly, yet she refrained from leaning on Fu Saikon. She nestled in the corner of the car, keeping her distance from him as if afraid to touch him. Fu Saikon, exasperated, remarked, "If you're tired, come over and sleep." Mu Qianqian jolted awake, hastily shaking her head. I'm not tired at all." Just moments ago, her head had been nodding like a chick pecking at grains, yet she insisted she wasn't fatigued. Fu Saikon chuckled softly. With a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace. "Sleep." His shoulder was broad and sturdy, emanating a reassuring charm. Mu Qianqian, already weary, could no longer resist and soon dozed off against him. When the car arrived downstairs, Fu Saikon looked down at her serene, peaceful sleeping face and gently unfastened her seatbelt. He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her from the car all the way upstairs. Fu Saikon intended to lay Mu Qianqian on the bed in the guest room, but the young girl seemed to be lost in a dream, clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go. With her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow, and her soft lips slightly pursed, Mu Qianqian was deeply immersed in her slumber, murmuring incoherently. Don't go. Chapter 52. Sharing the same bed, Fu Saikon's body stiffened. The young girl, warm and delicate, nestled in his embrace, exhaled a breath imbued with an enchanting fragrance of orchids, mesmerizing him deeply. Mu Qianqian softly murmured, "Don't go." The usually unyielding and merciless Fu unexpectedly found his tranquil heart disturbed by her simple plea. He gazed deeply into her sleeping visage, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to abandon her. The following morning, when Mu Qianqian awoke, she discovered the absence of the elder man's figure beside her. However, his lingering warmth remained on the bed. Did she really share a bed with him last night? She sat up abruptly, her cheeks flushed with a sudden rush of heat, covering her face in a flurry of embarrassment. Vaguely recalling that she had tugged at him to prevent his departure, she realized that she had eventually embraced a great warm furnace and drifted into a blissful slumber.
Was it all just a dream? Mu Qianqian mused to herself, uncertainty clouding her thoughts.
During breakfast, she occasionally glanced up, stealing furtive looks at Fu Sihan.
"What are you looking at?"
Fu Sihan's cold voice pierced through her thoughts as he caught her gaze. Mu Qianqian's small face was etched with conflict, unconsciously stirring her porridge.
"Uncle, last night, did we?"
Fu Sihan's eyes bore into hers, his throat tightening slightly.
His voice was low and husky. "Last night, I returned you to your own room, and then I left."
"Oh." Mu Qianqian lowered her head to eat, her spirits dampened. For some inexplicable reason, the delicious food before her suddenly seemed tasteless. Could it be that she was merely dreaming? Yet everything felt so vivid, the solid warmth of his muscular body, radiating heat. She hastily cast aside such impure thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, a profound glimmer flickered in Fu Sihan's eyes. The young girl was restless in her sleep, rubbing against him and igniting a fire within him. If not for Fu Sihan's extraordinary self-control, she would have had difficulty sleeping soundly through the night. Even so, he found himself rising early to take a cold shower, attempting to quell the heat within.
"I'm full." Mu Qianqian set down her chopsticks, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, ready to head to school. "Mu Qianqian."
Fu Sihan's voice suddenly called her back. The girl, with her little yellow duck backpack, turned slowly. "Don't kick off the blanket while sleeping, it could lead to catching a cold." Mu Qianqian was initially taken aback but soon grasped his meaning, a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks. Uncle meant they had indeed shared a bed last night. If not, why would he advise her against kicking off the blanket? The sturdy, warm body she had embraced was undoubtedly his.
Flushing with embarrassment, Mu Qianqian wished to vanish on the spot. "I'm off to school, uncle, goodbye."
She hurriedly uttered the words and dashed out of the house, fearful that her racing heart would burst from her chest. As the elevator descended to the first floor, she burst out, clutching her heart. Even now, her pulse raced rapidly, pounding so fiercely it caused her chest to ache. Uncle had previously expressed a desire for her to bear him a child. He was older than her, and surely his family was pressing him. The weight of expectation he bore was significant. However, they had not known each other for long, and Mu Qianqian was still unaware of his true appearance.
Would it be too hasty to consider having a child just like that? On this day, Fu Sihan arrived at work an hour later than usual. His driver and assistant waited downstairs, and when Fu Sihan finally appeared, his expression was cold and stern, his dark hair damp.
"Mr.
Fu, why did you take a cold shower so early?"
Fu Sihan's icy glare silenced his assistant, who dared not utter another word. The aura surrounding Fu Sihan radiated a forbidding presence, instilling fear in those around him. After all, anyone would be irritable after a cold shower in the morning. Within the boardroom of Fu Corporation, the executives were quietly discussing a pressing matter.
"What's wrong with Mr.
Fu today? He seems particularly irritable. Several proposals have been rejected." "I don't know, Mr. Fu is usually quite discerning, but today he seems even harder to please. If only I had known, I would have delayed presenting this proposal."
"I certainly don't want to be caught in the crossfire.
If your projects aren't urgent, I advise you to wait until tomorrow to report to Mr. Fu."
Mu Qianqian ran into Li Siyu during an elective class.
"I met Wenqing's brother at Yunchen Hotel yesterday." Li Siyu's eyes widened in shock.
"You mean young Master Yi? That should be him."
"The tea he brewed was delightful. At the time, I didn't appreciate its complexity, but now I realize how exquisite it was."
"Do you know the significance of young Master Yi personally brewing tea?"
"Numerous noble families wish to befriend the Yi family, but he remains enigmatic, rarely revealing himself. All outsiders know is that he has a passion for classical arts, such as tea ceremony, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, excelling in all to the level of a master."
In Beishir, Fu Yi and Su Qing's young Master Yi are the two most sought-after men in the socialite circle, ranked first and second, respectively.
"From what you say, it seems young Master Yi resembles an ancient recluse."
Li Siyu nodded. "Exactly.
He doesn't come across as a businessman, rather, he resembles an untainted scholar." Listening to Li Siyu, Mu Qianqian found young Master Yi's demeanor quite unique, though it bore no relevance to her own life. The old professor entered the classroom, distributing the exam papers to everyone.
Students, this exam's questions are particularly challenging, and quite a few have failed. Let us first hand out the papers. I will explain the difficult questions afterward. The class representative distributed the papers, and while Li Xiyu and Fan Yanran received theirs, Mu Qianqian found her hands empty. Standing up, she timidly said, "Teacher, I didn't receive my paper." A wave of laughter erupted behind her. Yao Zuner mockingly remarked, "How amusing, this blind girl dares to ask the teacher. It is certainly because she performed poorly, and the teacher tore her paper. If I were the teacher and saw her scribbling, I would surely have my blood pressure spike. Not tearing it would be a display of my good temper. I just don't understand, why doesn't this blind girl stay home instead of embarrassing herself at school?" Despite the malicious laughter, Mu Qianqian remained steadfast. Though slender, her back was straight, resembling a resilient flower on a cliff, unyielding to the harsh winds and rains, maintaining her purity and tenacity. The old professor chuckled, "So it's Mu Qianqian, is it? You may sit down, I will need your paper shortly." What could the teacher possibly need her paper for? Mu Qianqian was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 53 of Full Marks. Soon, Mu Qianqian's perplexity was resolved. Students, please direct your attention to the PPT. On the screen appeared a flawless examination paper. Its presentation was immaculate, the problem-solving approach was clear, and it showcased a novel and efficient method of resolution. Whose paper is this? It's remarkable, even the most challenging questions have been answered. Surely it must receive full marks? I recall this professor is quite stringent with his grading. Since the course commenced, no one has ever achieved a perfect score in his class. It probably won't be a perfect score, but it must certainly exceed 95. To attain such high marks in Professor Chen's course is something to boast about for an entire year. The paper bore no name, and everyone was left speculating about its rightful owner. Mu Qianqian squinted, her eyes straining as she tried to discern the details, but all she could make out was a blurred mass. She too was unaware of who the author was. Professor Chen, however, piqued everyone's curiosity with a genial smile as he revealed the answer. "This is the paper of student Mu Qianqian. I was equally astonished that she has mastered such advanced methods so soon after entering university. She is the first and only one in our entire cohort, therefore, I am making an exception and awarding her full marks." This revelation sent shockwaves through the classroom. The murmurings of the students erupted in fervor. That blind girl's paper? How can that be? She can't see anything. How could she possibly solve the problems? I possess review materials from seniors, and even they wouldn't know such advanced methods. How could Mu Qianqian? Who did she learn this from? Does she have relatives who are professors? This is the only full mark Professor Chen has ever given in his many years of teaching, and it goes to a blind girl. Even Li Xiyu and Fan Yanran could not suppress their curiosity, asking, "Qianqian, where did you learn this method?" Mu Qianqian smiled, "A friend taught me." She felt too shy to admit it was her husband. After all, she was still a student, and revealing her marital status could invite unwarranted scrutiny. Professor Chen inquired, "Mu Qianqian, may I temporarily retain this paper? I wish to use it as a teaching tool for the next cohort, to impart more profound knowledge." Goodness, while others were scrambling for high scores, Mu Qianqian effortlessly obtained full marks and became a teaching aid for the esteemed professor. In an instant, admiration and envy surged within her peers. The name Mu Qianqian was destined to spread among all the new students. Moreover, it was likely that seniors and other professors would pay her closer attention. Yet, some couldn't help but feel a sense of imbalance, uttering sour remarks. It's just because she has a remarkable relative. If I had such an impressive private tutor, I too could achieve full marks." Unfazed by the gossip, Mu Qianqian stood up and graciously replied, "Of course. Thank you for your recognition, Professor." Her composed demeanor won her many admirers. As soon as class ended, she was surrounded by classmates eager to learn her study techniques. Mu Qianqian generously shared her methods and problem-solving strategies. "Qianqian has such a lovely character, so generously sharing with us, not keeping anything to herself. Indeed, with Qianqian as our academic star, this year's top scholarship is surely hers." Yao Zuner and her clique were squeezed into a corner, consumed by jealousy. What's so great about being good at studying? No matter how good she is at studying, she's just a bookworm. What's the use? Zuner, your family is so wealthy, when Mu Qianqian graduates, be sure to let her work as a cleaner in your company, ha ha ha. The girls flattered Yao Zuner, who, in the past, would have been on top of the world. However, today, she wore a dark expression, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Yao Zuner understood that despite Mu Qianqian's modest background, if she were to establish a connection with Fu Qianqing, her future would be limitless.
The Fu family was not just the wealthiest in Beishar, they dominated the entire business empire. Why should a blind girl like Mu Qianqian receive special treatment from the young master of the Fu family? With such a vast family fortune, if Mu Qianqian were to marry into the Fu family, wouldn't that mean stepping on her own head? Yao Zun'er's mood soured immensely as she grasped a small follower's hand, leaving several marks with her sharp nails. The girl winced, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, nearly in tears, yet dared not resist. At the Lu family villa, Lu Yunxiang had been discreetly monitoring Mu Qianqian's movements. Although Sharp had failed to expel her from the university, the stringent standards of the financial university meant that if Mu Qianqian failed a few more exams, she would be counseled to withdraw. Yet, as time passed, instead of hearing about her expulsion, she received news of Mu Qianqian achieving full marks and becoming an academic prodigy.
Vile woman, don't let me catch you.
Lu Yunxiang ground her teeth in frustration, sweeping all the precious porcelain in the room to the floor, shattering them into countless pieces. Downstairs, Lu Yunbai was meeting with the heir of the Yi family. Hearing the commotion from above, he grimaced in disgust. What's causing the ruckus now? The butler replied, Young master, I will check on the young lady upstairs.
Go ahead, and ask her to keep it down. The butler ascended the stairs and knocked on Lu Yunxiang's door. Miss, the young master is meeting guests downstairs. Please keep the noise to a minimum.
After all, Lu Yunxiang was merely an adopted daughter and did not dare to oppose Lu Yunbai, the heir of the Lu family. She even refrained from showing any disrespect to the butler, not daring to raise her voice. Otherwise, she could be cast out at any moment. Suppressing her anger, Lu Yunxiang muttered, Yes, I will be more mindful. Finally, the noise subsided. Downstairs, the hall was infused with calming incense. Yi Xianlin was not an ordinary wealthy heir. He favored traditional Chinese robes, simple and elegant, resembling a practitioner transcending the mundane world.
Let us conclude our discussion here for today, young Master Lu. I shall bring my sister to visit another day.
Lu Yunbai rose to see him off. As they walked into the garden, Lu Yunbai hesitated before speaking. To speak candidly, over the years, my parents have expended tremendous effort to locate my younger sister, leaving little energy to manage the company. The Lu family is no longer what it once was. While the Yi family's business flourishes, I fear I may not be worthy of Miss Yi.
Marriage is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. A betrothal cannot be so easily dissolved. I fear I might cause distress to Miss Yi.
Yi Xianlin spoke gently, I shall bring my sister to visit the elders. If both you and my sister find no mutual affection, we will not force a marriage.
Ah, that would be agreeable.
A lingering sorrow shadowed Lu Yunbai's brow. Until he found his sister, he would find it hard to attain peace. As Yi Xianlin exited the Lu family villa, something struck him, prompting him to glance back. He couldn't shake the feeling that young Master Lu's features looked oddly familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before.
Chapter 53 Full marks soon. Mu Qianqian's confusion was resolved. Classmates, please direct your attention to the PPT.
On the screen appeared a flawless examination paper. Its presentation was immaculate, the problem-solving approach clear, showcasing a novel and efficient method.
Whose paper is this?
Incredible, it even addresses the most challenging questions.
Could it possibly receive full marks? I recall this professor is quite stringent with his grading. No one in his class has ever achieved a perfect score since the course began.
It probably won't be full marks, but certainly above 95. To obtain such a high score in Professor Chen's class would be a boast worthy of a year.
The paper bore no name, and everyone speculated as to its rightful owner. Mu Qianqian squinted, her eyes straining, but all she could see was a blurred mass. She too was unaware of whose paper it was. Professor Chen aroused everyone's curiosity, smiling amiably as he revealed the answer. This is the paper of student Mu Qianqian.
I did not anticipate that, having just entered university, she would master such advanced methods. She is the first, and indeed the only one in our entire year. Therefore, I have made an exception and awarded her full marks. A stir of excitement rippled through the classroom.
That blind student's paper? How is that possible? She can't see anything. How could she solve the problems? I possess review materials from upperclassmen, and even they cannot grasp such sophisticated methods. How could Mu Qianqian know? Whom did she learn from? Is there a professor among her relatives?
This is the first full mark given by Professor Chen in all his years of teaching, and it goes to a blind student.
Even Li Xiyu and Fang Yanran couldn't restrain their curiosity, asking, Qianqian, where did you learn this method? Mu Qianqian smiled softly, a friend of mine taught me.
She felt shy to admit it was her husband.
After all, she was still a student, and revealing her marital status might invite unwarranted scrutiny. Professor Chen inquired, Mu Qianqian, may I keep this paper for a while? I wish to use it to teach the next cohort of students and impart more profound knowledge.
Others vie for high scores in exams, yet Mu Qianqian effortlessly secured full marks and even graduated to become a teaching aide for the esteemed professor. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of envy and admiration arose within her peers. The name Mu Qianqian was destined to become well known among all the freshmen. Furthermore, older students and other professors might also pay her increased attention.
However, some harbored feelings of resentment, voicing their sour remarks.
It's just because she has a remarkable relative, isn't it? If I had such an extraordinary private tutor, I could also achieve full marks. Ignoring the chatter, Mu Qianqian stood up, graciously responding, certainly.
Thank you for your recognition, Professor.
Her composed demeanor in the face of both praise and criticism garnered her even more goodwill. As soon as class ended, Mu Qianqian was encircled by classmates eager to inquire about her study techniques. She generously shared her learning methods and problem-solving strategies.
Qianqian has such a lovely disposition, sharing so openly without reservation. Indeed, with Qianqian as our academic powerhouse, it seems this year's top scholarship is undoubtedly hers. Yao Xian'er and her clique found themselves cornered, consumed by jealousy. So what if she excels in her studies? What's so impressive about that? Even if she is academically gifted, she is merely a bookworm. What good is that?
Xian'er, your family is quite wealthy. Once Mu Qianqian graduates, remember to offer her a position as a cleaner in your family business. Haha. The girls flattered Yao Xian'er, who, in the past, would have been over the moon. However, today, she wore a grim expression, her eyes seething with malice. Yao Xian'er understood that although Mu Qianqian came from humble beginnings, if she truly secured a position with Fu Qianqing, her future would be boundless. The Fu family was not merely the richest in Beishar, they dominated the entire business empire. Why should a blind girl like Mu Qianqian be favored by the young master of the Fu family? If Mu Qianqian were to marry into the Fu family, wouldn't that mean she would be stepping over her own head? Yao Xian'er was in a foul mood, grasping the hand of a subordinate and leaving several bloody marks with her sharp nails. The subordinate winced, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, nearly moved to tears, yet too frightened to resist. At the Lu family villa, Lu Yunxiang had been discreetly monitoring Mu Qianqian's progress. Though Sharp had failed to expel Mu Qianqian from university, the strict standards of the finance university meant that should Mu Qianqian fail a few exams, she would be compelled to withdraw. However, as time passed, rather than news of her expulsion, she was met with reports of her achieving full marks and becoming an academic star.
You wretched girl, do not let me catch you.
Lu Yunxiang seethed, gritting her teeth as she swept all the precious porcelain in the room to the ground, shattering them into pieces. Downstairs, Lu Yunbai was meeting with a prominent member of the Yi family. Hearing the commotion from above, he grimaced in distaste. What is she causing a ruckus about now? The butler replied, Young master, I shall check on the young lady upstairs.
Go ahead, and ask her to keep it down. The butler ascended the stairs and knocked on Lu Yunxiang's door. Miss, the young master is entertaining guests downstairs. Please keep the noise to a minimum.
After all, Lu Yunxiang was merely an adopted daughter and dared not confront the heir Lu Yunbai. She even felt compelled to show the butler the utmost respect, not daring to raise her voice at him. Otherwise, she risked being cast out at any moment. Suppressing her fury, Lu Yunxiang replied, Yes, I will be mindful.
Finally, the upper floor fell silent.
Downstairs, the hall was filled with calming incense. Yi Xianlin was no ordinary wealthy heir. He favored traditional Chinese robes, simple yet elegant, exuding an aura akin to that of an otherworldly recluse.
Let's conclude our discussion here for today, young Master Lu.
On another occasion, I shall bring my sister to pay her respects. Lu Yunbai rose to see him off. As they walked through the garden, Lu Yunbai hesitated before speaking. To be frank, over the years, our parents have invested tremendous effort in searching for my younger sister, leaving little energy to manage the family business. The Lu family is no longer what it once was, while the Yi family's enterprise continues to flourish. I fear I may not be worthy of Miss Yi. Marriage is a matter of familial arrangements and matchmaking.
Such commitments are not easily dismissed. I only fear that Miss Yi may be wronged.
Yi Xianlin spoke gently. In due course, I will bring my sister to visit and pay respects to the elders. If neither you nor your sister feel any affection for one another, we shall not insist on a marriage.
Well, that sounds agreeable.
A deep-seated melancholy clouded Lu Yunbai's features. Without finding his sister, he would find no peace in this life. As Yi Xianlin exited the Lu family villa, he turned back, a thought lingering in his mind. Why did young Master Lu's countenance seem so familiar? Had he seen him somewhere before?
Chapter 54. Intoxicated as the school day drew to a close, Mu Qianqian received a call from Fu Sihan. The moment the call connected, she couldn't contain her excitement and hastened to share her good news with him. Uncle, thanks to you, I achieved the only perfect score in this exam. Both the teachers and my classmates praised me for my brilliance. The young girl was positively elated, her pride unmistakable in her tone. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow. Is a perfect score really that thrilling? Of course. This is the first perfect score since Professor Chen began teaching. Am I impressive or what? Fu Sihan had heard of this Professor Chen from the Finance University, who had previously been invited as a consultant for the strategic financial endeavors of the Fu Group. Quite impressive, Fu Sihan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I'm almost done with school, uncle. Will you come to pick me up? I cannot leave at the moment. I'll send Assistant Wang to fetch you, same place as always. Mu Qianqian let out a soft "oh," her voice tinged with disappointment. Fu Sihan caught the hint of her mood, asking, what's wrong, are you unhappy? Not at all, I'm just really happy today and I can't wait to share this joy with you. Hence, Mu Qianqian was eagerly hoping that her uncle would finish work early to come and pick her up himself. Fu Sihan pondered for a moment, then stated, I will come to get you right now. Really, but one tea that interfere with your work? It one tea, so don't worry. Fu Sihan summoned his secretary, postpone the meeting with President Ma tonight. But, President Fu, this meeting is of great significance to the group and could impact our deep cooperation with their company, the secretary insisted, detailing the importance of the meeting, yet received only a curt response. Fu Sihan coldly replied, postpone it. Outside the president's office stood several senior executives of the group. President Fu seems to be in a good mood now. I was thinking of bringing my proposal in for his approval. I just heard from Assistant Wang that President Fu's mood has greatly improved since this morning. It's rather strange, Assistant Wang has been mysteriously busy lately. What secret mission could President Fu have assigned him? Just then, the office door swung open, and Fu Sihan strode out, exuding an aura of authority. Everyone outside fell silent, their chatter stifled. Only when Fu Sihan left the company did they dare to speak in hushed tones. Does President Fu have any other appointments today? When will he return? The secretary replied, President Fu has already left for the day. If there's anything, please come back tomorrow. But there was a meeting with President Ma tonight. Why did President Fu leave so early? The secretary shrugged, I'm not sure. The executives reluctantly returned home, planning to report back to President Fu the following day. Perhaps there is something at home, otherwise, President Fu wouldn't leave so hastily. This theory garnered unanimous agreement among them. If not for a family matter, why would he abandon his work? Little did they know, the ever-dedicated President Fu had left his duties behind to celebrate the perfect score of his cherished little wife. Fu Sihan's figure appeared at the school gates of Fang Yanran was once again taken aback, taking several moments to regain her composure. Qianqian, your family is here to pick you up. Qianqian. Fu Sihan stood before her. Upon hearing his familiar, magnetic voice, Mu Qianqian leapt forward into his embrace. Uncle, you really came. Her heart swelled with delight. She hadn't expected him to take such a small matter seriously. He had genuinely dropped his work to rush back to pick her up. Having grown accustomed to being overlooked and neglected, Mu Qianqian had never encountered anyone like Fu Sihan, who took every one of her small concerns to heart. Fu Sihan's lips curled into a smile, his usually stern face softened with tenderness. How could I go back on my promise to you? Only then did Mu Qianqian remember there were others present. Embarrassed, she lifted her head from his embrace and said to Fang Yanran, I'm heading home now, goodbye. Goodbye. Mu Qianqian held Fu Sihan's hand, skipping joyfully as they made their way home. Fu Sihan glanced at her, noticing her radiant face alight with happiness, her rosy lips curved upwards. She was still a child, so exuberantly delighted over a perfect score. Later that evening, Mu Qianqian tugged at Fu Sihan's sleeve. Uncle, let us have a drink to celebrate. Fu Sihan's expression darkened as he replied without hesitation, no. Why not? How old are you? Why would you drink? Mu Qianqian pouted in displeasure, clinging to his arm in a playful manner. I'm already of legal marriage age, so why can't I drink, just a little bit, is that too much to ask? She had often seen on television how people clinked glasses together to celebrate joyous occasions, and she wished to partake in that experience. Her voice was soft and endearing, akin to a little kitten's coaxing, making it hard for anyone to resist. Even a man as stoic as Fu Sihan found himself sighing helplessly and conceding. Only one small glass. Okay. Mu Qianqian answered sweetly. Fu Sihan placed a call, requesting the delivery of the world-renowned Roman e Conti wine. As soon as the wine was opened, Mu Qianqian was enveloped in the rich, deep aroma of grapes, awakening her appetite. Drink slowly. This wine is quite potent and has a strong aftertaste. Mu Mu Qianqian picked up the wineglass, swirling it gently as she had seen on television, releasing more of its rich bouquet. She took a delicate sip, utterly captivated by the wine's complex and full-bodied flavor. "Do you like it?" Mu Qianqian closed her eyes and nodded, The vibrant red wine stained her lips, resembling an alluring splash of color. Fu Xihan's gaze fixated on her lips, suddenly feeling parched. Deep within him, an unfamiliar urge surged forth. Fu Xihan's eyes darkened as he downed the remaining wine in his glass, struggling to suppress the rising temptation. Having only consumed half a glass, Mu Qianqian began to feel lightheaded. "What is happening? Am I walking on cotton? Why does the floor feel so soft?" She swayed unsteadily to her feet, but after just 2 steps, she stumbled into Fu Xihan's embrace. Mu Qianqian attempted to rise from his hold, but her body felt too weak from the intoxication, leaving her utterly powerless. Each of her movements inadvertently stirred something within him. Fu Xihan's strong arm tightened around her, his voice gravelly as he suppressed the dangerous undertones lurking beneath. "Don't move." The inebriated girl, however, was hardly compliant. The more he urged her to stay still, the more she squirmed in his arms. Her soft, delicate whimpers held an allure that would ensnare anyone's heart. Fu Xihan's breath grew heavier, his gaze dark and possessive as he grasped her chin. "Little girl, if you keep teasing me, don't blame me for what happens next." Chapter 54. Inebriated as the school day approached its end, Mu Qianqian received a phone call from Fu Xihan. The moment the call connected, she couldn't help but share her delightful news. "Uncle, thanks to you, I achieved the only perfect score in this exam. Both my teacher and classmates praised my brilliance." The young girl was brimming with joy, her tone betraying a hint of pride she could hardly conceal. Fu Xihan raised an eyebrow. "Is a perfect score truly worthy of such elation?" "Of course. This is the first perfect score since Professor Chen commenced his course. Am I not impressive?" Mu Qianqian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Fu Xihan was somewhat familiar with Professor Chen, having previously enlisted him as a consultant during the Fu Group's financial strategy discussions. "Quite commendable," Fu Xihan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I'm about to finish school, uncle." "Will you come to pick me up?" she inquired eagerly. "I'm currently unable to leave, but I will send Assistant Wang to get you. Same place as usual," he responded. Mu Qianqian let out a soft "oh," her voice tinged with disappointment. Fu Xihan noticed her subtle shift in mood. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No, not at all. I'm just so thrilled today and can't wait to share my joy with you." Thus, she hoped her uncle would finish work early to personally escort her home. Fu Xihan contemplated for a moment, then declared, "I'll come to pick you up right now." "Ah, but won't that interfere with your work?" she asked, concern etching her features. "Not at all, have no worries," he assured her. He called for his secretary. "Postpone my meeting with Ma this evening." "Ah, but Mr. Fu, this meeting is of great significance to the group and could impact our deep cooperation with the other company," the secretary protested, elaborating on the importance of the meeting, only to be met with a curt response. "Postpone it," Fu Xihan reiterated coldly. Outside the president's office, several high-ranking executives stood in conversation. "Mr. Fu should be in a good mood right now, shouldn't he? I plan to bring my proposal in for his approval." "I just heard Assistant Wang say that Mr. Fu is in a much better mood than he was this morning." "It's curious, Assistant Wang has been mysteriously busy lately. What secret task has Mr. Fu assigned him?" At that moment, the door to the president's office swung open. Fu Xihan strode out, exuding an aura of authority that silenced everyone present. They all fell silent, not daring to utter a word until he departed the company, at which point they whispered among themselves. "Does Mr. Fu have any further engagements today? When will he return?" The secretary replied, "Mr. Fu has already finished for the day. If there are any matters, please return tomorrow." "But isn't there a meeting with Mr. Ma tonight? Why has Mr. Fu left so early?" The secretary shrugged, "I can't say." Thus, the executives had no choice but to return home and report back to Mr. Fu the following day. Perhaps he has matters at home. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so abruptly. This sentiment was unanimously accepted. Who could fathom that the work-obsessed Fu Xihan would abandon his duties to celebrate his little wife's perfect score? Fu Xihan's figure appeared at Fang Yanran was momentarily stunned, finally regaining her composure after several seconds. "Qianqian, your family has come to pick you up." "Qianqian." Fu Xihan stood before her. Upon hearing his familiar, magnetic voice, Mu Qianqian leaped forward into his embrace. "Uncle, you really came." Her heart swelled with delight. She hadn't anticipated that such a small matter would be taken seriously by him. He had truly set aside work to rush back and fetch her. Mu Qianqian had grown accustomed to being overlooked and neglected.
Never had anyone, not even Fu Sihan, taken every little thing she said to heart as he did. Fu Sihan smiled, his usually stern expression softened with tenderness.
How could I go back on my promise to you? It was then that Mu Qianqian remembered the presence of others.
Embarrassed, she lifted her head from his embrace and addressed Fan Yanran, I'm heading home now, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hand in hand with Fu Sihan, Mu Qianqian skipped joyfully towards home. Fu Sihan glanced at her, noticing the radiant joy etched across her youthful face, her rosy lips curving upward. She was still a child, so elated over merely achieving a perfect score that evening. Mu Qianqian tugged at Fu Sihan's sleeve.
Uncle, shall we drink a little to celebrate? Fu Sihan's expression darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, no. Why not?
You are still quite young.
What need do you have for alcohol? Mu Qianqian pouted in discontent, clinging to his arm playfully.
I am of legal marriageable age now, why can't I drink, just a little, please? She had often seen on television how people raised their glasses in celebration of joyful occasions, and she longed to experience it herself.
Her voice was soft and endearing, akin to a little kitten seeking affection. Who could resist? Even Fu Sihan, a man of steely resolve, sighed in resignation, conceding, only a small glass. All right. Mu Qianqian replied sweetly.
Fu Sihan made a phone call, arranging for a bottle of the world's finest Romanée-Conti red wine to be delivered. As soon as the wine was uncorked, the rich and profound aroma of grapes wafted towards Mu Qianqian, igniting her desire.
Drink slowly. This wine is quite potent and has a strong aftertaste.
She picked up the wineglass, swirling it gently as she had seen on television, coaxing out the richer notes of the wine. She took a delicate sip, utterly captivated by its complex and full-bodied flavor.
Do you like it?
Mu Qianqian closed her eyes and nodded, The vibrant red wine stained her lips, resembling an alluring hue that beckoned indulgence. Fu Sihan's gaze fixated on her lips, suddenly parched, deep within, an unfamiliar surge of desire stirred, his eyes darkened as he downed the remaining wine in his glass, forcefully suppressing that insidious thought. Having only consumed a small portion of her drink, Mu Qianqian soon felt a pleasant dizziness wash over her.
What is happening? Am I walking on cotton? Why does the floor feel so soft?
She swayed unsteadily to her feet, but after just a few steps, she tumbled into Fu Sihan's arms. Attempting to rise, she found herself too intoxicated, her limbs devoid of strength. Her movements inadvertently stirred something within him. Fu Sihan's arm encircled her tightly, his voice hoarse and laced with restrained intensity.
Stay still. Yet, the inebriated young girl was hardly compliant.
The more he urged her to remain still, the more she squirmed in his embrace. Her soft, plaintive sounds would be irresistibly tempting to anyone, and Fu Sihan, his breath growing ragged, felt the weight of his restraint begin to wane. With an authoritative grip, he seized her chin, his voice low and commanding. Little girl, if you continue to tease. Chapter 55 of the clinging Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian had indulged in a drunken stupor, her thoughts spiraling in a dizzying whirlwind, akin to a roller coaster ride. Oblivious to her precarious predicament, she slurred, Uncle, though you may not possess the most handsome of features, I do not find you displeasing. With that, the young girl blinked her obsidian-like eyes and let out a soft, tipsy hiccup. Seated upon Fu Sihan's lap, she cupped his face in her delicate hands, contorting it into various shapes as though she had stumbled upon a cherished toy, utterly enchanted. How delightful! No one had ever dared to be so audacious in Fu Sihan's presence. His expression darkened, and he coldly swatted her hands away. Behave yourself. That hurts, Mu Qianqian pouted, biting her lower lip with a look of feigned injury. Upon glancing down, Fu Sihan noticed a red mark on her tender wrist, a result of his gentle reprimand. How could such a light touch leave a bruise? Her skin was so exquisitely delicate. Furrowing his brow, he grasped her wrist and gently rubbed it. Uncle, you're so warm, Mu Qianqian said, presenting her wrist to him. Her hands emitted a fragrant softness, reminiscent of petals steeped in water. Fu Sihan felt his heart race uncontrollably. His countenance remained grim, but he could not resist her playful charm and exhaled a few frustrated breaths.
Is this better?
Now it doesn't hurt anymore, she beamed, nestling against him and giggling like a child.
It's getting late. Let me escort you back to your room to rest.
Yet, Mu Qianqian clung to him with all her might, refusing to let go. Taking a deep breath, Fu Sihan lifted her as one would a child, finding her sudden elevation exhilarating.
Wow, I'm so tall now. Uncle, I'm almost touching the ceiling. Fu Sihan had no words to respond. He decided not to engage in a battle of wits with a drunken girl. Initially intending to carry Mu Qianqian to the guest room, she adamantly clung to him. No, Uncle, don't leave me behind. I want to sleep with you. The glint in Fu Sihan's eyes hinted at danger. Are you certain?
Yes, she affirmed, wrapping her arms around his neck and nodding vigorously. Her voice was thick with emotion as she added, "My family no longer wants me, uncle."
You mustn't abandon me.
A chill crept up Fu Sihan's spine at her words, and for reasons unknown, his heart tightened painfully. After years of existence, he had never felt such a profound sensation.
You said it yourself. Don T regret it tomorrow. I won T regret it, I absolutely will not.
Mu Qianqian declared with a radiant smile. Her mood shifted rapidly, and Fu Sihan smirked as he carried her to the master bedroom.
Upon arrival, Mu Qianqian tossed and turned on the plush bed. This bed is so soft and fragrant.
Instead of resting, she insisted on Fu Sihan keeping her company. He caught her hands, pinning them behind her back with a firm grip.
Go to sleep. Stop fidgeting. But I can't sleep, uncle, please tell me a story.
Fu Sihan had never anticipated that the usually demure Mu Qianqian would become so clingy when intoxicated. He half-heartedly recounted a tale of once upon a time, there was a mountain.
I want to hear more. I want to hear more, she whined, still unsatisfied, wriggling in his embrace.
Enough, he grumbled, his forehead tightening with tension, his breath heated, his gaze was terrifying, as if he might devour her whole.
Yet, Mu Qianqian remained blissfully unaware.
Uncle, she called sweetly. Fu Sihan's fists clenched tightly, his patience wearing thin. He would rather endure overtime at work than soothe a drunken girl. The torment of merely watching her was unbearable. His eyes burned with a fierce desire as he stared at her. Mu Qianqian, if you don't sleep now, you won't be sleeping at all tonight.
She blinked in confusion. What do you mean, uncle?
Grabbing her hands, he pinned them above her head, flipping her beneath him.
Little girl, are you still going to cause trouble? Mu Qianqian pushed against his shoulders, but he remained immovable, like a ravenous wolf eyeing a tender lamb, with no chance for escape.
Uncle, you're so heavy, she struggled to catch her breath.
A voice inside Fu Sihan urged him to abandon all reason and consume her entirely, yet, gazing into her innocent eyes, he hesitated. Should he truly engage in such acts before she regained her senses? The girl was kind-hearted and soft-tempered, she likely wouldn't blame him, but for reasons unknown, Fu Sihan wished not to take advantage of her. After a lengthy bout of playfulness, Mu Qianqian finally succumbed to sleepiness. Uncle, though you may be a bit ugly and not particularly wealthy, I actually quite like you.
Her voice dwindled to a whisper, fading into the night.
If he were to take her now, she would think herself a victim of an ugly man, leaving her heart unsettled. Better to wait until her eyes regained their clarity. Once Mu Qianqian had drifted off, Fu Sihan gently extricated her from his grasp and slipped out of bed, retreating to the bathroom. The cold shower provided the perfect remedy to cool his raging thoughts. Mu Qianqian slumbered for an extended period. Upon waking in a daze, memories of her foolish antics from the previous night flooded back, evoking a sense of mortification. Goodness, had she known her tolerance for alcohol was so low, she would have abstained entirely. One drink was manageable, but the most mortifying part was that uncle had witnessed her foolishness. How could she ever face him again? The sound of footsteps echoed at the door. Without a moment's thought, she threw the covers over herself, seeking refuge. Fu Sihan stood by the bed, staring intently at the lump beneath the blankets. Come out. Don T, you find it stuffy hiding under there? With that, he pulled back the covers, revealing Mu Qianqian's fluffy head and blushing face, flushed from either the heat or her embarrassment.
Seeing her timid and adorable demeanor, Fu Sihan felt an overwhelming urge to scoop her up and ruffle her hair affectionately.
Everything you did and said while drunk last night doesn't count. I won't hold it against you. Mu Qianqian timidly replied, Really? Yes, now get up, you'll be late. Oh dear, I forgot I have class today.
She smacked her forehead and hurriedly scrambled out of bed. As she departed, Fu Sihan surveyed the disarray left in his bed, his head throbbing. The lingering scent of the young girl enveloped his senses, faint yet delightful. How would he manage to sleep tonight? Chapter 55 of the clingy Mu Qianqian, inebriated, found her thoughts swirling chaotically, akin to a roller coaster ride. Oblivious to the perilous situation she was in, she slurred, Uncle, even though your appearance is rather unappealing, I don't mind you at all. Upon finishing her statement, the young girl blinked her obsidian-like eyes and let out a soft, tipsy burp. Seated upon Fu Sihan's lap, she cradled his face with both hands, playfully molding it into various shapes as if it were her cherished toy. This is fun. Never before had anyone dared to behave so audaciously in front of Fu Sihan. His expression darkened, and with a stern demeanor, he swatted her hands away. Behave yourself. Ouch, Mu Qianqian pouted, biting her lip in feigned distress. Fu Sihan glanced down to find a faint red mark on her delicate wrist, a result of his gentle reprimand. How could such a light touch leave a mark? Her skin was astonishingly tender. Furrowing his brow, Fu Sikan grasped her wrist and gently rubbed it. "Uncle," huff huff, Mu Qianqian presented her wrist to him, her hands exuding a delightful fragrance, soft as if they had just been immersed in petal-infused water. Fu Sikan felt a strange flutter in his chest, his face remained inscrutable, yet he could not resist Mu Qianqian's playful antics. He let out a couple of exasperated breaths.
Is that better?
It doesn't hurt anymore, she grinned, nestling against him and giggling foolishly.
It's getting late.
I shall escort you back to your room for some rest. However, Mu Qianqian entwined herself around him, clinging tightly, refusing to let go. Fu Sikan inhaled deeply, akin to lifting a child, he hoisted her up.
Mu Qianqian was thrilled as her perspective suddenly elevated.
Wow, I've grown taller, uncle, I'm so high now, I could almost touch the ceiling. Fu Sikan was rendered speechless. Fine, he would not argue with a drunken girl. He initially intended to carry Mu Qianqian to the guest room, yet she adamantly refused to part from him.
No, uncle, don't leave me, I want to sleep with you. Fu Sikan's gaze turned ominous. Are you certain?
Yes.
Mu Qianqian clung to his neck, nodding vigorously. Leaning against his shoulder, her voice thick with nasality, she could not hold back her tears. My family doesn't want me anymore, uncle, you mustn't abandon me.
Feeling a chill at his neck, Fu Sikan's heart inexplicably tightened. In all his years, he had never experienced such an emotion. You said it yourself, don't regret it tomorrow.
I won't regret it, I absolutely won't.
Mu Qianqian replied, beaming. The little girl's mood shifted swiftly. Fu Sikan smirked and carried her to the master bedroom. Once on the bed, Mu Qianqian could not resist rolling around.
This bed is so soft and fragrant.
Instead of sleeping, she wanted Fu Sikan to keep her company.
He seized her hands, pinning them behind her back firmly. Go to sleep, stop squirming. But I can't sleep, uncle, tell me a story.
Fu Sikan had never anticipated that Mu Qianqian, who usually appeared calm and obedient, could become so clingy when intoxicated. He half-heartedly recounted a tale of once upon a mountain.
I want to hear more, I want to hear more. Mu Qianqian protested, wriggling in his embrace, still unsatisfied. That's enough.
Fu Sikan's forehead throbbed, his breath coming out in heated puffs. His gaze was fierce, as if he might devour her whole, yet, Mu Qianqian remained blissfully unaware. Uncle, she cooed sweetly. Fu Sikan's fists clenched tightly, on the verge of losing control. He would rather work overtime at the office than pacify a tipsy girl. The agony of longing without the possibility of indulging was unbearable, his eyes glowed crimson as he fixated on her. Mu Qianqian, if you don't sleep now, don't expect to rest tonight.
Mu Qianqian blinked, puzzled. Uncle, what do you mean?
He captured her hands, pinning them above her head, and rolled over, securing her beneath him.
Little girl, are you still going to misbehave?
Mu Qianqian pushed against his shoulder but was utterly unable to budge him. She resembled a small rabbit lost in a wolf's den, vulnerable and delectable, completely at the mercy of the ferocious wolf king, with no chance of escape.
Uncle, you're so heavy, she gasped, struggling for breath.
A voice within Fu Sikan urged him to abandon all reason and recklessly indulge in her, yet, gazing at her innocent, bewildered expression, he found himself indecisive. Was he truly prepared to commit such an act before her clarity returned? The girl was kind-hearted, her temperament sweet, and likely wouldn't he blame him, yet inexplicably, Fu Sikan wished to treat her gently. After a prolonged period of playful banter, Mu Qianqian finally began to succumb to slumber.
Uncle, although you're rather unattractive and don't possess much wealth, I actually like you quite a bit.
Her voice dwindled with each word. Were it not for Fu Sikan's acute hearing, he might not have caught her confession at all. Perhaps it was for the best. If he were to take her now, she would believe a hideous man had ravished her, an unsettling thought indeed. He decided to wait until her eyes cleared. Once Mu Qianqian was asleep, Fu Sikan gently extricated her from his embrace, setting her aside. He then rose from the bed and walked into the bathroom, where the cold shower provided a much-needed respite. Mu Qianqian slept for an extended period. When she finally stirred, hazily recalling her foolish antics from the previous night, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. Goodness, had she known her tolerance was so poor, she would have abstained from alcohol altogether. One drink was forgivable, but the most mortifying part was that her silly behavior had been witnessed by her uncle. How could she ever face him again? Footsteps echoed from the doorway. Without a second thought, Mu Qianqian flung aside the covers and dove beneath them. Fu Sikan stood at the bedside, scrutinizing the lump beneath the sheets for an extended moment.
Come out. Don't you feel stifled hiding under there?
With that, he pulled back the covers, revealing her fluffy head and flushed face, whether from embarrassment or the lingering effects of the alcohol was uncertain. Seeing her timidly adorable demeanor, Fu Sikan felt an overwhelming urge to gather her in his arms and give her a thorough squeeze.
What you did and said while intoxicated last night doesn't count. I won't hold it against you. Mu Qianqian timidly inquired, really?
Indeed, now rise, you'll be late if you linger any longer.
Oh no, I forgot I have class today.
She slapped her forehead and hurriedly climbed out of bed. After her departure, Fu Sikan surveyed the disarray in his room, feeling a headache coming on. How was he to find rest tonight, with the lingering fragrance of the young girl enveloping his bed, sweet yet faint? Chapter 55 of the clingy Mu Qianqian, inebriated, found herself spiraling through a myriad of thoughts, akin to a roller coaster ride. Oblivious to her precarious situation, she slurred, "Well, uncle, even though you are rather unattractive, I don't mind you at all." With that, the young girl blinked her obsidian-like eyes and let out a soft, tipsy belch. Perched upon Fu Sikan's lap, she cupped his face in her hands, playfully molding it into various shapes, as if she had discovered a cherished toy that she could hardly put down. "This is so much fun." No one had ever dared to be so audacious in Fu Sikan's presence. His expression darkened as he coolly swatted her hands away. "Behave yourself. It's so painful," Mu Qianqian pouted, biting her lower lip in a display of feigned distress. Fu Sikan glanced down, noticing a red mark on her delicate wrist from his gentle reprimand. How could a mere light tap leave such a mark? The girl's skin was astonishingly tender. Furrowing his brow, he grasped her wrist and gently rubbed it. "Uncle, it tickles," she giggled, presenting her wrist to him. Her hands emanated a delightful fragrance, soft as if they had just emerged from a bath of flower petals. Fu Sikan felt a twitch in his brow. His countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, yet he found it hard to resist Mu Qianqian's playful antics. He exhaled sharply, attempting to maintain his stern facade. "Is that better? Now it doesn't hurt anymore," she beamed, nestling against him and chuckling foolishly. "It's getting late. Let me escort you back to your room to rest." However, Mu Qianqian entwined herself around him, refusing to let go. Fu Sikan took a deep breath and, akin to lifting a child, hoisted her up. Mu Qianqian was elated as her perspective soared. "Wow, I'm so tall now, uncle, I'm almost touching the ceiling." Fu Sikan found himself at a loss for words. Never mind, he decided not to quibble with a drunken girl. He intended to carry her back to the guest room, but she stubbornly clung to him. "Please don't leave me, uncle, I want to sleep with you." Fu Sikan's gaze turned steely, hinting at danger. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," she affirmed, nodding with fervor. Clinging to his neck, her voice was thick with emotion, and she couldn't help but shed a few tears. "My family doesn't want me anymore, uncle, you can't abandon me." A chill crept around Fu Sikan's neck, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, his heart tightened painfully. For the first time in his life, he felt such a sentiment. "You said it yourself, don't regret it tomorrow." "I won't regret it, I absolutely won't," Mu Qianqian responded cheerfully. The girl's mood shifted swiftly. Fu Sikan smirked, carrying her to the master bedroom. Upon reaching the bed, Mu Qianqian began rolling around gleefully. This bed is so soft and fragrant. Rather than resting, she desired Fu Sikan's company to play with her. He seized her hands, pinning them behind her back firmly. "Go to sleep and stop squirming." "I can't, uncle, tell me a story." Fu Sikan had never anticipated that the usually demure and obedient Mu Qianqian would become so clingy when intoxicated. He half-heartedly recounted a tale about a mountain. "I want to hear more, please, tell me more," she persisted, wriggling in his embrace. "That's enough." The veins on Fu Sikan's forehead pulsed as he exhaled with palpable intensity. His gaze was fearsome, as if he might devour her whole, yet Mu Qianqian remained blissfully unaware. "Uncle," she called out sweetly. Fu Sikan's fists clenched tightly, nearing his breaking point. He would rather toil at the office than soothe a tipsy young girl. The torment of merely observing without indulging was almost unbearable. His eyes burned crimson as he fixed his stare upon her. Mu Qianqian, if you don't sleep soon, you won't sleep at all tonight." Mu Qianqian blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, uncle?" He captured her hands, pinning them above her head, and rolled over, effectively trapping her beneath him. "Little girl, are you still going to act up?" She pushed against his shoulder but couldn't budge him. Like a naive little rabbit lost in the territory of a hungry wolf, she was utterly powerless to escape. "Uncle, you're so heavy," she gasped, struggling for breath. A voice within Fu Sikan urged him to relinquish reason and devour her whole, yet, gazing at her innocent, bewildered expression, he hesitated. Should he truly commit such an act before her eyes returned to normal? The sweet-natured girl with a gentle disposition likely wouldn't hold it against him. Nevertheless, for reasons he couldn't fathom, he wished to treat her kindly. After frolicking for a while, Mu Qianqian finally succumbed to drowsiness. "Uncle, although you're rather ugly and not very wealthy, I actually quite like you." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Had Fu Sikan not possessed exceptional hearing, he might have missed her words altogether. Perhaps it was best to wait until she regained her senses. If he took her now, she would believe she had been with an unattractive man, and the thought would surely repulse her. Once Mu Qianqian fell asleep, Fu Sikan carefully disentangled her from him. Rising from the bed, he retreated to the bathroom, where he turned on the cold shower to cool down. Mu Qianqian slept soundly for quite some time. When she groggily awoke, recalling her foolish antics from the previous night, she felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Oh dear, had she known her tolerance for alcohol was so poor, she would have abstained altogether. One sip was enough to get her drunk, but more importantly, her silly behavior had been witnessed by her uncle. How could she possibly face him again? Footsteps approached the doorway, and without a second thought, she threw off the covers and hid beneath them. Fu Sikan stood at the bedside, scrutinizing the lump beneath the blanket for an extended moment. Come out. Don't you find it stifling to hide under there? With that, he pulled back the covers, revealing Mu Qianqian's fluffy head and her flushed, adorable face. It was unclear whether her redness stemmed from embarrassment or discomfort. Seeing her shy and endearing demeanor, Fu Sikan felt a strong urge to scoop her into his arms and ruffle her hair affectionately. What you did and said while intoxicated yesterday doesn't count. I won't hold it against you. Mu Qianqian timidly inquired. Really? Indeed. Now get up. You'll be late if you don't hurry. Oh no, I forgot I have class today, she exclaimed, slapping her forehead and scrambling out of bed. After she left, Fu Sikan gazed at the disarray in his bed, his head pounding. The lingering scent of the young girl enveloped him, faint yet captivating. How would he manage to sleep tonight? Chapter 56. The parents come knocking during class. Mu Qianqian found herself lost in thought. After the lesson concluded, Fang Yanran inquired with concern, Qianqian, what's bothering you? You seem preoccupied. With her hands cradling her face, Mu Qianqian appeared somewhat distressed. Yanran, tell me, if a woman takes the initiative to approach a man, yet the man remains indifferent, what does that signify? Is that woman attractive? Mu Qianqian gestured toward herself. Not particularly beautiful, I would say I am just about average. Average? If you're average, then that's the standard of a rare beauty. I refuse to believe any man could resist unless he is as virtuous as Lu Xiaohui. But he truly did nothing at all. Fang Yanran asserted confidently, there are only two possibilities. What are they? First, he has feelings for someone else. Second, his sexual orientation is unusual, rendering him uninterested in women. Mu Qianqian felt that the latter possibility was unlikely. If the uncle truly had an unconventional orientation, he would not have married her. He was a responsible man and would never resort to a sham marriage. Thus, only the first possibility remained. Did the uncle harbor affections for another? The mere thought of this possibility sent a wave of bitterness through Mu Qianqian, akin to the sting of a needle. Qianqian, you're not referring to your own situation, are you? Mu Qianqian forced a smile. Of course not. This is merely a matter concerning a friend. I'm inquiring on her behalf. Lu Yunxiang had been plagued by nightmares for several consecutive days. In her dreams, the true heiress of the Lu family returned, only to be cast out by her family, transforming her overnight from a lofty heiress to a forsaken vagabond. She could no longer remain passive. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yunbai was at work, Lu Yunxiang stealthily slipped out of the Lu family's ancestral home wearing a mask and sunglasses. She made her way to Mu Qianqian's residence. Who are you? Mu's father asked with suspicion. Lu Yunxiang tossed out 100,000 yuan, instantly capturing the attention of all the Mu family members. Don't concern yourselves with my identity, just do as I ask, and this money is yours. Mu's mother greedily clutched the money to her chest. Esteemed one, what task would you have us undertake? Speak freely, and we assure you it shall be done. Create a disturbance at the finance university, ensuring Mu Qianqian is expelled. Mu Qianqian is at school. How can that be? That wretched girl cannot afford tuition. She must have been expelled long ago. I said go, or else this 100,000 yuan. Mu's mother, eager to please, quickly responded, all right, we'll go. That ungrateful girl has money for tuition but has never thought to contribute to the family. It's truly a waste of raising her. Mu's father's eyes glinted with malice, revealing his ulterior motives. Perfect, if we can retrieve her, we can also reach out to her husband for the bride price. A twofold gain. Husband? Mu Qianqian has a husband? Lu Yunxiang pressed eagerly. Indeed, though he is a cripple and considerably older than her, nevertheless, he paid the bride price and is determined to marry that blind girl. Who knew she would dare to elope, a girl of her standing, wandering about and consorting with some ruffian? A malicious smile crept across Lu Yunxiang's lips. It seemed that fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon her, as Mu Qianqian had indeed married, and to a lame old bachelor at that. Excellent, bring her husband along for the commotion. I want Mu Qianqian's reputation ruined, ensuring she can never show her face at the finance university again. If this task is executed flawlessly, I shall reward you with an additional 100,000. At this proclamation, Mu's parents were nearly driven to their knees in gratitude to Lu Yunxiang. This was a sum of 200,000, not to mention the bride price. Altogether, it amounted to 400,000. With such funds, combined with the previous extortion of 1 million from old Madame Fu, they could purchase a home for their son and secure a bride. Mu's mother, with a sycophantic demeanor, praised, "Thank you, benefactor, you are truly a living bodhisattva. I can see you are blessed with good fortune, unlike our wretched daughter, who is cursed by fate. Her mere existence is a miracle, and yet she dares to be choosy."
Lu Yunxiang held the Mu family in contempt for their poverty. However, Mu's mother's disparagement of Mu Qianqian and elevation of Lu Yunxiang was music to her ears.
Lu Yunxiang's eyes glinted with malice. "Cursed by fate, she belongs among the likes of you impoverished people. Do not foolishly aspire to seize what belongs to others.
Mu Qianqian, you must leave Beishar at once."
During class, a leaf drifted onto Mu Qianqian's desk. She picked it up and began tearing it into small pieces. "The uncle has someone he likes. Doesn't he have someone he likes? Has someone he likes?" Fang Yanran, noticing her incessant murmuring, curiously asked, "Qianqian, what are you doing?"
"Nothing at all." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she gathered the torn leaf fragments and tucked them away in her pocket.
After school, as Mu Qianqian and Fan Yanran approached the school gate, they were met with a commotion.
"What's happening?" Fan Yanran remarked, "It seems someone is trying to enter the school but has been stopped by the security." A burly farmer woman, hands on her hips, shouted angrily, "Let us in." "We said we are the parents of students. Why are you barring our entry?" The security guard calmly explained, "This is a school policy. If you wish to enter, please call your child and have her come out to escort you in." Mu's mother's face turned a deep shade of purple as she screeched, "That wretched girl won't answer our calls. How do we get her out? Let us in first, and once we find her, I swear I'll smash her face." Following Lu Yunxiang's instructions, Mu's parents arrived at the finance university to cause a ruckus. They had brought along a crippled old farmer as well. The man had a face like a gourd and squinty eyes, leering at the passing young female students in a manner that was utterly repulsive. The security guard, having never encountered such unreasonable parents, looked at them with suspicion. "Are you truly the parents of a student? How can you speak of your child in such a manner?" "Call your child again. If no one comes, I cannot allow you in." What kind of parents insult their own child? Their words were filled with disdain, referring to her as a wretched girl and ungrateful child, akin to the shrewish women of rural areas. The guard could not let them in. Should any harm befall the students, they would bear the responsibility. Mu's father, standing aside and smoking, silently condoned his wife's tirade, his murky eyes filled with countless schemes. Suddenly, he caught sight of Mu Qianqian approaching. "Is that not Qianqian?" After some time apart, Mu Qianqian had changed so significantly that Mu's father hardly recognized her. The former Mu Qianqian had been thin and frail, resembling a mere stick. Now, she was slender and graceful, her complexion radiant, exuding the air of a pampered heiress. Mu's mother followed his gaze and immediately her expression turned venomous. That's that wretched girl." Seeing her parents arrive, she doesn't even call out, "What an uncultured creature." Upon hearing that voice, Mu Qianqian felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. Her mother's voice, she was all too familiar with it. The sharpness of such verbal abuse had haunted her for over a decade, becoming a psychological scar. Mu Qianqian's hands and feet turned cold, and she grasped Fang Yanran, wishing to flee. "Yanran, let us get out of here quickly." Before she could finish her sentence, Mu's mother had already rushed over, raising her hand for a slap. Smack! The sudden blow left Fang Yanran in shock. "Who are you? On what grounds do you strike her?" Mu's mother rolled up her sleeves, her face fierce. "On what grounds? I am her mother. Why can't I strike her? I am going to teach this disobedient wretch a lesson today." She grabbed Mu Qianqian by the hair, yanking it mercilessly. "Wretched girl, dare you run away again? If you do, I'll make you pay." The pain in Mu Qianqian's scalp felt as if it might tear away, yet more terrifying than this acute agony was the shadow and painful memories the Mu family had cast upon her. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Siyu was passing by with friends and witnessed the scene, quickly sending someone to call for security. "Someone is being assaulted at the school gate. Hurry and summon the security." "Understood, I'll go at once." Li Siyu rushed over, seizing Mu's mother's arm and forcefully wrenching it away. With a sharp crack, Mu's mother let out a pained scream. "You're breaking my arm, you shameless hussy, how dare you strike me?" "I'll strike you again. What of it, in broad daylight? If you dare to bully my friend, don't blame me for lacking respect for my elders." Chapter 57. Striking back vigorously, Li Siyu, having trained in Sanzhou, was not one to be easily intimidated. And no matter how strong Mumu, the peasant woman, was, she could not hope to overpower someone skilled like Li Siyu. Clutching her painfully throbbing arm, Mumu's expression twisted with rage.
I am her mother, I cannot strike her, who else could? This ungrateful girl defies our family's arrangements and dares to elope. I will drag her back, and no one shall utter a word against it. Mu Fu, initially intending to assist, hesitated upon witnessing Li Siyu's formidable prowess. He dared not intervene. Meanwhile, a limping old man approached, exposing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as he spat. Bah, you, girl, are protecting her. Are you hoping to marry her off to me? When we return, I'll let you go hungry for 3 days. Let us see if you still dare to act so boldly. Women these days are increasingly disobedient. They need a good thrashing thrice a day to learn their place. Should you dare to run again, I will strip you bare and tie you to the tree at the village entrance. I'll see if that will tame your insolence, you wretched creature. Come back with me and bear a brood of children. We shall see how obedient you remain. Li Siyu felt revulsion rising within her, nearly retching from the foulness of his words. You old wretch, if I do not beat you into submission today, I shall not bear the surname Li. With a swift motion, Li Siyu delivered a decisive kick, sending the old man sprawling to the ground, followed by a forceful strike to his face. The old man, struck and disfigured, spat out a rotting tooth and lay on the ground wailing, finally silenced from spewing further vile remarks. Ultimately, only Mu Fu, the most treacherous of them all, remained. He dared not approach too closely, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he remarked, So you are Li Siyu, are you aware that it is only natural for parents to discipline their children? But should you lay a hand on my wife, prepare for compensation and imprisonment. Rest assured, our family is prosperous enough to afford it. Even if I were to dismember you today, my parents would not utter a single word of reproach. Li Siyu, having been raised in pampered indulgence, exuded an audacity that stemmed from her upbringing. Her parents had never scolded her, so what were these decrepit old fools to her? Did they dare to raise their voices against her? Were they tired of living? Mu Fu, also known as Mu Qianqian, was anxious to take Mu Qianqian back for profit, yet with Li Siyu standing in his way, he was reluctant to act. I advise you, dear girl, to be more virtuous. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to find a husband. Li Siyu rolled her eyes and retorted, That's not your concern, mind your own business, or you might find yourself meeting an early demise. Her words nearly choked Mu Qianqian. At that moment, the school security team arrived, escorting them all to the security office, with school officials summoned as witnesses. Speak up, what is the situation here? Mu Qianqian, eager to curry favor, offered a cigarette to the officials, bowing low and groveling, Leaders, we came here to take our daughter back for marriage. We cannot afford her schooling, and we've already found her a good match. She will have a better life if she marries, but this stubborn girl has befriended some unsavory characters and refuses to return with us. The school officials did not accept his cigarette but turned their attention to Mu Qianqian. She stood there, dazed and pale, clearly traumatized. The teachers, valuing talent, could not bear to see this bright young girl reduced to the fate of returning home to marry. Student Mu Qianqian has excellent grades. Why not allow her to continue her studies? Even if your family is struggling, you can apply for government scholarships that one tea cost you a penny. Mu Qianqian, a typical tyrant at home, was reduced to a coward before outsiders. You do not understand our situation. There is an older brother waiting for a bride and a younger brother in need of education. All of this requires money. We have supported her for so long. It is only right she marries early to contribute to the family. A bespectacled young female teacher crossed her arms and asked, Who do you intend to marry her off to? Surely not that limping old man? Mu Qianqian lied brazenly, He may be older, but he is a decent man. Besides, with her blindness, marrying him does not seem a loss. The female teacher cursed under her breath, You think he is decent? Why not marry him yourself? Why must you push your daughter into the fire? Li Siyu and Fang Yanran raised their thumbs in approval, feeling a sense of justice served. It was clear that the school staff were far more reasonable than these ignorant, malicious individuals. Adjusting her glasses, the young teacher continued, I see you both are capable of work and have a grown son. Why sacrifice Mu Qianqian? She is a perceptive child, and if you cannot afford her tuition, I, as her teacher, am willing to cover the costs. Should you dare to trouble her again, I shall call the police and have you all arrested. Mu Qianqian glared at her with malice, On what grounds do you think you can arrest us? You are selling your daughter for a bride price. Why should that not warrant arrest? Mu Qianqian and his wife, along with the old man, fell silent for a moment. Mu Qianqian felt a pang of guilt, lowering his head in panic. They could not afford to be reported. If that were to happen, their family would be ruined. This is a place of learning, not a venue for your disturbances. If you dare to cause any more trouble, security will escort you directly to the police station. Understood. Mu Qianqian and his wife, along with the limping old man, were promptly dismissed. With Mumu's arm broken and the old man's tooth knocked out, both were in agony, barely able to move. Seething with resentment, outside the school, a crowd of students gathered, pointing and whispering.
Who are these people? Coming to school to fight, is there no law?
Who knows, but it seems they've learned their lesson, they deserve it. If you ask me, they got off lightly, with their arrogance earlier. Breaking an arm would have been too lenient.
Embarrassed, Mu Qianqian hurriedly pulled Mu away. Enough, stop being so dramatic. It's just an arm, a few days of rest will suffice.
As he yanked her, he inadvertently tugged at her injury, causing her to scream in pain and faint from the agony. The entrance was in chaos, and Mu Qianqian remained oblivious. She expressed her gratitude to the teacher who had helped her. Thank you, teacher, for speaking up for me.
No need to thank me.
I was merely doing a favor for someone else. My surname is he. You can call me teacher he or sister he in the future.
A favor? Mu Qianqian asked curiously. Teacher he, who was it that helped me? Chapter 58.
The gentle affection of the uncle he Ting mysteriously blinked. I cannot disclose that for now, however, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Regardless of what happens in the future, you may come to me at any time. Mu Qianqian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, and please extend my thanks to the one who has aided me from behind the scenes. After she departed, he Ting sent a message to Fu Sihan that young girl's parents have caused her trouble, but I have already resolved it for you.
Nevertheless, for safety's sake, you must take action.
The He family and the Fu family have been longtime friends. Once, when the He family faced calamity, it was Fu Sihan who intervened to preserve their family assets. Ever since the last incident where Mu Qianqian nearly came to harm, Fu Sihan, concerned that she might still be targeted at school, requested He Ting to keep an eye on her.
After finishing a meeting, Fu Sihan's brows furrowed upon reading the message. He immediately called He Ting, anxiously inquiring, has Qianqian been hurt? The urgency in the man's voice was unmistakable. No, rest easy.
That young girl is quite fortunate. She has two genuine friends looking out for her, and she hasn't suffered too much. Fu Sihan's expression darkened ominously. His assistant and secretary lowered their heads, fearful of breaking the silence. Ever since Fu Sihan took the reins of the Fu family, he had rarely displayed such visible anger, his murderous intent and hostility almost palpable. It seemed that this time, he was truly enraged. Who could possess such power to sway Fu Sihan's emotions? As the driver navigated back to Mingyuan community, Fu Sihan's face remained clouded. Upon returning home, he anticipated finding the young girl secretly weeping, but to his surprise, she sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching television as usual. Of course, she could not see it, she could only listen.
Uncle, you're back.
Hearing the familiar footsteps, Mu Qianqian sweetly called out. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt that his footsteps were somewhat more chaotic than usual. Fu Sihan's brow furrowed deeply as he strode towards her. Upon noticing the swelling on her cheeks, he felt as if he had been stabbed, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. His eyes glowed with a frightening crimson hue.
Has someone bullied you? Mu Qianqian shook her head, forcing a smile. No, I'm doing just fine. Fu Sihan gazed intently at her. Qianqian, no matter what grievances you endure, you can always confide in me. Have you forgotten, this is your home?
A torrent of grievances surged within Mu Qianqian, and her eyes began to sting with unshed tears. She dared not reveal to her uncle that she came from such a wretched family. She feared that if he learned the truth, he would look down upon her origins.
Truly, it's nothing.
Fu Sihan grasped her shoulders firmly.
Mu Qianqian, I am your husband.
The warmth radiating from his palms seeped into her heart. In that moment, her emotions found an outlet, and she crumbled. All the facades of strength she had built were shattered. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed. I'm sorry, uncle.
I never told you that I have a terrible family. My parents only love my brother and my younger sibling. They don't care for me. They want to marry me off to an old cripple for the dowry. They came to find you today? Mu Qianqian nodded through her sobs. Yes, they want to take me back to marry me off. But I don't want to go back with them.
The young girl's shoulders trembled as she cried, her nose reddened, looking utterly pitiful. Though it was she who wept, Fu Sihan felt as if his heart was being wrenched, a pain more profound than his own suffering. What was happening? Before he could ponder further, he instinctively opened his arms and enveloped her in an embrace.
Don't be afraid, I am here. His embrace was so warm, instilling a profound sense of security. Yet, Mu Qianqian dared not indulge in this warmth. The kinder he was to her, the more deeply rooted her feelings of inferiority became. Carefully, she asked with uncertainty, Uncle, will you abandon me? Fu Sihan's expression darkened. What foolishness is this? In the Fu family, divorce was never an option. Only death could sever such bonds. As long as Mu Qianqian lived, she was destined to be his wife for a lifetime. But a family like mine will only drag you down.
They are unreasonable, greedy, and selfish. They will ruin you. It was precisely because of her inferiority complex regarding her origins that Mu Qianqian had never dared to give her heart away. A family such as hers was unworthy of loving anyone, yet, unbeknownst to her, matters of the heart were not something one could control at will. Do not indulge in such thoughts. They are them, and you are you. Your background is not something you can choose. You need not feel inferior because of them.
I will handle this matter.
Fu Sihan ruffled her hair, a flicker of ruthlessness passing in his gaze.
Go wash your face. I will help you apply some medicine. Okay. Does it still hurt? Mu Qianqian resolutely shook her head. No, it doesn't.
Compared to the beatings she had endured in the past, this injury was hardly significant. Nonetheless, Fu Sihan meticulously applied the ointment to her wounds, fearful of leaving any scars on her face. He was indifferent to scars on himself, but he worried that the young girl, in her vanity, might be troubled by them.
After applying the medicine, Mu Qianqian clutched Fu Sihan's sleeve. Uncle, do you think I am too heartless, even towards my own biological parents?
Fu Sihan replied solemnly, not at all. Not everyone is deserving of parenthood.
Those two scoundrel parents of the Mu family were utterly unworthy of being Qianqian's mother and father.
According to his previous investigations, Mu Qianqian not only had to cook for the family but also had to wash her brothers' and younger siblings' shoes and clothes in the dead of winter, her fingers turning red from the cold. The family treated her like a slave, beating her whenever they were in a foul mood. Previously, Mu Qianqian had lived on leftovers, never truly sated. Thus, when Fu Sihan first encountered her, he found her emaciated, akin to a minor. It took considerable time for her to gain some weight while being around him. However, compared to her peers, she still appeared far too thin. Fu Sihan resolved to hire a nutritionist to help Mu Qianqian properly nourish her body.
Mu Qianqian nestled contentedly in his embrace, drawing warmth from him. Uncle, you are so kind to me. I now believe that what the fortune-telling old woman said is true. What did the old woman say?
When I graduated from high school, I encountered a blind fortune-teller. She said that I had already endured all the hardships meant for this lifetime, and from then on, only good days awaited me. She had been accepted into her dream university and married such a kind uncle. No matter how terrible her original family was, her uncle was willing to stand by her side unwaveringly. Where else could she find such a good man? For Mu Qianqian, wasn't he this living a good life?
Fu Sihan smiled, approvingly tapping her nose. The old woman was right.
Fu Sihan, who typically scoffed at metaphysics, would certainly astonish those familiar with him if they heard him utter those words. To comfort his little weeping girl, he had even cast aside his own principles. As Mu Qianqian removed her jacket, a handful of crushed leaves fell from her pocket. Fu Sihan picked up 2 pieces of the leaves, questioning with suspicion, "What is this?"
Chapter 59 Unexpected Spring Light. Mu Qianqian tilted her head slightly. Uncle, what did you say? Why do you have a pile of torn leaves in your pocket?
Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise, and she scratched her slightly flushed cheek.
That was just something I was playing with.
Fu Sihan frowned as he examined the leaves in his hand. How could she be so playful during class? Was she a university student or a primary school child? She seemed more like an immature child. Focus on your studies and refrain from fidgeting.
Fu Sihan emptied the leaves into the trash bin. Mu Qianqian shyly murmured an
If Uncle found out that she had foolishly used leaves to divine his feelings, he would probably laugh her to death. She herself could not comprehend why she was so concerned about Uncle. In the guest room, Mu Qianqian was on the phone with Li Siyu. Qianqian, does your husband know about your family situation? He hasn't looked down on you, has he? Li Siyu resolved that if Mu Qianqian's husband showed any sign of disdain, she would unconditionally support her friend's decision to seek a divorce. Her dear friend should not endure any grievances. Mu Qianqian sat cross-legged on the bed, nodding slightly. He already knows. Does he look down on you because of it? No, he said I shouldn't feel inferior because of my background. They are them, and I am me. Li Siyu sighed in relief. He seems pretty decent. A man with such responsibility is rare to find. If it were one of those ordinary men, they might either doubt Mu Qianqian's character due to her family's greed and laziness or worry that her family was a nest of vampires, eager to rid themselves of her as a burden. Fortunately, Mu Qianqian's husband was not that kind of person. Mu Qianqian smiled sweetly. Yes, Uncle treats me very well. Your husband is older and knows how to care for others. He is certainly far better than the boys at our school, huh?
Indeed. But Qianqian, did your family suddenly find out something? Why did they come to school looking for you?
Mu Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. Initially, she thought she had escaped that dreadful den and could begin anew. However, her parents' sudden appearance shattered her illusions from the past few days. How did they find her at school? I suspect someone is stirring trouble behind the scenes. Li Siyu fumed. If I catch them, they'll be left searching for their teeth. With Li Siyu's fierce words, Mu Qianqian felt immensely reassured. See you, please don't act rashly. I worry you might hurt someone and it would bring trouble upon you. You needn't fret about that. I know my limits, but who could it be that entrusted teacher he to look after me? I have no idea. Mu Qianqian pondered throughout the night but could not deduce an answer. Well, she could think it over slowly in the future. At that moment, in the Mu household, Mu's mother, her hair unkempt, cradled her painfully throbbing arm, cursing, "That wretched girl must possess some skill. I see she is living quite comfortably these days." During this visit, Mu Qianqian's transformation was astonishing. Dressed in bright new clothes, her skin was as smooth and pale as a peeled egg, exuding an air of elegance that surpassed even the landlord's daughter. Where could such a young girl have acquired so much money? Mu's eldest son complained, "Mom, I've been out all day, and you serve me pickled vegetables." Mu's father scolded, "You can't even wash your own bowl, it's all gone foul." Mu's second son, in a fit of rage, kicked the door. "Why didn't you wash my shoes? I need them for tomorrow, damn it, how many times have I told you?" The three of them directed their grievances at Mu's mother, whose injury rendered her unable to retort. My arm is injured, you all can cook for yourselves, once I recover, I'll handle these chores. It is all that wretched girl's fault. Had she not run away, would our home be in such disarray? Mu's eldest son slammed his chopsticks down in frustration. Let us just call the police and have Mu Qianqian brought back. Why complicate things? If they didn't retrieve Mu Qianqian soon, who would manage the numerous chores at home? His dirty laundry and foul socks were piling up like a mountain, with no one to help him wash them. Don't call the police, Mu's father suddenly shouted, startling the rest of the family. Mu's eldest son, confused, asked, "Why not call the police? Even if they come, Mu Qianqian is still registered under our household. It should be easy to bring her back, just know we cannot call the police. If I find out someone does, I'll break their legs." Mu's father's eyes turned fierce, like an enraged wolf, leaving no one daring to counter his words. "Fine, we won." reported. Mu Qianhui, the eldest son, replied, though a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. He always felt that his parents were hiding something from him. Yet, here he was, over 20 years old, having never been in a relationship, and the family could not even afford a house. If this continued, he would become the laughingstock of old bachelors. He could not afford to wait. Fu Sihan knocked on the guest room door. "Hand me your household registration book." Mu Qianqian, still drowsy, opened the door and rubbed her eyes. "Uncle, what do you need my household registration book for?" "Just give it to me first, I'll tell you later." "Oh, alright." Mu Qianqian trusted him completely without reservation, yawned, and returned to her room to search for her household registration book. "Here you go, Uncle." However, Fu Sihan hesitated to take it. His deep gaze lingered on her rounded shoulders. The young girl had just woken up. Appearing adorably dazed, she wore a thin nightgown, the straps slipping down, revealing her delicate, fair shoulder. The subtle allure was utterly captivating. "Uncle," Mu Qianqian called out in confusion. Fu Sihan cleared his throat, shifting his burning gaze away from her. Hand it over." After he left, Mu Qianqian closed the door and was about to change her clothes. Only then did she realize that the straps of her nightgown had nearly slid down to her elbows. Oh my, she had just presented herself to Uncle in such a manner. Had she inadvertently exposed herself? Embarrassment washed over her, and she wished she could turn back time to fix her nightgown. Would Uncle think her frivolous upon seeing her like this? There was another knock at the door. "Why aren't you out for dinner yet?" Mu Qianqian realized she had been fretting for quite some time. "Coming, I'll be there shortly." She stepped out of her room slowly, feeling awkward and shy. During dinner, Mu Qianqian felt incredibly uneasy, sensing that Uncle's gaze upon her was peculiar. Though she was now properly dressed, the morning's incident still weighed heavily on her mind. Had Uncle seen her? Chapter 60 Changing Residence Registration. Fu Sihan fixed his gaze on the dazed young girl and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you attending classes today?" Mu Qianqian, caught off guard, sat up straight with a start. "Ah. Yes, I am. I have to go." Fu Sihan furrowed his brow. "Then why aren't you hurrying to eat?" "Oh." Mu Qianqian quickly pushed aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, hastily devouring a few bites of her meal before shouldering her little yellow duck backpack and heading out the door. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she stepped onto the school grounds, a shadow trailed behind her. Mu Qianhui observed the striking figure ahead, nearly unable to believe that such a beautiful girl was his sister. When did she become so fair and delicate? Originally, Mu Qianhui planned to blend in with the crowd and sneak into the university to take Mu Qianqian away. However, the security guard was not easily deceived. "Stop. Where is your student ID?" Mu Qianhui chuckled sheepishly. "I forgot to bring it." "Forgotten? Then go back and get it. No card, no entry." Dejected, Mu Qianhui was sent away, left standing outside the campus, helplessly watching. This was unacceptable. He had taken a day off work for this and could not afford to waste it. Squatting by the roadside, Mu Qianhui lit a cigarette, growing increasingly restless. Forget it. He would call the police. Thus, Mu Qianqian arrived at the police station, tears streaming down his face as he implored the officers, "My sister has been deceived by a man, wandering around outside all day, not coming home, and ignoring her calls. Officers, could you please help me contact her?" Mu Qianqian looked older than his years, resembling a man in his 30s. The officers felt a mix of bemusement and disbelief at being addressed as uncle by someone of his age.
"I'll see what I can find."
"Your sister, her household registration has already been transferred."
"Impossible."
"How can it be impossible? If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself." As Mu Qianqian glanced at the screen, he saw that the household registration book, which once listed 5 names, now contained only 4. Mu Qianqian's page was missing.
What happened?
"Someone has completed the transfer of her household registration. She is no longer a member of your family, therefore, we cannot disclose her information to you."
Mu Qianqian hurriedly inquired, "Where has her registration been transferred to?" "That is personal information. We cannot disclose it." "But she is my biological sister, our entire family is frantic searching for her."
Mu Qianqian pleaded anxiously. He had taken time off specifically to resolve this issue, hoping to bring Mu Qianqian back home to help the family and to save up for a house. Instead, after a long day of effort, he had nothing to show for it.
"I'm sorry, we cannot disclose that information." Even if Mu Qianqian's registration had simply moved to an ordinary household, they would not divulge her information to Mu Qianqian. Moreover, the household she currently belonged to was not one to be trifled with. "You must be mistaken, hurry up and find that wretched girl for me. Are you trying to ensure I remain single for life?"
Frustrated, Mu Qianqian lost his temper, causing those at the nearby service window to scatter, fearing they might be ensnared by this madman.
"Disturbing public order. Throw him out."
Mu Qianqian was forcibly escorted away, pounding the ground in frustration, his teeth clenched in anger. This damned girl dares to sneakily transfer her registration, abandoning her own family.
"I've wasted so much time raising her."
Ow! A stone pierced his fist, causing Mu Qianqian to grimace in pain, rolling on the ground. That evening, Fu Sikan came to pick up Mu Qianqian, returning the household registration book to her.
"This is the Mu family's household registration book. It will no longer serve any purpose for you."
Mu Qianqian clutched the strap of her backpack, puzzled.
"Uncle, why is that? Your registration is no longer with the Mu family. Then where is my household registration?" Fu Sikan smirked.
"Of course, it's with your husband." Now, Mu Qianqian shared the same household registration as him. He was her head of household. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's heart raced, feeling a bit shy. She teased, "Uncle, why didn't you tell me earlier?"
"What's the matter, are you unwilling?"
This was the Fu family's household registration book, coveted by many socialites in Beishur wishing to have their names inscribed within.
Yet here was this little girl, seemingly reluctant.
"No," Mu Qianqian shook her head, hesitating.
"I just thought it was too sudden, it took me by surprise." Fu Sikan chuckled.
"Little girl, it seems you haven't yet adjusted to the fact that you are married."
Mu Qianqian blushed, stammering, I will get used to it gradually." "Are you keeping this household registration book?" "I don't want it anymore." She no longer wished to have any ties with the Mu family. "Then throw it away."
There happened to be a trash bin by the roadside, and Mu Qianqian discarded the Mu family's household registration book into it. Trash belonged where trash should be. "From now on, you have no relationship with the Mu family. If they dare to trouble you again, just let me know."
With Fu Sikan's reassurance, Mu Qianqian felt an immense sense of relief.
For the first time in her life, someone was there to shield her from the storm, to provide her with a sense of security. Mu Qianqian smiled and replied, "Okay." Lu Yunxiang made a phone call to the Mu family.
"Weren't you supposed to take Mu Qianqian's husband to cause trouble? What have you accomplished? Why hasn't there been any news from the school?"
She had waited for several days without hearing any news of Mu Qianqian being expelled. In fact, there hadn't been a whisper of gossip circulating within the school. It was as if someone was secretly assisting Mu Qianqian, suppressing all negative information about her. Who could wield such influence? Mu mother forced a smile. "Miss, please be patient for a few more days. Her father and I are still discussing how to handle this. That stubborn girl, I don't know who has emboldened her, but she no longer listens to us." Previously, Mu Qianqian had been meek, bullied, and afraid to speak up. Recently, however, it seemed she had completely transformed, resolutely refusing to return home and unaffected by the threats from the Mu family, who had given her such confidence. "I don't care what methods you use. Get her out of Beishar at once, marry her off to anyone, don't let her appear in front of me again, otherwise, you won't see a single cent of the remaining money.
Lu Yunxiang spat this venomous ultimatum before angrily hanging up the phone.
At that moment, a servant approached to report, Miss Gu Qingyu is here to see you.
Qingyu has come to see me?
Lu Yunxiang quickly instructed her staff to prepare her makeup and outfit. She couldn't allow her friend to outshine her. Jiu Qingyu burst in, fuming, I'm so furious, I could explode.
What happened? Lu Yunxiang asked sweetly, feigning concern.
Out of nowhere, a blonde girl has appeared by Saikon's side, and I have never seen him treat any woman so kindly.
Sikhan has always been disinterested in women, why is he suddenly so taken with this wretched girl? Chapter 61, Competing for a Man. Who is it? How shameless to dare to compete with Qingyu for her fiancé.
Just a country bumpkin, too poor to even afford tuition fees, and has to work for a living, Gu Qingyu scoffed. Yet, how could such a simpleton have caught Sihan's attention? How could she not harbor resentment? At this moment, Lu Yunxiang was unaware that the person Gu Qingyu spoke of was none other than her target, Mu Qianqian.
Don't be too upset. Perhaps President Fu was merely infatuated momentarily and doesn't genuinely like her. If he truly cared, why not make it public within the circle?
This remark struck a chord with Gu Qingyu. Indeed, once Sihan tires of her, just wait and see how I deal with her.
Lu Yunxiang inquired, haven't you made a move against that girl? This isn't like your usual self.
I would like to, but Sihan protects her fiercely, leaving me with no opportunity to strike. Not long ago, I was detained because of that wretched girl, and my elders punished me with house arrest, forbidding me from even attending school.
Gu Qingyu had sneaked out today while her family was away, evading the watchful eyes of her bodyguard. By the way, Yunxiang, why are you also under house arrest?
I heard you had a quarrel with your brother, what happened?
Lu Yunxiang's eyes flickered, betraying her unease.
Oh, it's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding that led my brother to have some misconceptions about me. The real reason for her confinement was her audacity in plotting against the Fu family, which had enraged Lu Xiao, Lu Yunbai. However, Lu Yunxiang could not divulge this truth to Gu Qingyu. After all, Gu Qingyu's obsession with Fu Sihan was well known. If she were to discover that Lu Yunxiang harbored similar feelings for him, she would undoubtedly cast aside their friendship without a second thought.
Lu Yunxiang dared not provoke this madwoman. Is it truly so severe that a mere misunderstanding warrants house arrest? How can Lu Xiao be so harsh? Don't your parents intervene? Lu Yunxiang's heart raced, quickly seeking an excuse.
My parents are too preoccupied with family matters. Gu Qingyu scoffed, I know, they have become so consumed with searching for your younger sister that they neglect everything else. I fail to understand why they disregard such a wonderful daughter like you while obsessively pursuing a lost younger daughter. Perhaps your sister has long perished. Qingyu, I speak plainly, please do not take it to heart. Gu Qingyu, emboldened by the Gu family's standing in society, spoke with the haughtiness of a peacock, having made such remarks more than once. Although she was a good friend of Lu Yunxiang, she remained oblivious to her true background. To outsiders, Lu Yunxiang was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, while the one who had gone missing was the younger daughter. Lu Yunxiang lowered her head, it's alright, I know you mean no harm, however, it's best not to voice such sentiments in front of my parents, I fear it would sadden them. Gu Qingyu smirked, her sharp nails playing with each other.
You are simply too kind-hearted, never fighting for anything.
If I had a sister lost to the world, I certainly would not wish for her return to steal my affection.
Lu Yunxiang clasped her chest, appearing weak and pitiful, though she was merely putting on an act. Alas, she is my biological sister.
The mere thought of her suffering outside makes my heart ache.
Do not dwell on it.
If she is fortunate, she will eventually be found. If she lacks fortune, it is not your fault.
She can only blame her own ill fate.
A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Gu Qingyu's eyes. She cared not for the bonds of blood. Her father had sown wild oats outside, producing several illegitimate children to divide the family fortune. Gu Qingyu felt a deep disdain for those wretched beings, wishing nothing more than to eradicate them all.
By the way, Qingyu, what is the name of that wretched girl you mentioned? I've looked into it. Her name is Mu Qianqian. With a crash, what happened? Gu Qingyu asked impatiently. Nothing, I accidentally spilled my tea.
Lu Yunxiang feigned calm, yet her hands, concealed beneath the table, were tightly clenched. How could it be her? How could she have any connection with President Fu? No wonder the atmosphere at the financial university had been so tranquil lately, devoid of any unfavorable rumors about Mu Qianqian. It turned out this girl had a powerful backer, the head of the Fu group. Gu Qingyu's face contorted with jealousy. This wretched girl possesses a beguiling charm, clearly adept at seduction.
I can see that Sihan is quite smitten, he has never been so gentle with any woman before. Rest assured, Xingyu, I will assist you in dealing with her, after all, we are good friends. Thank you, Yun Xiang. I have no trust in anyone else, you are the only one I can rely on, after all, you have no feelings for Sihan, right? Lu Yunxiang's smile did not reach her eyes, indeed, he is the man you adore. Why would I compete with you? After Gu Qingyu departed, Lu Yunxiang immediately contacted the Mu family, instructing them to refrain from any rash actions following the previous car accident. Lu Yunxiang had thought her actions were sufficiently discreet, only to discover they had been uncovered so swiftly. She dared not underestimate the power of the Fu family. Even if she were to act against Mu Qianqian, she had to be far more cautious and prudent, she could not afford to strike recklessly. Otherwise, it would bring her utter ruin. The fate of Sharp served as a stark warning to her. However, the Mu family was intent on retrieving Mu Qianqian to demand a bride price. How could they possibly heed her words? A few days had passed without a visit to Yuncheng Hotel, and when Mu Qianqian returned, everyone was engaged in animated conversation. Wow, Yenru, your outfit today is simply stunning. Are you going on a date with young Master Yi? Wang Yenru tossed her hair, feigning shyness as she replied, oh, no, please don't make wild assumptions. Ah, look at you blushing, it must be a date with young Master Yi. You've been absent for days, who else could it be? Wang Yenru shyly smiled, not denying the implication. Young Master Yi dislikes ostentation, I kindly ask you to keep this under wraps. The crowd erupted in excitement. Wang Yenru reveled in the attention, her vanity greatly satisfied, even if she knew it was all a facade. As Mu Qianqian passed by, she had no intention of interjecting, but Wang Yenru was determined not to let her off the hook. The other day, I was on a date with young Master Yi, and guess who was there? Qianqian, however, she was unceremoniously thrown out by young Master Yi's assistant, covered in mud. I intended to plead on her behalf, but young Master Yi was furious, and I had no choice. You mean last week? I saw it too. Mu Qianqian returned from the garden, her work uniform completely soiled. I asked her about it, she claimed she fell, but who would have thought she was actually thrown out by young Master Yi? TSK, so that's how it was. If I were her, I would have been too embarrassed to return to work. She made such a spectacle of herself, yet acts as if nothing happened. Her audacity is truly remarkable. In an instant, the gazes directed at Mu Qianqian held a peculiar nuance. Mu Qianqian came here merely to earn a little extra money, as for everything else, she was indifferent and too lazy to waste her breath explaining. During a break, she sat in the garden conversing with Yi Wanqing. Qianqian, I've been troubled lately, Yi Wanqing lamented. What's wrong, Wanqing, what troubles you? Yi Wanqing rested her chin on her hands, appearing distressed. Next month, my brother intends to take me to the Lu family for a visit, likely to arrange my marriage. But I only wish to be a free spirit, living freely and carefreely. As for marriage, let those who desire it pursue it. Chapter 62 Kidnapping. Mu Qianqian smiled gently. Do you not wish to marry the young master of the Lu family? Yi Wanqing pouted. It's not that I don't want to marry him. I don't want to marry anyone at all. Displeased, she picked up a stone and tossed it into the pond ahead, sending a spray of water splashing forth. Coincidentally, it splashed at the feet of an approaching figure. Looking up from below, Yi Wanqing beheld her brother's refined and handsome visage. Brother, you've arrived. Yi Wanqing quickly stood up, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. The young lady of the Yi family was fearless, unrestrained even by her parents, yet she held a deep-seated fear of her brother. Qianqian, my brother is here. Yi Wanqing tugged at Mu Qianqian, whispering a reminder. Mu Qianqian politely greeted him. Good day, young Master Yi. Yi Xianling nodded in response. Good day, Miss Mu. He then turned his gaze toward his wayward sister. What did you just say? You don't wish to marry? Yi Wanqing hid behind Mu Qianqian, timidly retorting, I simply don't want to marry. Yi Xuanling's narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded her with calm intensity. Startled, Yi Wanqing quickly added, I'm still young, can't I enjoy a couple more years of freedom? Qianqian isn't married yet, so I'll wait until she gets married before I do. Mu Qianqian blinked in surprise, not realizing she had become Yi Wanqing's shield against marriage. However, she was already married, unbeknownst to Wanqing. This engagement was arranged by our elders, it is not something you can simply reject, Yi Xianling remarked, still clad in his traditional long robe, as he elegantly turned to leave. Cherish your current days of freedom while you can. Upon hearing his final words, Yi Wanqing clung to Mu Qianqian, wailing, Heaven above! Who will come to my rescue? Mu Qianqian patted her hand, smiling reassuringly, Do not worry, Wanqing, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. She believed that good people would receive their just rewards. With someone as kind as Wan Qing, she was certain that a smooth path lay ahead.
That day, Mu Qianqian ventured to the supermarket to buy a bag of cat food. Several stray cats at school were emaciated and starving. Thinking of them reminded her of her own past, prompting her to seize the opportunity on this day without classes to purchase cat food, intending to feed the cats at school. However, before she could reach the campus, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A man sprang from around the corner, covering her mouth and dragging her backward. Mu Qianqian gasped in shock, frantically clawing at his hand, but she could not break free. She was pulled directly into a van.
Drive off quickly.
The driver glanced back in a panic, nearly losing his wits.
You only mentioned helping with cargo, but how did you end up with a person?
He was merely a delivery driver and had no desire to get entangled in a kidnapping case.
What are you afraid of?
This is my sister, who ran away from home to avoid an arranged marriage. I'm taking her back to marry her off. Just drive, and I will pay you triple the fare.
The driver was skeptical. Is she really your sister? Do I look like I would lie to you? Who would dare to kidnap someone in broad daylight?
The kidnapper of Mu Qianqian was none other than Mu Qianqian, the eldest of the Mu family. Although Lu Yunxiang had previously called and instructed them not to act for the time being, Mu Qianqian, like a hyena catching a whiff of meat, could not bear to let the 200,000 slip away. All he needed to do was bring his sister back to marry her, and the money would be his. He had never made anything of himself and was counting on that sum to live lavishly. Mu Qianqian spoke coldly. Mu Qianqian, tell the driver whether I am your real brother. Only Mu Qianqian knew that a sharp knife was pressed against her back. Her blood ran cold with fear. She dared not gamble on whether this madman would harm her. She could not take that risk. With a pale face, Mu Qianqian stammered, why yes, see, she is indeed my sister. You can drive without worry. Nothing will happen. If triple is not enough, I'll give you 5 times the fare. Just take us directly to Ma village, and I'll deliver her to her husband's home before leaving. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, ultimately tempted by greed, and pressed the accelerator. One hand gripping the knife, Mu Qinghui's other hand bled from where Mu Qianqian had clawed at him moments earlier.
Damn it, you little brat, daring to scratch me. Once you're married to that lame man, let us see how he deals with you. As Mu Qinghui's phone rang, he answered without hesitation. Hello, lame man?
Why the rush? I'll deliver her to you shortly.
Have the betrothal gifts ready. No gifts, no wedding.
Taking advantage of the phone call, Mu Qianqian discreetly reached into her pocket and dialed an emergency contact.
Terrified, she pressed herself against the car door, trembling in her heart. She silently prayed, please, let the uncle answer her call and understand the situation without revealing anything. Meanwhile, Fu Sihan's phone screen lit up. He was in the midst of a strategic meeting for the Fu group when the phone rang, interrupting a report from a branch manager. Furrowing his brow, he wondered why Qianqian would call at such a time. He raised his hand, and the reporting manager fell silent, the large conference room sinking into quietude. Fu Sihan answered the call, bringing the phone to his ear. Instead of the sweet voice of the young girl, he was met with the disgusting words of a man. The banquet can start preparing. I'll arrive at Ma village in just over an hour. Don't worry, the girl is intact, and I guarantee she will meet your expectations. Hey, lame man, consider yourself lucky today. Tonight, you get to be the groom, ha ha ha.
Upon hearing these words, Fu Sihan instantly realized that Mu Qianqian was in trouble. A flicker of menace crossed his gaze. Without uttering a sound, he listened intently to the call while writing a few words on a piece of paper. Mu Qianqian's palms were slick with sweat. She could not see the screen and had no idea if her uncle had answered her call. She desperately hoped he could hear her, but deep down, she understood that hope was slim. After all, he had mentioned this morning that he would be very busy and might return late. Mu Qianqian had to save herself. She fumbled for the door switch, pulling it twice to no avail. Seeing her movements, Mu Qianqian growled threateningly, you think you can jump out of the car? Not a chance. The doors are locked. You will not escape it today. You will immediately marry that lame man, or you will suffer the consequences. Mu Qianqian's heart sank, engulfed in deep despair. Meanwhile, Fu Sihan hurriedly exited the conference room, passing a hastily written note to his assistant. Seal off all exits from Beishar, check the surveillance around Mingyuan community, and locate a place called Ma village. Understood. Fu Sihan's expression was cold and fierce, his eyes tinted with a crimson hue. Whoever dared to touch a hair on that little girl's head would pay dearly. Mr. Fu, we found it. A van with the license plate XXXX lingered near Mingyuan community for quite some time and is now heading toward Ma village. Surveillance footage indicates a man kidnapped a woman and forced her into the vehicle.
Immediately intercept it.
Yes, I will dispatch personnel at once. The van was on the verge of leaving Beishar. Mu Qianqian could almost see the 200,000 red bills beckoning him. After all, his parents were getting old and hesitant, they lacked the boldness he possessed. Wasn't this an easy score? But just as he basked in his own arrogance, dozens of black luxury cars sped toward them, surrounding the van completely.
What is going on? Why are they blocking our path instead of taking the wide road?
The driver trembled all over, sensing an ominous premonition. I don't know. The doors of the luxury cars swung open simultaneously. Dozens of bodyguards in black descended from the vehicles, encircling the van. From among them emerged a dapper man in a tailored suit, striding forward with purpose. Chapter 63. The uncle's fury. Upon observing the demeanor of Fu Sihan, Mu Qianqian immediately discerned that he was no ordinary individual. After all, Mu Qianqian worked as a security guard in a prominent company and occasionally encountered high-ranking officials, enabling him to distinguish their presence from that of the average person. He patted the driver on the shoulder, instructing, "You should exit and assess the situation." The driver opened the car door and tumbled out of the driver's seat in a rather undignified manner.
Trembling, he inquired, "What do you intend to do?"
Fu Sihan's cold gaze swept across the back seat of the van, where he spotted Mu Qianqian and a frightened young girl curled up in a corner. For now, Mu Qianqian appeared to be unharmed. Fu Sihan, who had been on edge throughout the journey, felt a slight sense of relief. Assistant Wang interjected, "We require all individuals in your vehicle to disembark. Our president's residence has been burglarized, and we suspect you are the thieves."
"This is unjust. I am merely a delivery driver. How could I possibly steal anything?" "Are you certain you haven't stolen anything?
Have your passengers come out for a search?"
The driver returned to the van and briefed Mu Qianqian on the situation. Angrily, Mu Qianqian retorted, "If someone has stolen, how did it lead back to us? What bad luck!" Nevertheless, knowing that the matter did not concern Mu Qianqian afforded him some measure of relief. The driver urged him, "Just step out for a moment. With so many of them, if we cooperate, we can leave sooner." Mu Qianqian threatened Mu Qianqian, "You better be careful. If I hear a word out of line, I will mar your face. Do you understand?"
I understand," she stammered. All three individuals from the van emerged. Assistant Wang commanded, "Search them." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mu Qianqian instinctively looked up. Could it be her uncle had come to rescue her? The thought made her breath quicken. She glanced towards the man standing at the center of the crowd. That tall, imposing figure bore an uncanny resemblance to her uncle. Could it truly be him? As several bodyguards approached, feigning a search, one of them suddenly struck, seizing Mu Qianqian's wrist and twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, his bone fractured, and a dagger concealed within his sleeve clattered to the ground. Mu Qianqian howled in agony, his face paling in terror.
What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "What does it look like, under broad daylight? You dare to engage in kidnapping? You must be exceedingly bold." Assistant Wang reprimanded coldly. "Who claimed I was kidnapping? Do you have any evidence?"
"Save those words for the police," Fu Sihan called out, extending his hand towards Mu Qianqian. "Qianqian." "Uncle, it really is you," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she rushed towards Fu Sihan, akin to a little butterfly fluttering into his embrace. Clinging to his neck, she expressed her relief. "You scared me to death just now." Fu Sihan gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not fear, I am here." Leaning against him, inhaling the familiar fragrance of sandalwood emanating from him, her racing heartbeat gradually calmed.
"Uncle, weren't you busy today? How did you find the time to answer my call?"
Fu Sihan replied in a low voice, "If it weren't urgent, you wouldn't have called me." Thus, even if he were engaged in a critical meeting, upon receiving her call, he would not hesitate to answer. Hearing this, warmth enveloped Mu Qianqian's heart. She sincerely complimented, "Uncle, you are truly clever." Not only had he quickly grasped her predicament without making a sound during the call, but he also feigned searching for something, allowing Mu Qianqian to lower his guard, thus facilitating her rescue. Mu Qianqian's simple praise brought immense satisfaction to Fu Sihan, eliciting a smile from him. And the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground, cradled in his arms. Instinctively, she clung to his neck. "Uncle? Hold on tight." Fu Sihan's steady voice resonated in her ear. Mu Qianqian tightened her grip as he carried her to the back seat of the luxury car, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, warmth radiating across her face. Being lifted into the car in front of so many people made her feel quite bashful. "Wait for me here for a moment." "Okay," she nodded obediently. Fu Sihan ruffled her hair gently, removing his expensive wristwatch and placing it in her palm. Sitting quietly inside the vehicle, Mu Qianqian awaited his return. The watch's hands ticked steadily, yet her uncle had not yet come back. What could he be doing? After several minutes, Fu Sihan rejoined her in the car. "Uncle, you seem to have a scent of blood," Mu Qianqian remarked, wrinkling her brow as she detected a faint trace of blood in the air. "Is that so?"
You must be mistaken, Fu Sihan replied coldly. Help me put on the watch.
Mu Qianqian carefully placed the watch back onto his slender wrist. The icy watch warmed under her touch. Her small hand fell into his larger, rough palm, enveloped by his warmth. Let us go, Fu Sihan instructed indifferently. The driver, quaking in fear, started the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Assistant Wang exhibited an unusual demeanor, his attitude more cautious than usual. After all, Fu Sihan's earlier display had truly taken them by surprise. Since assuming control of the Fu family, he had rarely shown such fury. In fact, most of the external assessments of him as cold-hearted and merciless stemmed from the ruthless rivalries within the business world. Yet this time, he had personally intervened, and with considerable force. Mu Chenghui was nearly incapacitated. Recalling the earlier scene sent a shiver down Assistant Wang's spine. It seemed Fu Sihan was overly concerned about Miss Mu. Whether that was a good or bad thing remained uncertain. Mu Qianqian inquired about Mu Chenghui's fate, to which Fu Sihan calmly responded, he will not be appearing again. As for the remaining matters, he chose not to inform her, and Mu Qianqian was left unaware. I had intended to go out and feed the stray cats, but it's all his fault that I ended up losing the cat food I just bought. Seated on the sofa, she expressed her distress. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her lips a soft pink, evoking an instinctive desire to pinch her cheeks. Fu Sihan couldn't help but reach out and gently squeeze her cheek. Just buy more if you lost it. But that bag of cat food cost several hundred. I haven't fed them a single bite, and now it's all gone. For Mu Qianqian, that sum was not insignificant, especially since her monthly allowance barely amounted to a few coins. Fuming, she pounded the couch cushions a few times. It's all Mu Chenghui's fault, all his fault. Fu Sihan was unaccustomed to hearing about such amounts of money. A few hundred. He paused for a moment, realizing it wasn't hundreds of billions or millions, but merely a few $100s. He couldn't help but smile slightly. You can always buy more next time, don't let such trivial matters upset you. Puffing her cheeks adorably, Mu Qianqian said earnestly, Uncle, you earn your money with great difficulty. I shouldn't spend it recklessly. We should save a bit for the future, just in case, Fu Sihan inquired, in case of what? Counting on her fingers, her cheeks flushed, she replied, in case we have children in the future, there will be even more expenses. Fu Sihan was momentarily speechless. Since his birth, he had never had to worry about money, and thus Mu Qianqian's concerns had never crossed his mind. Uncle, I forgot to mention earlier, please don't buy me so many limited edition clothes anymore. I have more than enough already, and my wardrobe is nearly bursting. Without a second thought, Fu Sihan replied, then we shall get a larger wardrobe. Mu Qianqian was left both amused and exasperated. How could her uncle be so unconcerned about money? Chapter 64. Accompanying my wife. Mu Qianqian nestled against Fu Sihan's arm, her voice soft and coaxing. Uncle, can we adopt a cat? There are so many stray cats at our school, and they look so pitiful. Fu Sihan resolutely declined, no. Mu Qianqian pouted in disappointment, her delicate brows furrowing. Why not? I don't like them, Fu Sihan replied coldly. The truth was that Mr. Fu was allergic to cat fur, making it impossible for him to keep one. With a hint of sorrow, Mu Qianqian conceded, all right then, we won't adopt one. She could not take in the strays, so she decided to buy some cat food and look for opportunities to feed them instead. A call from Grandma Fu broke the silence, her concern evident. Sihan, have you taken Qianqian to the hospital for a checkup? Not yet. It's been quite some time, why haven't you taken her? As her husband, you seem rather neglectful. Have you not noticed the changes in her? Fu Sihan had no choice but to acquiesce to the elder's wishes. I'll take her tomorrow. That's more like it, Grandma Fu said cheerfully. During this time, don't get too caught up in work. Make sure to spend more time with Qianqian. Understood, I'll follow your advice. With that, Grandma Fu hung up, leaving Fu Sihan alone to worry. He was aware of what the elder anticipated, yet tomorrow's examination would inevitably disappoint her. He and Mu Qianqian had yet to consummate their marriage. Where would they find a great-grandson to present to her? Meanwhile, the Mu family was in disarray. Mu Chenghui lay bedridden with a broken leg, reliant on others for assistance. He had lost his job and now felt nearly useless. After all, he was the one who had initiated the kidnapping, and as a criminal, he dared not report it to the authorities. Moreover, the fear instilled by that man, coupled with the oppressive aura of authority he exuded, left an indelible mark on him, quelling any thoughts of resistance. How had that wretched girl, Mu Qianqian, managed to entangle herself with such a formidable man? Mu Chenghui had a foreboding sense that from this point onward, Mu Qianqian would no longer inhabit the same world as they did. They could never provoke her. Why are you so impulsive? Can't you discuss matters with the family before acting? Mu Qianqian, feeling utterly despondent, retorted sarcastically, "Discuss what? You two have secrets you refuse to share with me, and you won't even part with that million.
Why should I consult with you? We're just saving it for you, this money will eventually be yours."
Mu father said, exasperated. Mu Qianqian scoffed, "Cut it out, you might just end up giving it all to Cheng Yao without leaving me a single cent."
You've truly lost your mind. Why would brothers be so divided?
Mu Qianqian shouted, "I'm of an age where I don't even have a partner, my relatives and friends look down on me, how can I not be anxious?"
Isn't it because you too, as my parents, lack the capability to buy me a house or find me a wife?
Mu mother quietly wiped away her tears. Mu Qianqian spat on the ground in frustration, "I just don't understand. If you had simply reported that girl, we could have secured a 20,000 dowry, but you refused, dragging it out until she moved her household registration. If it weren't for your incessant meddling, would I have had to resort to such risks? If you hadn't obstructed me, I would have sent her to that lame man's bed already. That 20,000 rightfully belongs to me." Mu Qianqian's pent-up grievances were directed at his parents. It was all their fault for not acting decisively, causing the 20,000 to slip through his fingers. Mu father slammed the water pipe onto the ground, exclaiming, "What do you know? If we had reported that girl, your mother and I would end up in prison. Who are you trying to scare? On what grounds would the police arrest you?" Mu father, caught up in the heat of the moment, replied, "Of course, because of Mu Qianqian, head of the family." Mu mother quickly grasped his arm, signaling him to stop.
Mu Qianqian hastily swallowed his words, his expression wavering.
"This matter you need not concern yourself with, just focus on your recovery. As for finding a wife, your mother and I will handle that. Years ago, when Mu Qianqian saved someone and lost her sight, they extorted $1 million from the Fu family.
Now, that money was just enough to treat Mu Qianqian's leg. An eye for an eye."
Mu Qianqian was taken to the hospital by Fu Sihan for a thorough examination. She suspected nothing, believing it to be a routine checkup. Sitting on the hospital bed, she chattered away.
"Uncle, I have good news, there are no more stray cats at our school, they all have new homes now." Fu Sihan, casually peeling an apple beside her, responded indifferently, "Oh?
I heard that a kind-hearted entrepreneur donated a lot of money and even established a cat foundation. Our school lawn now has several cat shelters, and people come daily to feed them meat and grains. If they fall ill, someone takes them to the pet hospital. How wonderful! I never expected there to be such a benevolent entrepreneur.
It's a pity I don't know his name, otherwise, I would definitely thank him properly."
At that moment, Mu Qianqian remained blissfully unaware that this kind-hearted entrepreneur was sitting right before her. Fu Sihan pinched a piece of apple and fed it to her. She eagerly accepted, her cheeks puffing out adorably. She glanced out the window, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my!
What is it?" Fu Sihan immediately stood up. "Uncle, I think I can see a bit of color now." Mu Qianqian pointed at the flower beds outside, her voice brimming with excitement.
"I see yellow flowers and green grass." For so long, her world had been shrouded in darkness, and she had nearly forgotten how beautiful this vibrant world could be. Her vision was finally beginning to restore. Before long, she would once again bask in the light. Hearing this news, a gentle joy flickered in Fu Sihan's eyes.
"Don't look at bright lights for too long. It's not good for your eyes." "Yes, I know."
Mu Qianqian took out her sunglasses and closed her eyes, savoring the breeze wafting through the window. The sunlight draped over her slender shoulders, enveloping her in a soft halo, as enchanting as a fairy stepping out of a painting.
Fu Sihan set down the fruit knife and rose to draw the curtains for her. However, he left a crack open, allowing the fragrance of flowers and the melody of birds to waft into the hospital room. With enthusiasm, Mu Qianqian said, "Uncle, there's a cat at our school that is about to give birth. Can we buy some milk powder for it later? The kittens drink their mother's milk, and the mama cat can have milk powder to supplement her nutrition." Fu Sihan had intended to decline, considering his work commitments.
Yet, the sheer joy on the young girl's face made it difficult for him to extinguish her enthusiasm. The workaholic Mr. Fu ultimately chose to accompany his wife.
"I'll take you later." Coincidentally, Grandma Fu was also at the hospital for a checkup.
Upon learning of Mu Qianqian's room, she made her way over to see her. As she reached the door, she overheard words like kittens, milk powder, and mother's milk.
Grandma Fu's face instantly lit up with joy. Fu family's daughter supported the elder, asking, "Mom, are you going in?"
"I won't disturb them, let the young couple enjoy some time alone. It seems our family is on the brink of receiving good news soon."
Chapter 65.
Pampering my wife upon exiting the hospital, Fu Sihan and Mu Qianqian ventured into a supermarket. Whenever Mu Qianqian expressed a desire to purchase something, Fu Sihan would unhesitatingly select the most expensive item and toss it into the shopping cart.
As they arrived in the toy section, Mu Qianqian's fingers brushed against a soft little rabbit, and she was instantly enamored. "Uncle, I want a plush toy, just one, is that okay?"
In her childhood, while watching television, she often envied the girls who possessed a whole bed filled with stuffed animals to cuddle while sleeping, yet, her own bed was merely a cluttered mess of dirty clothes and miscellaneous items. To her, plush toys represented an unattainable princess dream, symbolizing carefree moments she had never experienced, moments cherished and held dear by others. Fu Sihan inquired, "Which one do you want?" Mu Qianqian gleefully began selecting toys in the play area, finding the little rabbit delightfully soft, and another bear quite appealing. She ultimately picked her 3 favorites but found herself in a dilemma.
Which of these 3 toys should she buy? If you like them, take them all, Fu Sihan stated, effortlessly retrieving the 3 toys from her arms and placing them atop the shopping cart.
Mu Qianqian bit her lip, hesitating, but these things are rather useless, buying so many feels wasteful, doesn't it? After all, she had always been frugal. In her mindset, she could only purchase items of practical use. Every extra penny spent was a waste. Fu Sihan smirked, seeing you happy is their greatest utility. When it came time to check out, the hefty bill left Mu Qianqian astounded. Upon hearing the price, she hesitated to proceed with the purchase. Such small toys cost over 1,000 each. "I think I'll just return these 3. She reluctantly made the decision to backtrack. Fu Sihan didn't give her the chance to reconsider, saying, "Why return them? I've already paid." Mu Qianqian felt a pang in her heart. Goodness, the total for 3 plush toys amounted to 5,000. Her uncle had spent that sum without a second thought. She felt a deep sense of regret. Fu Sihan carried the shopping bags, freeing one hand to hold Mu Qianqian's. She needed not voice any concerns, all she had to do was clutch her toys. Fu Sihan spoke in a low voice, "I earn money to spend on you, so there is no need to feel guilty." Those few words sent a warm wave of comfort through Mu Qianqian, soothing the wounds of her childhood. Unable to resist, she tiptoed and gently planted a kiss on Fu Sihan's cheek. "Uncle, you're so wonderful." It turned out that the feeling of being cherished was so delightful, even more so than she had imagined. Fu Sihan stiffened momentarily, his gaze deepening. In that fleeting moment when Mu Qianqian had leaned in, he could have pushed her away but chose not to. No woman had ever been so close to him, not even for hand-holding, let alone a kiss on the cheek. To his surprise, it felt rather nice. The soft touch of her lips, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers and the unique scent of youth, was utterly intoxicating, though only in her case. Fu Sihan inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure. "Let us go. With her plush toys in tow, Mu Qianqian skipped joyfully ahead. Nearby, a young couple observed them. The woman, holding a child in one hand and carrying an infant on her back, gazed enviously at Mu Qianqian's retreating figure. "That man is truly wonderful. He is willing to buy such expensive things for his wife." However, her husband, impatient, snapped at her, "What are you babbling about? Hurry and pack those condiments. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to carry them on the bus later. Don't spill that soy sauce, it'll ruin my fishing gear." The young wife sighed, juggling the incessantly crying child while tidying up various household items. Meanwhile, her husband stood coldly by, absorbed only in his fishing equipment. She envied not the tall man's wealth but rather the care and affection he showed his wife. If only her husband held her in his heart, even a simple gift of cheap chocolate would bring her joy. Unlike her current situation, once they settled into the car, Mu Qianqian clutched her 3 plush toys, unable to part with them. "This little bear is named Cici, this puppy is called Ha, but what should we name this rabbit?" With great enthusiasm, she embarked on naming her toys. As Fu Sihan rested his eyes, he suddenly interjected, "Qianqian." Mu Qianqian tilted her head towards him. "What is it, uncle?" With a hint of warmth in his typically cool voice, Fu Sihan replied, "I think this rabbit should be named Qianqian." Seeing the dazed expression on Mu Qianqian's face, her wide, round eyes brought a smile to Fu Sihan's lips. The little girl was adorable and sweet, obedient and gentle, much like a little rabbit. Moreover, she, like a rabbit, enjoyed skipping about. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she realized her uncle was teasing her. Thus, with a hint of defiance, she declared, "No way, from now on, this rabbit shall be named Uncle." Her uncle had just named a toy after her, so she would name this one Uncle instead. Fu Sihan couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you sure you want such a cute rabbit to bear that name?" Mu Qianqian's face turned crimson, but she resolutely replied, "I'm certain." Thus, the unfortunate pink plush rabbit was bestowed the name Uncle. After dropping Mu Qianqian off at school, Fu Sihan returned to the company. As the sole heir to the vast Fu family enterprise, he bore a heavy burden that allowed little room for relaxation. Mu Qianqian and Li Siyu worked together to care for the mother cat giving birth. "Qianqian, I'll prepare the formula for you, just be careful not to get burned by the hot water." "Alright, thank you." No need for thanks between us. Under their meticulous care, the mother cat successfully delivered several tiny kittens, their eyes yet to open, nestled warmly in their little den.
Li Siyu attempted to pick up a kitten but was stopped by Mu Qianqian. Siyu, wait, it's best if we don't touch these kittens right now. Why not? Oh, Mu Qianqian explained, if the kittens pick up our scent, the mother cat might think they're not hers and could abandon them. Li Siyu quickly withdrew her hand, moving a safe distance away. Good thing I didn't touch them. It would have been a grave sin if the kittens were abandoned. Li Siyu praised her. Qianqian, you're so thoughtful. I believe you will be a wonderful mother one day. Your child will be incredibly lucky. Mu Qianqian's cheeks tinged with pink. You're thinking too far ahead, it's still early. Well, one can't be too certain, especially since you're already married and have a husband. Who knows, one day there might be a little life growing in your belly. Mu Qianqian gently caressed her abdomen, a smile curving her lips as a glimmer of hope blossomed within her. With a mature and responsible man like her uncle as a father, her child would undoubtedly be happy. Chapter 66. Touching faces. In the evening, Mu Qianqian sat at her desk, meticulously recording her expenses. Today, she had splurged at the supermarket, and on top of that, the uncle had gifted her a plush toy, amounting to over 5,000 yuan. Once she finished her bookkeeping, she turned on her beige desk lamp and lay on her bed, lost in thought. Earlier that day, in a moment of exuberance, she had boldly kissed the uncle's cheek. Goodness, she had never even dared to imagine such a thing. She had actually taken the initiative to kiss a man's face, yet, the uncle's skin was remarkably smooth and delicate, quite unlike what he had described as resembling the surface of the moon. Mu Qianqian. A knock sounded at the bedroom door. Slipping on her fluffy slippers, she rushed to open it. A tall, statuesque man stood at the doorway of the adjacent room, handing her a glass. You haven't finished your milk. Oh, I forgot. Mu Qianqian accepted the glass and sipped the milk in small mouthfuls. When she reached the ginger and red dates, her eyes widened in surprise at the uncle's thoughtfulness. She had just started her period today, and he had included these nourishing ingredients in her milk. After you finish, just place the cup in the sink. You needn't wash it. Fu Sikan still had unfinished work, turning back to the living room to continue. Once Mu Qianqian finished her milk, she intended to rinse the cup. However, her hand slipped, and the glass shattered on the floor, fragments scattering everywhere. Fu Sikan immediately appeared at the kitchen door. What happened? Are you hurt? Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with fright as she sheepishly replied, I accidentally broke the cup. She felt so clumsy, she could break a cup just by washing it. Bending down, she tried to pick up the glass shards, but Fu Sikan firmly grasped her hand. Don't move, wait outside. As soon as Fu Sikan finished speaking, Mu Qianqian found herself swept off her feet, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck as she hung onto him. Her head rested on his shoulder, and she secretly inhaled his pleasant scent. Fu Sikan carried her, carefully navigating around the shards, and exited the kitchen. He called Aunt Lu to come and clean up the broken glass. Didn't I tell you? You don't need to wash the cup. Why did you still touch cold water? Fu Sikan set her down, his tone icy and somewhat fierce. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, softly murmuring, I'll be more careful next time. She merely wanted to wash the cup to prevent the milk from drying on it, making it hard to clean. Unfortunately, her impaired vision made her clumsy, leading to her blunder. With her head bowed, Fu Sikan could only see her tousled hair. Coupled with her sweet, soft voice, it was hard to remain angry. Fu Sikan coldly stated, This is the last time. All right. Just as Mu Qianqian was about to return to her room, Fu Sikan's keen eyes noticed a smudge of red on her finger. Did you cut your finger? He seized her wrist, turning it over. Mu Qianqian felt the sticky sensation and let out a small hiss. Does it hurt? With a pitiful tone, Mu Qianqian replied, A little. The cut from the glass was so tiny that she hadn't noticed it at first. The pain was just starting to register. Fu Sikan pressed her down onto the sofa and fetched the first aid kit to disinfect her wound. Since they began living together, the usage of the first aid kit had noticeably increased. He applied a band-aid on her, and Mu Qianqian gazed intently at him, attempting to discern his features, yet his silhouette remained elusive, no matter how hard she tried to see clearly. Unconsciously, she reached out with her other hand, gently brushing against his jaw. Fu Sikan paused. Uncle, may I touch your face? Fu Sikan pressed his lips together, remaining silent. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Mu Qianqian, her heart racing. Her delicate fingers carefully traced the edge of his jawline, gliding along his cheek. The texture beneath her fingertips was smooth, even more refined than her own skin. As she neared his straight nose, Fu Sikan coldly interjected, Do not touch. He turned his head slightly, evading her hand. Just as Mu Qianqian had begun to form a mental image of part of his face, the rest was once again shrouded in mystery. Suppressing her disappointment, she let her hand drop. All right then. Are you so concerned about your husband's appearance? Fu Sikan asked ambiguously. Mu Qianqian nodded, then shook her head. Fu Sikhan seemed intrigued. What do you mean by that?
Were you concerned, or were you not? Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks, her face slightly flushed.
I'm not concerned about your looks. I am just curious about what you really look like.
She wanted to know what the uncle, who accompanied and pampered her daily, truly resembled this way. When she imagined him in the future, she wouldn't be completely in the dark.
Once your eyesight improves, you will naturally see. Mu Qianqian pouted, but I want to know now.
Take good care of your eyes, and strive to restore your vision as soon as possible, so you can see me sooner.
Fu Sikhan's words were laden with mystery.
A fierce anticipation ignited within Mu Qianqian's heart as she clenched her fists, resolutely stating, I will take good care of my eyes. For the sake of seeing the uncle sooner, she would protect her eyes diligently, refraining from shedding tears easily.
Fu Sikhan smiled with satisfaction. Go on and sleep.
After Mu Qianqian returned to her room, Fu Sikhan loosened his tie and gulped down a large glass of cold water. The little girl truly treated him as an unfeeling statue, recklessly exploring his face. Little did she know, he had struggled immensely just moments ago, nearly losing his composure. At the cafeteria, Mu Qianqian was approached by a persistent young man.
Hey there, could you share your contact information? The young man said casually. Mu Qianqian declined, sorry, my phone is out of battery.
The young man blocked her path, unabashedly continuing, just tell me your number, I'll save it.
Fang Yanran recognized the young man and whispered to Mu Qianqian, he is like Yao Xianer.
He got in because of his family. I heard he changes girlfriends quite frequently. Qianqian, it's best if we avoid him.
Around them, hushed whispers ensued. Who is Feng Xiaoying this time? Didn't he just break up with the literature department's beauty a few days ago? Isn't that the genius Mu Qianqian? I heard her eyesight isn't great, but she is absolutely stunning, looks 100 times better in person than in photos. She is so beautiful.
I feel she is much prettier than Feng Xiao's ex.
Forget it, now that Feng Xiao has taken a liking to her, she is probably in for a tough time. TSK, our school is going to have another lovesick girl.
Feng Xiao, whose real name was Feng Song, was notorious for being a wealthy playboy at the finance university, changing girlfriends more often than he changed clothes. The girls he set his sights on usually fell for him. Standing tall and handsome, with a wealthy background, it was challenging for girls to resist his relentless pursuit. However, Feng Song's relationships were fleeting, burning bright before extinguishing in no time. Eventually, Mu Qianqian would likely find herself clinging to him just like his previous girlfriends. Chapter 66, Touching Faces. In the evening, Mu Qianqian sat at the table, meticulously keeping accounts. She had spent a considerable amount at the supermarket today, and the plush toy that the uncle had bought for her cost over 5,000 yuan. After finishing her bookkeeping, Mu Qianqian turned on the beige desk lamp and lay on her bed, lost in thought. Earlier that day, in a moment of whimsy, she had boldly kissed the uncle's cheek. Goodness, she had never dared to even imagine such a thing. She had actually taken the initiative to kiss a man's face. Yet, the uncle's skin was remarkably smooth and delicate, far from his own description of it as resembling the surface of the moon.
Mu Qianqian.
A knock resounded at the bedroom door. Slipping on her fluffy slippers, she hurried over to open it. A tall and upright man stood at the doorway, offering her a glass.
You haven't finished your milk. Oh, I forgot.
Mu Qianqian accepted the glass and sipped the milk slowly. Upon tasting the ginger and red dates mixed in, she widened her eyes slightly, secretly astonished by the uncle's thoughtfulness. Today marked the arrival of her menstrual period, and he had added these nourishing ingredients to the milk. After you finish, place the cup in the sink, you need not wash it. Fu Sikhan still had unfinished work, turning back to the living room to continue his tasks. After Mu Qianqian finished her milk, she intended to rinse the cup. However, her hand slipped, and the glass shattered on the floor, scattering shards everywhere. Fu Sikhan appeared at the kitchen doorway immediately.
What happened? Are you hurt? Mu Qianqian's small face turned pale with fright as she replied apologetically, I accidentally broke the cup.
She felt utterly clumsy, managing to shatter a cup while simply trying to wash it. She bent down to pick up the glass shards, but Fu Sikhan firmly grasped her hand.
Don't move, wait outside.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qianqian found herself swept off her feet, instinctively wrapping her arms around the uncle's neck, her body dangling against him. Resting her head on his shoulder, she secretly inhaled his pleasant scent. Fu Sikhan carried her, carefully navigating around the scattered glass shards, and exited the kitchen. He called Aunt Lu to come and clean up the mess.
Didn't I tell you? You need not wash the cup, why did you still touch the cold water? As he set her down, his voice was cold and somewhat stern. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, meekly replying, I won't touch it next time.
She had merely wanted to wash the cup to prevent the milk from drying on it, making it harder to clean. However, her vision was impaired, and her clumsiness had led to this mishap. With her head bowed, Fu Sihan could only see her fluffy hair, coupled with her sweet, soft voice. It was hard to remain angry. Fu Sihan spoke coolly, "This is the last time." "All right." As Mu Qianqian was about to return to her room, Fu Sihan's keen eyes caught a glimpse of red on her finger. "Did you cut your finger?" He grasped her wrist and turned it over. Upon feeling the stickiness on her hand, Mu Qianqian let out a small hiss. "Does it hurt?" With a pitiful expression, Mu Qianqian replied, "A little." The cut from the glass was so fine that she hadn't noticed it initially. Now, the pain began to register. Fu Sihan pressed her down onto the sofa and fetched a first aid kit to disinfect the wound. Since living together with Mu Qianqian, the frequency of using the first aid kit had evidently increased. As he applied a band-aid, Mu Qianqian gazed intently at him, trying to discern his features, yet his outline remained hazy, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not see clearly. Unconsciously, she extended her other hand and gently touched his chin. Fu Sihan was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle, may I touch your face?" Fu Sihan pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Anticipation welled up within Mu Qianqian, her heartbeat quickening. Her delicate fingers cautiously traced the edge of his jaw, gliding along his cheek. The texture beneath her fingertips was smooth, even more refined than her own skin. Just as she was about to reach his straight nose, Fu Sihan coldly interjected, "No touching." He turned his head away, evading her hand. As Mu Qianqian's mind had just begun to outline a portion of his face, the remaining details were once again obscured. Suppressing her disappointment, her small hand fell to her side. "All right then. Are you that concerned about your husband's appearance?" Fu Sihan asked, his tone enigmatic. Mu Qianqian nodded, then shook her head. The Fu Sihan's interest peaked. "What do you mean by that? Are you concerned, or are you not?" Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks, her face slightly flushed. I'm not concerned about your looks, I'm just curious about what you truly look like." She wished to know how the uncle, who accompanied and pampered her daily, appeared. This way, when she imagined him later, she wouldn't be completely at a loss. "Once your eyesight improves, you will naturally see." Mu Qianqian sulked, "But I want to know now." "Take good care of your eyes. Strive to restore your vision as soon as possible, and you will see me sooner." With that mysterious statement, Fu Sihan ignited a flame of anticipation in her heart. Clenching her fist, she resolutely declared, "I will take good care of my eyes." Even if it was just to see the uncle sooner, she would protect her eyes diligently and refrain from shedding tears easily again. Fu Sihan smiled with satisfaction. "Go back to sleep." After Mu Qianqian returned to her room, Fu Sihan loosened his tie and gulped down a large glass of cold water. The little girl truly treated him as an unfeeling statue, carelessly touching his face. She had no idea how difficult it had been for him to endure that moment, nearly breaking his composure. While dining in the cafeteria, Mu Qianqian was approached by a boy. "Hey, miss, could we exchange contact information?" the boy said nonchalantly. Mu Qianqian declined, "Sorry, my phone is out of battery." The boy blocked her path, speaking to himself, "Just give me your number, I'll save it." Fan Yanran recognized this boy and quietly informed Mu Qianqian, "He is like Yao Xianer, someone who got in thanks to his family. I've heard he changes girlfriends quite frequently. Qianqian, it's better if we don't get involved." Whispers circulated among the crowd. Isn't Fengxiao targeting someone new again? Didn't he just break up with the literary department's Belle a few days ago? Isn't that the genius Mu Qianqian? I heard her eyesight isn't great, but her looks are absolutely stunning, 100 times better than in the photos. She is so beautiful, I feel she is much prettier than Fengxiao's ex-girlfriend. Forget it. Since she has caught Fengxiao's eye, she is probably in for a tough time. TSK, our school will once again have another lovesick girl. Fengxiao, known as Fengsong, was notoriously recognized as a wealthy playboy from the finance university, known for changing girlfriends more frequently than changing clothes. The girls he set his sights on usually fell into his grasp. Tall and handsome, with a wealthy family background, his relentless pursuit made it hard for any girl to resist. However, Fengsong's affections were fleeting, they came swiftly and departed just as quickly, often losing interest after a few days. At that point, Mu Qianqian would likely cling to him just like his previous girlfriends. Chapter 66. Touching the face. In the evening, Mu Qianqian sat at her desk, meticulously recording her expenditures. Today, she had spent a considerable amount at the supermarket, and the plush toy that the uncle had bought for her cost over 5,000 yuan. After finishing her accounts, she turned on the beige desk lamp and lay on her bed, lost in thought. Today, in a moment of exuberance, she had daringly kissed the uncle's cheek. Goodness, she had never even dared to imagine such a thing. She had actually taken the initiative to kiss a man's face. However, the uncle's skin was remarkably smooth and delicate, far from the surface of the moon as he had described it.
Mu Qianqian. A knock echoed on the bedroom door.
Slipping on her plush slippers, she hurried to open the door. A tall and upright man stood at the entrance of the guest room, extending a glass towards her.
You haven't drunk your milk. Oh, I forgot. Mu Qianqian accepted the glass and sipped the milk slowly.
When she encountered the ginger and red dates, her eyes widened slightly, astonished by the uncle's thoughtfulness. She had just started her period today, and the milk contained these nourishing ingredients for vitality and blood. After you finish, place the glass in the sink.
You don't need to wash it.
Fu Sihan had unfinished work, so he turned and returned to the living room to continue his tasks. Once Mu Qianqian finished her milk, she intended to rinse the glass. However, her hand slipped, and the glass fell to the floor with a loud crash, shards scattering everywhere. Fu Sihan immediately appeared at the kitchen door.
What happened? Did you get hurt? Mu Qianqian's small face turned pale with fright as she sheepishly replied, I accidentally broke the glass. How clumsy she was, even managing to break a glass while washing it.
She bent down to pick up the shards, but Fu Sihan firmly grasped her hand.
Don't move, wait outside.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qianqian found herself swept off her feet. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the uncle's neck, her entire body clinging to him. Resting her head on his shoulder, she surreptitiously inhaled his pleasant scent. Fu Sihan carried her, maneuvering around the scattered glass shards, and exited the kitchen.
He called Aunt Lu to come and clean up the mess.
Didn't I tell you, you don't need to wash the glass? Why did you still touch cold water? Setting her down, Fu Sihan's tone was cold, sounding somewhat stern.
Lowering her head, Mu Qianqian softly replied, I won't touch it next time.
She merely intended to rinse the glass to prevent the milk from drying and becoming difficult to clean. Yet, her vision was limited, and in her clumsiness, she had made a mistake. With her head bowed, Fu Sihan could only see the fluffy crown of her head. Coupled with her sweet, soft voice, it was hard to remain angry. Fu Sihan said coldly, this must not happen again.
All right. Just as Mu Qianqian was about to return to her room, Fu Sihan noticed a hint of red on her fingertip. Did you cut your finger?
He grasped her wrist and turned it over. Mu Qianqian felt the sticky sensation on her hand and let out a small gasp.
Does it hurt? With a pitiful tone, Mu Qianqian replied, a little.
The cut from the glass was so tiny that she hadn't even noticed it at first. Now, however, the pain was starting to register. Fu Sihan pressed her down onto the couch and retrieved the first aid kit to disinfect her wound. Since living with Mu Qianqian, the frequency of using the first aid kit had noticeably increased. As he applied the band-aid, Mu Qianqian observed him intently, attempting to discern his features, yet his outline remained blurred. No matter how hard she tried, unconsciously, she extended her other hand and gently touched his chin.
Fu Sihan was taken aback. Uncle, may I touch your face?
Fu Sihan pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Mu Qianqian felt a surge of anticipation within her, her heart racing. Her pale fingers delicately brushed against the edge of his jaw, then glided along his cheek, slowly moving upward. The sensation beneath her fingertips was smooth, even more refined than her own skin. Just as she was about to reach his straight nose, Fu Sihan abruptly spoke coldly, no touching. He turned his head aside, evading her hand. As the image of his partial face she had just begun to sketch in her mind faded into obscurity once more, she suppressed her disappointment, letting her small hand drop.
All right then. Are you so concerned about your husband's appearance? Fu Sihan asked cryptically. Mu Qianqian nodded, then shook her head. Fu Sihan inquired with interest, what do you mean by that?
Were you concerned or not? Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks, her face slightly flushed.
I
am not concerned about your looks, I'm just curious about what you really look like. She wished to know what the uncle, who accompanied and pampered her daily, truly resembled. This way, when she imagined him in the future, she wouldn't be at a loss.
Once your eyes recover, you will naturally see. Mu Qianqian sulked, but I want to know right now.
Take good care of your eyes.
Strive to restore your vision soon, and then you will see me.
Fu Sihan's words were shrouded in mystery. A flicker of excitement ignited in Mu Qianqian's heart as she clenched her fists, resolutely stating, I will take good care of my eyes. For the sake of seeing the uncle sooner, she would protect her eyes diligently and refrain from shedding tears easily.
Fu Sihan smiled in satisfaction, go back to sleep.
Once Mu Qianqian returned to her room, Fu Sihan loosened his tie and gulped down a large glass of cold water. The little girl truly treated him as an unfeeling statue, recklessly touching his face. What she didn't realize was how challenging it had been for him just now, nearly breaking his composure.
As Mu Qianqian went to the cafeteria for a meal, a boy approached her. "Hey, miss, let us exchange contact information," the boy said nonchalantly. Mu Qianqian declined. "Sorry, my phone is out of battery."
The boy blocked her path, speaking to himself. "Just tell me your number, I'll save it."
Fang Yanran recognized this boy and whispered to Mu Qianqian, "He is like Yao Xianer, relying on his family to get by."
"I heard he changes girlfriends quite frequently, Qianqian. It's better not to get involved."
Around them, whispers circulated.
"Who is Feng Xiaoying this time? Didn't he just break up with the belle of the literature department a few days ago?"
Isn't that the genius Mu Qianqian?
"She seems to have poor eyesight, but she is absolutely stunning, 100 times more beautiful than in pictures. She is so beautiful, I feel she is much prettier than Feng Xiao's ex-girlfriend."
"Forget it.
Now that she has caught Feng Xiao's attention, she probably won't escape his clutches. TSK, our school is about to see another lovesick girl." Feng Xiao, known as Feng Song, was notorious at the finance university for being a wealthy playboy, changing girlfriends more frequently than one would change clothes. The girls he set his sights on usually fell for him. Tall and handsome, with a wealthy background, his persistent pursuit made it hard for any girl to remain indifferent. However, Feng Song's relationships were fleeting. He quickly grew bored after a few days. By then, Mu Qianqian would likely find herself clinging to him like his previous girlfriends. Chapter 67. Breaking free from harassment. Mu Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows and said, "I've forgotten my number."
"I am sorry, could you please step aside?"
Her refusal, however, only elicited hearty laughter from Feng Song.
"No way, a brilliant student like you can't even remember your own phone number? Mu, you're so aloof."
Feng Song, undeterred by the woman's frosty demeanor, felt a surge of competitive spirit. The women he pursued, no matter how cold at first, eventually lowered their defenses and became entangled with him, reluctant to part ways. "I'm about to eat, so please don't disturb us."
Mu Qianqian pulled Fang Yanran and deftly maneuvered out of Feng Song's encirclement.
Feng Song stroked his chin, leering at her graceful silhouette. Mu Qianqian's legs were longer and more elegant than those of any dancer, straight and fair, truly exceptional. Once he succeeded, he would surely enjoy his conquest.
"Qianqian, is that all you're going to eat?" Fang Yanran inquired with concern. Mu Qianqian pouted, "I lost my appetite after that encounter." Fang Yanran urged, "You should eat a bit more. It's not worth getting upset over someone like him." Remembering the uncle's admonishments, Mu Qianqian lowered her head and took a few more bites.
If the uncle found out she wasn't eating properly, she would surely be reprimanded. Fang Yanran scrolled through her phone and discovered that the earlier incident had already been embellished and posted on the forum. There were even bets being made on how long it would take for Feng Song to win Mu Qianqian over. "I bet a week Feng is a master at charming girls. The campus belle only resisted him for 3 or 4 days before succumbing."
Mu Qianqian seems like the type who is quite demure.
"She won't be able to resist a bad boy like Feng for long. I predict they'll be together in less than a week." What a pity, such a pure and beautiful girl, entangled with a seasoned womanizer like Feng. When Feng tires of her and breaks up, I can't imagine the blow it will deal to Mu Qianqian. A top student heartbroken is bound to spend her days weeping.
Fang Yanran, seeing these dark speculations, was immediately incensed. "This is infuriating, these people just love to gossip. Our Qianqian would never be interested in that frivolous playboy." Mu Qianqian blinked, "What's wrong?" "Some people on the forum are stirring up trouble, it's quite frustrating to read." Mu Qianqian smiled good-naturedly, "Then simply don't read it. Let them say what they wish." After all, she was unfazed.
"Feng has good conditions and knows how to win a girl's heart. I must admit, I'm a bit worried that you might waver."
Mu Qianqian shook her head, her tone resolute, "I won tea." "Why not?"
Mu Qianqian blinked her lustrous almond eyes. Of course, it's because she was already married. However, she didn't voice the truth, merely smiled mysteriously. "I'll tell you later." In the time that followed, Feng Song launched an all-out offensive towards Mu Qianqian. From dawn till dusk, he sought to establish his presence, whether by delivering flowers, breakfasts, bags, or lipsticks. Yet, Mu Qianqian declined every gift. Many watched with amusement as Feng Song's efforts unfolded, yet he remained unfazed, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, there isn't a woman in this world I cannot win over. The more elusive she is, the more it ignites my determination." He had encountered women who employed the art of pursuit and retreat before, but he found that a slight hint of indifference would cause them to falter immediately. No matter how beautiful Mu Qianqian was, she was merely an AV country girl. How could she withstand his fervent advances? As Mu Qianqian exited class, she was swiftly surrounded by a throng of people. Before she could grasp the situation, a chorus of cheers erupted.
Get together, accept him.
It turned out Fongsong had arranged numerous heart-shaped balloons on the grass, scattered with rose petals, transforming the area into a mock wedding scene. Dressed in a suit and holding a microphone, he approached her amid the music.
Mu Qianqian, my feelings for you are sincere, could you grant me a chance? Fongsong held out a large bouquet of flowers towards her.
This romantic spectacle left many girls at the school envious, wishing they could take Mu Qianqian's place. After all, with Fongsong's looks and background, although he was somewhat of a philanderer, who hasn't he dreamed of redeeming a rogue?
Fong is quite the charmer. If I were Mu Qianqian, I'd be unable to resist.
It seems they're destined to be together now. It's a pity the campus bell next door has been crying for days.
Get together, Mu Qianqian, just accept him.
Yet, amidst the crowd's fervor and matchmaking, Mu Qianqian remained unmoved. Her delicate face turned cold as she replied, Fong, please do not disrupt my studies.
I have no interest in you.
Never had she encountered someone so self-absorbed and obstinate. She had made her disinterest clear. Why did he persist in his pursuit? It was causing her considerable annoyance. The atmosphere grew awkward. Fongsong, once brimming with confidence, suddenly wore a dejected expression, feeling like a fool.
Mu Qianqian, my pursuit of you is a sign of respect, do not take it for granted.
There is only so much one can endure, beyond that limit, it becomes unappealing. At this moment, he still narcissistically believed that Mu Qianqian was merely playing hard to get. He refused to accept that she genuinely did not fancy him. Please refrain from bothering me in the future, or I will have to inform the teachers. With that, Mu Qianqian turned on her heel and walked away without a backward glance. The speakers continued to play romantic songs, and in a fit of rage, Fongsong kicked the sound system into a mangled wreck.
Damn it, who does she think she is? How dare she try to one-up me? With a girl like her, I could easily find a dozen in the nightclubs. His lackeys chimed in, this woman truly doesn't recognize a good thing. Fong, calm down, don't stoop to her level.
Fong sneered, she is just pretending to be pure. One day she'll be begging me, and I won't even glance her way. It's just a game to me. She really thinks she is a princess. Even if she were a princess, she'd be a nightclub princess.
I've heard she has been cozying up to Fu Qianqing.
She probably hopes to marry into the Fu family and soar to greatness.
Pfft, does she even think she stands a chance at the Fu family's door? Would they ever let her in? Who doesn't know the Fu family is standing in the circle?
It is absurd to think they'd ever notice a country bumpkin like her. If that ever happens, I'd rather live stream myself running naked. Finally free from Fongsong's harassment, Mu Qianqian felt as if the air had cleared significantly. As soon as her uncle finished work, he came to pick her up. Fu Sihan asked in a low voice, why is your face so flushed? Who upset you?
It's nothing, just an inconsequential person.
Mu Qianqian took Fu Sihan's hand, eagerly exclaiming, Uncle, let me take you to see the little kittens.
They're absolutely adorable, you're going to love them.
Fu Sihan paused momentarily. He was allergic to cat fur, how could he possibly like them?
Uncle, why have you stopped?
Fu Sihan collected his thoughts and nonchalantly replied, let us go.
Chapter 67.
Shaking off harassment, Mu Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows and said, I can't recall my number, I apologize, please step aside. Her refusal, however, elicited a hearty laugh from Fongsong.
No way, you're such an impressive scholar, and you can't even remember your own phone number?
Mu classmate, you exude such an air of aloofness. Faced with the woman's frosty demeanor, Fongsong felt no sense of defeat. Instead, it ignited a sense of challenge within him. The women he pursued, regardless of how cold and distant they appeared at first, inevitably lowered their guard and became entangled with him, reluctant to part ways.
Women, it seemed, lost their resolve in the presence of a wealthy and handsome man. With a little extra expenditure, what woman could he not win over?
I'm about to eat, so please do not disturb us, Mu Qianqian said, pulling Fong Yanran as they maneuvered through Fongsong's encirclement. Fongsong stroked his chin, leering at her graceful silhouette. Mu Qianqian's legs, longer and more slender than those of a dancer, were a sight to behold. Once he succeeded, he intended to indulge himself thoroughly.
Qianqian, are you really going to eat just that little bit? Fong Yanran inquired with concern.
Mu Qianqian pursed her lips, that man from earlier has put me off my appetite. Fong Yanran urged, you should eat a bit more, it's not worth getting upset over someone like that.
Remembering the elder's admonitions, Mu Qianqian lowered her head and picked at her food.
If the elder found out she wasn't eating properly, she would surely be reprimanded. Fong Yanran scrolled through her phone and discovered that the earlier incident had already been embellished and posted on the forum. Some even publicly wagered on how long it would take for Feng Song to win Mu Qianqian's heart. I bet a week Feng's charm with women is unparalleled. He had the campus beauty wrapped around his finger in just 3 to 4 days.
Mu Qianqian appears to be the obedient type. Against a rogue like Feng, she won't be able to resist for long. I estimate they'll be together in less than a week. What a pity, such a pure and beautiful girl has fallen for a seasoned flirt like Feng. Once Feng grows bored and breaks up with her, I can't imagine the blow it will deal to Mu Qianqian.
A top student heartbroken over love will surely spend her days in tears.
Fang Yanran, upon encountering these dark speculations, was instantly filled with rage. It infuriates me, these people just love to gossip. Our Qianqian wouldn't even glance at a frivolous young master. Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. What's wrong? Some people on the forum are stirring up trouble and it's quite irritating. Mu Qianqian smiled graciously, then let us not dwell on it. They can say whatever they please. After all, she was indifferent to their opinions. Feng is quite a catch, and he knows how to charm girls. Honestly, I'm a bit worried you might waver, Qianqian. Mu Qianqian shook her head, her tone resolute. I won't. Why not? She blinked her lustrous almond eyes, because she was already married, after all. However, Mu Qianqian chose not to divulge this truth, merely offering a mysterious smile. I'll tell you later. In the ensuing days, Feng Song launched an all-out assault on Mu Qianqian. From dawn till dusk, he made his presence known, whether it was sending flowers, breakfast, bags, or lipsticks. Yet, Mu Qianqian refused to accept any of his gifts. Many were amused by Feng Song's predicament, yet he remained brimming with confidence. Rest assured, there is no woman I cannot win over in this world. The more elusive she is, the more it fuels my determination. He had encountered women who played hard to get before, but a slight hint of detachment from him would send them scrambling. No matter how beautiful Mu Qianqian was, she was merely an inexperienced country girl. How could she withstand his fervent pursuit? As soon as Mu Qianqian left class, she found herself surrounded by a throng of people. Before she could comprehend the situation, a chorus of cheers erupted. Get together, agree to him. It turned out that Feng Song had arranged numerous heart-shaped balloons on the grass, scattered with rose petals, creating an ambience akin to a wedding. Dressed in a suit and holding a microphone, he strode towards her amid the music. Mu Qianqian, I am sincere in my affection for you. Can you grant me this opportunity? Feng Song held out a large bouquet of flowers toward her. This romantic spectacle left many female students in the school envious, wishing they could take Mu Qianqian's place. After all, with Feng Song's looks and family background, despite his flirtatious nature, who hasn't he dreamed of reforming a wayward son? Feng is quite the charmer. If I were Mu Qianqian, I certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. It seems they are destined to be together. It's a pity the campus beauty next door has been crying in her dorm for days. Get together, Mu Qianqian, just agree to him. Yet, amid the throng of admirers and matchmakers, Mu Qianqian remained unmoved. Her delicate face hardened as she said, Feng classmate, please do not disturb my studies. I have no interest in you. Never had she encountered such a narcissistic and stubborn individual. She had already expressed her disinterest. Why did he persist in his pursuit? It was causing her considerable annoyance. The atmosphere grew awkward. Feng Song, once brimming with confidence, suddenly wore a defeated expression, feeling like a fool. Mu Qianqian, my pursuit of you is a mark of respect. Do not take my kindness lightly. There is a limit to playing hard to get. Beyond that, it becomes unappealing. At this point, he still narcissistically believed Mu Qianqian was merely engaging in a game of hard to get. He couldn't fathom that she genuinely found him unappealing. Please do not harass me again. Otherwise, I will report you to the teacher. With that, Mu Qianqian turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. As the speakers continued to play romantic songs, Feng Song, in a fit of anger, kicked the speaker, reducing it to ruins. Damn it, who does she think she is? How dare she try to play me? With someone like her, I could have my pick at any nightclub. His lackey chimed in, this woman truly knows no gratitude. Feng, calm down. Don't stoop to her level. Feng sneered, what else with the pretense of purity? Soon enough, she'll be begging for my attention, and I won't even bother to acknowledge her. This is merely a game to me. She really thinks she is a princess. Even if she were a princess, she'd be a nightclub princess. I've heard this woman has some unclear relationship with Fu Qianqing. She is probably aiming to marry into the Fu family for a swift ascent. Please, think she could even approach the Fu family's doorstep? Would they let her in? Who doesn't know the Fu family is standing in the circle? It would be a miracle if someone like her caught their eye. If that ever happened, I'd rather live stream myself running naked. Ha ha ha.
Finally freed from Feng Song's harassment, Mu Qianqian felt the air around her had cleared significantly. Upon finishing work, the elder came to pick her up. Fu Sihan asked in a low voice, "Why is your face so flushed? Who upset you?"
"It's nothing, just an inconsequential person," Mu Qianqian replied, eagerly taking Fu Sihan's hand. "Elder, I want to show you a little kitten. It's incredibly adorable, you'll absolutely love it." Fu Sihan paused momentarily. He was allergic to cat fur, how could he possibly like them? "Elder, why aren't you moving?" Fu Sihan collected his thoughts and replied nonchalantly, "Let us go." Chapter 68. The oblivious shallow one showed, "Uncle, please tread lightly. The mother cat has just given birth, and she is quite easily startled." Mu Qianqian tiptoed closer to the cat nest, crouching beside it. She could hear the soft sounds of the kitten's suckling and the occasional meow from the mother cat. Fu Sihan stood at a distance, watching her intently. As Mu Qianqian fed the cat food, she discreetly reached in to stroke the mother cat's soft fur. Meow. The mother cat, familiar with her, affectionately rubbed against her arm. Sometimes, animals could be far kinder than humans. Mu Qianqian contentedly petted the cat and called out to Fu Sihan, "Uncle, won't you come and pet the cats? They are so gentle and unafraid of people at all." Fu Sihan maintained his distance, politely declining, "No, thank you." Despite standing apart, he felt an odd itch in his throat, a slight indication of an allergy. "They're very clean, not dirty at all. Really, you'll see how soft they are if you just touch them." Mu Qianqian persisted, but Fu Sihan remained unmoved. The young girl muttered, "How can you resist petting such adorable kittens, uncle? Have you ever been addicted to something?" With a resigned expression, Fu Sihan stepped forward and ruffled her hair. "Let us go, it will be dark soon." He had no particular feelings for the cats, yet the sight of the delightful Mu Qianqian often tempted him to engage. "All right, I won't disturb them any longer." Just as Mu Qianqian was about to leave, a plump girl rushed over. "You are Mu Qianqian, right? My friend wants to meet you." "Who is your friend?" "Lucy, you must have heard of her." Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment and shook her head. "I haven't heard of her." The girl, assuming she was feigning ignorance, stomped her foot in frustration. "She is the belle of our department, Feng Song's ex-girlfriend." "How could you not have heard of her?" "I don't know her. I'm going home." "Lucy hasn't eaten for several days. Can you bear to see her deteriorate like this?" "She only wants to speak with you for a moment." "Why are you being so difficult? As a fellow woman, don't you have any compassion?" Mu Qianqian was baffled by her outburst. "I don't know her. What is there to talk about?" Fu Sihan, noticing her being cornered, furrowed his brow and approached. "What's going on?" "Someone wants to speak with me, but I don't know her at all, and there is nothing to say." Fu Sihan took her hand, asserting, "If you don't want to go, then don't." Mu Qianqian had cat fur on her hand, and as Fu Sihan grasped it, he felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation, like needles piercing his palm. He pressed his lips together but did not release her, standing protectively beside her. Fu Sihan's tone was cold and foreboding. "Didn't she hear what she said? She doesn't want to go." The plump girl felt a chill in her feet, unable to meet his gaze, and turned her ire towards the seemingly vulnerable young girl. Mu Qianqian, you are truly too much. I never expected you to be such a heartless person. If anything happens to Lucy, it will all be your fault." With that, the unfamiliar girl stormed away in a fit of rage. Mu Qianqian was left utterly perplexed. "What does that have to do with me?" Fu Sihan inquired. "Is someone troubling you at school recently?" "There's a boy who likes me. It's all his fault." Fu Sihan paused, a hint of danger flickering in his eyes. "Someone likes you?" The mere phrase sent chills down his spine. Oblivious to his reaction, Mu Qianqian continued, "Yes, I've hardly seen him, yet he is making a grand show of pursuing me. I don't like such superficial people." That he even confessed in front of so many people, making it so embarrassing for me. It's almost affecting my studies. Her tone held no trace of excitement, only frustration. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow, suddenly wanting to laugh. His little girl was still oblivious. If it had been other girls in her position, they would likely be swept away by romance and agree without hesitation. But Mu Qianqian, who shunned the spotlight and focused solely on her studies, found such antics bothersome. "What's his name? I'll handle it for you." Mu Qianqian's eyes twinkled as she sweetly replied, "No need, uncle. He shouldn't bother me anymore. If he bothers you again, tell me at once." Mu Qianqian couldn't help but giggle, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Uncle, you sound like my elder." It was as if an elder were admonishing a child, fearful of her being bullied at school. Fu Sihan was momentarily taken aback. His concern for his wife had been perceived as that of a benevolent elder? Wasn't this a stark generational gap? He pinched her cheek and said sternly, "Focus on your studies and steer clear of those immature boys. They will only hinder your progress. Do you understand?" Let it be a generational gap, but he still felt compelled to impart this advice, lest one day the little girl be led astray, and he would regret it too late. Mu Qianqian obediently nodded. "Got it, uncle." She too felt that those boys, whose minds were solely occupied with love, were too immature and not her type. Upon returning home, Aunt Lu had prepared dinner and was about to remove her apron when she looked up and gasped, "Mr. Fu, why is your neck so red? Are you unwell? Fu Sihan's neck was flushed, resembling someone who had been drinking, and it appeared somewhat alarming to It's nothing, you may go ahead. Should I call a doctor? No need. Aunt Lu, sensing the gravity, said no more, closed the door, and went next door. Mu Qianqian's small face turned anxious. Uncle, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She grasped his arm and instinctively stood on her toes, leaning closer to his neck to inspect. However, her eyes proved uncooperative, revealing nothing. What is bothering you? As she spoke, her warm breath brushed against Fu Sihan's neck, like soft feathers gliding by. Fu Sihan, already suffering from an allergic reaction, found her breath unbearable. A wave of heat surged within him, and his gaze deepened with inscrutable intensity. He inhaled deeply and gently pushed Mu Qianqian away. Uncle, why aren't you speaking? Let me take you to the hospital. Her tone was urgent, filled with concern. Fu Sihan felt a sense of helplessness. Here was a little girl, unable to see well, insisting on taking a grown man to the hospital. If this got out, would he ever live it down? Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll just have Dr. Song come over to prescribe some medication. Mu Qianqian, anxious, attempted to tug at his collar. Fu Sihan quickly grabbed her wrist. Go wash your hands. Her concern was becoming too much for him to bear. I'll do it right away. Fu Sihan called the family doctor, requesting him to bring allergy medication. Chapter 69. Applying medicine for the uncle. Dr. Song arrived promptly, immediately discerning that Mr. Fu was suffering from an allergic reaction. Mr. Fu, did you come into contact with the cat? Before Dr. Song could finish his sentence, he was silenced by a piercing look from Fu Sihan. Understanding the unspoken cue, he promptly sealed his lips, yet could not help but ponder why Mr. Fu, fully aware of his allergy to cat fur, would still choose to approach a cat. Had he developed a newfound fondness for the feline creatures? Mu Qianqian, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two men, inquired with genuine concern, Doctor, what is wrong with the uncle? Cough, Mr. Fu is fine, he merely requires some topical ointment, Dr. Song replied, prescribing 2 sets of medication, one for internal use to suppress the allergic reaction, and another for external application on his neck. This medication will be entrusted to Miss Mu. I would appreciate your assistance in applying it to Mr. Fu later. Certainly, leave it to me, she replied eagerly. After completing his duties, Dr. Song departed with his medical kit, his spirits lifted at the thought of using his bonus to buy a new handbag for his wife and Lego for his child. Whistling a cheerful tune, he stepped into the elevator. Mu Qianqian squeezed some ointment onto her palm. Uncle, let me help you apply the medicine. Fu Sihan sat languidly on the sofa. The young lady's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned closer. Her fingertips, coated with the cool ointment, brushed against his inflamed skin, offering a soothing relief. However, as she drew nearer, the delicate fragrance of youth wafted into Fu Sihan's nostrils, a subtle floral scent, tinged with an addictive sweetness. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Fu Sihan asked, what shower gel do you use? Mu Qianqian blinked in surprise. It's the one you bought for me, have you forgotten? It was puzzling that the uncle would inquire about the shower gel he had gifted her. Fu Sihan's expression stiffened, a hint of awkwardness surfacing, yet, this discomfort swiftly dissipated as Mu Qianqian's slender fingers began to trace along his neck. Every place her fingers touched ignited a spark within him, causing Fu Sihan's body to tense involuntarily. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist, his palm radiating warmth. Uncle, what is it? Fu Sihan took a moment to compose himself and quickly fabricated an excuse. I need to fetch a mirror. All right. Mu Qianqian, unable to see where the redness lay, relied on his guidance. Fu Sihan retrieved a mirror, reflecting his flushed skin. He held her hand, instructing her on where to apply the ointment. Move a little higher. To the left. Mu Qianqian's fingers danced to his commands, gradually descending to his collarbone, and further down to his well-defined chest. Despite the unblemished whiteness of his skin, he audaciously lied, go lower. His voice, tinged with a husky allure, held an enchanting undertone. Mu Qianqian's fingertips grew warm, her shyness prompting her to bite her lower lip. Uncle, perhaps you should apply it yourself. Though she could not see, her sensitivity heightened, conjuring vivid images of her touch in her mind, causing her to fluster. Fu Sihan's gaze narrowed, his tone cool yet teasing, little girl, are you truly so heartless as to leave a patient to tend to himself? His words ignited a pang of guilt within Mu Qianqian. How could she refuse to assist the uncle who had treated her so kindly? All right, I will help you, she finally relented, her resolve solidifying as her small hand slipped into his collar, descending slightly. His skin was smooth and flawless, yet his muscles were firm and robust. Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, her fingers trembling as she awkwardly applied the ointment. Done, she murmured softly just as she prepared to lift her gaze. Fu Sihan's eyes met hers, his lips brushing against her cheek in an unexpected touch.
Both were momentarily stunned by the proximity. Fu Sihan's deep-set gaze bore into her, reminiscent of a wolf poised to pounce, while Mu Qianqian, overwhelmed with nervousness, forgot to breathe, her face burning with embarrassment. Her heart raced wildly, threatening to leap from her throat.
"Uncle, I still have homework to finish, I must return to my room."
She hastily conjured an excuse and fled. In her haste, she collided with the doorframe of the second bedroom, producing a resounding thud.
"Are you all right?"
Fu Sihan's voice echoed from behind her. Mortified, Mu Qianqian wished to vanish into thin air. Rubbing her forehead, she hurried into her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Leaning against the door, her rapid heartbeat and breath remained unsteady. While her forehead bore no significant pain, her face felt as though it were ablaze. She traced the spot where the uncle had brushed against her, feeling as if fire coursed through that patch of skin. The sensation replayed in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Goodness, had she become a lovesick girl? It was merely an accidental brush, a touch that could hardly be labeled a kiss, yet she found herself lingering on the memory. Her thoughts spiraled out of control. Embarrassed, she leapt onto her bed, burying herself beneath the covers. In the darkness, the sound of her heartbeat echoed like thunder. The following day, as Mu Qianqian entered school, she was swiftly encircled by Lu Shi and several other girls, including the chubby girl who had confronted her the previous day.
The plump girl pointed at her, declaring, "This is Mu Qianqian."
Lu Shi's eyes were red-rimmed, her face gaunt and hollow, as she leaned weakly on her friend, tearfully demanding, "Mu Qianqian, I need to speak with you."
"Why didn't you come to find me yesterday?" Mu Qianqian pursed her lips slightly. "I don't know you, if you have something to say, just say it."
Amidst the bustling crowd at the school gate, this exchange attracted significant attention, with whispers and speculation spreading like wildfire.
"The campus belle is seeking trouble with Mu Qianqian. This will be quite the spectacle. Did Mu Qianqian not reject Feng Xiao? Why is the campus belle still confronting her? Could it be that Mu Qianqian has secretly entangled herself with Feng Xiao?"
In an instant, the crowd buzzed with gossip. Before Lu Shi could respond, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Mu Qianqian, I beg you, please return Song Gu to me. I cannot live without him. He is the first boy I have ever liked, and I have never tasted the sweetness of love before.
He is the most important person in my life. Mu Qianqian, you can attract a multitude of boys with just a wave of your hand. Why must you take my Song Gu away? Are you trying to drive me to despair?" Mu Qianqian felt overwhelmed. "I don't understand what you're talking about."
Lu Shi's followers interjected on her behalf.
"Sheer, why waste your breath on such a green tea girl? It's a wonder she can even comprehend you.
Such a woman thrives on undermining others, snatching their men to flaunt her allure. She pretends to be pure and disinterested in men, yet who knows how promiscuous she truly is. Perhaps she employed some despicable means to ensnare Feng Xiao's affections." Chapter 70 of the Soy Milk Bell. Mu Qianqian's delicate face turned pale with anger.
"I don't even know you, so what gives you the right to speak here?"
The plump girl crossed her arms and sneered, If it weren't for your questionable private life, how could Feng Xiao have been so enchanted by you?"
Mu Qianqian retorted, "What does it matter to me who Feng Xiao is?
If you like him, go pursue him yourself, and stop causing me trouble. Look at how emaciated Lu Shi has become. Don't you feel any pity for her? You've taken someone else's man, and one day, your own man will also be taken away by someone else.
When that time comes, will you still hold your head high?"
Mu Qianqian felt her head buzzing. These people had a logic that was far from normal, venting their emotions without regard for her explanations.
"I'll say it again, I do not know Lu Shi, and I have nothing to do with Feng Xiao.
Your emotional issues are not my concern." Lu Shi, in tears, resembled a weeping willow, eliciting sympathy from many boys present. She sobbed, "Who would believe that you and Feng Xiao are unrelated?
If you really had nothing to do with him, how could he confess to you in public?
When Feng Xiao pursued her, he had never been so dedicated. How could Lu Shi not feel envious?"
Mu Qianqian could not comprehend. "His confession to me has nothing to do with me. It's not like I confessed to him. What is going on here?"
A mature female voice interjected. He Ting had just started working at the school and, upon seeing a crowd of students gathered, walked over in confusion.
"Mu Qianqian, is that you? What is happening? Teacher He?"
Upon recognizing He Ting's voice, Mu Qianqian hurriedly recounted the events. "I truly did not steal anyone's man. I have had no private communication with Feng Song, teacher, you must believe me." He Ting tugged at the corners of her mouth, casting a speechless glance at Lu Shi and the others. They probably did not know that the young lady had long been taken, and by a prominent figure in Bay City no less, with Fu Sihan as a benchmark, who would still be interested in these inept, frivolous young masters? Even if they were not compared in looks or intellect, the wealth of the Fu family was not something the Feng family could rival. He Ting, sporting frameless glasses and a neat short haircut, exuded a mature and intellectual aura.
Lu Shi, Haven T, you already broken up with Feng Song? If you truly cannot bear to part with him, why not pursue him instead of pestering Mu Qianqian?
Lu Shi's lips trembled. Teacher, I still have contact with Feng Song. So Mu Qianqian's actions are tantamount to interfering in our relationship.
Then let me ask you, does Feng Song acknowledge you as his girlfriend?
Lu Shi's confidence waned.
No.
It was common knowledge that she had been dumped by Feng Song.
Did Feng Song pursue Mu Qianqian, and did she agree?
Neither. Lu Shi bit her lip, unwilling to concede, but Mu Qianqian is seducing Feng Song. She is the other woman. She doesn't look as innocent as she seems.
He Ting's next question rendered Lu Shi speechless. Do you have any evidence?
Lu Shi stammered, Well, I don't have evidence at the moment, but, if you have no evidence, refrain from making baseless claims.
Otherwise, you would be spreading rumors. He Ting's tone turned icy. Lu Shi, you are also a girl, surely you understand the harm that spreading slander can do to another girl? I just like Feng Song too much. Is it wrong to have feelings for someone?
How you feel about him is your own affair, but you cannot impose that on others. Otherwise, do not blame me for reporting this to the school and having your classes suspended. If she were suspended, Lu Shi would have even less opportunity to approach Feng Song. Reluctantly, she lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, teacher, I won't do this again. You should not apologize to me. You owe an apology to Mu Qianqian, who you have unjustly slandered.
Lu Shi's complexion fluctuated between green and white, utterly humiliated.
Having been pampered since childhood, she had never faced such disgrace. This debt, she would remember. With a sullen expression, Lu Shi reluctantly offered her apology to Mu Qianqian, her voice barely audible.
I'm sorry. The matter was finally resolved, and the onlookers dispersed. Yet, this incident was destined to become a topic of gossip among everyone, and Lu Shi, the love-stricken belle, had lost face entirely. Mu Qianqian sighed in relief. Thank you, teacher. He Ting smiled nonchalantly. No need for thanks. It is simply my duty. Now, go attend your class.
Okay, goodbye, teacher. Mu Qianqian waved at her, shouldering her little yellow duck backpack as she made her way to the classroom. Her emotions were vividly etched across her face, every movement exuding a childlike innocence, reminiscent of a girl yet to mature. He Ting had not anticipated that such a handsome and mature man as Fu would be interested in someone like her. It appeared that a spark between men and women required a complementary dynamic to ignite.
As soon as Mu Qianqian entered the classroom, she was surrounded by Fang Yanran and Li Siyu.
Qianqian, we just heard about what happened at the school gate and we're coming to find you.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, thanks to teacher she helped me resolve it. Fang Yanran exclaimed, this teacher is quite impressive. She specializes in research rather than teaching. Her research level is among the top in our department, and she comes from a prestigious background. Even the dean wouldn't dare offend her. However, I heard she is devoted to her studies and usually doesn't involve herself in others' matters. I didn't expect her to help you twice. Mu Qianqian suddenly recalled that teacher he had mentioned before that she was helping her at the behest of someone else. Who could this kind-hearted person be, assisting her from the shadows? When had she befriended such an influential figure? Li Siyu, with a face full of gossip, chimed in, let us not dwell on that.
Haven T, you seen the forum, Lu Shi has acquired a new nickname, Soy Milk Belle, haha.
Why is she called that?
Mu Qianqian inquired.
Because Feng Song bought her soy milk for a few days, and that is how he won her over. A few cups of soy milk had her infatuated, to the point her mind was muddled. Mu Qianqian could only laugh in disbelief. She had thought Feng Song was treating Lu Shi well, only to find out it was just a few worthless cups of soy milk that had made Lu Shi so obsessed. Li Siyu replied under the post, I heard the belle is on a hunger strike. Shouldn't someone rush to bring her more soy milk? We wouldn't want Lu de Belle to starve.
Otherwise, she'll skin you alive. Fang Yanran laughed uncontrollably. Siyu, you've taken all the bamboo shoots from the mountain, haha. As Mu Qianqian jotted down notes, she couldn't help but smile. Alright, enough of the forum. Let us study together. Li Siyu pleaded with a grin, being a genius isn't enough, you work so hard too, do you want to make it impossible for us to live? Chapter 71 Prioritizing Romance over Friendship. The events that transpired at school during the day had already reached Fu Sihan's ears. When he arrived to pick up Mu Qianqian, he discovered the young girl engaged in a game of string tricks with her friends. Appearing quite cheerful at Qianqian, he called out, prompting her to put away the strings.
Yanjian, let us play again next time, Fang Yanjian teasingly remarked. Qianqian, you prioritize romance over friendship. However, who could blame her? If she had such a handsome relative by her side, she too would want to abandon her friends and spend every hour with him. Mu Qianqian blinked and whispered, Uncle, there is nothing romantic about him. Yanjian, please don't bring that up. After all, her uncle was decidedly unattractive. How could he possess any allure? It would be best not to mention such matters in front of him, lest she inadvertently hurt his feelings. She felt a need to protect his pride. Fang Yanjian was utterly speechless at her taste in aesthetics. Qianqian, once your eyes are better, you should visit another hospital for a checkup, she advised earnestly. It was utterly perplexing that such a remarkable man stood before her, and yet she found him lacking in appeal. Perhaps it was time for Qianqian to have her eyes examined again. Alright then, I'll take my leave, see you tomorrow. Mu Qianqian waved goodbye to her friends. Fu Sihan held Mu Qianqian's hand with one hand while carrying her backpack with the other. The man was tall and handsome, his demeanor aloof, creating an impression of keeping others at bay, yet the sight of him grasping a small yellow duck backpack was a stark contrast that seemed quite incongruous. Many passers-by glanced over curiously. Fu Sihan weighed the backpack in his hand. Why is it so heavy? There's been quite a bit of coursework lately, Mu Qianqian explained. Are you facing difficulties with your studies? A little bit, she admitted. A hint of amusement flickered in Fu Sihan's eyes. What areas are giving you trouble? I'll help you when we get home, okay? Thank you, uncle. Mu Qianqian joyfully clung to his arm and gave it a little shake. Has anyone troubled you today? Fu Sihan inquired. Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment before responding. Yes. Fu Sihan's expression turned icy as he pressed. What is his name? It's the bell from the department next door. She stopped me today. Mu Qianqian recounted the events of her day to her uncle. He was both a guardian and a friend to her, someone she could confide in regarding any challenges she faced. Fortunately, teacher, he intervened, so it didn't affect my classes. Fu Sihan, still concerned, cautioned, if anyone bothers you again, let me know immediately. I understand. However, Mu Qianqian felt these matters were trivial and didn't warrant bothering her uncle, especially given his busy schedule. Besides, the antics of those cliques at school were childish and hardly worthy of her concern. Speaking of which, I feel a bit sorry for Lu Shi, she remarked. Fu Sihan chuckled in disbelief. She bullied you, and yet you feel pity for her? How could this girl be so naive? Why was she defending someone who had mistreated her? It's not that kind of pity. I simply believe that those who are pitiable often possess their own faults, and those who are contemptible also have a hint of tragedy. You make a fair point, please, continue. Mu Qianqian asserted. She always thinks that others are stealing her boyfriend, but in reality, any relationship that can be easily taken away is the most trivial. I wouldn't want it even if it were offered to me. True love, she believed, must endure trials and resist temptations. That if a man could be swayed so easily, he was not worth her time. Fu Sihan regarded her with a newfound depth in his gaze as he tousled her soft hair, his actions revealing an unintentional fondness. I never would have guessed you were a little philosopher. Flustered by his praise, Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed. Uncle, please don't tease me. She was hardly a philosopher. At most, she had read a few romance novels. She hadn't experienced much but had certainly seen enough. As they passed a bubble tea shop, the cheerful music emanating from the speakers caught Mu Qianqian's attention, stirring her cravings. I love you, you love me. She tugged at Fu Sihan's sleeve and whispered, Uncle, I'd like to have a cup of milk tea. Fu Sihan, who had little fondness for sweets and disdained unhealthy foods, frowned. Let us go home and have some nutritional drink instead. Given her delicate health, how could she indulge in such unhealthy beverages? Mu Qianqian pouted, her fair face falling in disappointment. Although the nutritional drinks came in various flavors like strawberry, banana, and chocolate, there were times she craved something indulgent and sweet. Uncle, I've never had milk tea before, please let me have just one cup. Seeing her pitiful expression, Fu Sihan's resolve softened. Even he felt a twinge of guilt. Had he been too strict? Ultimately, he relented and set a compromise. Once every 2 weeks. Instantly, Mu Qianqian's face lit up with delight, as radiant as a blooming flower. Alright, Fu Sihan suddenly felt as though he had been outsmarted. Mu family. What's that you say? That wretched Mu Qianqian has really latched onto a wealthy benefactor. Mu mother's sharp voice pierced the air. Lying in bed, Mu Qiangui gnawed on a piece of fatty meat, his mouth greasy with disdain. Isn't that the case? She has transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan, forgetting her poor parents entirely. Does she even think of us anymore, living lavishly, just because she is blind? Don't forget her looks. Being blind doesn't mean she isn't attractive. There will always be someone who finds her appealing. Mu mother tossed the rag she was holding in frustration. After all these years of raising her, our sacrifices should mean something. Now that she is with a rich man, why shouldn't she support her family? If you're so capable, why not go find her and see if she even acknowledges you as her mother? Who knows, she might just send a couple of dogs to chase you away. Mu mother's mind raced with scheming thoughts. I've known for a long time that she is a gold digger. I've wasted years doting on her. I've seen ungratefulness before, but never like this, and now that she is doing well, she has completely forgotten her parents. Hearing that Mu Qianqian had secured a wealthy benefactor and was enjoying a good life stung Mu mother like a needle. Why wasn't he, her son Shenghui, living the good life instead? Why should that wretched girl benefit? No, she needed to devise a plan to get that wealthy man's money into her hands. Mu father, smoking a water pipe, urged darkly, sweet-talk her, coax her back. That girl isn't particularly clever. I don't believe we can't manage her. Chapter 72 Peculiarities. Mu Qianqian had just emerged from school when she unexpectedly encountered an individual she wished to avoid. Child, you finally finished your classes. Your brother and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Her mother's voice pierced through her thoughts, immediately triggering alarm bells in her mind and draining the color from her face. What do you want from me? Mu Qianqian retreated a couple of steps, nervously surveying her surroundings. Her hand delved into her pocket, grasping her cell phone, ready to call her uncle at a moment's notice. After all, the shadows cast by her family were far too daunting. Upon noticing her defensive demeanor, Mu's mother's expression soured, and she scolded her habitually. Oh dear, look at how frightened you are. I'm your mother, how could I possibly wish you harm? Your brother has a sports event today and isn't attending class, so I thought I'd bring him to find you. Surely, we can share a meal together. Have you risen to such heights that you now look down upon your impoverished parents? She recalled Mu father's admonition, carefully tempering her words. It was essential to placate this girl and coax her into parting with some money for the family. I didn't mean it that way, Mu Qianqian stammered, flustered. Enough of these useless words. Hurry and take me and your brother to eat. He has been running all morning and is practically starving, Mu Qianqian interjected impatiently. I'm about to starve to death, and you're still here wasting time. Let us go get something to eat. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qianqian nodded, all right. Her vision blurred, she often relied on a cane to navigate her surroundings. Observing her, Mu Qianqian stifled a laugh behind his hand. Mom, look at her like this. It is laughable, she was once so capable, but now she has turned herself into a blind person just to save someone. Truly, it's a sign of madness. Mu mother shot him a glare, keep your voice down. Don't let her hear you. Though Mu Qianqian refrained from verbalizing his disdain, a mocking smile lingered on his face, his eyes filled with contempt. He recorded a video of Mu Qianqian walking away and shared it in their class group chat, mocking her. Absolutely hilarious. Here is my blind sister for you all to see. Mu Qianqian, your sister is studying at a prestigious university, right? Quite impressive. Pfft, what is so impressive about that? She is just a blind person now. That is her life. Mu Qianqian replied venomously, what use is it for a woman to be talented? Ultimately, she is destined to marry and bear children, a fate as irreversible as spilled water. He and his brother are the true pillars of the family. Arriving at a nearby shopping mall, Mu mother's eyes darted around before she decisively chose the fanciest restaurant. Let us go to this one. It is a rare occasion to see you, so let us indulge a bit. Under normal circumstances, the Mu family wouldn't even dare to step foot in such an establishment. Mu Qianqian numbly nodded in agreement. As the trio entered the upscale restaurant and perused the menu, Mu mother wasted no time in ordering the most expensive dishes without hesitation. She handed the menu to her younger son, take a look and order whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for your sister. Mu Qianqian's eyes gleamed with greed as he ordered a plethora of dishes, this one, and everything on this page, all of it. Let us just start with these, Mu mother concluded, satisfied. The waiter stood awkwardly by. Excuse me, madam, won't you be placing an order? The Mu family had grown accustomed to ignoring Mu Qianqian, always relegating her to leftovers. How could she be allowed to order? Was she even worthy? Mu mother rolled her eyes and curtly replied, just bring her a bowl of rice. The waiter awkwardly smiled, of course. She had never witnessed such a peculiar family dynamic. The parents and son ordered extravagantly, while the daughter received merely a bowl of rice. What blatant favoritism! Soon, the dishes they ordered began to arrive at the table one after another. Mu Qianqian, as if he had never tasted meat before, eagerly dug into a steak. This restaurant truly lives up to its reputation. The taste is exquisite, far superior to our dingy little diner. Typically, Mu mother would refrain from indulging in meat, reserving it for Mu father and her sons, yet today, her eyes sparkled with delight as she feasted heartily. After all, this girl had latched onto a wealthy individual, surely there was ample money to go around. Why should the family's wealth benefit anyone else? The mother and son devoured their food with little regard for decorum, shoving morsels into their mouths voraciously. Before Mu Qianqian lay only a bowl of plain rice. She noticed a plate of steak untouched, assuming it had been set aside for her, and was about to reach for the knife and fork when smack. Mu mother struck her hand sharply, reddening her skin instantly.
Why are you so greedy?
Why stretch your chopstick so far? Wait until Qianqian can't finish, you can have what's left, why the rush? The sound of the slap and her reprimand drew the attention of numerous patrons in the restaurant.
Curiosity piqued, they began to gawk at this bizarre family. What is wrong with this family? Not a single bite of food for their daughter, it's all going into the son's stomach. Is this what they mean by favoritism?
That poor little girl looks so pitiful. That must be her brother, right? He is so hefty, resembling a pig, he is worth at least 2 of that girl. Who would have thought that Mu Qianqian was not her brother but her younger sibling? His excessive nutrition had rendered him tall and stout, making him appear older than the slender Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian kept her head bowed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She pinched her fingertips, desperately suppressing the urge to cry. The commotion had drawn the attention of diners upstairs.
Isn't that Qianqian?
Yi Wanqing immediately recognized Mu Qianqian.
Who was that person across from her? How can they hit someone so casually? Yi Wanqing felt a surge of indignation on Mu Qianqian's behalf.
Yi Xianlin glanced downstairs. That's their private matter, let us not meddle. Mu Qianqian is my dear friend, if I don't look out for her, who will? Even if they are her family, they shouldn't treat her this way. Yi Wanqing clenched her fists, setting down her knife and fork as she stood up. Yi Xianlin, fearing his sister might stir up trouble, followed her down.
Qianqian, who are these two?
Yi Wanqing approached Mu Qianqian with a smile. Hearing her friend's voice brought a glimmer of joy to Mu Qianqian's face.
Wanqing? What are you doing here?
I came out to eat with my brother, and I didn't expect to run into you. Standing beside Yi Wanqing was a tall, imposing man, presumably her brother, Yi Xianlin.
These two are my family, this is my mother, and this is my brother.
Yi Wanqing's smile was innocent and disarming. Oh, so they're your family.
Qianqian, I have something to discuss with you, would you come outside with me?
Sure. Mu Qianqian assumed her friend merely wished to speak, so she didn't take anything with her. Yi Wanqing grabbed her small yellow duck backpack, while Yi Xianlin picked up her cane. The 3 of them exited the restaurant and entered a beautifully landscaped courtyard.
Qianqian, are they truly your family? Why are they so harsh with you?
Mu Qianqian felt a lump in her throat and nodded. They are my family, but they don't love me.
Chapter 73. The cruelty of scoundrels. Yi Wanqing was instantly overwhelmed with heartache.
It truly infuriates me, with such an abundance of dishes, those two would rather waste it than allow you to eat.
What kind of family is this? How could anyone bear to bully such a kind-hearted girl as Qianqian? Were their hearts made of stone? Enough, Wanqing, I have long since grown accustomed to it. Please do not let my troubles upset you, it is not worth it.
Mu Qianqian felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, yet a broad smile graced her lips. She wished to shield her friend from negativity, hoping that all her friends could remain joyful. Yi Xianlin regarded her with a more probing gaze. This girl seemed distinctly different from others. Please, spare me your consolation and focus on your own well-being, Yi Wanqing urged, gripping her wrist with tearful eyes.
You look so thin. I thought I was already quite slim, yet you appear even more so. They treat you so poorly, you ought to ignore them from now on, Mu Qianqian sighed.
Today, they approached me, claiming they wanted to take me out for a meal. I thought they wished to mend our relationship. To her dismay, their attitude remained as abominable as ever. Perhaps she had been overly hopeful, yearning for a semblance of family, which led her to accept their invitation to dine together.
Old habits die hard. Even if they treat you well, it is likely a facade for ulterior motives. Do not be deceived. Mu Qianqian nodded in understanding. She could not allow herself to be fooled a second time, lest she appear foolish.
They seem to be looking for you. You should hide for now while I investigate, Yi Wanqing suggested, pushing Mu Qianqian toward her brother. Brother, please take care of Qianqian while I see what's going on. Once Yi Wanqing departed, only Mu Qianqian and Yi Xianlin remained in the courtyard. Being in the presence of such a tall man made Mu Qianqian feel slightly uneasy.
This cane belongs to you, I presume?
Yes.
Here it is.
Yi Xianlin returned the cane to her with the familiar object in hand. Mu Qianqian felt a slight sense of comfort. She anxiously inquired, will Wanqing be alright going alone? I fear she might act impulsively and cause a conflict with the Mu family. If Mu Qianqian were to get physical, I worry Wanqing might suffer. Yi Xianlin smiled reassuringly, do not fret. Wanqing is quite the formidable character, few can contend with her. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian finally felt at ease, patiently awaiting Wanqing's return. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Xuanlin's gaze lingered on her, imbued with a sense of scrutiny.
Yi Wanqing returned, seething with indignation.
I thought they had a change of heart and were worried about you. but it turns out they simply wanted you to foot the bill.
What manner of people are they?
Were it not for her concern for Mu Qianqian, she would have relished the thought of confronting the shameless mother and son duo, perhaps even slapping them both.
After all, their thick skin could take a beating, Mu Qianqian chuckled ruefully. I had already suspected as much.
After the earlier incident at the restaurant, her expectations for Mu mother had diminished entirely.
Qianqian, do not let them trick you into paying.
Otherwise, you will become an unwitting victim, Yu Wanqing warned hastily. Mu Qianqian's expression darkened. I do not wish to return to see them.
Now that is more like it.
Yu Wanqing grinned mischievously. I ordered a few extra dishes for them, since I know they enjoy eating.
Let them have their fill this time.
If they sought to take advantage of her friend, then let them face the consequences of their actions. Mu Qianqian could not help but smile. Thank you, Wanqing.
Friends do not stand on ceremony. Let us go, I will have my brother drive you home.
Before Yi Xianlin could protest, he found himself assigned to the task. Ultimately, he drove his sister and Mu Qianqian safely back to Mingyuan community before returning to Yuncheng Hotel. After Mu Qianqian departed, Mu mother and Mu Qiangyao stared dumbfounded at the exorbitant bill. Mu mother's voice rose sharply. How can this be so expensive, a single meal costing tens of thousands?
Are you robbing us?
Madam, our menu has clear pricing. I did caution you about the quantity of the dishes, but you insisted on ordering so much, the waiter replied. Mu mother's face turned a deep shade of red, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. She had ordered so lavishly, hoping Mu Qianqian would pay the bill, yet, the wretched girl had slipped away with her friends to avoid paying.
That ungrateful girl dares to indulge in a free meal? What has she learned at school?
Mu mother fumed. If I see her again, I shall give her a thorough lesson. She has become too spoiled.
Mu Qiangyao urged, Mom, when can we leave? I need to get back to school this afternoon. The waiter pressed, Madam, when will you settle the bill? Why are you hurrying us? We are not trying to cheat you.
Mu mother shouted. With no money on hand, she hastily called Mu father. Dear, Mu Qianqian has run off without paying, leaving me and Qiangyao stuck here.
You must think of a way to come and settle the bill. How much is it? Mu father asked, his voice trembling as she quoted an astronomical figure. He exploded. Are you out of your mind? Spending that much on a meal? Are you a fool? Figure it out yourself and stop bothering me.
He slammed down the phone, and when he tried to call back, no one answered. Ultimately, Mu mother and Mu Qiangyao attempted to sneak out without paying, only to be apprehended by the staff and reported to the police. Mu father had to bring money to bail them out. Upon exiting the police station, he slapped Mu mother across the face in front of everyone. You wasteful woman, how could I have married such a foolish creature? I've told you countless times to maintain a good relationship with Mu Qianqian, to sweet-talk her into parting with her money so we could buy a house for Chengwei.
Yet you managed to ruin such a simple task.
Mu mother, humiliated and enraged from the public slap, retorted, how was I to know that girl had become so defiant? A few words of reprimand and she sulked as if she were a prized possession. Now that she has attached herself to someone wealthy, she cannot bear to hear a word against her. Previously, Mu Qianqian had endured endless bullying from Mu mother, who had always looked down upon her. How could she ever bring herself to cater to Mu Qianqian's whims? Mu father, now confronted with the significant loss of money, felt as if his heart was being torn out.
You disgraceful creature. Go home and get back to work. After wasting tens of thousands on one meal, you can forget about dining out again. Just drink the wind from now on. Chapter 74. Jealousy and favoritism. That evening, Fu Sihan returned from the company. Did I not mention that I would be home late today?
I told you to eat first. Why haven't you eaten? Mu Qianqian, who had been listening to music on the sofa, removed her headphones upon hearing the familiar footsteps and approached him.
I'm not hungry. I wanted to wait for you to eat together.
The dishes on the table had already gone cold. Fu Sihan advised, next time, you needn't wait for me. If you're hungry, just eat.
Mu
Qianqian always agreed readily, yet she consistently waited for him to return before having her meal. Sometimes, when the young girl became stubborn, Fu Sihan found himself at a loss.
I'll reheat the dishes, you sit tight for a moment.
Fu Sihan warmed the food and brought it back to the table, placing all of Mu Qianqian's favorite dishes in front of her: sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, and the large shrimp she adored. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Mu Qianqian knew that all the delectable dishes had been laid out before her. The uncle always managed to touch her heart with such thoughtful details. Just as Mu Qianqian reached for a piece of fish, Fu Sihan caught sight of her.
Do you want to eat fish? Mu Qianqian licked her lips and replied,
You resemble a little kitten, Fu Sihan remarked, a hint of warmth melting the coldness from his demeanor. Having lived together for some time, Fu Sihan gradually understood Mu Qianqian's preferences. The young girl had a penchant for sweet flavors, could hardly tolerate spiciness, and held a particular fondness for fish.
Don't touch the chopsticks. Mu Qianqian obediently set them down.
Fu Sihan placed the fish before himself and meticulously removed the bones with his chopsticks.
It's ready to eat now, just be careful.
The deboned fish was placed in front of Mu Qianqian. As she savored the tender fish, an overwhelming urge to cry suddenly surged within her. Her family had only ever offered her plain rice and leftovers, yet this uncle would present her with all the delicious food. This was the favoritism she had long yearned for, not desiring wealth or grandeur, but simply a lasting preference. Noticing Mu Qianqian's furrowed brow and silent demeanor, Fu Sihan's expression shifted to one of concern.
What's wrong? Is there a fish bone?
He extended his hand towards her.
Hurry and spit it out.
A person who was known for his cleanliness was actually allowing someone to spit into his hand.
Mu Qianqian shook her head. No. Spit it out quickly.
Fu Sihan's tone grew urgent and slightly fierce. He squeezed her face, compelling her to open her mouth. Frightened by his intensity, Mu Qianqian reluctantly spat the fish into his hand.
Is it better now? Are there any bones left? Mu Qianqian timidly replied, There aren't any.
In truth, there had never been any bones. Fu Sihan had already ensured that they were entirely removed. With a sigh of relief, Fu Sihan discarded the remnants in the trash and went to wash his hands. He stood at the sink, washing his hands repeatedly for over 10 times, pondering how he had allowed the girl to spit into his hand. Had he lost his mind? After much contemplation, Fu Sihan could only conclude one reason. If Mu Qianqian had choked on a fish bone, he would have to take her to the hospital, and then his grandmother would scold him for not taking care of his wife properly. By doing so, he had saved himself considerable trouble and avoided his grandmother's nagging. After dinner, Mu Qianqian deliberated and decided to confide in her uncle about the events of the day. She understood that her lack of experience and maturity meant that sharing her encounters with Fu Sihan and seeking his opinions would benefit her.
Did they come looking for you? Upon hearing the names of Mu Qianqian's family, Fu Sihan couldn't help but frown. He was acutely aware of how they tormented her.
Yes, I went to the mall with them for a meal, and then I returned with Wanqing.
Fu Sihan nodded in approval. Well done.
Mu Qianqian bit her lip, hesitating before speaking. Uncle, I feel a bit guilty. She was unsure if she had acted too harshly.
It's entirely normal to feel that way.
The pressure from your family of origin is not easily shaken off. The fact that you recognize they are harming you and have the desire to resist is already a significant improvement from before.
In the past, Mu Qianqian would never have dared to confront her family.
This time, her courage to deny them the opportunity to exploit her was commendable. With trepidation, Mu Qianqian asked, Uncle, do you think I did the right thing? She feared Fu Sihan might consider her too cold-hearted. However, what she did not realize was that her concerns were entirely unwarranted. In Fu Sihan's eyes, the extent of her retaliation was hardly more than a mere tickle. His methods of dealing with adversaries were far more ruthless and cold-blooded.
If you are uncertain about how to treat others, you can envision yourself as a mirror. Treat others as they treat you.
Fu Sihan's words left Mu Qianqian in deep thought. After contemplating for a while, clarity washed over her, and the entanglement in her heart dissipated in an instant.
Thank you, uncle. I now understand what I should do. Fu Sihan casually inquired, How did you get back? Young Master Yi drove me back.
Fu Sihan paused, the atmosphere around him instantly dropping to a freezing point.
His gaze darkened, and his voice turned low and sultry. Young Master Yi Xianlin? Mu Qianqian, unaware of the danger lurking in his eyes, nodded honestly. MHM.
However, she soon felt a pang of guilt, as she had previously promised Fu Sihan to keep her distance from young Master Yi. Yet, she did not intentionally seek to get close. It was simply that she and Wanqing were good friends, and their paths would inevitably cross. What could she do? Mu Qianqian quickly assured him, Uncle, if I encounter such a situation again, I will refuse young Master Yi's kindness and take a taxi back myself.
Fu Sihan pinched her cheek. Next time something like this happens, call me, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Okay, I'll remember.
Naively, Mu Qianqian thought the matter had been laid to rest. However, she underestimated the pettiness of certain men that night. Fu Sihan tutored Mu Qianqian with her studies. He posed several questions for her to solve. After hearing the questions, Mu Qianqian had a foreboding feeling, and after scribbling with her pen for a long time, she remained utterly perplexed.
Uncle, today's questions are so difficult, could you give me a hint? Fu Sihan coldly replied, I cannot. All right then. Mu Qianqian had no choice but to think for herself. The questions today were not only challenging but also numerous. Mu Qianqian tugged at Fu Sihan's arm and pouted, "Uncle, can I do these questions tomorrow?" Usually, this tactic worked wonders for her. With a little bit of charm and persistence, Fu Sihan would acquiesce to her requests, yet today, this approach failed miserably. "No, there will be new questions tomorrow." Grasping her hair in frustration, Mu Qianqian spent the entire evening troubled by the difficult problems, having no mind to think about young Master Yi or the likes. Even in her dreams, she envisioned herself being pressed against the desk by Fu Sihan, diligently working through the questions. Chapter 74's Jealousy and Favoritism. That evening, Fu Sihan returned home from the office. "Did I not mention that I would be late today?" "I expected you to eat first," he remarked, noticing the untouched meal on the table. Mu Qianqian, who had been listening to music on the sofa, took off her headphones upon hearing his familiar footsteps and approached him. "I'm not hungry. I wanted to wait for you to eat together." The dishes on the table had long since gone cold. Fu Sihan gently advised, "Next time, you needn't wait for me. If you're hungry, just eat." Mu Qianqian always agreed readily, yet she consistently waited for him to return before dining. At times, when the young girl grew obstinate, Fu Sihan found himself at a loss. "Allow me to reheat the food, you sit tight for a moment." He warmed the dishes and brought them back to the table, carefully placing her favorite dishes, sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, and large prawns, before her. The delightful aroma filled the air, and Mu Qianqian knew that all her preferred delicacies were laid out before her. The uncle had a knack for touching her heart with these small gestures. As she reached for a piece of fish, Fu Sihan caught her in the act. "Do you wish to eat fish?" Mu Qianqian licked her lips, replying, "You resemble a little kitten," he remarked, a smile gracing his lips, the icy demeanor on his face melting into warmth. Living together for so long, Fu Sihan had gradually come to understand Mu Qianqian's tastes. She favored sweet flavors, struggled with spicy dishes, and had a particular fondness for fish. "Do not use your chopsticks just yet." Mu Qianqian obediently set her chopsticks down. Fu Sihan then placed the fish before him, meticulously removing the bones with his chopsticks. "You may eat now, just be cautious." The expertly deboned fish was set in front of her. As she savored the tender fish, an overwhelming urge to cry surged within her. Her family had only ever offered her plain rice and leftovers, whereas the uncle would always place all the delectable dishes before her. This was the favoritism she had longed for, not wealth or grandeur, but a simple, enduring preference. Noticing Mu Qianqian's furrowed brow and silent demeanor, Fu Sihan's expression shifted to one of concern. "What is it? Did you find a fish bone?" He extended his hand toward her. "Quickly, spit it out." A man with a penchant for cleanliness allowing someone to spit into his hand was quite the sight. Mu Qianqian shook her head, "No. Spit it out now." His tone grew anxious, bordering on stern. He gently pinched her cheek, urging her to open her mouth. Startled by his intensity, Mu Qianqian reluctantly expelled the fish from her mouth into his hand. "Is it all right now?" "Are there any bones left?" she timidly replied. "None." In truth, there had never been any bones. Fu Sihan had expertly removed them all. Relieved, he discarded the remnants into the trash and stood to wash his hands, scrubbing them repeatedly at the sink. He found it perplexing that he had allowed that girl to spit into his hand. Had he lost his mind? After much contemplation, he concluded that it was merely a preventive measure. Had Mu Qianqian choked on a fish bone, he would have had to take her to the hospital, incurring his grandmother's wrath for not properly caring for his wife. His actions had spared him considerable trouble and the inevitable scolding. Once dinner concluded, Mu Qianqian deliberated and ultimately decided to share the events of the day with the uncle. She recognized her naivety and immaturity, believing that discussing her encounters with him and seeking his perspective would be beneficial. "Did they come looking for you?" Upon hearing the names of her family, Fu Sihan couldn't help but frown, fully aware of how they had tormented Mu Qianqian. "Yes, I went to the mall with them for a meal, and afterward I returned with Wanning." Fu Sihan nodded approvingly, "Well done." Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip, hesitantly speaking, "Uncle, I feel a bit guilty." She was unsure if her actions had been excessive. "It's entirely normal to feel that way. The pressure from your family of origin is not easily shed. The fact that you can recognize their harm and feel the urge to resist is already a significant improvement compared to before." Previously, Mu Qianqian would never have dared to oppose her family. This time, her courage to deny them the opportunity to exploit her was commendable. Timidly, Mu Qianqian inquired, "Uncle, do you think what I did was right?" She feared that he might perceive her as too callous.
However, unbeknownst to her, such worries were entirely unwarranted. To Fu Sihan, the degree of her retaliation was scarcely more than a mere tickle. His methods of dealing with adversaries were far colder and more ruthless.
If you are uncertain how to treat others, envision yourself as a mirror. Treat others as they treat you.
Fu Sihan's words left Mu Qianqian deep in thought. After a moment of serious contemplation, clarity washed over her, dispelling the turmoil in her heart.
Thank you, uncle. I now understand what I should do. Fu Sihan casually inquired, how did you return? Young Master Yi drove me home.
Fu Sihan's movements faltered, the atmosphere around him plummeting to a frigid state.
His gaze darkened, voice low and sultry, Young Master Yi Xianlin? Mu Qianqian, oblivious to the danger lurking in his eyes, nodded earnestly. However, she soon felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had previously promised the uncle to keep her distance from young Master Yi. Yet, she had not intentionally sought his company. Her friendship with Wanning inevitably led to encounters with him. What was she to do? Mu Qianqian hastily assured him, Uncle, if I find myself in such a situation again, I will refuse young Master Yi's kindness and take a taxi home. Fu Sihan pinched her cheek gently. In the future, if such a situation arises, call me, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up. I will remember.
Mu Qianqian naively believed that the matter had been resolved. However, she had underestimated the pettiness of certain men that evening. Fu Sihan assisted Mu Qianqian with her homework, posing several questions for her to tackle. Upon hearing the problems, Mu Qianqian felt a sense of foreboding. She scribbled calculations on paper for quite some time but remained utterly stumped.
Uncle, today's questions are so difficult, could you possibly give me a hint? Fu Sihan replied coldly, no. All right then. Mu Qianqian had no choice but to think for herself.
The questions were not only challenging but also numerous. She tugged at Fu Sihan's arm, acting charmingly.
Uncle, may I do these questions tomorrow instead?
This tactic usually worked wonders. A little coaxing and she could persuade him to grant any request. Yet today, this approach fell flat.
No, tomorrow brings new questions.
Mu Qianqian fidgeted, spending the entire evening fretting over the difficult problems. She had no mind to ponder any thoughts of young Master Yi or young Master Hua. Even in her dreams that night, she envisioned herself being firmly pressed against the desk by the uncle, relentlessly tackling the questions. Chapter 75 of The Wealthiest in Beishar. As Mu Qianqian made her way to class, she once again encountered members of the Mu family. This time, it was her father, Mu Qianqian. Armed with the experience from the previous day, Mu Qianqian harbored no expectations of the Mu family. Her father feigned a benevolent demeanor, saying, Qianqian, your mother visited you yesterday and mentioned that you've been feeling overwhelmed with your studies. I brought you some boiled eggs from home, eat them when you're hungry to nourish your body. Mu Qianqian pursed her lips, replying, I don't want them, please take them back. In the past, she might have been swayed by such trivial gestures of kindness. But now, she was no longer that naive girl. She could discern the motives behind their actions. Her father persisted, we were wrong in the past. We thought you were the most understanding and obedient, capable of grasping your mother and my good intentions. We never anticipated that it would lead to misunderstandings. It's not that we don't love you, it's just that your brother and younger brother are less understanding, so we tend to focus more on them. Just keep these eggs. You have an early class, and you probably haven't had breakfast yet. Hurry and eat one, lest your mother and I worry. Mu Qianqian shook her head resolutely. No, I've already eaten. Without hesitation, her father shoved the eggs into her arms, insisting, if you refuse to accept them, it indicates you haven't forgiven your mother and me. Mu Qianqian quickly retreated, her hands behind her back.
The boiled eggs fell to the ground, shattering into a mess.
I have already changed my household registration. From now on, I have no ties to you. Please do not come looking for me again. After uttering these words, Mu Qianqian bypassed her father and walked directly into the school.
Her father glared at her retreating figure with malice, muttering under his breath, this ungrateful girl, still pretending with me? He picked up the broken eggs from the ground, peeled them, and stuffed them into his mouth. In his eyes, Mu Qianqian had never received love from her family, and he believed her to be starved for affection, easily manipulated with mere flattery. Yet he thought that with a bit more persistence, she would surely soften. However, after several days of coming by, humbling himself to please her, he received no response from Mu Qianqian. Eventually, she changed her route to school, entering through another gate, leaving him unable to catch a glimpse of her. Furious, Mu Qianqian erupted in curses. Heartless wretch, even when I treat you well, you remain ungrateful. You were born with a rotten disposition, still dreaming of cozying up to the wealthy and living lavishly? Bah, dream on. When someone new comes along and you're cast aside, let us see if you have the face to return home. Students passing by cast curious glances. Who was this madman scaring people at the school entrance?
Someone reported the incident to the security, and several guards came to escort Mu Qianqian away, advising him to seek treatment if he had a problem, and not to cause a scene at the school. Unaware of the commotion outside the school, Mu Qianqian relished the peace that came with the absence of her family's harassment. That day, she went to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Yi Wanqing excitedly tugged at her arm. Qianqian, I attended a banquet yesterday. Guess whom I met?
Mu Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. Who? I encountered the legendary person.
Mu Qianqian remained puzzled, yet this did nothing to dampen Yi Wanqing's enthusiasm as she continued to share. You have no idea. He is a significant figure in the Jing Circle, the wealthiest in Beishur. Several buildings at your school were donated by him, and Yuncheng Hotel is one of his family's enterprises.
However, he is low profile and rarely appears in financial magazines or participates in such banquets.
The wealthiest in Beishur, that is impressive. Mu Qianqian marveled. However, this seemed a world away from her own life.
She was merely an ordinary person, with no connection to the affluent or the elite, yet indulging in gossip was still enjoyable.
But it's not just impressive. I always thought he was an ordinary man, but when I caught a glimpse of him yesterday, I nearly swooned from his handsomeness. Yi Wanqing clutched her fluttering heart, nearly fainting from excitement.
Is he really that handsome? Mu Qianqian questioned skeptically. Absolutely.
Far more handsome than any celebrity you see on television. He was wearing a bespoke suit, standing beneath the chandelier on the second floor, speaking with the young master of the Cheng family. Although I only caught a distant glance, his features were as if carved from stone, with a chiseled face and a cold demeanor. Mu Qianqian burst into laughter. Wanqing, you're being overly dramatic. Even she, a self-confessed admirer of handsome men, found it hard to believe that such a man could exist. Surely, Yi Wanqing's infatuation stemmed from too much reading of romantic novels.
I'm not exaggerating. If you saw him in person, you'd know I'm telling the truth.
Yi Wanqing insisted eagerly. Qianqian, when will your eyesight improve?
I must take you to see this handsome fellow.
It should be soon. The doctor said I'm recovering rapidly. Mu Qianqian replied. I truly hope you regain your sight soon.
Mu Qianqian smiled gently. I hope so too.
Yi Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, looking troubled, but it seems there is some tension between him and my brother.
Why is that? I'm not sure.
Yesterday, my brother wanted to discuss a collaboration, but the other party was very indifferent to it. Shouldn't it be that way, that although our Yi family is not as powerful as theirs, we are not without standing? Yi Wanqing was baffled. When had her family become so insignificant? The head of the Fu family had actually ignored her brother. Her brother had always been the one to be courted in Sioux City and had never faced such treatment.
Mu Qianqian shook her head. I don't understand either.
She was utterly clueless about such matters. Let us not dwell on that for now. Qianqian, do you have time next week? I'd like to ask for your help.
I should be available. What is it?
Yi Wanqing nervously rubbed her hands together. I heard that the wife of the Lu family has been feeling better, so my brother has arranged to visit the Lu family next week.
But I'm so nervous. Could you accompany me?
It was her first meeting with her fiancé, and she was extremely anxious. Having a good friend present would help ease her nerves.
Ah, but I've never been to such an occasion. It's fine. Just accompany me as a friend. You don't have to do anything. With you there, I'll feel at ease.
After hesitating for a few moments, Mu Qianqian finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you.
Thank you, Qianqian. You re so kind.
Mu Qianqian smiled, her eyes twinkling playfully. You've helped me so much before. If I don't lend a hand now, wouldn't that be heartless?
Great, it's settled then. My brother will come to pick you up next week. However, Mu Qianqian's expression turned hesitant. Could we not trouble young Master Yi?
Why not?
Mu Qianqian certainly couldn't reveal that her family was strict.
After stammering for a while, she concocted a flimsy excuse. Young Master Yi drives too fast. I'm not used to it.
Chapter 76, The ordinary-looking Fu Sihan. Is this such a trivial matter? Rest assured, my brother has a driver. I can ask him to drive a bit slower.
Mu Qianqian grasped Yi Wanqing's arm. Let's go together. With your brother present, I feel rather pressured.
All right, I'll follow your lead.
Yi Wanqing secretly harbored her own intentions. She wished to bring her brother and Qianqian together. One was her closest brother, and the other was a friend she clicked with instantly. If they could unite in matrimony, it would be a splendid affair. Her brother was not young anymore, yet he had no woman by his side, which made her, as a sister, quite anxious for him. However, it appeared that Qianqian held no interest in her brother, indicating that he was facing a formidable challenge this time.
After parting ways with Yi Wanqing, Mu Qianqian returned to the hotel lobby. Wang Yanru sashayed over, her hips swaying. Are you and Miss Yi good friends? Yes. Mu Qianqian's response was lukewarm. I never expected you, a seemingly innocent girl, to be rather cunning.
You know how to approach those around young Master Yi to achieve your own ends. Mu Qianqian, with a serious expression, retorted, my friendship with Wanqing is not based on her status or her brother.
Wang Yanru scoffed, who believes that? It's just the two of us here, no need for you to put on an act unlike you. I'm not so hypocritical, I can say whatever is on my mind openly. I don't care whether you believe me or not. As soon as Mu Qianqian uttered those words, Wang Yanru was left momentarily speechless. This girl, typically like a soft bun, had never retorted when ridiculed before. What was going on today? Was the sun rising from the west? Mu Qianqian herself was surprised by her own boldness. She found the sensation of standing up for herself rather exhilarating. Don't think that just because you're close to Miss Yi, you can latch onto young Master Yi. I assure you, it's not happening. Initially, Mu Qianqian had no interest in this young Master Yi. However, Wang Yanru's condescending attitude stirred her rebellious spirit. Thus, she deliberately remarked, whether it's happening or not, isn't for you to decide. I find young Master Yi quite easy to get along with. At least he wouldn't toss me out like someone did last time. You. Wang Yanru's face turned ashen, her long nails pointed accusingly at Mu Qianqian. She was seething, her face turning purple, yet she couldn't utter a word. Mu Qianqian felt an exhilarating rush within her. The methods the elder had taught her were indeed effective. She wouldn't be weak anymore from now on. However anyone treated her, she would respond in kind. If they mocked her, she would retaliate. Step aside, I have work to do. Mu Qianqian opened the lounge door, only to be met by a tall man standing outside. As she wondered who it could be, she heard Wang Yanru exclaim from behind her, young Master Yi. Now she understood. The person at the door was Yi Xianlin. Recalling her earlier words, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Would young Master Yi have overheard her? Would he misunderstand her feelings towards him? Yi Xuanlin's gaze, gentle as water, fell upon Mu Qianqian. You left your phone in the garden. Wanqing had something to attend to, so she asked me to bring it to you. Mu Qianqian patted her pocket and realized her phone was indeed missing. Thank you, young Master Yi, and please extend my gratitude to Wanqing. It's merely a trifling matter, no need for concern. Yi Xianlin's voice was warm, and after speaking, he turned to leave. Mu Qianqian tucked her phone into her pocket and exited the lounge, leaving Wang Yanru standing there with a face full of resentment. Why should this scheming green tea girl have any advantage over her? Had she known that young Master Yi had a sister, she would have made her move sooner and established a good rapport with the Yi family's young lady. If she had been friends with Miss Yi, it would have been her receiving young Master Yi's gentle treatment now, not Mu Qianqian. Wang Yanru stomped her foot in frustration, wishing she could turn back time a month. On that day, Fu Sihan happened to have some free time and came to pick up Mu Qianqian after work. As soon as she got in the car, she eagerly shared some gossip. Uncle, have you heard about the richest man in our Bay City on the news? The driver in the front seat and assistant Wang perked up their ears. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow with interest and replied coolly, I haven't heard of him. I'll tell you, Wanqing attended a banquet yesterday and met the richest man in Bay City. Mu Qianqian said excitedly, waiting for Fu Sihan's astonishment. However, after a lengthy pause, he remained as unmoved as ever, his tone flat and calm. Oh. Aren't you curious? I heard the richest man in Bay City is very low-key and never participates in interviews. Wanqing even told me he is exceptionally handsome, more so than movie stars. Seeing the excitement written all over Mu Qianqian's face, Fu Sihan felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. His expression darkened as he coldly asked, You seem quite interested in him? Not particularly, I'm just a bit curious. As a seasoned admirer of good looks, Mu Qianqian's curiosity about this man piqued. It wasn't the wealth that intrigued her, she simply wanted to know what a man more handsome than movie stars looked like. Fu Sihan's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he flatly stated, I've seen him. He is quite ordinary looking. Upon hearing this, the driver and assistant Wang nearly lost their composure. Ordinary looking. Fu Sihan, had their boss never looked in a mirror? But you just said you hadn't heard of him. Fu Sihan remained unfazed, I forgot earlier. Mu Qianqian's disappointment was palpable as she uttered a soft oh. It turned out Wanqing had exaggerated. She had suspected as much. Wanqing had described the man as if he were a deity. Surely, no man could be that perfect. Are you disappointed? At that moment, Fu Sihan felt even more uncomfortable. Not at all. Regardless of whether he is handsome or ugly, it has nothing to do with me, why would I be disappointed? As Mu Qianqian spoke, she gradually realized, was uncle feeling a tinge of jealousy?
Upon this realization, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips, her eyes shining like stars. She quickly hugged Fu Sihan's arm, repeatedly assuring him, I have no interest in that richest man.
I just wanted to share this gossip with you. After all, having reached the level of a billionaire, he probably isn't that good looking and must be in his 40s or 50s. He is practically old enough to be my father, how could I possibly be interested in him?
The car fell into a heavy silence. Assistant Wang, gathering his courage, glanced at his boss's expression through the rearview mirror.
Fu Sihan's face was a complex tapestry of emotions. He was neither happy nor unhappy. After all, who could blame him for stepping on his own toes?
Uncle, why are you suddenly silent?
Mu Qianqian innocently shook his arm.
Unbeknownst to her, her previous words of comfort had not only failed to soothe but had rather plunged a knife into his heart. Chapter 77. And the uncle is quite fierce. Fu Sihan took a deep breath, the veins on his forehead pulsing vigorously. The young girl was adorably oblivious, irritating yet unaware of her effect. Unfortunately, he found himself powerless to act against her, forced to stifle his frustration. Fortunately, Assistant Wang, adept at reading the room, timely alleviated the awkward atmosphere.
Miss Mu, this is chocolate that Mr.
Fu had specially brought back from Switzerland, please have a taste. Mu Qianqian, a true gourmand, immediately diverted her attention. Upon tasting a piece, she found the chocolate to be decadently smooth and rich, far surpassing the offerings from the supermarket. If only her eyesight were restored, she would see that each piece of chocolate bore a unique code, rendering each one truly singular.
It's so sweet, thank you, uncle. Mu Qianqian, a connoisseur of all things sweet, squinted her eyes in delight.
Having just indulged in 2 pieces, Fu Sihan grasped her hand and reclaimed the remaining chocolate.
That's enough, no more than 2 pieces a day. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's brows furrowed immediately.
The uncle could have simply informed her of the rule beforehand, allowing her to savor her treat at a leisurely pace and prolong her enjoyment. Instead, he chose to wait until she had finished, as if deliberately opposing her. Yet she felt she had done nothing wrong or spoken out of turn. Uncle, may I have just one more piece, just one? Fu Sihan coldly refused. No, too much sweet food can lead to cavities.
Mu Qianqian let out a soft huff, playfully pouting, Uncle, are you worried that I might gain weight from eating too many sweets? Fu Sihan couldn't help but chuckle, not at all.
The little girl's whimsical thoughts often caught him off guard with their unexpectedness.
Mu Qianqian mumbled under her breath, it must be true.
She pinched her soft belly, realizing she had gained some weight recently. A deep conflict surfaced on her small face. Could it be? Was it truly because she had put on a few pounds? Was that why the uncle had begun to concern himself with her figure? Would this make him regard her with disdain? Fu Sihan spoke calmly, your body's nutrition has yet to catch up.
It is far too early to worry about your figure.
Mu Qianqian remained somewhat troubled.
Uncle, do you prefer a slimmer figure, or do you like a fuller one? This question left Fu Sihan at a loss.
He had no particular inclination toward either. He held no interest in women. However, with Mu Qianqian's persistent inquiries, he reluctantly returned the chocolate to her.
I'll allow you one more piece. But starting tomorrow, you may have only 2 pieces each day. Thank you, uncle.
Mu Qianqian eagerly unwrapped a new piece of chocolate, savoring it daintily. After finishing 1 piece, she unwrapped another. Just as Fu Sihan was about to admonish her, her hand swiftly shoved a piece into his mouth. The rich cocoa flavor melted on his tongue, a delightful blend of subtle bitterness and overwhelming sweetness.
I didn't eat too much. This piece is for you, uncle.
Mu Qianqian sat in her seat, swinging her legs like a jubilant schoolgirl. Assistant Wang, seated in front, was left agape, nearly able to fit an egg in his mouth. Their Mr. Fu had always despised sweet treats, yet here was Miss Mu boldly feeding him chocolate. This was bound to end poorly. Surely Mr. Fu would spit it out. To avoid the impending awkwardness, Assistant Wang quickly brainstormed strategies in his mind. However, much to his surprise, aside from initially frowning, Fu Sihan made no further motions. He did not spit out the chocolate. Could it be that Mr. Fu had developed a taste for sweets? Yet, the secretary had conveyed no such news. Unbeknownst to Assistant Wang, Fu Sihan was grappling with the unfamiliar sweetness on his tongue, caught in a dilemma of whether to swallow or reject it. Yet as time passed, the chocolate melted away swiftly, leaving him no time to refuse, and the sweetness seeped into his heart.
Is it tasty?
Mu Qianqian inquired with a radiant smile, seeking praise. Fu Sihan's expression darkened as he flicked her forehead, coldly admonishing, "This is the last time. Do not feed me such nonsense again." Mu Qianqian covered her forehead, pouting in a pitiful manner, "Uncle, you're so fierce." Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, resembling polished obsidian, bright and clear. When she playfully acted spoiled, she evoked images of innocent, harmless creatures, making it hard for anyone to remain stern, even Fu Sihan himself. Today, I won't assign you any extra homework, so you can rest well.
Okay. Mu Qianqian's expression shifted from gloomy to bright in an instant.
She rolled down the car window, letting the wind tousle her hair, and began to hum a cheerful tune. Fu Sihan couldn't help but smile faintly. The little girl was indeed easy to please.
Li Siyu called, Qianqian, do you remember that beauty from the neighboring department, Lu Shi? I remember her, why?
Mu Qianqian replied, lounging on the sofa, hugging a pillow while watching television. Although she couldn't see the scene, the sounds gave her a fair idea of the plot. It seems she has reconciled with Feng Song. She has been posting a lot of cryptic remarks on her social media and forums.
Mu Qianqian inquired, what did she say?
I'll read it to you. Those who truly love each other will eventually be together.
Even if some ill-intentioned individuals come between them, the outcome is always favorable.
And another, my relationship with Asong is splendid. Thank you all for your concern. To those wishing to meddle, I advise you to maintain your dignity. It is better for a girl to value her self-respect and self-love. Listening to this, Mu Qianqian felt an odd discomfort, though she couldn't quite articulate it. This one is the most outrageous. Li Siyu's tone turned indignant. She even posted a selfie wearing sunglasses, claiming she has great vision and wouldn't steal someone else's boyfriend. Unlike certain individuals, everyone understood who she was hinting at. It was well known around campus that Mu Qianqian, the academic star, had poor eyesight and often wore sunglasses. Realization dawned on Mu Qianqian. Li Shi was indeed taking jabs at her. Li Siyu scoffed, this person is truly amusing. I heard that this time, she wasn't wooed back by sweet words, but rather by half a bottle of mineral water.
Ha, how does water woo someone?
She went to watch Feng Song play basketball, and he handed her the unfinished half bottle of mineral water. She sweetly drank from it and then agreed to reconcile.
Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth.
I can't believe it, this is even funnier than the dramas I watch. At least in those, there is a bowl of kanji made by the male lead.
Li Siyu never held back, exactly, such a love-struck fool, and yet she still has the audacity to mock others?
If she wants to see a joke, she should just look in the mirror.
By the way, Qianqian, there is going to be a campus beauty pageant, are you considering participating? Chapter 78.
Dancing. Mu Qianqian candidly stated, I think I shall refrain from participating, I am not particularly beautiful. Her words almost left Li Siyu choking.
Cough, cough, what did you just say? You believe you are unattractive? Mu Qianqian smiled gently, indeed, I am merely an ordinary person. Entering the school beauty selection would only be an act of self-degradation, wouldn't it?
Li Siyu earnestly advised, alas, Qianqian, you truly should take a good look at yourself.
Now I understand why Fang Yanran has consistently urged you to get your eyes checked. I find myself harboring the same sentiment. It wasn't that Mu Qianqian had poor eyesight, but rather that the young lady's aesthetic was exceptionally unique. If her face, reminiscent of a destined first love, was deemed unattractive, then who could possibly be considered beautiful? Qianqian, if you were to enter the entertainment industry, you would undoubtedly become a sensation. How could I be that appealing?
You possess a best friend filter. Mu Qianqian was entirely unconvinced by Li Siyu's words. After all, during her time at the Mu household, she was constantly bombarded with various insults and belittlement, never receiving a single compliment.
Years of deeply rooted inferiority could not be altered overnight.
In any case, I believe participating in this selection could be worthwhile. I've heard that some prominent figures in Beishar will be keeping an eye on this event, likely seeking to discover promising talents to usher into the entertainment world.
None of that concerns me.
I solely wish to focus on my studies. Li Siyu shifted her tone. However, there is a cash prize for this selection.
A cash prize, how much? Mu Qianqian's interest was instantly piqued.
The school beauty receives a reward of 20,000. Should one claim the title of first in all of Beishar, the prize is a staggering 100,000. Additionally, there is the opportunity to sign with a top-tier management company, allowing for a seamless entry into the entertainment industry, where the possibilities are endless.
I have no desire to enter the industry.
If I could secure 20,000, that would already be quite commendable. Just moments ago, she had shown little interest, but upon hearing of the potential monetary gain, her attitude made a complete turnaround. Who would reject an abundance of wealth? Furthermore, she owed the uncle a considerable sum, she was in dire need of funds. All right, I shall register on your behalf, you will undoubtedly navigate through challenges and seize the victory. Numerous individuals chose to participate in the registration. Not only was Mu Qianqian present, but also her rival, Yao Xian'er, and Lu Shi. The students from the finance department whispered amongst themselves, "It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle.
Who will prove to be superior, Lu Shi or Mu Qianqian? I have a feeling it should be Mu Qianqian. Her face is simply exquisite, pure and sweet. It's a total knockout." However, the selection of the school beauty entails more than mere appearance. Talent and popularity are also scrutinized. Lu Shi has Feng Xiao backing her, so she might indeed be elevated. But isn't Fu Qianqing fond of Mu Qianqian? The Fu family's wealth surpasses that of the Feng family by far. If we compare, undoubtedly the Fu family is more formidable.
But what you may not know is that Fu Qianqing has a family patriarch looming over him. It is said that the elder does not take a liking to women and strictly governs the younger generation, rendering them as abstinent as monks. If Fu Qianqing were to meddle in the selection for school beauty, he would likely be banished from the family. Standing in line, Mu Qianqian felt a twinge of anxiety. It was not the selection itself that troubled her, but the fear of the uncle discovering her participation. She had not dared to inform him of this endeavor. If he were to find out, who could say how he would react?
Next, number 233. Coming.
Just as Mu Qianqian approached to register, someone bumped into her shoulder from behind, jostling her aside.
Number 233, Yao Xian'er. Yao Xian'er, chewing gum, brazenly cut in line, positioning herself in front of Mu Qianqian.
Clutching her sore shoulder, Mu Qianqian frowned.
"What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and register." Yao Xian'er barked. The upperclassman tasked with registration dared not oppose her and hastily wrote down Yao Xian'er's name. After registering, Yao Xian'er swaggered over to Mu Qianqian.
"You, blind as you are, dare to sign up for the school beauty selection. What will you perform? Blindfolded elephant touch."
Yao Xian'er's taunts elicited laughter from those around them. Mu Qianqian's delicate features turned frosty. "What I choose to perform is none of your concern. You should worry about yourself instead."
"Oh,
have you taken your medication today? You dare to retort?"
Yao Xian'er was utterly astonished that this previously docile girl had mustered the courage to stand up to her.
Spitting her gum onto the ground, she maliciously inquired, "Pray tell, what should I be concerned about?"
With an innocent demeanor, Mu Qianqian replied, "I just overheard you intend to register to sing, but your voice resembles that of a quacking duck."
"Can you really sing well?"
Her tone was sincere, as if genuinely concerned for Yao Xian'er. This provoked Yao Xian'er's fury, wishing to slap the white lotus away.
"You dare insult me?" Mu Qianqian feigned innocence. "I merely spoke the truth."
With that, she circumvented the livid Yao Xian'er and proceeded to the registration desk. Yao Xian'er glared at her retreating figure, her eyes burning with rage. In the past, she would have led her little gang to teach Mu Qianqian a lesson. However, with Fu Qianqing's protection looming over Mu Qianqian, she knew that any act of aggression in public would jeopardize her prospects with the Fu family.
Yao Xian'er, seething with frustration, muttered, "We shall see."
Her voice, rife with anger, now sounded even more like a quacking duck. Laughter erupted from the crowd, prompting Yao Xian'er to storm off in a huff.
"Qianqian, have you decided what talent you wish to showcase?" Li Siyu inquired with concern. Mu Qianqian hesitated. "I have yet to determine."
"Your voice is so melodious, singing would surely be a wise choice. However, I recall that during high school, you also dabbled in dance, correct?"
Mu Qianqian nodded. "Yes, which is why I am conflicted."
Yet, given the harsh treatment from the Mu family, it was not they who had sent her to learn dancing. Instead, there was a well-off student in her class preparing for the arts examination, for whom Mu Qianqian often completed assignments and ran errands, earning a little pocket money. While waiting outside the classroom, she secretly followed along to learn dance. Until one day, a teacher caught sight of her dancing and praised her highly. The art student, feeling overshadowed by Mu Qianqian's newfound attention, expelled her from the training base. "No worries, there is still time before the selection.
You can take your time to ponder."
Upon returning home, Mu Qianqian donned a pure white lace dress and danced barefoot upon the floor. Lost in the music, she was so immersed that she failed to hear the sound of the door opening. When Fu Sikhan returned from work, the scene that greeted him was that of the young girl gracefully dancing. She stood on tiptoe, her legs slender and straight, her neck elegantly elongated, resembling a pure and flawless white swan. Chapter 79. No dancing. Mu Qianqian was so engrossed in her dancing that it wasn't until she finished a piece that she realized there was another person in the house. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she stumbled over her words. "You uncle, you're back.
You can still dance?"
Fu Sihan's gaze was deeply fixed upon her.
"Yes, I learned a little before."
Mu Qianqian turned off the music, her face aglow as she approached him. Recently, her nutrition had improved, and her body had gradually developed into a graceful figure. The dress she wore today was quite form-fitting, accentuating her curves beautifully with each movement. All of this was captured in Fu Sihan's eyes. His throat tightened, and he gulped down a glass of cold water, barely managing to extinguish the fire igniting within him.
What made you suddenly think of dancing?
When Fu Sihan spoke, his voice was laced with a seductive rasp that sent shivers through her.
Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks. I'll tell you later.
She hesitated to directly mention the school flower selection to her uncle, fearing it might anger him.
Then let us have dinner first.
During dinner, Mu Qianqian was distracted, her seafood porridge untouched for quite some time. Fu Sihan longed to pull her into his embrace and feed her spoonful by spoonful.
What are you daydreaming about?
Mu Qianqian snapped back to reality. And nothing, I'll tell you later. After dinner, Fu Sihan sat on the sofa, dealing with company matters.
Mu Qianqian approached with a fruit platter and set it down before him. Uncle, I have something I want to discuss with you.
Nervously fiddling with her fingers, her face bore a mix of anxiety and apprehension. Fu Sihan observed her with a calm demeanor.
Go on.
Uncle, our school is holding a flower selection contest, and the first prize is 20,000 yuan. Fu Sihan, being exceptionally astute, immediately discerned her intentions.
You want to participate? Mu Qianqian cautiously nodded. Yes, is that why you dressed like this and danced at home? Mu Qianqian nodded again, her face unconsciously heating up. Yes.
Fu Sihan's gaze lingered on the hem of her short dress, which barely concealed her thighs, exposing her long, slender legs. A flicker of displeasure stirred within him. In a firm tone, Fu Sihan declared, you are not allowed to participate.
Why not?
Because I said so. But the prize is 20,000 yuan.
Mu Qianqian sat beside Fu Sihan, tugging at his wrist playfully, nearly pulling off his cufflink.
She wished to compete for the prize, unaware that just one of his diamond cufflinks was worth over $2 million. Fu Sihan coldly replied, I don't need the money. He had not yet reached the point where he would require his wife to struggle for financial gain. As they sat on the sofa, Mu Qianqian unconsciously leaned closer to him, her long legs pressing against his. A profound darkness clouded Fu Sihan's eyes, and his body tensed. He grasped her hands firmly, binding them with his tie.
Uncle? Mu Qianqian, bewildered and confused, felt her hands restrained.
Fu Sihan stood, looking down at her from a height, his dark eyes inscrutable. Unfortunately, the oblivious girl failed to comprehend his restraint. After a few attempts to break free, Mu Qianqian showed no signs of succeeding. Her cheeks were flushed, and she gazed up at him pitifully.
Uncle, please let me go. Fu Sihan's expression turned icy. Promise me you won't go, and I'll release you. Mu Qianqian huffed, I refuse to agree.
Her desire to participate in the contest was motivated by her wish to contribute to their household. It was too much to expect her uncle to support her, and now he was restraining her hands. Fu Sihan was amused by her stubbornness.
Then I shall keep you bound.
Mu Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she held back her sobs.
If you want to bind me, then bind me. I am not afraid.
Yet the quiver in her voice betrayed her. Fu Sihan glanced down at her wrists, which were starting to show signs of red from the tight binding. Her delicate skin was likely feeling the discomfort.
Mu Qianqian, let me make it clear.
I do not need that 20,000 yuan.
Feeling aggrieved, tears began to roll down her cheeks. But I want to earn more money to help ease your burden. Why won't you support me?
Upon seeing her tears, Fu Sihan panicked, realizing how tense he had become.
No crying, do you hear me?
Kneeling before her, he used a tissue to wipe away her tears.
No more crying. You can go if you wish. Mu Qianqian's tears ceased instantly. She blinked her glistening almond eyes. Really? Fu Sihan gazed at her steadily, ultimately yielding. Really?
Mu Qianqian's face broke into a radiant smile. Uncle, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. I will strive to secure a good position. Fu Sihan rubbed his temples in frustration. This was not the issue he was concerned about, yet explaining it to this naive girl would be futile. In a stern voice, Fu Sihan added, and one more thing, no dancing.
Why not? There is no reason. You may participate in the contest, but dancing is off limits. Alright, then I'll choose to sing.
Mu Qianqian resolved to forego dancing during the competition. After all, she was only an amateur. Competing against professionals would be futile. Singing would allow her to showcase her vocal strengths confidently. Upon hearing her agreement, Fu Sihan breathed a sigh of relief. The sight of her dancing was too alluring. He wished for no one but himself to witness it, not even other women.
I'll help you untie it. Fu Sihan knelt before the sofa, loosening the knot of his tie.
Upon seeing the glaring red on her wrist, he felt a pang of regret.
Does it hurt?
Mu Qianqian extended her wrist toward him, speaking sweetly, Uncle, if you blow on it, it won't hurt anymore.
Fu Sihan's brows knitted together in irritation.
Ultimately, he reluctantly blew on her wrist a couple of times. Mu Qianqian gently rubbed her wrist, feeling a sweet satisfaction within. Fu Sihan was more anxious about her well-being than she was, concerned that something might happen to her eyes. Therefore, rules had to be established. In a low voice, Fu Sihan threatened, if you dare to cry again, I will. Mu Qianqian, undeterred, boldly replied, what will you do? She did not believe that her uncle would go so far as to hit her. No sooner had she spoken than the world spun around her. She found herself flipped over, lying on the sofa. Fu Sihan's cold voice echoed, cry again, and you shall face the consequences.
Chapter 80. A mild revenge. Have you realized your mistake?
A cold, deep voice emanated from behind, belonging to Fu Sihan. Mu Qianqian turned around, glaring at him in indignation, her cheeks flushed crimson.
You nasty uncle, I shall ignore you.
She stamped her foot and swiftly retreated to her room. How would she ever face him again? Fu Sihan, left in the living room, watched her departure with a smirk playing on his lips. He was curious to see if she would dare to shed tears in the future. The following morning at breakfast, Mu Qianqian kept her head lowered, as though she wished to bury herself in her bowl. Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, inquired with concern, Miss Mu, have you had a quarrel with Mr.
Fu? No. Mu Qianqian replied emphatically. That's good to hear. Fu Sihan, noticing the defiance etched on the young girl's face, realized she was still upset about yesterday's events and couldn't help but smile. Hearing his soft chuckle only fueled her irritation further. She slipped into the kitchen, secretly added a copious amount of sugar to the seafood congee, and served it to Fu Sihan. Uncle, this bowl of congee is for you. Fu Sihan was taken aback. Upon tasting it, a rich sweetness flooded his palate, clashing with the savory flavor of the seafood in a rather jarring manner. Mu Qianqian grinned, resembling a cunning little fox. Uncle, is this congee sweet? Fu Sihan's expression darkened as he enunciated each word, Mu Qianqian. What is it, uncle? Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. This congee was simmered for a long time by Aunt Lu. You mustn't waste it. I'm off to school now. With that, Mu Qianqian slung her little backpack over her shoulder and bounced out the door. Fu Sihan, exasperated, pressed his fingers against his forehead. The little girl was becoming increasingly unruly, clearly spoiled by someone. The Fu family estate. Old madam, I've heard that Madame Lu has been recovering quite well recently, we should invite her over for a visit, suggested a family member. Upon hearing this news, old Madame Fu smiled brightly and nodded, very well, let us extend an invitation. After waiting for quite some time, they finally learned that Madame Lu had regained her health. The questions lingering in her heart could only be answered upon meeting Madame Lu. Consequently, the Fu family sent an invitation to the Lu family. Madame Lu, not daring to neglect her elders, arrived at the Fu residence the following day. Madame Lu, you look well these days, old Madame Fu greeted her warmly. Madame Lu adjusted her forehead, it's because Yunbai is about to get engaged. With such joyous news at home, my heart feels much lighter, and I think less of my little Yao. Yao was the nickname of Lu family's lost daughter, whose full name was Lu Yunyao. The name itself reflected the affection the Lu family had for her. Old Madame Fu savored her tea while discreetly observing Madame Lu. The moment she entered, old Madame Fu was reminded of her granddaughter-in-law. Mu Qianqian bore an uncanny resemblance to Madame Lu, as though they had been carved from the same mold. However, Madame Lu appeared somewhat haggard due to the worry she had endured over the years, her vitality seemingly drained. Madame Lu, how did your little Yao go missing? Would you mind sharing with this old woman? Alas, it's all my fault, Madame Lu sighed, sadness evident in her voice. I can never forget that day. That day was Yao's 5th birthday, and our family was bustling with preparations for her birthday celebration. Yao adored flowers, so we planted numerous precious blooms imported from abroad in the garden and even hired some gardeners to tend to them. But I never anticipated that those very flowers would lead to my daughter's disappearance. Old Madame Fu listened intently, her heart aching at the story. As a mother herself, she could not bear to hear of a child's suffering. The festivities were in full swing when a torrential downpour began outside. Yao, fearing for her beloved flowers, rushed out as soon as we had dressed her in her princess gown. In that moment of haste, she never returned. At this, Madame Lu could not help but shed tears. It's my fault, if only I had held her back. I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, she would vanish. Old Madame Fu sighed, gently patting her shoulder. Do not grieve too heavily.
I have met that child once, and she possesses a fortunate countenance. Perhaps one day, she will return. You must take care of your health and not succumb to despair. Madame Lu's eyes were red and swollen, her cries muffled. In the vast sea of humanity, how could it be so easy to find her? After so many years of searching, her heart had been battered and bruised by disappointment.
How could such a calamity occur in your household? Old Madame Fu wondered aloud. I cannot fathom it either.
Where could Yao have gone? Later, we discovered a small hole at the back of the yard, and the family speculated that Yao must have slipped through that opening. Yet, this did not align with reason. Yao had gone to the garden to tend to her flowers. How could she have ventured to the backyard, and how could she have left in the midst of a storm? The only conceivable explanation was someone had taken her. The mere thought of this possibility pierced Madame Lu's heart like a needle, leaving her breathless.
Madame Lu, does your Yao bear any distinguishing marks?
Madame Lu dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Yes, indeed. I shall not keep it from you. Yao has a red butterfly birthmark on her back. When she was little, we affectionately referred to her as our little butterfly fairy. Who could be so heartless as to steal their cherished treasure? If it were anyone else, Madame Lu would never divulge her daughter's details, but sitting across from her was old Madame Fu, representing a family of great standing, with no need to play tricks with the Lu family.
The butterfly birthmark, old Madame Fu pondered thoughtfully. By the way, Madame Lu, if you were to find your Yao, what would you intend to do?
Without hesitation, Madame Lu replied, if heaven grants me the fortune of finding my daughter, I would rather she never marry, remaining in the Lu family, cherished by her father, brother, and me for all our days, compensating her for the hardships of the past 10 years. This jewel of her heart, how could she consider letting her go so easily?
This presented a dilemma for old Madame Mu Qianqian still carried the bloodline of the Fu family. Should Madame Lu reclaim her at this juncture? What if the Lu family opposed the union?
Wouldn't that result in a rift between Qianqian and Sihan? After Madame Lu departed, the Fu family daughter remained by old Madame Fu's side, conversing.
Mother, do you intend to inform Sihan about this matter? Chapter 80.
The mild revenge of the uncle. Have you realized your mistake? A cold, deep voice emanated from behind, belonging to Fu Sihan. Mu Qianqian turned around, glaring at him in shame and anger, her cheeks flushed to the point of near bleeding. You odious uncle, I shall ignore you. She stamped her foot and hastily retreated to her room. How would she ever face the uncle again? Left in the living room, Fu Sihan gazed in the direction she had departed, a pleased smile curving at the corners of his lips. Let us see if she dares to shed tears again in the future. The following morning, during breakfast, Mu Qianqian kept her head down, as if she wished to bury it in her bowl. Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, inquired with concern, Miss Mu, have you had a quarrel with Mr. Fu? No, Mu Qianqian replied with unwavering certainty. That's good to hear. Observing the defiance on the young girl's face, Fu Sihan understood that she was still upset over yesterday's incident and could not help but smile faintly.
The sound of his gentle laughter only fueled Mu Qianqian's irritation further. She sneaked into the kitchen, secretly adding an excessive amount of sugar to the seafood porridge before serving it to Fu Sihan. Uncle, this bowl of porridge is for you. Fu Sihan was somewhat taken aback upon tasting it. An intense sweetness flooded his mouth, mingling with the salty flavor of the seafood in a rather jarring manner. Mu Qianqian beamed, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Uncle, is this porridge sweet? Fu Sihan's expression darkened as he pronounced her name slowly. Mu Qianqian, what is it, uncle? Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. This porridge was simmered for a long time by Aunt Lu. You mustn't waste it. I'm off to school now. With that, Mu Qianqian slung her small backpack over her shoulder and skipped out the door. Fu Sihan pressed his fingers against his temples in exasperation. The little girl was becoming increasingly unruly, and he wondered who had spoiled her so. At the Fu family's old residence. Old Madam, I have heard that Madame Lu's health has recently improved. Shall we invite her over to our home for a visit? Upon hearing this news, old Madame Fu nodded with a smile. That sounds splendid. Let us extend an invitation to her. After such a long wait, they had finally received tidings of Madame Lu's recovery. The questions lingering in her heart could only be resolved upon meeting Madame Lu. Thus, the Fu family sent an invitation to the Lu family. Madame Lu, not daring to neglect her elders, came to visit the Fu family the following day. Madame Lu, you appear to be in good spirits lately, old Madame Fu remarked warmly. Madame Lu adjusted her forehead. It is because Yunbai is about to get engaged. With joy in the family, my heart feels lighter, and I find myself thinking less of Yao Yao. Yao Yao was the nickname of the Lu family's lost daughter, whose full name was Lu Yunyao. The name itself revealed how dearly the Lu family cherished this daughter. Old Madame Fu sipped her hot tea while discreetly observing Madame Lu. The moment she entered, the old lady was reminded of her granddaughter Mu Qianqian and Madame Lu bore such striking resemblances, as though they were cast from the same mold. However, years of worry had taken a toll on Madame Lu, leaving her appearing somewhat withered and weary. Madame Lu, how did your Yao Yao go missing? Might you share this old woman's tale? Alas, it is all my fault, Madame Lu sighed, her voice heavy with sorrow. I shall never forget that day. It was on Yao Yao's 5th birthday, and our entire family was busy preparing for her birthday celebration. Yao Yao adores flowers and plants, so we had planted many precious foreign flowers in the garden, even hiring a few gardeners to tend to them. Little did I expect, it was those very flowers that caused my daughter to go missing. Old Madame Fu listened intently to this poignant recollection, her heart aching. As a mother herself, she could not bear the thought of a child suffering. The party was in full swing when a torrential rain began outside. Concerned for the flowers, Yao Yao, dressed in her princess gown, rushed outside in a panic, and that was the last we saw of her. At this point, tears streamed down Madame Lu's face. It is all my fault. Had I only held her back, I never anticipated that in the blink of an eye, she would disappear. Old Madame Fu sighed, gently patting her shoulder. Do not be overly sorrowful. I have met the child Yao Yao. She has a fortunate aura about her. Perhaps one day, she will be found. You must first take care of your own health. Do not let yourself falter. Madame Lu's eyes were swollen and red, her sobs rendering her speechless. In the vast sea of humanity, how could it be so simple to find her? After so many years, her heart had been battered and bruised by relentless disappointments. How could such a thing happen in your household? Old Madame Fu pondered. I cannot fathom it either. Where could Yao Yao have run off to? Later, we discovered a small hole at the back of the yard, and the family speculated that she must have slipped out through there, yet, this did not align with reason. Yao Yao had gone to the garden to admire her flowers. Why would she venture to the backyard, and how could she leave through the backyard in the pouring rain? The only explanation was someone must have taken her. The mere thought of this possibility pierced Madame Lu's heart like a needle, leaving her breathless with pain. Madame Lu, does Yao Yao have any distinguishing marks? Madame Lu dabbed at her tear-streaked eyes with a handkerchief. Yes, she has a red butterfly birthmark on her back. When she was little, we affectionately called her Little Butterfly Fairy, their treasured jewel, so dearly adored. Who could be so cruel as to steal her away? Had it been anyone else, Madame Lu would never have divulged her daughter's information so easily. However, the person seated across from her was old Madame Fu, and with the stature of the Fu family, there was no need for them to play tricks against the Lu family. Butterfly birthmark. Old Madame Fu mused thoughtfully. By the way, Madame Lu, if you were to find Yao Yao, what would you intend to do? Without hesitation, Madame Lu replied, if heaven permits me to find my daughter, I would rather she never marry, remaining in the Lu family forever, cherished by her father and brother, allowing us to compensate her for all the hardship she has endured over the past decade. This precious pearl, held close to her heart, how could she ever bear to let her go so easily? This predicament left old Madame Fu in a quandary. Qianqian still carried the blood of the Fu family. If Madame Lu were to take her back now, what if the Lu family opposed the marriage? At that point, would the Lu family sever the couple's bond, tearing Qianqian and Sihan apart? After Madame Lu departed, the daughter of the Fu family remained by the old lady's side, engaging in conversation. Mother, do you intend to inform Sihan about this matter? Chapter 81. A visit to the Lu family. Old Madame Fu sighed. It's a dilemma whether to speak or remain silent. Have you already come to the conclusion that Mu Qianqian is a daughter of the Lu family? More or less. Do you truly believe such coincidences exist in this world? Two individuals without any blood relation resemble each other more than a mother and daughter. Fu Sihan's aunt massaged the old lady's legs. Indeed. I've seen that girl Qianqian. She bears an uncanny resemblance to Madame Lu. If one were to claim they had no blood ties, she would harbor doubts in her heart. Are you hesitant to disclose this matter because you fear the Lu family may oppose the marriage? Precisely. While our family is not lacking in status, the Lu family is certainly not impoverished. Given their adoration for their daughter, it is uncertain whether they would consent to her marrying so young, especially since Sihan is nearly a decade older than Qianqian. The more old Madame Fu contemplated, the more she felt the situation was precarious. Do you intend to keep this under wraps for now? Her daughter asked while continuing to massage her legs. Hiding it is not a viable solution. After all, the mother and daughter have been apart for over a decade. I cannot prevent them from recognizing each other. How about this? At the next family gathering, I will find an opportunity to inquire with Sihan whether Qianqian has that birthmark. If she truly is a daughter of the Lu family, she should decide for herself whether to return to her roots. Your approach is quite prudent. This, after all, pertains to the Lu family. If Mu Qianqian is indeed the lost Lu Yunao, she should return to her family on her own terms. As her grandmother, I shall not interfere. As for whether Sihan can retain his wife, that will depend on his actions. Sigh, I worry about Qianqian's frail constitution. After enduring such difficulty to conceive, what if she faces undue stress and inadvertently harms herself? Mother, please do not fret, every generation has its own fortune, Sihan will manage it well. Mu Qianqian took a day off and arrived at Yuncheng Hotel.
preparing to accompany Wanqing to the Lu family. Ye Wanqing sat at the vanity, while a makeup artist adorned her.
Qianqian, would you like to have your makeup done as well? I think I'll pass. Come on, let us do it together.
I've yet to see you made up, you would surely astonish everyone.
Today is your visit, why would I steal your thunder?
Mu Qianqian was reluctant to overshadow her dear friend.
You are my good friend. If you dazzle the crowd, it reflects well on me. It's fine, just come over, I don't want you to wait around bored.
Yi Wanqing was exuberant and had no qualms about her friend being more beautiful. There was no jealousy in her heart. Having such a stunning friend merely indicated her good taste and amiable nature. What was there to envy? Under Yi Wanqing's enthusiastic invitation, Mu Qianqian took a seat before the mirror. Let me help you design your look and makeup, another makeup artist volunteered.
All right. Mu Qianqian's natural beauty was exceptional.
Her skin was flawless, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, as if they could converse. Her lips were rosy and adorned with a charming Cupid's bow. With such a visage, any style would undoubtedly be exquisite. However, the makeup artist, with ulterior motives, deliberately applied a dark foundation, mascara that resembled fly legs, exaggerated purple eyeshadow, and lipstick that strayed beyond her lips. Once a pure and pristine beauty, Mu Qianqian now appeared rather ordinary beneath the heavy makeup.
Yi Wanqing immediately exploded in frustration, tossing down the comb. What have you done? Qianqian looked far better without makeup.
Miss Yi, today is an important day for you. You are the star. As for others, they can content themselves with being supporting roles.
Yi Wanqing was incensed. Who allowed you to take such liberties? Remove this dreadful makeup and start over. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Yi Xuanling's voice resonated. Wanqing, are you ready? The makeup artist hesitated. Miss Yi, I fear we may not have enough time.
No, you must first remove this ghastly makeup.
Mu Qianqian, unconcerned, interjected. It's all right, Wanqing.
Let us hurry. It would be quite rude to be late for your first meeting with your fiancé's family.
Time was of the essence, and Yi Wanqing reluctantly abandoned the notion of removing Mu Qianqian's makeup. I'm so sorry, Qianqian. I intended for you to dazzle everyone, but it seems I've made you look less than presentable. It's fine, let us just head out.
Yi Wanqing pointed at the makeup artist. You needn't return to our home again.
We cannot afford someone with such manipulative tendencies.
Missy, I didn't mean to, I apologize. Ignoring the makeup artist's flustered demeanor, Yi Wanqing linked arms with Mu Qianqian, and they exited together. As they opened the door, Yi Xianling stood outside. He glanced at his watch and, upon raising his gaze, noticed an unfamiliar person beside his sister.
Who is this?
Yi Wanqing whispered, Brother, this is Qianqian.
Yi Xuanling's pupils dilated, his expression one of shock. He stammered, She is Miss Mu? Yes.
Yi Wanqing felt an immense wave of regret. It was her own fault for insisting on doing Qianqian's makeup, and now, the beautiful girl had been transformed into something peculiar, appearing less attractive than an average passerby.
Mu Qianqian blinked. Young Master Yi, it is I.
Upon hearing her familiar sweet voice, Yi Xianling finally believed that the exaggeratedly made-up woman before him was indeed Mu Qianqian. It must be said, her makeup and her voice were strikingly mismatched.
When had his sister's makeup artist become so unprofessional? Let us go.
Yi Xianling led the way, with Mu Qianqian and Wanqing following. Yi Wanqing complained, When I was in Sioux City, I despised those women who constantly competed in beauty. No matter how close the relationship, they always compared clothing and appearances behind each other's backs. What kind of friendship is that? To her surprise, the makeup artist by her side assumed she was one of those women, deliberately employing some underhanded tactics that left her feeling both angry and embarrassed, while also guilty towards her friend. Mu Qianqian agreed. Indeed, true friends do not constantly seek to outshine one another. Qianqian, please don't misunderstand, this was entirely the makeup artist's decision, not something I instructed her to do.
I understand. Wanqing, I know my friends better than anyone. With that assurance, I feel at ease.
Yi Wanqing silently thanked her stars that Qianqian had such a good temperament. Had it been someone else, they might have held a grudge against her by now.
Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Yi Xianling graciously opened the car door, inviting both ladies to enter. Mu Qianqian hesitated. Young Master Yi, will you also be riding in this vehicle?
Yi Xianling wore a warm, gentle smile.
Yes, I will sit in the front, so as not to intrude on your conversation. His demeanor was so tender that Mu Qianqian felt shy to voice her request.
However, considering the temperament of the individual at home, she hesitantly asked, would it be possible for me to take a different car? Chapter 82 The Fate of the Lu Family. Yi Xianling paused for a moment, a helpless smile gracing his lips.
All right, you all go ahead. I will take the car at the back. Mu Qianqian and Yi Wanqing were the first to board the vehicle. Wanqing, do you think it's inappropriate for me to do this? Not at all. My brother won't mind, you can rest assured. With that, Mu Qianqian finally felt at ease. She and Yi Wanqing settled into the back seat of the car, engaging in lively conversation. Yi Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad you're here with me. Otherwise, I would be on the verge of a panic attack. Just then, her phone chimed with a message from her brother. Does Miss Mu dislike me? The esteemed young Master Yi of Su City had. She wouldn't even share a car with him. Yi Qianlin began to question his own worth. Was he truly that unappealing? Yi Wanqing quickly typed a response. Of course not, Qianqian thinks very highly of you. She is just a bit shy and doesn't enjoy interacting with men. She was determined to see her favorite couple together. In her efforts to bring her brother and Qianqian together, she knew she had to try even harder. Yi Qianlin gazed out the window, still grappling with self-doubt. Yi Wanqing cautiously inquired of Mu Qianqian, Qianqian, do you dislike my brother? Mu Qianqian tilted her head. Not at all, young Master Yi is quite a nice person. How could she dislike someone so courteous and refined? That's a relief. Mu Qianqian was puzzled. Why did Yi Wanqing feel reassured? Simply because she didn't harbor any ill feelings towards young Master Yi. What was there to be relieved about? The luxury car arrived at the Lu residence. Since today was merely a meeting between the two families and not a formal engagement, the atmosphere was not overly grand. Strange, why does the Lu family have no flowers or greenery? It looks so barren, Yi Wanqing remarked, puzzled. Yi Qianlin raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. This matter is related to the Lu family's missing daughter. Refrain from asking further. Oh. As they approached the Lu residence, Yi Qianlin elaborated, I've heard that the Lu daughter went missing while tending to the garden, which is why the entire family ceased planting flowers thereafter. Along the way, they encountered only lawns and shade-providing trees, devoid of any beautiful blooms. Even the garden was stark and bare. So that is how it is, Yi Wanqing silently noted. This was a painful topic for the Lu family. She must not bring it up later. Qianqian, why are you so quiet? Yi Wanqing asked. At the sound of her friend's voice, Mu Qianqian snapped back to reality. Did you call for me, Wanqing? Yes, ever since we entered the Lu residence, you've had your head down, not uttering a word. Are you even more nervous than I am? Mu Qianqian's smile was somewhat stiff. Perhaps. Yet, the true reason remained known only to her. For some inexplicable reason, upon entering this grand residence, she felt an uncanny familiarity, as if she could navigate its halls without a cane. The sound of a fountain reached her ears, and she could almost visualize its form. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask, Wanqing, is the fountain white, with a beautiful mermaid at its center? Yi Wanqing was taken aback. Qianqian, can you see it? Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, I'm just guessing. An image of a fountain had suddenly popped into her mind, prompting her to voice the question. But how could she know what the Lu family's fountain looked like when she had never been there before? Quite strange indeed. Yi Wanqing found it equally intriguing. Perhaps you share a special bond with the Lu family. Young Master Lu Yunbai came out to greet them, accompanied by the butler and several servants. Another figure was present, Lu Yunxiang. As soon as Lu Yunbai spoke, he offered his apologies. I sincerely apologize, my mother is unwell, and my father just took her to the hospital. The Yi siblings were already aware of Madame Lu's poor health. Yi Qianlin instructed the staff to deliver the gifts and graciously introduced, it's no trouble, the health of elders is paramount. This is my younger sister, Yi Wanqing, and this is her friend, Mu Qianqian. Upon hearing the name Mu Qianqian, Lu Yunxiang's heart sank, as if plunged into an icy abyss. This persistent nuisance was here as well. Clenching her fists, she quickly glanced behind Lu Yunbai. To her surprise, she did not see a face resembling her foster mother's. Instead, she beheld a heavily made-up stranger. Excitement surged within Lu Yunxiang. Fortune had smiled upon her. Today, Mu Qianqian looked so garishly made up that even she almost failed to recognize her. Her brother would surely see no discrepancies. Lu Yunxiang was so elated that she nearly burst into laughter. Miss Yi, Miss Mu, Lu Yunbai greeted warmly. Upon lifting his gaze and spotting Mu Qianqian, he momentarily froze, not due to her inappropriate makeup, but for reasons he could not articulate. He stared at her, lost in thought for an extended moment. Lu Yunxiang's inner alarm bells rang furiously, prompting her to interject, brother, why don't you introduce me to young Master Yi? This is my sister, Lu Yunxiang. After making the introduction, Lu Yunbai's gaze returned to Mu Qianqian. I apologize. I've been preoccupied with company matters lately and haven't had much rest, so my reactions are somewhat sluggish.
He possessed a handsome and resolute appearance, the epitome of a bright and cheerful young man. However, fatigue had left faint dark circles under his eyes, and bloodshot veins marred the clarity of his gaze. "Brother, let young Master Yi and Miss Yi come inside and sit for a while," Lu Yunxiang urged, anxious that her brother might discern something amiss. Lu Yunbai nodded slightly. "Xianlin, Miss Yi, Miss Mu, please come in." Once everyone was seated, the servants began to serve tea. Mu Qianqian found herself lost in thought as she sank into the soft sofa. The calming incense wafting through the hall, along with the floral tea presented by the servants, felt inexplicably familiar. Could it be that she truly shared a special connection with the Lu family? Lu Yunbai appeared somewhat distracted, frequently glancing at Mu Qianqian. "Young Master Yi and Miss Yi have traveled quite a distance. Have you quickly made a new friend?" Yi Wanqing responded. "Qianqian is a student at the University of Finance. We get along well and have become friends." She refrained from mentioning that Mu Qianqian worked at a hotel, instead highlighting her academic identity, wishing to protect her friend from being looked down upon. "Is that so?" Lu Yunbai occasionally steered the conversation toward Mu Qianqian, seemingly intrigued by her. Lu Yunxiang felt her heart race, fearing he might uncover something. If he did, her days of ease would come to an end. Realizing this, Lu Yunxiang could no longer sit still. She abruptly stood up. With a forced smile, she suggested, "Brother, why don't you let Miss Mu join me upstairs? You can chat more with Miss Yi and nurture your relationship." Chapter 83. Removing makeup. Lu Yunbai pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, take her upstairs to sit for a while." Thus, Mu Qianqian was ushered away by Lu Yunxiang, who led her to an upstairs room. Upon entering the room, Mu Qianqian was greeted by an overpowering floral fragrance, as if a copious amount of perfume had been sprayed within. "My room smells delightful, doesn't it? This is from a high-end French brand, with fragrances air freighted from abroad. Oh, I forgot, I shouldn't be sharing these details with you," Lu Yunxiang said, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. Her gaze towards Mu Qianqian was laced with disdain and mockery. Although Mu Qianqian's vision was obscured, she could vaguely discern light and make out some colors. The room's decor was predominantly pink, with even the walls painted in that hue. Did the young lady of the Lu family have such an affinity for pink? It rather resembled her own preferences. "Sitting here is rather dull, let me have a servant bring you some tea." When the tea was served, Mu Qianqian took a sip and found it excessively sweet. Lu Yunxiang wore a facade of insincerity, and one might mistakenly perceive her as a gentle and refined young lady. "I have always enjoyed sweet beverages. Do you find it to your liking?" Mu Qianqian nodded, "Yes." She merely felt a slight discomfort. Why did Lu Yunxiang's tastes align with her own so closely? "That is good to hear. You need not feel constrained. You are a friend of Miss Yi. Once Miss Yi marries my brother, we shall also be good friends," Lu Yunxiang remarked, her tone deceptively amiable. "Miss Lu, you are truly kind-hearted." Lu Yunxiang chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I am well known for my good temper within our circle. However, having a good temper has its downsides. There are always those who wish to take advantage of me." Her brother was downstairs, and Lu Yunxiang wouldn't dare to act against Mu Qianqian. Nevertheless, as long as she could keep her brother from interacting with Mu Qianqian, her objective would be accomplished. Mu Qianqian then requested of the servant, "May I use the restroom? I wish to remove my makeup." Accustomed to her bare face, she felt exceedingly uncomfortable with such heavy makeup for the first time. It felt akin to wearing a mask, making her feel utterly out of sorts. The servant was about to oblige when she noticed Lu Yunxiang's expression suddenly darken. Taking advantage of Mu Qianqian's inability to see, Lu Yunxiang frantically signaled to the servant. "Miss Mu, the situation is as follows. We are currently undergoing plumbing repairs, and the water has been temporarily shut off. Your makeup looks splendid. Why would you want to remove it?" Mu Qianqian smiled faintly, "Then never mind." However, she distinctly remembered hearing the sound of the fountain on her way from the garden, indicating that the Lu residence had water. Perhaps Miss Lu simply disliked others using her restroom. "Miss Mu, I have heard that you are a student at the University of Finance. Is your family from Beishur?" "No, my family resides in a county near Beishur." "Oh," Lu Yunxiang mused, probing further, "How old are you this year?" Lu Yunxiang was uncertain about any connection between Mu Qianqian and the Lu family. However, regardless of whether she was the Lu family's lost daughter, Lu Yunxiang could not allow her to be seen by anyone from the Lu family. With a face so strikingly similar to Madame Lu, Mu Qianqian could easily ascend the ranks within the Lu family, and where would that leave Lu Yunxiang? 20 years old. Lu Yunxiang's fingers instinctively tightened. She was exactly the same age as that short-lived heir of the Lu family. Lu Yunxiang quickly followed up with another question. "What month is your birthday?" Mu Qianqian furrowed her brow, trying to recall. She couldn't remember when her birthday was, no one had ever informed her.
I can't remember, I think it's in summer.
Lu Yunxian's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized her, yet her face maintained a smile. Summer, how fortuitous.
My birthday is also in summer.
Though Lu Yunxian's tone seemed devoid of malice, for some inexplicable reason, Mu Qianqian felt averse to spending too much time alone with her. She harbored an indescribable repulsion towards Lu Yunxian.
Fortunately, the conversation downstairs finally came to an end, and the butler knocked on the door. Miss Mu, Miss Yi requests your presence downstairs. Mu Qianqian promptly rose. I'm coming. She hastily exited Lu Yunxian's room and made her way downstairs. Lu Xiao, I shall take my sister home now. Once Auntie has recovered, we shall come to visit again, Yi Wanqing stated.
Very well, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality this time. I shall make it up to you on the next occasion. Mu Qianqian departed the Lu villa alongside the Yi siblings. Lu Yunbai stood at the entrance, keeping a watchful eye on Mu Qianqian's movements. As someone began to water the lawn, the hose suddenly went haywire, spraying a torrent of water.
Mu Qianqian, walking outside, was caught directly by the deluge.
Ah, she exclaimed, as the colorful makeup on her face was washed away, leaving her drenched. I sincerely apologize, the hose malfunctioned unexpectedly. Please, miss, allow me to escort you to the lounge to change your clothes, the servant hurriedly apologized.
Qianqian, are you all right? Yi Wanqing inquired with concern. Mu Qianqian shook her head, smiling good-naturedly. I'm fine, just consider it a wash.
After all, the water was clean and pure. Lu Yunbai, observing the commotion, was about to approach when Lu Yunxian pulled him back. Brother, there is no need for you to go over. She wouldn't want her bare face seen by a man after such an accident. I'll take her upstairs to change, you should step aside, he replied. Her reminder made Lu Yunbai realize he shouldn't proceed. It wasn't merely about her bare face, it was inappropriate for a man to see Miss Mu in wet clothes. Butler, please ensure all male servants keep their distance.
Understood.
Master Lu returned to his study, while Lu Yunxian, feeling anxious, clutched her chest.
Thank goodness her brother hadn't seen. That was too close for comfort. Hurriedly, Lu Yunxian approached the fountain. Miss Mu, you should come with me to change your clothes. You're completely soaked.
In truth, she wished for Mu Qianqian to leave promptly. Yet, in front of so many people, she had to maintain a demeanor of grace and kindness, otherwise, all her painstakingly cultivated reputation would be in jeopardy.
All right, I appreciate your help.
Lu Yunxian led Mu Qianqian to the lounge. Inside, various items were prepared for guests, including an array of new clothing. Mu Qianqian stood behind a screen, feeling her way to change into the fresh attire. Lu Yunxian, impatient to expel her, peered behind the screen.
Are you done changing? In that glance, she caught sight of the butterfly birthmark on Mu Qianqian's back.
Lu Yunxian's pupils constricted, her mind racing with countless thoughts.
I'm ready.
Mu Qianqian stepped out from behind the screen. She now bore a bare face and donned a pristine princess dress, resembling a character from a fairy tale.
At that moment, Lu Yunbai's voice echoed from outside. The hospital just called. I need to go check on something. Please keep an eye on the house. Understood, young master.
Lu Yunxian's expression turned tense, and she immediately grasped Mu Qianqian's arm. Do not go out for the moment.
In her haste, her nails inadvertently dug into Mu Qianqian's flesh. Chapter 83. Removing makeup. Lu Yunbai pondered for a moment and said, very well, take her upstairs to sit. Thus, Mu Qianqian was ushered away by Lu Yunxian and brought to an upstairs room. Upon entering the chamber, Mu Qianqian was greeted by an overwhelming floral scent, as though a copious amount of perfume had been sprayed within. My room is quite fragrant, isn't it? This is from a high-end French brand, with exotic spices flown in from abroad. Oh, how foolish of me to mention this, Lu Yunxian chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Her gaze towards Mu Qianqian was steeped in disdain and mockery. Although Mu Qianqian struggled to see clearly, she could vaguely perceive light and discern colors. The room's decor was predominantly pink, with even the walls painted in that hue. Did the young lady of the Lu family have such a penchant for pink? It oddly mirrored her own tastes. Sitting here is rather dull. I shall have the servant bring you some tea. When the tea arrived, Mu Qianqian took a sip and found it excessively sweet. Lu Yunxian wore a hypocritical smile, leading one to believe she was a gentle and refined young lady. I have always enjoyed sweet beverages since childhood. Do you find it palatable? Mu Qianqian nodded, yes, though it felt somewhat awkward. How could their preferences align so closely? That's good to hear. Please, do not feel constrained. As a friend of Miss Yi, once she marries my brother, we shall be good friends as well. Miss Lu, you are truly amiable. Lu Yunxiang chuckled softly. Indeed, I am well known for my good temper within our circle. However, being amiable has its downsides. There are always those who wish to take advantage of me. With her brother downstairs, Lu Yunxiang dared not act against Mu Qianqian nonetheless. As long as she could observe Mu Qianqian without allowing her brother to interact with her, her purpose would be achieved. Mu Qianqian then requested the servant, "May I use the washroom? I wish to remove my makeup." Accustomed to her bare face, she felt uncomfortable wearing such heavy makeup for the first time, as if donning a mask that rendered her uneasy. The servant was about to acquiesce when Lu Yunxiang's expression soured instantaneously. Taking advantage of Mu Qianqian's impaired vision, she gestured vehemently at the servant. "Miss Mu, I regret to inform you that we are currently repairing the plumbing, and the water is temporarily shut off. Your makeup looks splendid, why would you wish to remove it?" Mu Qianqian curled her lips slightly. "Then I shall forego it." However, she distinctly heard the sound of a fountain while walking through the garden, indicating that the Lu family indeed had water. Perhaps Miss Lu simply disliked others using her washroom. "Miss Mu, I understand you are a student at the University of Finance. Is your family local to Bay City?" "No, my family resides in a county near Bay City." "Oh." Lu Yunxiang feigned contemplation and probed further. "How old are you this year?" In truth, Lu Yunxiang was uncertain about any connection between Mu Qianqian and the Lu family. Regardless of whether she was the long-lost daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yunxiang could not allow her to be seen by the family. With a visage so reminiscent of Madame Lu, Mu Qianqian could easily command influence within the Lu household, threatening Lu Yunxiang's position. 20. Lu Yunxiang's fingers instinctively tightened. That was precisely the same age as the Lu family's ill-fated member. She quickly followed up with, "In which month is your birthday?" Mu Qianqian furrowed her brow, ruminating for a moment. She could not recall the exact date of her birthday, as no one had ever informed her. "I cannot remember. I believe it is in the summer." Lu Yunxiang's eyes narrowed dangerously as she scrutinized her, yet her face retained a semblance of a smile. "Summer, how fortuitous, my birthday is also in summer." Although Lu Yunxiang's tone appeared benign, for some reason, Mu Qianqian felt an aversion to prolonged solitude with her. Fortunately, the conversation downstairs finally concluded, and the butler came to knock on the door. "Miss Mu, Miss Yi requests your presence downstairs." Mu Qianqian promptly stood. "I shall be right there." She hastily exited Lu Yunxiang's room and made her way downstairs. "Young Master Lu, I shall take my sister home now. We will visit again once mother has recovered." "Certainly, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality this time. I shall make it up to you on our next visit." Mu Qianqian departed the Lu villa alongside the Yi siblings. Lu Yunbai stood at the entrance, discreetly observing Mu Qianqian's movements. While someone was watering the lawn, the water hose suddenly went awry, spraying a deluge of water. As Mu Qianqian walked outside, she was caught directly in the torrent. "Oh no," she exclaimed, as the colorful makeup on her face was washed away, leaving her drenched. "I sincerely apologize. The water hose malfunctioned. Please, miss, allow the servant to assist you in changing clothes." The servant quickly apologized. "Are you all right, Qianqian?" Yuanqing inquired with concern. Mu Qianqian shook her head and smiled amiably. "I'm fine. Consider it a refreshing facial wash." After all, the water was clean and pure. Lu Yunbai, witnessing the commotion, was about to approach when he was halted by Lu Yunxiang. "Brother, there is no need for you to go. She has accidentally removed her makeup and surely would prefer not to have her bare face seen by a man. I shall escort her upstairs to change. You should step aside," he responded. Her reminder made Lu Yunbai realize that he ought not to approach. It was not merely about her bare face, but rather that Miss Mu's clothing was entirely soaked, and it would be inappropriate for him to witness. "Butler, ensure all male servants vacate the vicinity." "Understood." Young Master Lu returned to his study, while Lu Yunxiang, heart racing, patted her chest. Thankfully, she had not allowed her brother to see. Feeling a sense of urgency, Lu Yunxiang hurried to the fountain's edge. "Miss Mu, please accompany me to change your clothes, yours are soaked." Deep down, she wished for Mu Qianqian to leave swiftly. Yet, in front of so many people, she had to maintain an appearance of grace and warmth, otherwise, her hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Lu Yunxiang led Mu Qianqian to the lounge. Inside, there were various items prepared for guests, including an array of brand-new clothing. Mu Qianqian stood behind a screen, feeling around as she changed into a new outfit. Lu Yunxiang, eager to expedite her departure, peeked behind the screen. "Have you finished changing?" In that moment, she caught sight of the butterfly birthmark on Mu Qianqian's back. Lu Yunxiang's pupils constricted, her mind racing with thoughts. I am done.
Mu Qianqian emerged from behind the screen, her bare face restored, clad in a pristine princess dress, resembling a character straight from a fairy tale.
Just then, Lu Yunbai's voice rang out from outside. The hospital just called. I need to go check on things, please keep an eye on the house. Yes, young master. Lu Yunxian's expression turned anxious as she immediately seized Mu Qianqian's arm. Do not go out just yet. In her haste, her nails inadvertently dug into Mu Qianqian's flesh.
Chapter 84 of The Blossoming of Affections. Mu Qianqian let out a pained gasp. However, at that moment, Lu Yunxiang's complexion was ashen, her entire focus consumed by the sounds outside, leaving her utterly oblivious to Mu Qianqian's distress. It was only when Lu Yunbai drove away from the Lu family villa that Lu Yunxiang's anxious heart finally found solace. She exhaled a long sigh, her back damp with a cold sweat. Come, allow me to escort you out, Lu Yunxiang said, placing a hat upon Mu Qianqian's head. The wide brim and the delicate pearl lace beneath it perfectly concealed her exquisitely delicate face. Were it not for their proximity, one could hardly discern her features. This hat complements your dress beautifully, Lu Yunxiang explained.
Mu Qianqian, not giving it much thought, donned the hat and exited the lounge.
Wow, Qianqian, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. You should wear skirts more often, especially in pink and white.
They suit you perfectly.
Yu Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Mu Qianqian blushed slightly. Oh, Wanqing, please refrain from teasing me.
Tease you, I speak only the truth. Yu Wanqing interlinked her arm with Mu Qianqian's. Shall we go? Miss Lu, farewell.
A stiff smile lingered on Lu Yunxiang's lips as she replied, farewell. As the Yi family's car drove away, Lu Yunxiang's legs weakened, nearly causing her to stumble, but thankfully a servant caught her just in time. At last, she had managed to send Mu Qianqian away. Next time, she must ensure that the girl never appears before the Lu family again. A flicker of malice swiftly crossed Lu Yunxiang's gaze.
Yi Wanqing, still linked with Mu Qianqian, insisted on taking a photograph together.
Qianqian, you look so lovely in that dress. Let us capture this moment and I'll post it to my social media.
Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed deeper. I'd rather not, Wanqing. I feel a bit shy.
Then let us take a picture together, and I want to share it, just for our own enjoyment.
After much coaxing from Yi Wanqing, Mu Qianqian finally acquiesced, and they took a selfie.
I'm going to set this picture as my screensaver.
Sounds great.
Yu Wanqing turned her head suddenly. Oh, Qianqian, what happened to your arm?
My goodness, it's all bruised. Who did this to you?
Mu Qianqian's arm bore a patch of purple and red, complete with fingernail imprints, as if someone had gripped her quite forcefully. Just looking at it was painful. She cradled her arm, wincing slightly. It was when Miss Lu pulled me. It must have been an accident. She surely didn't mean to hurt me.
Even if unintentional, such force is utterly unacceptable.
Yi Wanqing exclaimed indignantly.
It's nothing, truly.
It is not a big deal, Mu Qianqian replied with a dismissive smile. After all, during her time in the Mu household, enduring a beating was a regular occurrence. Being pinched or twisted was merely a part of life.
Yi Wanqing regarded her with suspicion. I can't shake the feeling that Miss Lu is rather peculiar.
She appeared to be a kind and gentle soul, yet privately, she was capable of such cruelty to leave Qianqian's arm bruised.
Was Lu Yunxiang truly as gentle as she seemed, or was it all merely a facade?
Let us not dwell on her. Wanqing, how did your conversation with young Master Lu go?
Mu Qianqian deftly shifted the topic. Yi Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she cleared her throat nervously.
It went well. I suppose young Master Lu is quite different from what I had imagined.
Mu Qianqian prodded teasingly. In what way? Well,
I initially thought he was just a spoiled rich heir, yet he is incredibly knowledgeable, humble, and devoid of any airs.
From what you say, it seems you are quite pleased with the prospect of your union?
Yi Wanqing's face turned crimson. Not at all. Please don't say such things. This matter has yet to even begin. I need more time to consider.
Mu Qianqian stifled a giggle behind her hand. It appeared that Wanqing's romantic prospects were indeed blossoming.
Lu Yunbai hurried to the hospital to keep vigil, fortunate that MRS.Lu was not in dire straits and would merely require some time to recuperate.
Your mother is suffering from a heart ailment. There is little the doctor can do.
Father, I understand. I will continue to send people to search for my sister. Once I find her, my mother will surely recover. In this vast sea of humanity, such a search is far from simple, the head of the Lu family remarked, his gaze weary, with a few strands of gray at his temples.
How did your meeting with Miss Yi go today?
Lu Yunbai pressed his lips together. There are many matters at the company.
I currently have no thoughts of marriage.
Lu Feng patted his shoulder. I understand your concern for your mother, but if you could settle down sooner, it would fulfill her wishes. One step at a time, Lu Yunbai replied coldly.
Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Yunbai opened his phone to check for any updates from the company. He received a message from Yi Wanqing. Young Master Lu, where did you purchase the calming incense your family uses? I wanted to ask for my brother. Lu Yunbai typed a reply, from a temple. Which temple? Is it in Bay City? If Lu Yunbai had any interest, he could use the excuse of taking her to the temple to seek incense as an opportunity to invite Yi Wanqing out. Yet, he only replied with the name of the temple, saying nothing further. Yi Wanqing clutched her phone, her brow furrowed in frustration. Such a golden opportunity to suggest an outing, and yet young Master Lu responded so coldly. Could it be that he truly held no interest in her? Just as Lu Yunbai was about to exit the chat, he accidentally clicked on Yi Wanqing's profile picture and saw the latest addition to her album, what appeared to be a shot of her in a car, with someone else beside her. Lu Yunbai quickly clicked to view it. However, the picture only captured Yi Wanqing's face, while the other individual was dressed in a princess gown and wearing a lace hat, obscuring her features entirely beneath the brim. A feeling of indescribable disappointment washed over Lu Yunbai, as if he had missed something profoundly significant. What could it be? Please drop me off here, I wish to walk for a while. Very well, but do take care and call me when you arrive home. Mu Qianqian alighted from the car, anxious that the driver might recognize her as having returned in the Yi family's vehicle. No sooner had she stepped into the neighborhood than a luxury car pulled up beside her. Miss Mu, came the voice of Assistant Wang from within the vehicle. Mu Qianqian's heart leapt with joy as she approached the car and leaned on the window to speak. Uncle, are you off work? Fu Sihan pinched her soft cheek. What an atrocious hat you have on. He was well aware of the clothes he had purchased for her and could not recall having bought this hideous hat. Mu Qianqian pouted. Uncle, is your taste really that outdated? How can this be ugly? Wanqing and Yi both think it looks lovely. Fu Sihan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Yi who? Mu Qianqian blinked her big, innocent eyes, knowing better than to speak the truth. She rubbed her cheek and quickly changed her tune. I misspoke, it's not young Master Yi, it's young Master Lu. In her mind, Mu Qianqian thought that since uncle held a poor impression of young Master Yi, he would likely not be angry if she mentioned another name. However, to her surprise, upon hearing this name, Fu Sihan's icy demeanor intensified. With a grim expression, Fu Sihan gritted his teeth. Who is this young Master Lu that has suddenly emerged? How many suitors had his little girl attracted? Chapter 84 Attracting Love. Mu Qianqian winced in pain, letting out a hissing sound. However, at that moment, Lu Yunxiang's face was ashen, her entire focus devoted to listening to the sounds from outside, leaving her no room to concern herself with Mu Qianqian. It was only when Lu Yunbai drove away from the Lu family villa that the anxiety weighing on Lu Yunxiang's heart finally eased. She let out a long sigh, her back dampened with a layer of cold sweat. Come, allow me to escort you out, Lu Yunxiang said, placing a hat atop Mu Qianqian's head. The broad brim, along with the lace and pearl embellishments, perfectly concealed her delicate features. Had they not been so close, one would hardly discern her appearance. This hat complements your dress splendidly, Lu Yunxiang explained. Mu Qianqian gave it little thought and exited the lounge wearing the hat. Wow, Qianqian, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. You should wear dresses more often, especially in pink and white. They suit you perfectly. Yi Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Mu Qianqian smiled shyly. Wanqing, please refrain from teasing me. I'm not teasing you, I'm merely speaking the truth. Yi Wanqing insisted, linking her arm with Mu Qianqian's. Shall we go? Miss Lu, goodbye. A stiff smile lingered on Lu Yunxiang's lips as she replied, goodbye. As the Yi family's vehicle drove away, Lu Yunxiang's legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall, but fortunately, a servant caught her in time. Finally, Mu Qianqian had been sent away. In the future, she must ensure that the girl does not appear before the Lu family again. A glint of malice flickered in Lu Yunxiang's eyes. Yi Wanqing clung to Mu Qianqian's arm, insisting on taking a photo together. Qianqian, you look so lovely in that dress, let us capture this moment for my social media. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, I don't know, Wanqing. I feel a bit shy. Let us just take a picture together. I won't post it, I promise to keep it for my own enjoyment. Yi Wanqing persisted. Eventually, Mu Qianqian relented, and they took a selfie. I'm going to set this picture as my screensaver. Sounds good. Yi Wanqing turned her head and suddenly exclaimed, oh, Qianqian, what happened to your arm? My goodness, it's all bruised. Who pinched you? Mu Qianqian's arm bore a patch of purple bruising, complete with fingernail marks, as if someone had gripped her with force. It was painful to behold. She covered her arm, wincing slightly.
It was when Miss Lu pulled me.
It must have been an accident, she likely didn't mean to.
Even if it was unintentional, she shouldn't have treated you that way, that is simply outrageous.
Yi Wanqing declared indignantly. It's nothing, really.
I am not bothered by it, Mu Qianqian replied with a carefree smile. After all, during her time at the Mu family, enduring a beating was a regular affair, and being pinched or twisted was commonplace. Yi Wanqing looked on with skepticism.
I can't shake the feeling that Miss Lu was rather peculiar.
She appeared kind-hearted, yet her true nature seemed much harsher, evident in the bruises on Qianqian's arm.
Was Lu Yunxian truly as gentle and amiable as she seemed, or was it all an act?
Let us not dwell on her. Wanqing, how did your conversation with young Master Lu go?
Mu Qianqian deftly shifted the topic.
Yi Wanqing's face reddened, and she cleared her throat awkwardly.
Well, it was quite pleasant. Young Master Lu is not quite as I had imagined. How so? Mu Qianqian probed playfully.
I had expected him to be a frivolous, idle heir, but he turned out to be well-read, humble, and utterly devoid of arrogance.
From what you're saying, it sounds like you're quite pleased with the prospect of your union? Yi Wanqing blushed even deeper. Oh, no.
Don't say such things, there is not even a hint of that yet, let me think it over a bit longer.
Mu Qianqian stifled a giggle. It appeared that Wanqing's romantic prospects were blossoming.
Lu Yunbai hurried to the hospital to keep his mother company, relieved to find that she was not in severe danger and would only require some time to recuperate.
Your mother suffers from a heart ailment. The doctor can do little.
Father, I understand. I will continue searching for my sister's whereabouts. Once I find her, my mother will surely recover. The vast sea of humanity makes such a task far from easy, the head of the Lu family remarked, his gaze weary and streaked with silver at the temples.
How did your meeting with Miss Yi go today?
Lu Yunbai pressed his lips together.
There are many matters concerning the company. I currently have no intention of marrying.
Lu Feng patted his shoulder. I understand your concern for your mother, and that your mind is elsewhere. However, should you settle down sooner rather than later, it would fulfill your mother's wishes.
One step at a time, Lu Yunbai replied coolly.
Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Yunbai opened his phone to check for any updates from the company. Instead, he received a message from Yi Wanqing. Young Master Lu, where do you buy the calming incense your family uses?
I'd like to ask for my brother. Lu Yunbai typed back, obtained from a temple. Which temple? Is it in Bay City?
If Lu Yunbai were inclined, he could use the excuse of taking her to the temple to ask for incense as a pretext to invite Yi Wanqing out. However, he merely replied with the name of the temple, saying nothing further. Yi Wanqing held her phone, her brows knitting together in frustration. Such a golden opportunity, and he didn't even suggest going out with her. Young Master Lu's response was so cold. Did he truly have no interest in her? Just as Lu Yunbai was about to exit the chat, he inadvertently clicked on Yi Wanqing's profile picture and caught sight of her most recent photo, apparently taken in a car, with someone else beside her. He immediately tapped to view it, but the picture only showcased Yi Wanqing's face, while the other person, clad in a princess gown and wearing a lace hat, was obscured by the brim, leaving their features hidden. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over Lu Yunbai, as if he had missed something profoundly significant. What could it be? Just drop me off here, I'd like to get out and take a stroll.
Alright, but do take care. Call me when you get home.
Mu Qianqian alighted from the vehicle, anxious not to be seen by the driver, as she had returned in the Yi family's car. Before she could enter the community, a luxury car pulled up beside her. Miss Mu, came the voice of Assistant Wang from within the car. A surge of joy filled Mu Qianqian as she approached the vehicle, leaning against the window to speak.
Uncle, have you finished work? Fu Sikan pinched her soft cheek. What an ugly hat you're wearing. Mu Qianqian's outfit had been purchased at his behest, and he was well aware of her wardrobe.
He certainly did not recall buying her that hideous hat. Mu Qianqian pouted.
Uncle, do you have poor taste? This hat is not ugly. Wanqing and Yi both said it looks nice. Fu Sikan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Yi who? Mu Qianqian blinked her big, bright eyes, instantly hesitant to speak the truth.
She scratched her cheek and quickly revised her statement.
I misspoke, it's not young Master Yi, it's young Master Lu.
Deep down, she thought that since Uncle held a negative impression of young Master Yi, he might not become upset if she mentioned someone else. However, to her surprise, upon hearing that name, Fu Sikan's icy demeanor intensified. With a grim expression, Fu Sikan gritted his teeth. Where is yet another young Master Lu emerged from?
Just how many admirers did his little girl attract?
Chapter 85 of the contradictory Uncle Mu Qianqian elucidated. It's Lu Yunbo, the young master of the Lu family. He is Wanqing's fiancé, and today I accompanied Wanqing to the Lu residence.
Fu Sikan inquired in a low voice, is the clothing also from the Lu family? Mu Qianqian nodded.
I accidentally got the clothes wet, so I changed into another set. Fu Sikan assumed that these garments were chosen by Lu Yunbo, and his gaze was immediately filled with disdain.
What caliber of clothing is worthy of her wearing? Change out of that hideous outfit as soon as you get home. Mu Qianqian obediently agreed, all right.
Fu Sikan's jaw tightened, and he did not forget to admonish, keep your distance from that young master Lu in the future.
Why?
Mu Qianqian tilted her head, puzzled. Fu Sikan scoffed, he already has a fiancée and yet compliments other women on their beauty, he is not a good person. Unbeknownst to him, his words dripped with jealousy. The driver and assistant Wang, seated in the front, observed with feigned indifference, pretending not to have heard.
Who would dare remind President Fu that he was being possessive? Get in the car.
Just as Mu Qianqian was about to open the car door, Fu Sikan's keen eyes caught sight of a purplish bruise on the inner side of her arm.
What happened to your arm?
I bumped it accidentally.
Mu Qianqian did not wish to mention Lu Yunxian, finding it tiresome to elaborate on her, so she fabricated an excuse.
How could you be so careless?
Fu Sikan expressed his disdain.
This girl, both foolish and clumsy, how has she managed to grow up? Fu Sikan exited the car decisively. You all head back first, I have matters to attend to.
Understood. Uncle, do you have something to do? Then I will head home to do my homework.
Mu Qianqian turned to return to her community, only to be pulled back by Fu Sikan, who grasped her collar.
Why the hurry? Are you so unwilling to come with me?
The corners of Mu Qianqian's mouth lifted. Are you taking me with you, uncle? That would be wonderful.
It's not that I don't want to be with you. I just fear I might disturb you. Fu Sikan smirked, let us go.
It was originally for her sake, so what was there to worry about disrupting her? Fu Sikan took Mu Qianqian's hand and led her to a pharmacy.
Get some medicine for promoting blood circulation and resolving bruises. Mu Qianqian, anxious, asked, Uncle, are you injured? Where are you hurt?
After purchasing the medicine, Fu Sikan led her out of the pharmacy and sat on a bench.
Uncle, where are you hurt?
Mu Qianqian anxiously clung to his arm, peppering him with questions. Fu Sikan, overwhelmed by her incessant inquiries, pinched her little face with his thumb and index finger. The chatterbox had instantly transformed into a pufferfish. The pufferfish blinked her glistening eyes and mumbled indistinctly, Dessous. Fu Sikan, charmed by her adorableness, felt his heart soften, and his expression softened in kind.
It's not me who is injured. It is you.
He twisted open the bottle, poured out the medicinal oil, and gently applied it to the bruise on Mu Qianqian's arm, rubbing it tenderly. The moment his palm made contact, Mu Qianqian shivered.
Does it hurt? Fu Sikan inquired. Mu Qianqian shook her head, it doesn't hurt.
Just a bit shy. Uncle's palm was so warm, with rough calluses, kneading her soft flesh. As his gentle motions coaxed the bruise, the frightening purple gradually faded away. Mu Qianqian raised her arm, glancing at her uncle from time to time. She found herself unconsciously imagining what her uncle looked like. Was he serious in that moment? If only she could see his face with her own eyes.
Why do you keep staring at me?
Caught in the act, Mu Qianqian quickly denied, I wasn't looking at you.
You think I have poor eyesight like you?
Fu Sikan, concerned about her discomfort, engaged her in casual conversation to divert her attention.
I was looking at that streetlight, not you. Mu Qianqian randomly pointed at something.
Fu Sikan turned around, a broader smile gracing his lips. That's a motorcycle light, not a streetlight.
Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully tapped her head, oh.
Fu Sikan freed one hand to grasp her wrist.
Stop tapping. You might make yourself even more foolish. The little girl was already not the sharpest, and further tapping her head would only exacerbate her folly. Mu Qianqian instantly felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, her cheeks glowing like lanterns. Uncle was too mischievous, always teasing her. She was not foolish. Fu Sikan suddenly spoke, get up, let us switch places. Why? It's inconvenient for me to sit here.
Mu Qianqian believed him and stood up to switch seats with Fu Sikan. After the shift, Mu Qianqian realized that the breeze next to her had considerably diminished. All the wind was blocked by her uncle's broad shoulders.
Does your wound still hurt? Not anymore. Fu Sikan held her hand, let us go home. A soak in warm water will make the bruise disappear overnight.
At that moment, the sky had completely darkened. Mu Qianqian shivered from the cold. The next second, a warm coat enveloped her, carrying the residual warmth of the man, shielding her from the chill. The coat bore a reassuring scent of sandalwood, mingling with a distinctly masculine aroma. Mu Qianqian paused, looking up at the tall man beside her.
Uncle, aren't you cold? Fu Sihan remained unfazed. I'm warm.
His warm, broad palm completely enveloped Mu Qianqian's hand. She lowered her head, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. She had uncovered a secret about her uncle, that he was contradictory in his words and actions. Upon returning home, Mu Qianqian was ordered by her uncle to change her clothes. Once she had changed, Aunt Lu from next door was summoned. Fu Sihan furrowed his brow, pointing at the clothes she had just discarded.
Throw this pile of trash away. Aunt Lu hesitated upon seeing the garments. Mr. Fu, such fine clothing, should we really just discard it? If I tell you to throw it away, then throw it. The sight of those hideous clothes and that ugly hat reminded Fu Sihan of the young master of the Lu family. A person who casually praises another's wife cannot be a good person. It would be better to swiftly dispose of the clothing, out of sight, out of mind. All right, I will take care of it. Mu Qianqian entered the bathroom to shower, utilizing the sound of the cascading water as cover, and began to hum a tune. After all, with the school flower competition approaching, she aimed to win the prize money, so she needed to practice diligently. After her shower, Mu Qianqian picked up a glass on the table and drank some milk. Were you practicing singing in the bathroom? Fu Sihan's voice came from behind her. Mu Qianqian nearly choked, almost spitting the milk out. Cough, cough, uncle, you could hear me? She had thought the sound of the water would mask her voice. Of course, I'm not deaf. Fu Sihan observed her adorably clueless expression and couldn't help but reach out to gently wipe the milk residue from the corner of her mouth. Mu Qianqian felt embarrassed, wishing she could disappear, finding a place to hide. If you want to practice singing, tomorrow I'll take you to the recording studio to use professional equipment. Mu Qianqian's mouth fell open in astonishment, both surprised and delighted. Really? I can go to the recording studio to practice singing? Fu Sihan's deep voice carried a hint of humor. When have I ever lied to you? Chapter 85 of The Contradictory Uncle. Mu Qianqian elucidated, it is Master Lu Yunbai we are speaking of. He is Wanqing's fiancé, and today I accompanied her to the Lu residence. Fu Sihan inquired in a grave tone, is the attire also from the Lu family? Mu Qianqian nodded. I accidentally got the clothes wet, so I changed into this set. Fu Sihan's eyes brimmed with disdain, assuming these garments were chosen by Lu Yunbai. What caliber of clothing could possibly merit her wearing? You must change out of this hideous outfit upon returning. Mu Qianqian obediently replied, all right. Fu Sihan's jaw tightened, and he did not forget to admonish, in the future, keep your distance from that Master Lu. Why is that? Mu Qianqian tilted her head, puzzled. Fu Sihan scoffed, he already has a fiancée and yet praises other women's beauty. He is not a good person. Unbeknownst to him, the acidity of his words was palpable. The driver and assistant Wang in the front seat feigned ignorance, pretending not to have heard. Who would dare remind President Fu that he was displaying jealousy? That would be courting disaster. Let us get in the car. Just as Mu Qianqian was about to open the door, Fu Sihan's keen eyes caught sight of a purplish-red mark on her inner arm. What happened to your arm? I accidentally bumped into something. Not wishing to elaborate on the matter of Lu Yunxiang, she hastily concocted an excuse. How could you be so careless? Fu Sihan expressed his disapproval. This girl was both foolish and inept. It was a wonder how she had grown up thus far. Fu Sihan exited the car decisively, stating, you all head back first, I have matters to attend to. Understood. Uncle, do you have something to attend to? Then I shall return home to do my homework. As Mu Qianqian turned to return to her apartment, Fu Sihan grasped the collar of her clothing, pulling her back. What's the rush? Are you so unwilling to accompany me? Mu Qianqian's lips curled into a smile. Uncle, do you want to take me along? That would be wonderful. I do not wish to impose upon you, Fu Sihan replied with a smirk. Let us go. The very reason for his departure was her concern. The notion of imposing was absurd. Fu Sihan took Mu Qianqian's hand and led her to a pharmacy. Get some medication to invigorate the blood and resolve bruising. Nervously, Mu Qianqian asked, Uncle, are you injured? Where did you hurt yourself? After purchasing the medicine, Fu Sihan guided her out of the pharmacy and sat on a bench. Uncle, where are you hurt? Mu Qianqian anxiously clung to his arm, peppering him with questions.
Fu Sihan, overwhelmed by her incessant inquiries, pinched her cheek gently. The once chatty girl immediately morphed into a little pufferfish. The little pufferfish blinked her glistening eyes and mumbled, "Dessous, I." Fu Sihan felt his heart soften at her cuteness, causing his gaze to soften as well. "It is not I who is injured, but you." He unscrewed the cap of the bottle, poured out the medicinal oil, and applied it to the bruise on Mu Qianqian's arm, gently massaging it. At the moment his palm made contact, Mu Qianqian shivered.
"Does it hurt?" Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian shook her head, "Not at all."
It was just somewhat embarrassing. His palm was warm and calloused, kneading the soft flesh of her arm. As his gentle ministrations continued, the bruising gradually dissipated, the once alarming purplish hue fading away. Mu Qianqian raised her arm, frequently glancing at her uncle. In her mind, she could not help but wonder what her uncle truly looked like. Was his current expression serious? If only her eyes could see him clearly.
"Why do you keep staring at me?"
Mu Qianqian, caught in the act of peeking, quickly denied it.
"I wasn't looking at you. Do you think my eyesight is as poor as yours?"
Fu Sihan, concerned she might feel pain, engaged her in light conversation to divert her attention.
"I was looking at that streetlight, not you." Mu Qianqian randomly pointed at something.
Fu Sihan turned around, the smile at the corner of his mouth widening.
"That is a motorcycle light, not a streetlight." Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, embarrassed as she smacked her forehead. "Oh."
Fu Sihan freehandly grasped her wrist.
"Stop hitting yourself. You might end up making yourself more foolish."
The little girl was already not the brightest, striking her head would only exacerbate the matter. Mu Qianqian felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, her cheeks resembling ripe lanterns. Her uncle was incorrigibly teasing. She was not foolish at all. Suddenly, Fu Sihan said, "Get up, let us change places."
"Why?"
"It is inconvenient for me to sit here."
Believing him, Mu Qianqian rose and switched seats with Fu Sihan.
After the swap, she noticed the breeze beside her had lessened considerably. All the wind was shielded by her uncle's broad shoulders.
"Does your wound still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Fu Sihan took her hand. "Let us go home. A warm soak will make the mark disappear overnight."
By this time, the sky had darkened completely. Mu Qianqian shivered from the cold. In the next moment, a warm coat was draped over her shoulders, infused with the residual warmth of the man, shielding her from the chill. The coat carried a reassuring scent of sandalwood, mingled with a distinctly masculine pheromone. Mu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the tall man beside her.
"Uncle, aren't you cold?"
Fu Sihan remained unfazed. "I am warm."
His warm, broad palm enveloped Mu Qianqian's hand completely.
Mu Qianqian lowered her head, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. She had discovered a secret about her uncle. He was indeed contradictory. Upon returning home, Mu Qianqian was commanded by her uncle to change her clothes. Once she had changed, Aunt Lu from next door was summoned. Fu Sihan furrowed his brow, pointing at the garments she had just removed. "Dispose of this heap of trash."
Aunt Lu looked at them and hesitated. "Mr. Fu, such fine clothing, are we really throwing it away?"
"Just dispose of it." The sight of those ugly clothes, along with that hideous hat, reminded Fu Sihan of the young master of the Lu family. Anyone who casually praises another man's wife cannot be a good person. It is better to dispose of the clothes quickly, out of sight, out of mind.
"All right, I will take care of it."
As Mu Qianqian stepped into the bathroom for a shower, she hummed a tune to mask the sound of the rushing water. After all, the school flower competition was approaching, and she was eager to claim the prize money, so she needed to practice diligently. After her shower, Mu Qianqian picked up a glass from the table and drank some milk.
"Are you practicing singing in the bathroom?"
Fu Sihan's voice came from behind her.
Mu Qianqian nearly choked, almost spitting the milk out. "Cough, cough, uncle, you could hear me?"
She had thought the sound of water would drown her voice.
"Of course, I'm not deaf."
Fu Sihan observed her adorably clueless demeanor and couldn't resist reaching out to gently wipe the milk residue from the corner of her mouth. Mu Qianqian felt embarrassed, wishing she could vanish on the spot and hide away. "If you want to practice singing, I can take you to a recording studio tomorrow, where you can practice with professional equipment."
Mu Qianqian's mouth fell open in surprise, her eyes wide with joy. "Really? I can go to the recording studio to practice singing?" Fu Sihan's deep voice carried a hint of amusement. "When have I ever lied to you?" Chapter 85 of the contradictory uncle. Mu Qianqian elucidated, "It is young master Lu Yunbo, of course. He is Wanqing's fiancé, and today I accompanied Wanqing to the Lu residence." Fu Sihan inquired in a grave tone, "Is the clothing also from the Lu family?" Mu Qianqian nodded.
I accidentally got my clothes wet and changed into the set.
Fu Saikon's expression soured, assuming that the attire had been chosen by Lu Yunhua, his eyes brimming with disdain.
What caliber of clothing was suitable for her to wear? Change out of this hideous outfit when we return, he commanded. Mu Qianqian obediently replied, all right. Fu Saikon's jaw tightened as he reminded her, stay away from that young Master Lu in the future.
Why? Mu Qianqian tilted her head, perplexed.
Fu Sicon scoffed, he already has a fiancée, yet he praises other women's beauty. He is not a good person. Unbeknownst to him, the acidity of his words was palpable. The driver and assistant Wang, seated in front, feigned ignorance, pretending not to have overheard.
Who would dare remind President Fu that he was being jealous?
Get in the car, he instructed. Just as Mu Qianqian was about to open the door, Fu Saikon's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a purplish-red bruise on the inner side of her arm.
What happened to your arm?
I bumped it accidentally.
Not wishing to elaborate on the incident involving Lu Yunxiang, Mu Qianqian opted for a convenient excuse.
How could you be so careless?
Fu Sicon expressed his disdain.
This girl was both foolish and clumsy. It was a wonder how she had grown up. He exited the car decisively, saying, you all head back first, I have matters to attend to.
Yes, sir.
Uncle, are you busy? Then I'll head home to do my homework, Mu Qianqian declared, turning to return to her neighborhood, only to be pulled back by Fu Sicon, who grasped her collar.
What's the rush? Are you so unwilling to come with me?
The corners of Mu Qianqian's mouth lifted. Are you taking me along, uncle? That's wonderful.
It's not that I don't wish to go with you. I am merely concerned about disturbing you. Fu Sicon smirked, let us go.
After all, this was about her. What was there to discuss regarding disturbances? Taking her hand, Fu Sicon led her to a pharmacy.
Get some blood circulation and bruise medicine. Mu Qianqian, anxious, asked, Uncle, are you injured?
Where does it hurt? After purchasing the medicine, Fu Sicon guided her outside, where they sat on a bench.
Uncle, where are you hurt?
Mu Qianqian anxiously clung to his arm, bombarding him with questions. Fu Sicon, overwhelmed by her incessant inquiries, pinched her little face gently. The girl who had been chattering away moments earlier transformed into a pufferfish. The pufferfish blinked her watery eyes and stammered, Dessous. Fu Sicon found her adorable, and his expression softened.
It's not me who is injured. It's you.
He twisted open the bottle, poured out the medicinal oil, and applied it to the bruise on Mu Qianqian's arm, massaging it gently. The moment his palm made contact, Mu Qianqian shivered.
Does it hurt? Fu Sicon inquired.
She shook her head, not at all. Just a little shy. Uncle's palm was warm and calloused, kneading the soft flesh of her arm. As he tenderly worked the bruise, the frightening purple hue began to fade. Mu Qianqian raised her arm, her gaze frequently darting towards her uncle. She couldn't help but wonder what her uncle looked like. Was his current expression serious? If only her eyes could see him clearly.
Why do you keep staring at me?
Caught in her covert glances, Mu Qianqian quickly denied, I wasn't looking at you.
Do you think I have poor eyesight like you? To distract her from the discomfort, Fu Sicon engaged her in light conversation.
I was looking at that streetlight, not you. Mu Qianqian hastily pointed at something nearby. Fu Sicon turned his head, a broader smile gracing his lips. That's a motorcycle headlight, not a streetlight.
Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, and she smacked her forehead in frustration. Oh.
Fu Sicon, freeing one hand, grasped her wrist.
Stop hitting your head. You might end up even more foolish.
The girl's mind was already not particularly sharp. Further self-inflicted blows would only exacerbate her folly. Mu Qianqian felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, her cheeks glowing like lanterns. Uncle was so mischievous, always teasing her. She wasn't foolish at all. Suddenly, Fu Sicon spoke, get up, let us switch places.
Why? It's inconvenient for me to sit here. Believing him, Mu Qianqian rose and swapped seats with Fu Sicon.
Once settled, she noticed that the breeze beside her had significantly diminished. All the wind was shielded by her uncle's broad shoulders.
Does the bruise still hurt? Not anymore. Fu Sicon held her hand, let us go home. A soak in hot water will make the bruise vanish by morning.
By this time, the sky had darkened entirely. Mu Qianqian shivered from the cold. The next moment, a warm coat was draped over her, imbued with the lingering warmth of the man, shielding her from the chill. The outer garment carried a soothing fragrance of sandalwood, mingling with the distinct aroma of masculinity. Mu Qianqian paused, glancing up at the tall man beside her.
Uncle, aren't you cold?
Fu Sicon replied without a change in expression, I am warm. His warm, broad palm enveloped Mu Qianqian's hand entirely. She lowered her gaze, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. She had uncovered a secret about her uncle. He was contradictory in his affections. Upon returning home, Mu Qianqian was commanded by her uncle to change her clothes. Once she had done so, Aunt Lu from next door was summoned. Fu Sihan, his brow furrowed, pointed at the discarded clothing. "Throw this pile of rubbish away." Aunt Lu hesitated at the sight, reluctant to part with it. "Mr. Fu, such fine clothing, and you want to throw it away?" I said, to dispose of it. Just the sight of those ugly garments and that hideous hat reminded him of the young master of the Lu family. A man who casually praises another's wife could not be regarded as virtuous. It was better to dispose of the clothing and avoid the aggravation. "All right, I'll take care of it." As Mu Qianqian entered the bathroom for a shower, she hummed a tune, using the sound of rushing water as cover. After all, the campus beauty competition was approaching, and she wished to secure the prize money, thus she needed to practice diligently. After her shower, Mu Qianqian picked up a glass from the table and drank some milk. "Were you practicing singing in the bathroom?" Fu Sihan's voice came from behind her. Mu Qianqian nearly choked, almost spitting out the milk in her mouth. "Cough, cough, uncle, you could hear me?" She had thought the sound of water would mask her voice. "Of course, I'm not deaf." Observing her adorably dazed expression, Fu Sihan couldn't help but reach out, gently wiping away the milk residue from the corner of her mouth. Mu Qianqian felt embarrassed, wishing she could turn invisible to hide away. "If you want to practice singing, I'll take you to the recording studio tomorrow, where you can use professional equipment." Mu Qianqian's mouth fell open in surprise, her eyes wide with joy. "Really? I can go to the recording studio to practice singing?" Fu Sihan's deep voice carried a hint of amusement. "When have I ever lied to you?" Chapter 86. The distinguished guest. Fu Sihan was true to his word. The following day, he indeed took Mu Qianqian to the most professional recording studio in Beishar. Many renowned singers had recorded their songs here. "I've arranged for a teacher for you. You can practice singing comfortably inside." Mu Qianqian obediently nodded. "Goodbye, uncle." Fu Sihan happened to receive a work-related phone call, so he left the recording studio to discuss business outside. Suddenly, a female celebrity wearing sunglasses burst in. Upon noticing someone in the room, she immediately donned a displeased expression. "Wasn't this room reserved for me? Hurry up and get rid of the people inside." The staff, wearing a forced smile, replied, "Apologies, Miss Jian, but a distinguished guest had reserved this room prior to you. Allow me to escort you to another studio." The celebrity's assistant rolled her eyes. "This recording studio has the best acoustics. We traveled all the way here just to record a soundtrack for a drama. Other studios simply cannot compare. Don't you dare waste any more time, get them out." "But this distinguished guest is someone we cannot afford to offend." The assistant sneered. "Oh, so you disdain our Lingling, do you? Fine, when Lingling mentions this to your boss, you'll see what happens." "Not at all, Miss Jian is the lead actress of a currently popular drama. How could we dare to look down upon you? However, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served, wouldn't you agree?" The assistant retorted angrily, "What first come, first served? This recording studio has always been exclusively reserved for Lingling. Why should outsiders have access? Have you looked in the mirror? Can she even compare?" "Who is that person inside? Do we have anyone like that in our circle?" asked the celebrity Jian Ling through the glass partition. Upon catching sight of Mu Qianqian's appearance, Jian Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. "Who is this woman, so stunningly beautiful? How come I have never heard of her? Is she a newcomer to the industry?" The assistant peered inside and disdainfully remarked, "She is probably just some mediocre artist. From her attire, it seems she's attempting to imitate your style." Jian Ling cultivated an image of a pure and innocent flower, playing numerous leading roles, each more naïve than the last. Yet, her true personality was far from that. It was all an act to create an image of the woman in the studio. Not only looked more exquisite than her but also radiated a purity that resembled a fawn untouched by the world. Jian Ling knew she could never replicate that essence. The difference between feigned innocence and genuine sweetness was glaringly obvious, igniting a profound sense of crisis within Jian Ling. "Find out who she is," the assistant instructed. "I'll ask around in the group." The assistant posted Mu Qianqian's photo in a group chat, inquiring if any agents recognized this newcomer. Yet, no one stepped forward to claim her. Whose prodigy is this? Such a face is destined for the entertainment industry. If she isn't signed yet, I'd sign her to our company in a heartbeat, providing her with the best fashion and film resources. Is this an unfiltered photo? Are you sure it hasn't been edited? Signing her would be like acquiring a golden goose. With a face like that, it would be impossible not to become famous. The more the assistant scrutinized, the more her expression darkened. What use is beauty if one cannot navigate the industry, just like her Lingling, who recently linked up with the young master of the Cheng family? In the future, there might even be opportunities to interact with him. Should he take a liking to her, a trove of resources from esteemed directors would be at her disposal. I couldn't find anything out. She is probably so obscure that she has no online presence.
And to sing so poorly, how dare she even open her mouth?
Hearing this, Jianling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lack of fame was advantageous. It indicated no one was supporting her. Such an unremarkable newcomer could be crushed with the flick of her finger. After standing for a while, Jianling felt her legs grow weary. How much longer must I wait? I have another engagement to attend.
If this delays my schedule, who will compensate for the losses?
The assistant hurriedly helped her sit down and began massaging her shoulders.
What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and get her out. Delaying $1 million engagement is something you'll have to pay for.
The staff found themselves in a predicament. Unless they were courting death, they would not dare to confront the Fu family. Yet, this illustrious star was not someone they could contend with either. I'll go speak with the boss. Soon, the studio owner arrived. Jianling held her head high, adopting an air of superiority.
Your people clearly lack manners.
I won't hold it against them this time, but I'm in a hurry. Quickly clear out the recording studio for me.
She assumed the studio owner would undoubtedly side with her.
After all, her status in the industry was clear. Who could possibly surpass her except for a few A-list actors? To her astonishment, the owner replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Jian, but this recording studio has already been reserved for a distinguished guest.
Please make do with another studio for now."
What did you say? Jianling shrieked, her voice piercing. The assistant quickly pulled her back, reminding her to maintain her composure. Jianling coughed a couple of times, then affected a saccharine tone.
What distinguished guest? I've never heard of this person before. The owner's expression faltered. I'm afraid we cannot disclose that information. Jianling, with a pointed implication, remarked, "This woman, she wouldn't happen to be one of yours, would she?"
Her words sent a chill of sweat down the owner's spine.
Did he dare to compete for a woman with that individual? He must be courting death.
Miss Jian, one must be careful with their words. Do not invite trouble upon yourself. Jianling's face darkened, her anger simmering. How dare this minor studio owner speak to her in such a manner? Were it not for the frequent interactions with industry insiders in this place, any gossip could damage her image. She would have exploded long ago.
Lingling, don't be upset. Let us not stoop to their level.
Jianling cursed inwardly countless times. What bad luck, let us go.
But we haven't recorded the drama's soundtrack yet. I would rather not record than settle for an inferior studio. Let them wait on the drama's side.
Fuming, Jianling stormed out of the recording studio, only to spot a tall and imposing figure striding towards her. Her eyes brightened, her heart racing. Previously, she had seen a blurry side profile photo from Chang Lin, and although the clarity was poor, she could still discern the man's stunning looks. It was said that he was the current head of the Fu family. With just one glance, Jianling was captivated by his aura of nobility and command. Such a man was a born ruler. In an industry where one often felt powerless, if she were to accompany a man, it would have to be someone at the pinnacle of the elite circle. Jianling quickened her pace to catch up, her voice sweetened. "Mr. Fu, what a coincidence to run into you here."
Chapter 87. Letting the uncle eat leftovers. Fu Sihan couldn't help but furrow his brows. His expression was austere, and his voice, frigid, conveyed an air of unapproachability. Is there something you need?
Jianling observed him closely, realizing he was even more handsome than in the photographs. President Fu was not the delicate, effeminate type, rather, he exuded a potent masculinity. His features chiseled as if carved from stone, his eyes, deep and aloof, radiated an aura of virility and a compelling assertiveness.
President Fu, I am a friend of Chang Lin.
You should have heard of me. My name is Jianling. With a hopeful gaze, she awaited his response. However, Fu Sihan coldly replied, I haven't heard of you.
With so many female companions around Chang Lin, he couldn't even remember their names.
Naturally, Fu Sihan had no reason to know of her. I am an artist under Fomin Media, and I am currently one of their leading stars, Jianling stated, considering that the majority of Fomin Media shares were held by the Fu family. Surely, President Fu would grant her some favor due to their association, yet, in reality, the Fu family's investments in the cultural sector were vast. Fomin Media was merely a medium-sized enterprise. Although it enjoyed considerable popularity in the industry, the Fu family had no shortage of lucrative ventures, and thus, Fu Sihan remained indifferent. Fu Sihan glanced at his watch, calculating that the young girl should be finishing her class soon. He didn't spare Jianling a glance as he walked past her, his gaze fixed ahead. Jianling hurriedly followed. Mr. Fu, the viewership of the fantasy drama I recently participated in has been quite impressive. You must have heard about it, right? If possible, may I have your contact information? I could be invited to warm up the scene for any upcoming events. Her voice was strained, as if she were on the verge of breathlessness. Fu Sihan felt a headache coming on and disdainfully uttered, "Get lost." He detested such pretentious individuals. They were incomparable to the pure-hearted innocence of a young girl. The sound of her voice was nothing short of an affliction to his ears. This was the first time Jianling had been so outrightly rejected by a man. With her assistant and a crowd of people behind her, she felt a burning embarrassment on her face, unable to extricate herself from the situation. Her assistant consoled her, "Ling Ling, don't be too disheartened. He is notoriously indifferent to women and exceedingly difficult to please. If he isn't interested in you, I doubt any woman could capture his heart." Jianling considered this and thought it made sense. True. If I can't win him over, the competition will be even more daunting. At the very least, I have a good relationship with the young master of the Chang family, which gives me a better chance than others. With a little more effort, she might just forge a connection with the Fu family. Emerging from the recording studio, Mu Qianqian's cheeks were flushed with excitement. "Uncle, I learned so much today, the teacher even praised my vocal talent." Fu Sihan tousled her hair. Well done." The young girl's voice was indeed melodious, ethereal, and pure. "Uncle, I feel more confident about the upcoming campus beauty competition than before. I must strive to win the 20,000 yuan prize." 20,000 yuan. Renting the recording studio for a day cost more than that. However, as long as the little girl was happy, that was what mattered. "When is the competition held?" Fu Sihan inquired. "Next Tuesday." "Uncle, will you come?" Fu Sihan declined. "I have a business trip next week, I won't have the time." "All right." Mu Qianqian lowered her head in disappointment. Fu Sihan noticed the light in her eyes dimming, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a pang of compassion. Yet, in his heart, work always took precedence over women. Thus, this time, she would inevitably be disappointed. "Let's go, I'll take you out for a meal." As they exited the recording studio, Jianling and her assistant had just gotten into their car when they turned and spotted Fu Sihan with Mu Qianqian. The assistant exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the woman from the recording studio? How did she end up beside President Fu?" Jianling cast a glance, her jealousy igniting like fire. So, it was President Fu who took her to the studio. No wonder the boss refused to make space for me. She hadn't yet ingratiated herself with President Fu. Why did this woman deserve it? The assistant remarked scornfully. This woman certainly has some tricks up her sleeve. Her face looks like it has been altered. I wonder which hospital she went to. The results are quite impressive. Fu Sihan, leading the young girl beside him, was likely unaware of how gentle his gaze had become. Compared to the indifference he had shown Jianling moments ago, it was as if he were an entirely different person. "Vixen, just you wait." Jianling seethed, her animosity towards Mu Qianqian reaching its zenith. Unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, she was being mistaken for a celebrity in the entertainment industry. The uncle took her to an upscale restaurant. Although she couldn't see, the melodious strains of the violin suggested that this establishment was anything but inexpensive. Mu Qianqian, ever considerate, remarked, "Uncle, please don't order too much, it would be a waste if we can't finish it." Wasting food or money was simply unacceptable. Fu Sihan had already ordered sparingly for her, yet to his surprise, Mu Qianqian couldn't finish even that modest portion. "Do you still want to gain some weight?" Fu Sihan looked at her meager appetite, feeling a headache coming on. Caring for a girl was indeed troublesome. When would she ever gain some flesh on her bones? Mu Qianqian, cradling her round belly, lamented, "Uncle, I truly can't eat anymore." Having grown accustomed to hunger since childhood, her small appetite was beyond her control. Fu Sihan rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Fine. Uncle, I haven't tried this tuna, please help me finish it." Fu Sihan's expression darkened. "Little girl, are you asking me to eat your leftovers? When had the esteemed President Fu ever needed to consume someone else's scraps? Moreover, he had a severe aversion to cleanliness. The very thought of eating leftovers from another's plate was utterly repugnant. Mu Qianqian blushed in embarrassment and murmured, "No, I just think it's a waste if we can't finish it. After all, the dishes here were so expensive." She usually couldn't afford to dine in such costly places. "How about I eat a little more slowly?" Mu Qianqian rubbed her belly, deciding to wait until she felt less full before continuing. After a few minutes, she picked up her chopsticks to take a piece of fish, but her stomach simply couldn't accommodate anymore.
If you can't eat, then don't force yourself.
You might hurt yourself, Fu Xihan said, seizing her chopsticks. Mu Qianqian frowned. But this meal is so expensive, it would be such a waste if we can't finish it. Fu Xihan realized then that this little girl was quite the money-minded individual. Whenever money was involved, she became easily flustered. In a cold tone, Fu Xihan declared, "I'll eat it for you." Since she was so distressed about wasting food, he reluctantly obliged to eat the remaining fish.
Fu Xihan elegantly picked up a piece of tuna and placed it in his mouth. Surprisingly, even though he was eating her leftovers, he felt no aversion whatsoever. Chapter 88. A touch of magic. Mu Qianqian felt a warm sensation in her heart. She had merely spoken casually, yet to her surprise, the uncle was genuinely willing to eat her leftovers. Did this imply that in his heart, he had already regarded her as family?
Unable to contain her curiosity, Mu Qianqian inquired, "Uncle, do you ever find me bothersome?"
Fu Xihan replied without hesitation, "Yes." Despite his verbal disdain, he did not discard her leftover tuna. Instead, he furrowed his brow and consumed every last bit.
"Can we leave now?"
Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. "Yes, uncle, let us go." Fu Xihan took her hand and exited the restaurant. On the way back, Mu Qianqian was so drowsy that her eyelids felt heavy against the car window, where she fell into a sweet slumber. Noticing her restless sleep, Fu Xihan gently turned her head to rest on his shoulder. He pinched the tip of her nose and remarked helplessly, "You eat well and then sleep, little lazy pig." Mu Qianqian swatted his hand away with a soft grunt. "Don't bother me, I want to sleep." Fu Xihan was at a loss for words. Had he known this girl was so ungrateful, he would have let her lean against the window, pressing her forehead against the glass until it turned red. Fu Xihan opened the car's onboard computer to handle company matters. Occasionally, he glanced down at Mu Qianqian's sleeping face, adjusting her head's position to ensure her comfort. That day, Mu Qianqian went to Yuncheng Hotel for her part-time job. During her break, Yu Wanqing came to the lounge looking for her, only to find that Mu Qianqian was absent.
"Hey, where's Qianqian?"
Upon seeing her, Wang Yanru immediately approached with enthusiasm. "Miss Yi, it's you." "Qianqian was just here, but in the blink of an eye, she seems to have vanished to take a break." Yu Wanqing had a poor impression of her and coolly nodded, intending to leave. "Miss Yi, how have you been settling in at Yuncheng? If you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know." Wang Yanru had set her sights on getting close to Yi Xiao, hoping to leverage this opportunity. However, Yu Wanqing, having grown up in a wealthy family, was no fool and was well aware of her intentions. With a frosty demeanor, Yu Wanqing replied, "No need, I fear you might tell others my name is silly." Wang Yanru's expression shifted dramatically, her face alternating between pale and flushed. This was something she had said herself, and she could not deny it. "Miss Yi, that incident was just a misunderstanding." "I didn't know it was your name, I thought it was a mere excuse concocted by Mu Qianqian. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not is irrelevant to me, I have no connection with you." After saying this, Yu Wanqing left the lounge in search of Mu Qianqian elsewhere. At that moment, Mu Qianqian was sitting in the garden, on a phone call with Grandma Fu. "Qianqian, how have you been lately?" Mu Qianqian nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Grandma, I am doing well." "Have you been able to eat properly these past few days?" Although puzzled by Grandma Fu's question, Mu Qianqian obediently replied, "Yes, I have a good appetite." "That's wonderful. You're fortunate, my dear, and have avoided much hardship. In the initial months, Sihan San couldn't keep anything down, losing quite a bit of weight, which worried me terribly." Mu Qianqian scratched her head. Why did she increasingly find it harder to understand Grandma's words? "Has Sihan been treating you well lately?" Mu Qianqian immediately responded, "Yes, the uncle is very kind to me." Grandma Fu smiled broadly. "That's good to hear. Sihan has been busy with work for years and hasn't interacted much with women. He can be quite straightforward. If he ever mistreats you, just let me know, and I'll teach him a lesson." Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Rest assured, Grandma. Do not worry too much about school. Your health is the most important. Whenever you and Sihan have time, come to the old residence for a meal with me." Mu Qianqian sweetly replied, "Sure, once the uncle isn't so busy with work, we will come to accompany you." After her conversation with Mu Qianqian, Grandma Fu felt elated for the rest of the day. "Do you think Qianqian possesses some sort of magic? Every time I speak with her, my spirits seem to lift considerably." "Mom, this indicates Qianqian is to your liking. Personally, I also admire this young girl. She is pure-hearted and exceptionally kind. Such individuals are rare in today's society. Indeed. To marry such a girl would be Sihan's good fortune."
In the world of the affluent, marriages are approached with caution. Marrying someone troublesome who constantly plots and schemes is indeed a misfortune. It is a pleasant surprise to encounter someone as innocently kind as Mu Qianqian in today's society, and one cannot help but acknowledge that Fu Sihan is rather fortunate.
Qianqian, there you are. I've been searching for you for ages. Yu Wanqing finally found Mu Qianqian. Wanqing, what brings you here? Nothing much, I just wanted to chat with you.
Yu Wanqing rushed over and sat beside Mu Qianqian.
Concerned, Mu Qianqian asked, how did your conversation with Lu Xiao go?
Yu Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. It went well, I suppose.
When do you plan to discuss marriage? Let us wait a bit longer.
We aren't very familiar with each other yet. Yu Wanqing, usually carefree, rarely displayed such shyness. This time, she had indeed encountered someone she admired. Qianqian, I heard you'll be participating in the school flower competition soon.
What talent are you planning to showcase? Singing.
Yu Wanqing praised, your vocal quality is quite good, you will surely sing beautifully. I must come to cheer you on.
Great, with you there, I won't be as nervous.
Yu Wanqing's phone chimed, and she took it out to check the screen.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Lu Xiao has just invited me to a concert next Tuesday. I think I'll skip the concert and come support you instead.
Mu Qianqian frowned, hesitantly asking, is Lu Xiao coming too? What's wrong, Qianqian? Are you not welcoming him?
Not at all, Mu Qianqian shook her head. It's just she struggled to find a way to explain to Wanqing the uncle did not have a favorable impression of Lu Xiao. Would he be upset if Lu Xiao attended her competition? However, on second thought, the uncle would be on a business trip next week and wouldn't have the time to watch her compete. They wouldn't cross paths. Since that's the case, it shouldn't matter.
Will your date be disrupted if you come to watch my competition? Mu Qianqian expressed her concern. Not at all.
I am tired of those concerts. Nothing is more important than my best friend competing.
Mu Qianqian's smile brightened. Then I must perform well and give you a big surprise. Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 89. The butterfly birthmark. On this day, Lu Yunxiang visited the hospital to see her mother, Lu Mu.
Mother, please take care of yourself. I believe that my sister will return soon. Lu Mu gazed out of the window, letting out a deep sigh.
I wonder how my little one is faring.
Has she faced any hardships these past years? Alas.
Do not worry, Mother. My sister is blessed and will eventually return to the Lu family.
Lu Mu withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Yunxiang, her attention immediately drawn to the butterfly-shaped mark on her collarbone.
What is this red mark on you?
Lu Yunxiang chuckled softly. I had a dream these past few days where a celestial being proclaimed me a butterfly fairy, and upon waking, I found this red mark on my collarbone.
Lu Mu's breath quickened as she fixated on the butterfly-shaped birthmark.
My little one has an identical birthmark, but it is on her back.
Lu Yunxiang feigned surprise. What? My sister has a birthmark?
Yes, I have never revealed this to anyone. How could you suddenly dream of a celestial being and acquire a birthmark? Could it be something has happened to my little one?
A pang of dread struck Lu Mu's heart. That cannot be.
It is impossible. My sister must be safe. I shall have this mark removed at all costs, even if it means scraping off a layer of skin. Tears welled in Lu Yunxiang's eyes, as her concern for her sister seemed genuine. Lu Mu quickly grasped her hand. I have already lost one daughter. I cannot bear to see you suffer as well. The appearance of this birthmark signifies a connection between you and your sister.
Cherish it.
Very well, I shall heed your words. Lu Yunxiang obediently lowered her head, concealing the fleeting glimmer of delight in her eyes. This birthmark had not appeared by mere chance. It was an intentional mark made with a special potion. The process had been excruciating, but thankfully, she had deceived her adoptive mother, making her hardship seem worthwhile. After Lu Yunxiang departed, Lu Mu called Lu Feng.
Feng, my health is deteriorating day by day, and I fear that before I leave this world, I may never see my little one again.
If I pass, please bequeath the dowry I have prepared to Yunxiang. Since giving birth to her daughters, Lu Mu had amassed a staggering dowry for them. Should this fortune be left to Lu Yunxiang, her value would skyrocket, granting her wealth sufficient to last several lifetimes. Concealed outside the ward, Lu Yunxiang overheard this news and could hardly contain her overwhelming joy. She was about to strike it rich. Once she obtained this dowry, even if the Lu family cast her out, she would have no cause for concern. Upon hearing this news, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Why are you suddenly thinking of my little one again? Did I not instruct Yunxiang and Yunbai to refrain from mentioning her in your presence? He knew Yunbai would never intentionally bring up the topic before their mother. Thus, the blame fell solely on Lu Yunxiang. Why was this child so disobedient? Did she not realize her adoptive mother's fragile condition and deliberately provoke her with painful memories? What was her true intent?
Do not misunderstand Yunxiang.
She misses her sister dearly. Recently, she dreamt that a celestial being told her she was a butterfly fairy and that she acquired a birthmark identical to my little one's. I fear that something may have happened to her. Lu Mu's voice broke as she spoke. That is impossible. I do not believe in such nonsense.
Then explain, how did this birthmark appear on Yunxiang? Lu Feng, having navigated the treacherous waters of business for many years, would not be easily deceived by such trivial antics.
His tone grew increasingly irate.
Focus on your recovery, I will send someone to investigate.
He was determined to uncover how Lu Yunxiang had learned of the birthmark on his little one. It was evident she was using this mark to curry favor with her adoptive mother. Lu Mu often treated Lu Yunxiang as her own daughter, yet Lu Feng had vehemently opposed adopting a child in the first place. He maintained a certain emotional distance from Lu Yunxiang, wary of her presence. After all, an adopted child could never truly compare to one's own blood. Lu Yunbai sat in the car, en route to the university to witness the campus beauty competition.
He received a call from his father. Dad, is there something concerning the company? This is not about the company, it pertains to Lu Yunxiang. Lu Yunbai frowned. What has happened to her now? She somehow learned that your sister possesses a red butterfly birthmark. You did not tell her, did you?
Lu Yunbai denied. No, I would never share such information with her. Then it is puzzling, very few know of this matter. Where could she have obtained this knowledge? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunbai spoke urgently. Dad, perhaps I should confront her to clarify things.
Did you not have an appointment with Miss Yi this afternoon?
Yes, she has invited me to watch her friend's competition, but truthfully, I am not interested. I could always accompany her another time. For now, I should prioritize uncovering the truth about my sister. When he referred to my sister, he naturally meant his biological sister, not Lu Yunxiang. If he could ascertain the truth from Lu Yunxiang, he stood a good chance of uncovering his sister's whereabouts. There is no rush. She will not escape. Go accompany Miss Yi. She has come all the way to Beishar to fulfill her engagement. It would be impolite for you to abandon her.
Indeed, you are right. I shall return to inquire later.
After all, Lu Yunxiang would not be leaving the Lu family anytime soon. He would first attend the competition and address this issue later. Qianqian, your turn to perform is later, so do not feel anxious. Yes, Qianqian, just imagine the audience as a field of cabbages. That will help you relax. Mu Qianqian covered her mouth, letting out a soft laugh.
See you, Yanran, why do I feel that you two are even more nervous than I am?
Her two friends had been sharing tips on how to remain calm for quite some time.
However, she did not feel particularly anxious at all. Licu smiled. After all, this is your first time participating in such a grand competition. Of course, I am worried for you.
Fang Yanran whispered. I heard that Senior Gu is also here.
Which Senior Gu? That would be Gu Qingyu, the one and only.
She initially missed the registration deadline but managed to squeeze in through connections. Upon hearing this name, Mu Qianqian's mood soured. Nevertheless, with so many people around, even if Gu Qingyu intended to cause trouble, she would have to consider the setting.
Qianqian, why do you keep holding your phone? Are you waiting for someone's message? Oh, no.
Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before tucking her phone into her pocket. In truth, she was awaiting a message from the uncle. However, after such a lengthy wait, she suspected he was already out of town and likely unable to attend her competition. Chapter 89 The Butterfly Birthmark. On this day, Lu Yunxiang visited the hospital to see her mother. Mother, please take care of your health. I believe my sister will return soon.
Lu's mother gazed out the window, letting out a deep sigh. I wonder how my little one is faring.
Has she suffered over the years? Alas. Mother, rest assured, my sister is destined for good fortune and will return to the Lu family sooner or later. Lu's mother withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Yunxiang, her attention immediately drawn to the butterfly-shaped mark on her collarbone.
What is this red mark on you?
Lu Yunxiang chuckled softly. I had a dream the other night where a celestial being proclaimed me a butterfly fairy, and upon waking, this red mark appeared on my collarbone.
Lu's mother fixated on the butterfly-shaped birthmark, her breath quickening.
My little one has an identical birthmark, only located on her back.
Lu Yunxiang feigned surprise. What? My sister has a birthmark?
Indeed, I have not disclosed this to anyone until now. How could you suddenly dream of a celestial being and acquire a birthmark? Could it be something has happened to my little one? Lu's mother felt a pang of anxiety.
That is impossible.
My sister is certainly safe. I shall remove this mark at once, even if it means scraping off a layer of skin. Tears welled in Lu Yunxiang's eyes, revealing her genuine concern for her sister. Lu's mother quickly grasped her hand. I have already lost one daughter. I cannot bear to see you suffer as well. This birthmark appearing on you signifies a bond between you and your sister. Cherish it. Yes, I shall heed your words. Lu Yunxiang obediently lowered her head, concealing a fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes. This birthmark did not appear by mere chance. She had it meticulously applied with a special potion. The process was excruciating, yet it was worth it to deceive her adoptive mother, making her suffering feel worthwhile. After Lu Yunxiang departed, Lu's mother dialed Lu's father.
Feng, my health declines with each passing day.
I fear I may not have the opportunity to see my little one again before I depart. Should I pass, please bequeath the dowry I have prepared to Yunxiang. Since giving birth to her daughters, Lu's mother had amassed an extravagant dowry for them. If this wealth were to be passed to Lu Yunxiang, her value would soar, granting her a fortune that could last several lifetimes. Lu Yunxiang, hiding outside the ward, nearly burst with joy upon hearing this news. She was about to become rich. Once she received the dowry, even if the Lu family cast her out, she would have nothing to fear. Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Feng furrowed his brow.
What prompted you to think of my little one? Did I not instruct Yunxiang and Yunbai to refrain from mentioning her in your presence?
He knew Yunbai would never intentionally bring up the subject in front of their mother, thus, it could only be.
Lu Yunxiang, why was she being so disobedient, knowing her adoptive mother's frail health? Why would she deliberately evoke painful memories? What was her true intent?
Do not misconstrue Yunxiang's intentions. She simply misses her sister dearly. Recently, she dreamt of a celestial being who told her she is a butterfly fairy, and she acquired a birthmark identical to my little one. I fear my little one may have. At this point, Lu's mother was overcome with tears.
That cannot be. I refuse to believe in such superstitions. Then explain how the birthmark appeared on Yunxiang?
Lu Feng's tone turned stern, for he had navigated the treacherous waters of business for years. If he were to be deceived by such trivial tricks, his efforts over the years would have been in vain.
Focus on your recovery. I will investigate this matter.
He was determined to uncover how Lu Yunxiang learned of the birthmark on his little one. It was evident that she was deliberately using it to curry favor with her adoptive mother. Lu's mother often treated Lu Yunxiang as her own daughter, yet Lu Feng had vehemently opposed her decision to adopt. He maintained a degree of distance from Lu Yunxiang, harboring a sense of wariness. An adopted child could never compare to one's own flesh and blood.
Lu Yunbai sat in the car, en route to the university to attend a beauty contest. He received a call from his father. Dad, is there an issue with the company? This is not about the company, it concerns Lu Yunxiang. Lu Yunbai frowned and inquired, what has happened to her? She seems to have heard that your sister possesses a red butterfly birthmark. You didn't tell her, did you?
Lu Yunbai denied it. I would never divulge such information to her. Then it is perplexing, very few know of this matter. Where could she have obtained this knowledge? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunbai responded anxiously, Dad, perhaps I should confront her to clarify.
Weren't you scheduled to meet Miss Yi this afternoon?
Yes, she invited me to watch her friend's competition, but I am not particularly interested. I could accompany her another time. For now, I must investigate my sister's situation. When he referred to sister, he was naturally speaking of his biological sister. If he could interrogate Lu Yunxiang, there was a significant chance he could glean information about his sister.
That can wait.
She won't be going anywhere at first. Accompany Miss Yi. She has traveled a great distance to fulfill your engagement. It would be improper to stand her up. You're right, I shall return to her later.
In any case, Lu Yunxiang would not be leaving the Lu household anytime soon.
He decided to attend the competition first and clarify matters afterward. Qianqian, your performance is scheduled later, do not be nervous. Yes, Qianqian, just imagine the audience as cabbages, that way, you won't feel anxious. Mu Qianqian chuckled, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter.
See you, Yanran, why do I feel you two are even more anxious than I am?
These two friends had been offering her countless don't be nervous tips for quite some time. Yet, she wasn't feeling particularly anxious. Licu smiled, after all, this is your first time participating in such a grand competition, naturally, I am worried for you.
Fan Yanran whispered, I heard that Sister Gu is also here. Which Sister Gu? Gu Qingyu, of course.
She initially missed the registration deadline but managed to secure a spot through connections. Upon hearing this name, Mu Qianqian's mood soured. However, with so many people present, even if Gu Qingyu intended to cause trouble, she would have to consider the situation.
Qianqian, why are you constantly on your phone? Are you waiting for someone's message? Oh, no.
Mu Qianqian paused for a moment before slipping her phone into her pocket. In truth, she was waiting for the uncle's message, yet, after such a long wait, she had received nothing. He was likely out of town by now and probably unable to attend her competition. Chapter 90. Lu Yunbai comes to watch the competition. The backstage lounge was becoming increasingly crowded, with numerous contestants filtering in.
Shall we step outside for a moment? It's quite cramped in here, suggested Li Siyu. After all, Mu Qianqian's turn to perform was last, so there was no need to rush. A scoffing remark came from nearby. If you find it too crowded, perhaps you shouldn't have entered the competition.
I would have thought she was some pampered heiress, unable to endure even this minor discomfort, pretending to be something she's not. The speaker was Yao Xianer, clad in her usual rock-inspired attire, her hair adorned with numerous colorful braids, and a striking silver lip stud that drew attention.
Indeed, a country bumpkin from a remote village, what pretentiousness! It's utterly laughable.
Yao Xianer is the real heiress, she doesn't complain, while this impoverished wretch is the one being dramatic.
Isn't that Mu Qianqian? She's participating too. Just wait until Lu Shi arrives, then it will get interesting.
Just as Li Siyu was about to argue back, Mu Qianqian tugged at her arm to halt her.
Let it go, Siyu. Let's just step outside for some fresh air.
Mu Qianqian and her two friends left the smoke-filled lounge. As they stepped out, they unexpectedly encountered Fu Qianqing.
Qianqian, I bought these for you. Please try not to be too nervous.
He handed her a bouquet of flowers along with an assortment of snacks and drinks to help calm her nerves. Mu Qianqian smiled helplessly.
I'm really not nervous. Why did everyone assume she must be anxious at this moment?
She wasn't interested in the title of school belle, she merely wanted to win the prize money, so this competition held no cause for anxiety for her.
If you're not nervous, then I certainly am.
Just take them, Fu Qianqing insisted. Qianqian still has to go on stage, I'll hold this for her, Fang Yanran said, taking the items from Mu Qianqian and opening a bottle of water, offering it to her.
Qianqian, drink some water first. Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Fu.
It was rare for Mu Qianqian to call Fu Qianqing by his name, and when she did, it felt oddly serendipitous. Both surnames, Fu and her uncle's surname, Pu, shared the same pronunciation.
Qianqian, once you finish your performance, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Fu Qianqing's handsome face flushed, shy yet hopeful.
Li Siyu and Fang Yanran instantly guessed his intention. He was likely planning to confess his feelings to Qianqian. Mu Qianqian, however, was oblivious.
Sure, just give me a call after I finish. Just then, her phone rang.
It was Yi Wanqing.
Qianqian, Lu Xiao and I have taken our seats in the VIP area. Be sure to cheer when you go on stage, and don't be nervous. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't be nervous. When do you go on stage? I'm last in line. Why are you at the end? That's bound to affect your score, but don't worry, with your abilities, I believe you can turn the tide. Thank you, Wanqing.
Upon learning her position in the lineup, Mu Qianqian felt her heart sink. She hadn't anticipated her luck would be so poor, landing her at the very end. With so many contestants, the further back she was, the less patience the judges would have, leading to lower scores. Thus, this order was quite detrimental to her. However, since it was already set, she would give her all to secure a good ranking. Have you finished your call? Li Siyu inquired. Mu Qianqian nodded. Yes. Look over there, isn't that Lu Shi? And beside her is Feng Xiao? It's her. She really got back together with Feng Song. Lu Shi was the type of woman who appeared so frail that a gust of wind could knock her over, swaying her hips as she walked, resembling a delicate willow in the breeze. She practically clung to Feng Song, asserting her claim over him. She seems rather fearful of anyone trying to take Feng Xiao from her. In her eyes, everyone in the world is vying for her boyfriend. They are all her potential rivals. Her infatuation has reached a terminal stage, she is beyond help. As Lu Shi passed by Mu Qianqian, she hurriedly quickened her pace with Feng Song, fearful that he might glance at Mu Qianqian and be lured away. Backstage, Gu Qingyu was conversing with Lu Yunxiang. Yunxiang, thank you for helping me switch the order of my performance with Mu Qianqian. It was nothing, just a small favor, Lu Yunxiang replied casually. Gu Qingyu said with a hint of malice, among the judges, there are members of the Gu family as well as your Lu family, ensuring my advancement. As for that Mu Qianqian, she can just wait to be eliminated in the first round. Rest assured, she won't make it through. Lu Yunxiang would not allow Mu Qianqian to advance. This school bell competition was not just about the prize money, the primary goal was to enhance visibility. paving the way for entry into the entertainment industry. Hence, Lu Yunxiang had to personally supervise to ensure Mu Qianqian was eliminated as early as possible. Otherwise, if that wretched girl managed to advance, and then appeared publicly, wouldn't the long-lost daughter of the Lu family be found again? Lu Yunxiang would never allow such a thing to happen.
I'll head down to my seat now. You must do your best.
With that, Lu Yunxiang departed from backstage. However, just as she was about to take her seat, she spotted someone who shouldn't be there. Lu Yunbai had also arrived.
Lu Yunxiang? What are you doing here?
Lu Yunbai questioned, having noticed her. Lu Yunxiang's expression darkened instantly. She had meticulously planned every detail. How could she have anticipated Lu Yunbai would come to watch the competition?
If he saw Mu Qianqian, Lu Yunxiang's face turned pale. I came to see Qing Yu compete, brother. What brings you to the finance university? Miss Ye's friend is also a contestant, so we came to watch.
Yi Wanqing waved her hand.
Miss Lu, it's nice to see you again. Lu Yunxiang finally understood.
Yi Wanqing was good friends with that wretched Mu Qianqian, and Lu Yunbai had come along because of her. How could this happen? She thought she had outmaneuvered every possibility of the Lu family encountering Mu Qianqian. But why had Lu Yunbai and Mu Qianqian crossed paths? Could it be a fate? No, impossible. She refused to accept it.
Miss Lu, are you all right? Yi Wanqing inquired, noticing Lu Yunxiang's expression was unsettlingly fierce, even somewhat frightening.
Lu Yunxiang snapped back to reality. She quickly composed herself, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. It's nothing, just that there are many matters at home. I didn't expect my brother to come to such a competition. Lu Yunbai coldly replied, I do not need to report my actions to you.
I just remembered that I have something to discuss with Qing Yu. Excuse me.
With that, Lu Yunxiang fled in haste. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she would inevitably break down completely. Chapter 91. A barefaced entrance. Lu Yunxiang sought out Qing Yu, urging her to inform the event organizers to apply the most extravagant makeup on the contestants who would perform afterward.
Why is that? Qing Yu asked, perplexed. I do this entirely for your benefit.
If those contestants are transformed into nondescript pale faces, it will only serve to highlight your uniqueness. After contemplating her words, Qing Yu recognized the validity of her reasoning. While her own looks were commendable, they fell short of being the finest in the school. Thus, it would be wise to diminish others to elevate herself. Yunxiang, you truly are clever. Thank you for considering my interests. I shall go and relay the message. The makeup artist for this event had previously collaborated with the Gu family. Qing Yu approached her and stated, given the intense stage lighting, please ensure the contestants are thoroughly made up, preferably with bold colors, as the effects under such lights can be quite unforgiving. As for Qing Yu, she would be attended to by a top-tier makeup artist commissioned by the Gu family, maximizing her advantages while concealing her flaws.
Of course, Miss Gu. Having completed all arrangements, Qing Yu brimmed with confidence. The title of school belle was surely destined for her. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxiang felt considerably relieved. As long as Mu Qianqian received the most garish and unflattering makeup, even Lu Yunbai would fail to recognize her. Qing Yu took to the stage first, performing a solo on the cello. Leveraging her connections with the judges, she garnered an impressive score, eclipsing the competition. The champion of this school belle contest will undoubtedly be Senior Gu. I wonder who will secure the runner-up position. Mu Qianqian, Lu Shi, and Yao Zuner all seem to have a fair shot.
Lu Shi has the backing of Feng Xiao, while Yao Zuner is supported by the Yao family.
Their chances of taking second place appear greater. As for Mu Qianqian, she might not even make it to the top 3. At that moment, Mu Qianqian was backstage preparing for her makeup. Coincidentally, they had run out of cosmetics. The makeup artist was in a fluster, exclaiming, every contestant is wearing heavy makeup, and we've exhausted our supplies. What should we do?
I'll borrow some from the students. Please wait here for me. Mu Qianqian called out to her, no need, I'll go on stage barefaced. Is that really advisable? The stage lighting is quite harsh, and going on without makeup will magnify any imperfections in your skin. Even celebrities, confident in their looks, don makeup before stepping onto the stage.
How could an ordinary student dare to appear barefaced? It's fine, I simply dislike makeup.
After the previous makeup incident, Mu Qianqian had developed a strong aversion to cosmetics, wishing to forego them entirely. The thick layer of foundation had left her feeling stifled. Of course, her unpleasant experience was largely due to the makeup artist's self-serving intentions. Very well, then you shall perform without makeup. While the natural lighting may have concealed Mu Qianqian's flaws, once on stage, the glaring lights would amplify even the smallest of imperfections. The makeup artist thought to herself that Mu Qianqian was clearly inexperienced and unaware of the harsh realities of stage lighting. Once she took the stage, she would understand.
Li Siyu called out, Qianqian, hurry up. You next.
I'm coming, Mu Qianqian replied, taking a deep breath. Listening to the thunderous applause from the audience, she felt a twinge of nerves, yet it was manageable.
Allow me to hold your phone, Fang Yanran offered. Mu Qianqian handed it to her, thanks.
In that final second before stepping on stage, she hoped to receive a call from the uncle. Perhaps he would suddenly ring her to say he was not going on a business trip and would come to watch her compete. But the phone remained silent, devoid of any notifications or calls. Mu Qianqian smiled wryly. Life, after all, is not a drama. Perhaps her expectations had been too lofty. Next contestant, Mu Qianqian, please step onto the stage.
Her friends cheered her on. Qianqian, go for it.
As Mu Qianqian ascended the stage, her petite figure was projected onto the large screen, magnified countless times. A wave of excited screams erupted from the audience.
Oh my, is she not wearing any makeup? She is truly barefaced.
Her skin looks flawless, as if it could withstand a gentle breeze. Not a pore in sight. No wonder she dares to appear like this.
I bet even the judges didn't anticipate that someone would go on stage without makeup. She must have gained quite a few impression points. However, her later position in the lineup makes a comeback quite challenging.
In the audience, Yu Wanqing waved her arms, enthusiastically cheering for Mu Qianqian, yet beside her, Lu Yunbai stood frozen, struck by the sight of Mu Qianqian's bare face. How could this be? This girl, how could she resemble his mother so closely? It was as if they were carved from the same mold. She is Mu Qianqian. Lu Yunbai's heart raced, not from romantic excitement, but from the stirring of familial recognition. Could this girl be the sister he had lost all those years ago? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Yunbai felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto the stage and seek clarity. Aside from Lu Yunbai, another person experienced a tumultuous emotional upheaval upon seeing Mu Qianqian's face. Lu Yunxiang. She had meticulously calculated every detail, yet never anticipated this final twist. Why on earth would Lu Yunbai attend the school bell competition? Why had Mu Qianqian chosen to appear without heavy makeup? Gazing at the face so reminiscent of her foster mother, Lu Yunxiang was consumed by a near-manic jealousy. Now that Lu Yunbai had seen Mu Qianqian, it was all over. Everything was lost. Gu Qingyu, witnessing Mu Qianqian on the screen, was irritable beyond measure.
What is the makeup artist doing? How could they fail at such a simple task, allowing this wretched girl to steal the spotlight once again? Even if Mu Qianqian did not win the title of school belle, her barefaced appearance would undoubtedly amplify her notoriety within the school. Unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, a whirlwind of emotions brewed below the stage. Standing under the spotlight in her immaculate white gown, she resembled a jasmine flower swaying in the wind. Simply standing there exuded a sacred and untouchable beauty. In a special VIP suite on the second floor, a man who should have been attending a conference abroad sat in the room, his dark, phoenix-like eyes fixed upon the dazzling young girl on stage. Assistant Wang stood nearby, feeling a mix of emotions. Their private jet was on the verge of taking off when his boss suddenly changed his mind, canceling the trip and hastily rushing to the financial university. All for the sake of watching a mundane student competition. In previous times, Assistant Wang would never have dared to imagine such a scenario. He silently mused. Fortunately, Miss Mu's performance is later in the lineup. Otherwise, we might have missed it. One must say, this is fate. As the music began to play, the angelic voice of the young girl filled the air with enchanting melodies. Chapter 92. The uncle comes to fetch Qianqian. As Mu Qianqian opened her mouth to sing, the commotion beneath the stage fell into an immediate hush. In the expansive venue, every gaze was fixated upon the ethereal young girl clad in pure white, her presence captivating the attention of all. Her voice was so celestial, so melodious. Fu Sihan watched Mu Qianqian shine brightly on stage, a swell of pride rising within him. This was the little girl he had nurtured. The once timid and unremarkable ugly duckling had, at long last, transformed into a swan that captured the admiration of thousands. Yu Wanqing's face flushed with excitement, her spirit bubbling over as she wished to leap from her seat to cheer for Qianqian. This was her dear sister. Her talent was astonishingly formidable, her singing surpassed that of many established artists. It was indeed a divine gift. Beside her, Lu Yunbo was equally stirred, his eyes glued to Mu Qianqian. Few were aware that before marrying into the Lu family, Mrs.Lu had anonymously released several albums. The girl on stage possessed a voice as extraordinary as her mother. Could she truly be the one? This wretched girl, why must she oppose me at every turn? Gu Qingyu seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. The judges, who had been drowsy moments before, suddenly perked up at the sight of Mu Qianqian, their eyes gleaming with interest. It was evident that her score would surely be high. Yunxiang, you must help me devise a plan. I cannot allow this wretched girl to best me.
Lu Yunxian was too preoccupied to attend to Gu Qingyu's demands. A mere school flower competition was inconsequential, however, the crisis she was about to face was of far greater magnitude. Upon witnessing Mu Qianqian's true form, Lu Yunbo feared that if she were to be brought back to the Lu family, there would be no place left for her.
Yunxian, think of something quickly. Stop urging me. Lu Yunxian snapped, agitated and in desperate need of a breakthrough. Gu Qingyu paused, puzzled. Yunxian, what is wrong with you? She could not fathom why the usually gentle Lu Yunxian had suddenly become so irritable. Was Lu Yunxian even more incensed than she was? What could be the reason? Suppressing her unease and disarray, Lu Yunxian still felt compelled to apologize to Gu Qingyu. I'm sorry, Qingyu, I'm just overly concerned about your ranking. Don't worry. Her score hasn't been announced yet, there is still room for reversal. If she were to be cast out by the Lu family in the future, she would need Gu Qingyu's support. Thus, it was not prudent to sever ties at this moment. Fortunately, Gu Qingyu was easily placated. I know you mean well, I hold no grudge against you. Let us think of a solution together. Gu Qingyu discreetly sent numerous messages to the judges, urging them to conspire to lower Mu Qianqian's score. Once Mu Qianqian completed her performance, the judges convened to assign her a score. The results were utterly unexpected. How could it be so low, an average score of only 70, are these judges blind? Exactly. Gu Qingyu hit several wrong notes yet received a high score of 90. Mu Qianqian is not only more beautiful but also sings exceptionally well, how can she only get 70? I believe awarding Mu Qianqian a perfect score would not be excessive. This is a scandal. A blatant injustice. The handsome man seated on the second floor immediately darkened in expression. Mr. Fu, your thoughts on this? Fu Sihan spoke coolly, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Summon the event organizers. Yes. Upon hearing Fu Sihan's name, the organizers dared not refuse and hurried to him. Mr. Fu, we were unaware of your presence. If there was any oversight in our hosting, please forgive us. Fu Sihan sat in a single armchair, his back to them. Amidst the swirling smoke, the long, elegant fingers of his hand held a flickering crimson flame. His silence left the organizers in a state of trepidation. Mr. Fu, has something gone amiss? I will address it with them. This level of organizer had no right to converse casually with Fu Sihan. Assistant Wang stepped forward on behalf of his boss, smiling as he spoke. The performance of that contestant was witnessed by all. If her score is deliberately suppressed due to a lack of backing, then perhaps this event ought not to continue at all. The organizers were seized with a chill, cold sweat trickling down their backs. What appeared to be merely a school flower competition entangled several capital interests in Beishur, along with the opportunity for entry into the entertainment industry. If this event were to be cancelled, their livelihoods would be at stake. Yes, it must be a mistake by the judges. I will have someone speak to them immediately to ensure the correct scores are given. You may leave now. Soon, the judging panel received the news and promptly altered their stance. The host took to the stage to apologize. We regret to inform you that there was an error in the judges' score tally. The final score for Mu Qianqian is not 70 but rather 99. Let us extend our congratulations to Mu Qianqian for winning first place in this floral competition. The audience erupted in applause. I told you, with a performance like that, how could she possibly score only 70? Her score surpasses that of Senior Gu. How impressive to triumph over capital with sheer talent. I declare, from this day forth, Mu Qianqian shall be my goddess, the one and only school flower of our university. Mu Qianqian effortlessly claimed the title of the university's school flower. That day, her photos and singing videos went viral on the university forum, achieving the highest views ever recorded. Not only within her own university but across other institutions, her fame spread rapidly. As the award ceremony concluded, Mu Qianqian had just stepped down from the stage when Li Siyu rushed over to congratulate her. Qianqian, congratulations, I knew you would succeed. Mu Qianqian's lips curled into a subtle smile, her spirits evidently high. I'm thrilled. IVE received a bonus of 20,000. With this, she could alleviate the financial burden on her uncle. Licu teased, with such a grand honor, is that all you care about? Just the prize money? Fang Yanran proudly chimed in, indeed, Qianqian, you have no idea, from today onward, your name will echo throughout the university circles in Beishur. Mu Qianqian chuckled nonchalantly. What is the worth of a mere title? I care more about the tangible rewards. Ha, Qianqian, if other contestants heard you say that, they would surely be infuriated. The accolades others clamored for paled in comparison to the 2,000 in her eyes.
This girl was indeed quite the money enthusiast.
Qianqian, will you continue to participate in future school flower competitions across Beishur? Mu Qianqian shook her head. I haven't decided yet. Just then, her phone chimed.
Stepping aside to answer, she heard the deep voice she had longed for.
Has the competition concluded?
Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled. Yes, I just finished, and you called right away, uncle.
Come to the school gate. I'll take you home. Mu Qianqian paused for a few seconds before processing his words. Uncle, you're back from your business trip already, that was quick. Hadn't he mentioned staying abroad for a few days?
She hadn't expected him to return so soon until now. Mu Qianqian believed that Fu Sihan was away on business and had not attended her competition. Fu Sihan rubbed his temples in exasperation, deciding to clarify, silly girl, I watched your performance.
You were magnificent.
Chapter 93 Cousin's Woman. The words spoken by Fu Sihan seemed to cast a stone into the tranquil waters of Mu Qianqian's heart, sending ripples of emotion spreading outward. Her heart, once steady, began to race uncontrollably. A warm flush crept across her cheeks as she stammered, Uncle, you didn't have a business trip today? The meeting was unexpectedly cancelled, so I found myself with some free time and thought I would come by to watch, he replied. The assistant standing nearby quietly scoffed to himself, well, here is a man worth nearly $1 trillion, claiming he has nothing to do all day. His schedule is nearly packed, yet he managed to clear it all just to come see this little girl's competition. Although the uncle had merely come by out of chance, it still filled Mu Qianqian with a delightful surprise.
Uncle, when did you arrive? Why didn't you let me know?
She kicked a pebble at her feet, her heart brimming with sweetness.
I arrived before you took the stage. I didn't tell you in advance as I feared it might make you anxious. I'm not anxious at all.
Though she said this, had she known he was there beforehand, her nerves would surely have been on edge.
After all, the uncle was unlike anyone else. Come out, I'm here to take you. Mu Qianqian sweetly responded, okay.
She informed her friends and then left the competition venue. Just as she exited through the back door, a hand grasped her wrist.
Mu Qianqian smiled shyly and leaped into his embrace, Uncle. Fu Sihan's gaze was deep and contemplative. Little girl, if someone else were to hold your hand, would you leap into their arms like this?
The mere thought stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him.
Of course not.
Mu Qianqian replied with a radiant smile, I could tell it was you right away.
Oh? How did you deduce that? With a playful tone, Mu Qianqian said, I want to tell you.
She would never reveal to her uncle that she was intimately familiar with the sound of his footsteps, his silhouette, and even the warmth of his palm. The sensation of someone familiar drawing near is entirely different from that of a stranger.
You little rascal, Fu Sihan bestowed upon her yet another nickname. Let us go.
With his hand holding hers, she began counting on her fingers with her other hand.
What are you counting?
I'm counting how many nicknames you've given me, uncle. Unbeknownst to her, the list of nicknames Fu Sihan had assigned her was nearly too extensive to fit on a single sheet of paper.
Fu Sihan smiled, who told you to be such an eccentric little girl?
He was at a loss as to just how many whimsical and adorable thoughts she harbored in her mind.
Uncle, let me call Wanqing and let her know. All right. Thus, Mu Qianqian dialed Wanqing's number. Wanqing, I'm heading home now. You enjoy your date with Lu Xiao, I won't disturb you. All right, next time you come over, we'll celebrate properly.
Fu Qianqing had purchased chocolates and gifts, and had dressed himself in a rather plain manner. He checked his reflection in the mirror several times, confirming that his appearance was indeed as unremarkable as he intended it. Excellent, this was precisely the type that Qianqian favored. Filled with confidence, Fu Qianqing received a call from the matriarch of the Fu family.
When you have some free time, come visit your grandmother.
It would be wonderful if you could bring someone along. Your cousin is married, and his life is simply blissful.
Fu Qianqing patted his chest in assurance, Grandmother, don't worry, this time I'll bring you a granddaughter-in-law. Oh, do you have someone special in mind? I'm going to confess to her today. Even if she doesn't agree, I won't give up, I must win her heart. Good lad, we shall await your good news.
After hanging up, Fu Qianqing made his way to the backstage of the venue, flowers and gifts in hand.
Where is Qianqian? Fang Yanran remarked, she has already gone home. Oh dear, I forgot to remind her, you must hurry to the school gate, you should still make it in time.
Originally, it had been agreed that after Mu Qianqian's performance, Fu Qianqing would speak with her. However, she had left in haste, and Fang Yanran had forgotten to give her the reminder.
I'm on my way.
Fu Qianqian clutched the flowers and hurried towards the school entrance. Before he could get close, he caught sight of Mu Qianqian's figure, his heart leaping with joy, but before he could approach her, he spotted someone who absolutely should not be there, a tall, handsome man standing beside Mu Qianqian, his features sharply defined and exuding a mature charisma. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he radiated the allure of a fully grown man. The two walked towards an extravagant car. The man gallantly opened the door, allowing Mu Qianqian to enter first. This person, could it be his cousin? Fu Qianqian's first instinct was to think, has my cousin betrayed me? Yet, the cousin he remembered was decisive and, while somewhat cold, was deeply sentimental. His cousin would never be unfaithful, thus, only one possibility remained. Mu Qianqian was his cousin's wife. Fu Sihan sensed a gaze upon him from behind, leaning casually against the car door as he turned his head. Fu Qianqian quickly sought refuge behind a nearby structure. His trembling hands dialed his grandmother's number. Grandmother, my sister-in-law isn't still in university, is she? Yes, indeed, Qianqian is in the same university as you. Next time you come home, let your cousin introduce you to her. One university, and her name is Qianqian. Fu Qianqian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Could there be a more ironic twist of fate? After being single for so many years, he finally developed feelings for someone, only to discover she is already married. As if that weren't enough, the woman he liked was his cousin's wife. He must be out of his mind to even think of vying for her affections. Suddenly, Fu Qianqian felt a chill run down his spine. He looked down at the roses, chocolates, and the meticulously prepared confession gift in his hands. Each item now seemed like a death knell. I need to get rid of these. Fu Qianqian sprang to his feet, discarding the carefully chosen gifts into the nearest trash bin. May the heavens protect him. He could not let his cousin find out about his feelings for Mu Qianqian, otherwise, he would meet a most dire fate. What are you throwing away? What is going on? His grandmother's puzzled voice came through the phone. Fu Qianqian suddenly realized the call had not ended. With a mournful expression, he lamented, Grandmother, I can't bring home a girlfriend. Not only could he not bring her home, but he also dared not return to his grandmother's house for family gatherings. What if he was recognized by Qianqian? He still wanted to keep his legs intact. He didn't wish to be beaten by his cousin. Chapter 94. Lu Yunbo investigates Mu Qianqian. Miss Yi, are you good friends with Mu Qianqian? You must know something about her family, right? Lu Yunbo inquired with a hint of urgency. He needed to gather more information regarding Mu Qianqian to ascertain her true identity. Yu Wanqing pondered for a moment. Qianqian rarely discusses her family matters. All I know is that she has a younger brother and that her family does not treat her well. A pang of discomfort struck Lu Yunbo's heart. Was the family that adopted his sister unkind to her? Oh, by the way, I believe her family resides in a county near Bay City, but I can't recall the exact location. Lu Yunbo pressed further, how did you come to know her? Qianqian worked at the hotel where I was staying. We hit it off immediately and soon became friends. Lu Yunbo's brow furrowed. Working? How could she be working before even graduating from university? Was his sister enduring such hardship? How old is Mu Qianqian this year? Yu Wanqing cast him a curious glance. You seem quite interested in Qianqian. She is 20 this year. Lu Yunbo felt a warmth spread through him. Their ages coincided perfectly. He resolved to investigate more about Mu Qianqian. If she truly was his sister, the burdens that had plagued their mother for so many years could finally be lifted. This matter was of utmost importance to the Lu family. I apologize, Miss Yi, but I must attend to another matter and cannot continue our conversation. Yu Wanqing felt a tinge of disappointment but responded understandingly, all right, we shall meet another day. Indeed, farewell. Lu Yunbo hurriedly bid her goodbye. Once he reached a secluded spot, he immediately dialed his subordinate's number. Please help me look into someone. Upon returning home, Mu Qianqian was inundated with countless phone calls, which she dismissed one after another. Who is calling? Fu Sihan inquired. Mu Qianqian wore a troubled expression. There are people wanting to sign me for advertisements, or to participate in talent shows and web dramas. In short, now that she had garnered some fame, a plethora of individuals sought to pull her into the entertainment industry. I just want to focus on my studies and not enter the entertainment world, Mu Qianqian pouted. Uncle, I wish I had listened to your advice and not participated in that competition. She had sacrificed her peaceful study environment for a mere 20,000 yuan. Mu Qianqian herself was uncertain if that trade was worth it. Fu Sihan ruffled her hair and extended his hand. Give me your phone. Trusting him implicitly, Mu Qianqian handed over her phone. Fu Sihan made a few adjustments on the device. I've set up a filter for you, rest assured, you won't be bothered by these unfamiliar numbers anymore. Mu Qianqian sighed in relief. Thank you, uncle. Just as she was about to rise, a thought struck her.
Oh dear, I forgot.
Someone had arranged to talk to me after the competition. I completely overlooked it. She felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Her memory seemed to fail her at the sight of her uncle, causing her to forget everything else.
Who? Mu Qianqian hesitated for a couple of seconds, stammering. It's a classmate, just an ordinary classmate. The young girl was too transparent. Fu Sikan could see she was withholding something. His eyes narrowed slightly, radiating an air of coldness. Is it a male classmate or a female classmate? Mu Qianqian lowered her head, remaining silent, attempting to play the part of a timid creature. Mu Qianqian. Fu Sikan enunciated her name deliberately, his voice laced with an intimidating chill. Do you wish to face the consequences? This little girl was simply too alluring. It seemed that she had inadvertently attracted the attention of numerous restless men. Clearly, he had not kept a close enough watch over her. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed with heat, and she quickly confessed, yes, it's a male classmate, the one who helped me find a job at the CAF last time. Fu Sikan inhaled deeply, the anger surging within him nearly palpable. It was that same troublesome boy again. Did he not realize that Mu Qianqian was beyond his reach? Fu Sikan's voice turned grave as he asked, what is his name? Mu Qianqian, intimidated by his imposing presence, shrank back and timidly replied, his name is Fu Qianqing. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Fu Sikan strained to hear, frowning, what? Fu Qianqing. Mu Qianqian raised her voice. This time Fu Sikan caught it clearly. Fu Qianqing, that name was all too familiar to him. Fu Sikan's expression darkened as he chuckled in anger. Ah, so it's him. The one who persistently lingered around his wife was, in fact, a member of his own family. It seemed this young lad was itching for a confrontation. Mu Qianqian tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Uncle, please don't act impulsively. Fu Sikan's gaze was inscrutable. Oh? Are you intending to protect him? Mu Qianqian shook her head vigorously, fearing he would misunderstand. No, I just worry about you getting involved. He is merely an ordinary classmate to me, but you are my husband. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she uttered that bashful term. It must be said, the word husband held remarkable power. It acted as a balm, soothing Fu Sikan's nearly boiling temperament. Rest assured, I will know how to handle this. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, still unable to shake her unease. Her uncle's possessiveness was overwhelming. Who could withstand it? Just then, far away in the villa, Fu Qianqing sneezed without warning. Why did the air suddenly feel so chilly? Had the temperature dropped? Come here, Fu Sikan commanded in a low voice. Mu Qianqian cautiously moved closer to him. Uncle, is there something you need? Fu Sikan supported himself under her armpits, effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. Mu Qianqian hung upside down, her heart racing as she flailed in panic. Uncle, put me down. What are you planning to do? Fu Sikan's large hand gave her a light pat. Do not scream. Mu Qianqian covered her flushed face. Silenced, she bit her lower lip so hard it felt as if she might draw blood. Fu Sikan carried her into the bedroom and then tossed her onto the bed. Mu Qianqian's heart raced wildly. Could it be that her uncle intended to take advantage of her? She gulped, her face burning with embarrassment, yet there was a flicker of anticipation within. However, the weight she imagined did not come crashing down. Fu Sikan loosened his tie, standing at the edge of the bed, looking down at her with an imposing presence. What are you waiting for? Get up and do your homework. Mu Qianqian instinctively uttered an ah. So, her uncle had merely brought her into the room to make her study, she had thought. Mu Qianqian hastily cast aside those impure thoughts from her mind. She sat up from the bed and licked her lips. I will do it right away. Chapter 94. Lu Yunbei investigates Mu Qianqian. Miss Yi, are you close friends with Mu Qianqian? You must be privy to some details about her family, correct? Lu Yunbei inquired with a hint of urgency. He needed to gather more information about Mu Qianqian to ascertain her identity. Yuanqing pondered for a moment. Qianqian seldom speaks of her family. All I know is that she has a younger brother and that her family does not treat her very well. Lu Yunbei felt a pang in his heart. The family that adopted his sister was unkind to her? Oh, by the way, I believe her family resides in a county near Bay City, though I can't quite recall which one, she added. Lu Yunbei pressed further. How did you come to know her? Qianqian worked at the hotel where I was staying. We hit it off instantly and soon became friends, Yuanqing replied. Lu Yunbei's brow furrowed. Working part-time, how could she be juggling a job while still in university? Was his sister enduring such hardships? How old is Mu Qianqian this year? Yuanqing looked at him curiously. You seem quite interested in Qianqian. She is 20.
Lu Yunbei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Her age matched that of his sister. He resolved to investigate further into Mu Qianqian's background. If she truly was his sister, the affliction that had plagued their mother for so many years could finally be alleviated.
This matter held immense significance for the Lu family.
I apologize, Miss Yi, but I have urgent business to attend to and can no longer accompany you, he stated. Yi Wanqing felt a twinge of disappointment but graciously replied, very well, let us meet again another day. Indeed, farewell, Lu Yunbei said hastily as he bid her goodbye. Once he reached a secluded area, he immediately dialed his subordinate. Please assist me in investigating an individual. Upon returning home, Mu Qianqian was bombarded with countless phone calls, which she dismissed one after another.
Who is calling? Fu Sihan inquired. Mu Qianqian wore a distressed expression.